Hello, and welcome to your 10 hours of American English listening practice. It's a brand new episode from Learn English Lab YouTube channel, and today we're about to explore a really powerful idea.
So, let me ask you something. What if I told you that the path to real English fluency isn't buried deep inside textbooks? What if it's not about staying up late memorizing flashcards, but something you can do while you cook dinner or go for a walk? Today, we're going to dive into this almost effortless journey, one that's designed to completely immerse you in the real sounds and rhythms of American English.
And that right there is the ultimate goal. See, this whole experience is built to train your ears so you can finally move past just translating everything in your head. The idea is to get you to a place where you think, you understand, and then you speak, all with a natural flowing confidence.
Now, what's so brilliant about this method is how easily it fits into your actual life. This isn't about finding extra time that, let's be honest, you probably don't have. It's designed to be like a constant companion, just playing in the background while you're working, studying, or even just chilling out. Your brain just soaks up the language, even when you're not consciously trying to.
Okay, so let's get into the first part of our journey. We're going to start with the absolute foundation, the kind of language you'll actually hear and use every single day. So first up, we'll start with those simple everyday conversations you might have at a coffee shop or the grocery store. Then we'll dive into how to talk about your fitness goals or your mental well-being. Super important topics, right? And finally, we'll start to unlock the habits of really productive people so you can confidently talk about your own routines and dreams. It's a really powerful progression. All right, from there, let's see how this all builds out into the more specific and, sometimes more complex areas of your life. Everything from your career to your social world. As you can see, we're really going to cover the whole spectrum of modern life. We'll give you professional English for the workplace so you can lead meetings with total confidence. You'll learn the vocabulary to talk about money and technology and the language you need for those casual social situations. We'll even get you ready for your next trip abroad. It's basically your complete conversational toolkit. And here's the really crucial part. This is not about learning stiff, awkward phrases from a textbook. No way. This is about learning how to order a coffee, pitch an idea in a meeting, or tell a great story to a new friend, just like a native speaker would. This is the authentic, practical language you can use right away. So, you've got the vocabulary down. Awesome. But what is it that takes you from just knowing the words to sounding truly natural? Well, let's look at the special tools that unlock that next level of fluency. We're talking about things like phrasal verbs and idioms. Think about the difference between look and look for. One is about seeing, the other's about searching. That one little word completely changes the meaning. That's a phrasal verb, and mastering them is a giant leap towards sounding like a native speaker. And this is exactly why context is everything. Instead of just trying to memorize long lists of phrases, this journey puts them inside real conversations. That way, you learn not just what they mean, but how and when you should use them. It all just clicks. You ready to take your English to an even higher level? We're also going to dive into some really exciting challenges. We'll explore the psychology of success to build up your mindset vocabulary. We'll get lost in some captivating stories and even tackle some brain-teasing problem-solving discussions to really sharpen your critical thinking skills. All in English. So by now you might be wondering, okay, what makes all of this work so well? Let's pull back the curtain for a second and look at the simple but really powerful method behind this whole immersive experience. It's all carefully designed around these three core ideas. First, every conversation has crystal clear pronunciation. Second, the pacing is natural. It sounds like how people actually speak. And third, strategic repetition is built right in, which really helps your brain lock in all those new words and structures for good. When you boil it all down, it comes back to this one simple, powerful truth. This isn't about short, intense bursts of studying. It's about consistent exposure. The more you listen, the more you improve. It's truly that fundamental. So my best advice, just press play. Seriously, don't stress about catching every single word. Just let the sounds of English wash over you. Your brain is an incredible language learning machine, and if you just trust the process, it'll do the rest of the work. And that leaves me with one final thought for you to consider. What if all those grammar books and vocabulary lists were only one small part of the picture? Is it possible that the real, lasting path to fluency has been waiting for you this whole time, simply in what you hear?
If you're excited to start your immersive listening journey, go ahead and hit that like button, share this with anyone else you know who is learning English, and of course, subscribe to the Learn English Lab for more tips and tricks to help you reach your fluency goals. Now, let's get started.
Hello, welcome to the Learn English Lab. Today's podcast is Mastering Main Street, Your Guide to Daily Conversations in America.
Thanks for having me back.
So imagine landing in Chicago, right? You've got, flawless textbook English.
Oh, the classic scenario.
Yeah, but then you freeze in absolute panic because a barista with pink hair just asked if you want room in your drip.
Right. Or a deli worker suddenly expects you to do fractions of a pound in your head.
While an entire line of hungry people is just glaring at you. I mean, usually when we think about mastering a new language, there's this expectation of rigid structure for you as a learner.
Yeah, it's a lot like learning to play classical music.
Spot on. You sit down, you memorize the sheet music, practice your scales, drill the grammar rules into your brain, and build this massive vocabulary.
You think to yourself, I'm ready. I know all the notes.
But then you actually step off the plane, you walk onto an American street, and suddenly you realize nobody is playing classical music. They are playing jazz.
The sheet music is just completely gone.
It is. You're thrust into this world of what we call sidewalk English. It's an entirely new rhythm.
It undeniably is. It's this intricate, incredibly fast-paced dance of unspoken rules, cultural expectations, and a very specific kind of friendly energy that you simply cannot find in a grammar workbook.
So true.
And what's fascinating here is that it's the absolute definition of a cultural pivot. You, the listener, might have mastered the vocabulary, but now you have to master the interaction.
Right.
And that's what we're exploring today. You might be that person who has nailed the language technically.
Yeah.
You can read a dense academic paper or write a flawless business email.
But you want to understand the actual lifeblood of the language. Like what happens when the words leave the page and enter the chaotic, unpredictable environment of a busy sidewalk.
Yeah, because language in these everyday moments isn't really just about exchanging hard facts,
No, not at all.
When you look at American culture, these tiny, everyday micro-conversations actually act as the social glue. It's about acknowledging one another.
Establishing a shared reality, however brief that might be.
Absolutely. We're talking about the sociology of small talk, the psychology behind consumer interactions, and, the historical quirks that make ordering a sandwich feel like a math exam.
So, to help you navigate this deep dive, we're going to follow a highly relatable guide today.
This is a great framework.
Yeah, we are tracking a single Tuesday in the life of Elena. She is the 28-year-old architect who just moved from Seville, Spain, to the wonderfully vibrant, notoriously windy city of Chicago.
A huge transition.
Oh, massive. And Elena speaks phenomenal English, technically flawless. But as she navigates her new job and her new neighborhood, she's uncovering the hidden language of American daily life.
And we are going to walk right alongside her, breaking down the real-life dialogues that make up life in the States.
So grab a cup of coffee because that is undeniably the best place to start. Let me set the scene for you.
Please do.
It's 8 a.m. in Chicago's Lincoln Park neighborhood. The air is crisp. You can hear the famous elevated L train rumbling overhead. Traffic is humming, and Elena leaves her apartment.
Heading right into the fray.
Exactly. I mean, absolutely. She decides to stop at a local spot called the Daily Grind, which her new coworkers highly recommended. So she opens the door, the bell jingles, and she's hit with that rich aroma of roasted beans.
The hiss of the espresso machine.
Yeah, and the low, steady hum of morning chatter. Behind the counter is Casey, a barista with bright pink hair and a nose ring, flashing a super welcoming smile.
The classic American morning setup.
Right. And Casey kicks things off with the ultimate American service opening. Casey says, "Good morning, what can I get for you today?"
Okay, what's fascinating here is that phrase right there is an institution. What can I get for you today?
Or you might hear, what do we have it today?
Yeah, or maybe even a slightly more old school, what'll it be? But if we strip away the casual tone, we find a highly engineered piece of linguistic architecture.
Oh, wow, really?
Yeah. This greeting is designed to balance two heavily competing American values: extreme friendliness and a high-speed efficiency.
But wait, are those two things actually compatible? Because, genuine friendliness usually takes time, right?
You would think so, yeah.
It implies slowing down, looking someone in the eye, having a real moment of connection. But a busy coffee shop line is the polar opposite of that.
Yeah.
It's all about throughput.
You've hit the nail on the head. That is the fundamental tension of American customer service. The culture demands that you feel welcomed as an individual.
Which is why the barista smiles and offers a warm greeting.
Right. But capitalism demands the line keeps moving. The barista is warmly acknowledging your presence, proving they aren't just a machine dispensing caffeine, but they're also immediately prompting the transaction.
So it's a polite way of saying, welcome, you're a human being, now please order quickly so I can serve the next person.
Spot on. It's culturally acceptable efficiency.
Okay, so Elena replies, good morning. I would like a coffee, please. And this is where the textbook absolutely shatters on the sidewalk. Oh boy, here we go.
Because Casey replies, you got it. We've got our house drip, or we can do a pour over. Or are you thinking more of an espresso drink, like a latte or a cappuccino?
The paradox of choice.
I feel so bad for Elena here. She just wanted a coffee, and suddenly she's facing a multiple-choice pop quiz before she's even had her caffeine.
Well, the regular coffee dilemma is a profound mental hurdle for newcomers.
I bet.
If you go to many parts of the world, like Italy, Spain, parts of South America, asking for a coffee gets you a standard, culturally agreed-upon cup of coffee.
Right. It's usually an espresso or just a small cup of dark roasted coffee.
Yeah, the social contract is super simple, but the United States has developed this massive, highly specialized, hyper-customized coffee culture.
It's everywhere.
Asking for a coffee in a modern American cafe is almost like walking into a massive car dealership and saying, I would like a vehicle, please.
That is such a good analogy. It's just way too broad.
It is. The illusion of choice is a core component of American consumerism. You are expected to curate your own experience. So let's break down that terminology for you, the listener, so you never have to freeze at the counter. When Casey says house drip, what is the actual mechanism and cultural context there?
So drip coffee is really the historical workhorse of the American coffee shop. It's brewed in a large batch, slowly filtering hot water through a basket of coffee grounds into a massive thermal carafe.
Oh, like if you picture a classic American roadside diner.
Yes, where the waitress comes around pouring steaming coffee from a glass pot with a brown handle. That is drip coffee.
Got it.
It's born out of a desire for abundance and continuous consumption, the legendary bottomless cup or free refills. It is the closest thing to a standard regular coffee in the American lexicon.
Because it's fast, always ready, and usually the cheapest option on the menu.
Absolutely.
And then Casey mentions a pour over, which, sounds similar, but the price tag usually tells a totally different story.
Yeah, a pour over is essentially a manual artisanal version of drip coffee. It was born from the third wave coffee movement that treats coffee more like wine than gasoline.
Right, where they hand pour the hot water super slowly.
Specifically from a special kettle with a long, thin spout over fresh grounds resting in a funnel, usually directly into a single cup. It takes 3 to 4 minutes.
That's considered a higher quality, more nuanced brew.
Yes, to highlight specific flavor notes. And then, of course, you have the espresso, drinks, lattes, cappuccinos, macchiatos, flat whites.
Made with those highly concentrated shots of espresso.
Right, forcibly extracted under pressure and mixed with various ratios of textured, steamed milk.
Okay, so, faced with this barrage of vocabulary, Elena does something incredibly smart.
What does she do?
She doesn't pull out her phone to translate. She doesn't panic and point randomly at the menu. She just smiles, lets out a little breath, and says, oh, so many options. I think just a regular coffee with milk.
That is a phenomenal move.
Why is leaning into the confusion and simplifying the request a stronger play than trying to bluff her way through the coffee jargon?
Because it prioritizes clear communication and vulnerability over the facade of perfection. Elena realizes she doesn't know the exact terminological landscape of this specific cafe, so she just describes the end result she desires, a basic coffee with milk.
And the barista, who does this hundreds of times a day, immediately translates that functional description into their proprietary system.
Undeniably, it takes the pressure off you as the language learner. You do not need to be a coffee sommelier. You just need to state what you want simply.
And Casey instantly replies, perfect. A coffee with milk it is. I'll get you our house drip.
Seamless.
But the labyrinth is not over.
Oh, of course not.
Next comes the sizing. Casey asks, what size are you feeling? We have a 12, 16, or 20 ounce. And here is where we run headfirst into the deeply entrenched, globally baffling American measurement system.
Ah, yes, the infamous imperial system. While the vast majority of the globe operates smoothly and logically on the base 10 metric system, the U.S. remains stubbornly attached to measuring liquids in fluid ounces.
And just to add another layer of psychological complexity, you have massive global chains like Starbucks that have deliberately invented their own language entirely.
Oh, the short, tall, grande, venti, treinta.
Yes. It can feel like you need a specialized translation dictionary just to figure out how much liquid is going to end up in your paper cup.
It undeniably can. The linguistic manipulation of cup sizes is actually a fascinating study in marketing psychology.
How so?
Well, by creating their own size lexicon, these companies force you to adopt their internal language. It creates a subconscious sense of brand loyalty and insider status once you learn it.
Wow, I never thought of it that way.
But what is incredibly liberating for you to remember is that you are never legally or socially required to use the local slang or memorize the ounces.
Thank goodness. Because when Elena is offered 12, 16, or 20 ounces, she simply looks at the display cups and says, "The medium one, please."
And Casey understands immediately. The 16 ounce? Great. That is a massive relief.
Yeah, saying small, medium, or large is universally understood across every coffee shop, fast food restaurant, and movie theater in the country. It gives you absolute permission to bypass the complex jargon completely.
You never have to play the corporation's linguistic game if the standard descriptive English words work perfectly well.
Okay, then Casey asks this question that always, without fail, confuses my international friends visiting the States. She asks, "And did you want room for that milk? Or should I leave a little space?"
Oh, the room question.
Now, a non-native speaker hears the word room and might think of a physical space, like a dining room or a restroom.
Right. But room for milk is this classic, hyper-specific piece of sidewalk English born strictly out of functional necessity.
Because it just means, should I fill this paper cup to the absolute brim with hot black coffee? Or should I deliberately leave a half-inch of empty vertical space at the top of the cup?
Exactly. I mean, absolutely. Because if they fill it to the meniscus and you walk over to the condiment station to pour in your own half and half or oat milk, the cup is going to overflow.
And you are going to spill scalding hot coffee all over your hand, the counter, and the floor. It's a mess.
It is entirely a preventative measure. If you are a purist and drink your coffee black, you just say, "No room is fine, thanks," and you get every drop of coffee you paid for.
But since Elena explicitly asked for milk, she correctly realizes the context and says, "Oh yes, please leave space."
Perfect response.
So moving through the interaction, Casey says, "Anything else for you? Our banana bread is pretty famous." Now, looking at this interaction from a skeptical standpoint, is Casey just deeply, personally passionate about the culinary merits of this banana bread? Or is there a corporate mechanism churning away in the background here?
What's fascinating here is that this is a gentle, almost invisible sales technique known as the upsell.
The dreaded upsell.
Yeah, it is heavily baked into the American customer service script, often mandated by management. Casey isn't being overly aggressive and they aren't trying to deceive Elena.
It's just framed as a friendly, helpful suggestion.
Right, like a little insider tick about something famous. The psychology behind it relies on the momentum of the transaction. You already have your wallet out. You are already making a purchase, so adding a $3 pastry feels like a negligible increase in friction.
But how do you navigate that without feeling socially awkward or pressured to buy a pastry you don't actually want? Because in some cultures, refusing a direct offering from a host can be seen as slightly rude.
That's a very real concern. But Elena navigates it beautifully by saying, "That's tempting, but I'm okay for now, thank you."
Which is such a polite deflection.
It's the ideal, culturally calibrated response. You acknowledge the suggestion positively. Calling it tempting validates the barista's offer, but you firmly and clearly decline.
So you can say, "I'm okay for now," or "I'll pass today."
Or even just the coffee for me, thanks. You should never feel an ounce of guilt or obligation to accept the upsell. The barista expects a no 90% of the time anyway.
Good to know. Okay, then we arrive at the name game. Casey asks for a name for the order. Now, anyone who has ever ordered coffee in America knows that giving your name is just step one.
Oh, yeah. Step 2 is waiting at the end of the counter to see how creatively they can misspell it on the cup.
It is practically a running cultural joke. There are entire internet communities dedicated to the bizarre ways baristas spell common names.
It's true. But the reason they ask for a name rather than giving you a number is rooted in that same tension we discussed earlier.
The desire to manufacture a feeling of personal connection within a highly systematized, high-volume environment.
Yes. Calling out Elena feels warmer than calling out Order 42, but in a loud, chaotic cafe with espresso grinders screaming and music playing, phonetic sounds just get lost.
Right. Elena is smart here, though. She anticipates the confusion and spells it out before Casey even asks. ELENA. That is highly recommended for you if your name is constantly misheard.
Absolutely. But even if you spell it and they still write something completely unrecognizable on the side of your cup, do not be offended.
All right, it's not personal.
Not at all. It is a feature of the chaotic acoustic environment, not a personal slight or a lack of respect.
Okay, let's unpack this next part, because now we reach the moment that honestly induces a mild spike of anxiety, even for native-born Americans. The checkout screen.
Oh, the tablet swivel.
Yes, the tablet is flipped around on its swivel, and Casey says casually, it's just going to ask you a quick question on the screen there.
A seemingly innocent phrase.
But Elena looks down and is faced with a grid of tipping options. 15%, 20%, 25%, custom tip, and the dreaded no tip. She gets a bit flustered, feels the pressure of the people behind her, and just taps 20%.
The digital tipping screen anxiety, it is a very recent, incredibly pervasive phenomenon.
Because for decades, tipping at a counter basically just consisted of dropping your leftover spare change into a glass jar.
Right. But the advent of sophisticated point-of-sale software on tablets has totally revolutionized the tipping economy. The software utilizes a psychological concept called choice architecture.
Choice architecture.
Yeah. By presenting you with pre-calculated percentages, often starting at a high baseline like 15% or 18% and making the no-tip button smaller, or requiring extra taps to access, the system nudges you toward leaving a gratuity.
But what is the actual unspoken social rule here? Because in a sit-down restaurant, we all know the social contract, right? The waiter makes a sub-minimum wage. They serve you for an hour. You tip them 15 to 20%.
Right.
But at a coffee counter, the transaction took 45 seconds.
The unspoken rule is constantly evolving, which is why it causes so much anxiety. Technically, tipping at a counter service establishment is optional because you are not receiving full table service, and these workers are generally paid a standard hourly wage, unlike waiters.
Okay.
However, it has become customary and socially expected to leave a small tip to supplement their income, especially for a handcrafted drink.
So dropping a single dollar per drink or selecting the lowest percentage option is entirely standard.
Yes.
But what happens if you look the barista in the eye and deliberately press no tip? Are they going to make your coffee wrong?
Choosing no tip is permissible, and no, a professional barista is not going to sabotage your drink. You will still get exactly what you ordered.
Right, too.
But socially, the physical act of pressing no tip while the person who just served you is standing 18 inches away staring at the same screen creates a moment of psychological friction.
It can feel so socially awkward.
It undeniably does. Elena choosing 20% was generous, it bypassed the awkwardness, and it definitely contributes to building a friendly, regular rapport with Casey.
Right, so the interaction finally concludes with Casey handing over the hot cup and saying, "Have a great one," and Elena grabs her cup. But what is the rule on replying to that? Because one is such a vague pronoun, a great what? Cup of coffee. Life.
Have a great one simply means have a great day. It is the most ubiquitous closing phrase in American service interactions.
What's the default response?
The standard automatic reply you should have loaded in the chamber, ready to fire without a second thought, is simply, thanks you too.
It doesn't require deep cognitive processing.
Not at all. It is just the final resolving chord of that particular conversational song.
And just like that, Elena has her coffee. She survived the complex choreography of the morning ritual. But the day is just beginning.
She's just getting started.
Yeah, she steps out of the cafe, warm cup in hand, braces against the Chicago wind, and heads up the stairs to the elevated train platform to catch the L to her office downtown.
This is a crucial transition.
Why is that?
Because we are leaving the transactional space where everyone knows their designated role customer and server and entering the public commons. This is where you see sidewalk English in its purest, most volatile form.
Well, that makes sense. So she's got her 16-ounce coffee, and she heads to the platform, which plunges her from a highly scripted, predictable environment into a completely unscripted, spontaneous crowd. Let me paint the picture of this environment.
Set the scene.
Elena is standing on the crowded open-air platform. It is loud. People are bundled up. She is standing next to an older gentleman named Frank. He's wearing a heavy coat, reading a physical newspaper. The digital sign hanging above the tracks flashes, showing the next train is delayed due to signal clearance. Frank looks up at the sign, lowers his newspaper, sighs heavily, and says aloud to Elena, "Wouldn't be a Tuesday without a delay, huh?"
Ah, perfect opener.
But wait, I look at this interaction, and my immediate reaction is, why is he bringing negativity into the space? Elena just met him. They are complete strangers, and his very sole move is to complain. Why is this considered an acceptable, even polite way to open a conversation.
Because the surface-level negativity is entirely a smokescreen for a much deeper social function.
Really?
Absolutely. This is a masterful opening move in American small talk. We have to look at the sociology of shared misery.
Shared misery. I like that phrase.
Complaining about a minor external shared inconvenience like a train delay, a ridiculously long line at the grocery store, or terrible traffic on the highway is a primary method for building instant, temporary rapport.
So the complaint is not actually about the train. It is a bonding exercise.
Spot on. By pointing out the delay, Frank is actively signaling to Elena, we are in this together. We are both currently victims of this minor, frustrating annoyance.
It establishes a momentary in-group as two.
Yes, it creates common ground instantly without requiring any personal vulnerability or risking an invasive question. He isn't complaining about his health or his marriage. He's complaining about a civic failure that impacts them both equally.
That's brilliant. So Elena recognizes the invitation to engage. She smiles gently and replies, "It seems so. Is it often late?" And Frank hits her with a joke.
What does he say?
He says, "Only on days that end in Y." And he winks and says, "Nah, it's usually not too bad. But when it's late, it's late. At least it's not raining."
Days that end in Y, meaning Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, every day of the week.
Right.
This is a classic example of the American dad joke. It relies on self-deprecating exaggeration. He does not literally mean the multi-billion-dollar transit system completely fails every single day.
Right. He is using lighthearted, folksy humor to immediately soften the complaint he just made.
Specifically to prove that he isn't genuinely angry or dangerous. He is just a friendly guy making an observation.
And Elena pivots beautifully based on the lifeline he just threw her. She takes his comment about the rain and says, "That's true. The sun is nice today."
The weather pivot.
Is that a big deal?
This is perhaps the most universally practiced conversational maneuver in the English-speaking world. If you ever feel lost, overwhelmed, or out of your depth in a spontaneous conversation in the US, talk about the weather.
It is undeniably the safest, most reliable topic for small talk. But why are we so utterly obsessed with talking about whether it is sunny or raining? It seems so mundane. Is it a lack of imagination?
Not at all. It ties back to a sociological concept coined by Bronislaw Malinowski called phatic communion.
Phatic communion.
Yeah, phatic communication refers to words used to fulfill a social function like establishing a mood of sociability rather than to convey vital information.
So when you talk about the weather, you aren't acting as a meteorologist conveying data.
No, you are using the weather because it is a non-threatening shared reality. Everyone standing on that platform is experiencing the exact same sun or the exact same rain.
It does not touch on politics, religion, personal finances, or controversial opinions.
Exactly. I mean, undeniably, it is a completely neutral playing field where two strangers can agree on something, which builds a tiny foundation of trust.
Okay, so Frank agrees, can't beat a sunny day in Chicago. But then he shifts gears. The trust has been established, so he takes a step forward. He asks Elena, "You work in the Loop."
Ah, moving deeper.
Yeah, for context for you listening, the Loop is the main downtown business district in Chicago. This feels like a distinct shift in the dynamic. He is asking a personal question now about her daily life.
He is, but it is a very specific, culturally sanctioned kind of personal question. We have to understand the difference between how Americans view privacy versus other cultures.
Okay.
There is a well-known cultural framework developed by Fons Trampenaars that categorizes cultures as either peaches or coconuts.
Peaches and coconuts. Okay, color me intrigued. Explain this.
So, in a coconut culture, which includes places like Russia or Germany, people have a hard outer shell. They do not do small talk with strangers. They are reserved.
But once you crack that shell and become friends, they are sweet and loyal on the inside.
Right. America, however, is a peach culture. Americans are incredibly soft and fuzzy on the outside. They will smile at strangers, chat with you in the grocery line, and share superficial details of their day.
Except if you try to dig deeper.
You hit a very hard, impenetrable pit protecting their truly private lives. Frank is interacting with Elena in the soft, fuzzy outer layer of the peach.
That makes total sense. American small talk is a casual volley. I like to think of it like a tennis match. You do want to keep the tennis ball in play.
Right.
You hit it gently over the net. They hit it gently back. You do not smash an aggressive overhead winner about your impending divorce or your deep-seated existential fears, because then the game is over and everyone is uncomfortable.
The game is totally over.
But where exactly is the line drawn? How personal is too personal when you are just keeping the ball in play?
The boundaries of light personal questions in America are generally tied to surface-level occupation and general location. Asking, what do you do for a living? Or, are you heading to work? Or do you work downtown? Are all perfectly normal, easy volleys over the net.
Because in American culture, identity is heavily tied to profession. So it is considered a safe, engaging topic.
Absolutely.
But asking a stranger, what do you do, in some European cultures, is considered incredibly classist and rude.
Undeniably. But in the US, it is the default icebreaker. However, there are strict limits.
Like what?
If Frank had asked, how much money do you make at your architecture firm? Or are you married? Or how much is your monthly rent? Those cross the line and hit the hard pit of the peach immediately.
And so in casual American small talk with strangers, you absolutely avoid finances, relationship status, deeply personal medical histories, and political affiliations.
Spot on. Frank kept it perfectly general. You work in the loop. He didn't ask for her company name, her boss's name, or her exact office address.
And Elena recognizes the volley and keeps the rally going. She says, yes, near Millennium Park. I just started a new job.
A perfect return.
Frank congratulates her, warns her with a chuckle about the train's unpredictable personality, and then suddenly a blast of air hits them. They hear the heavy metal wheels screeching into the station.
The train is here.
The doors open with a chime. The crowd immediately presses forward. The dynamic instantly shifts from waiting to acting. The conversation is over. Frank nods and says, well, have a good day. And Elena says, you too.
And that's it.
Now, as a learner, sometimes there is a lingering panic that you need to properly close out a conversation. Like you need to say, it was a distinct pleasure making your acquaintance, Frank. I shall remember this Tuesday fondly as I reflect on our transit dialogue.
The cultural discomfort with lingering goodbyes is a real struggle for many. But the rule of the clean exit is simple.
What is it?
When the environmental situation changes, the train arrives, the elevator doors open, the cashier hands you the receipt, the traffic light turns green, the conversation naturally terminates.
So no long, drawn-out goodbyes or summaries of the interaction are needed.
None. A warm, efficient, have a good day is entirely sufficient. It acknowledges that the interaction was pleasant, but respects that it is time to move on with the day's tasks.
Okay, so Elena survives the commute, puts in a full, exhausting day at her new architecture firm, analyzing blueprints and navigating office dynamics, and now it is evening.
She's probably exhausted.
She is tired, but her refrigerator is empty. She needs groceries, which means transitioning from the passive waiting environment of the commute to the highly active, hyper-stimulating, task-oriented environment of a massive American grocery store.
Ah, the supermarket.
Yes, she takes the bus to Jewel-Osco, a major supermarket chain. Now, for you listening, if you have never been to an American suburban-style supermarket, it is hard to overstate the scale.
It is the size of an airplane hangar.
Literally. The fluorescent lights are bright, there are tens of thousands of individual products, and there is ambient pop music playing over the speakers. It is an overwhelming sensory experience.
And here, Elena must actively initiate dialogue to get what she needs.
Yes, she is on a specific mission. She wants to make a Greek salad, which means embarking on the feta cheese hunt.
A noble quest.
She navigates the massive dairy aisle, scanning hundreds of varieties of cheddar and mozzarella, but the feta is nowhere to be found. She spots an employee, Maria, who is intensely focused on unpacking a cardboard box and stocking yogurts onto the shelves.
Okay, this is a very common scenario.
Now, Elena could just walk up, point, and say, where is the feta cheese? It is a direct, grammatically correct question, but she doesn't. She uses this specific, polite softener. She approaches Maria and says, excuse me, I'm sorry to bother you, but could you help me find something?
That is beautifully handled.
But why do we apologize for asking an employee to do their job? Isn't helping customers an explicit part of Maria's job description? Why does Elena have to say she is sorry?
This touches on a foundational theory in linguistics called politeness theory, specifically the concept of negative face.
Negative face, that sounds intense.
It's not, really. Negative face is just a person's basic desire not to be imposed upon, to have autonomy over their time and actions. Yes, Maria is an employee, but in the current moment, she is engaged in a physical task.
Unpacking the boxes.
Right. By saying, I'm sorry to bother you, Elena is employing a negative politeness strategy. She is actively acknowledging the imposition. She is signaling, I recognize that I am interrupting your workflow and I respect your time.
So it transforms the interaction from a demand into a request.
Specifically, yes. It makes the request feel respectful rather than authoritative. It softens the hierarchical dynamic between customer and worker.
That makes sense.
And because Elena offered that respect, it almost always prompts the standard reassurance from the employee. which Maria smoothly delivers. She says, "Of course, not a bother at all. What are you looking for?"
It just smooths the friction of the interaction. So Maria explains that regular pre-crumpled feta is in the dairy aisle, but the high-quality specialty feta in the brine is hidden away in the deli section on the other side of the store.
Ah, the specialty section.
Yeah, Maria actually drops her boxes and walks Elena over there. Elena says, "Oh, I never would have looked here. Thank you so much." Maria says, "No problem," checks if Elena needs anything else, and wishes her a good evening. It is a seamless, highly positive interaction.
Because Elena used the correct cultural script to initiate it, showing respect for the worker's time.
But the smooth sailing is about to hit a massive, historically rooted mathematical iceberg.
Oh, no.
Elena is at the deli counter now. She takes a paper ticket from the red plastic dispenser. They call number 47. Elena steps up to the glass case. Behind it is Ben, the deli worker, wearing a hairnet and an apron.
Okay, setting the stage.
She asks for sliced turkey breast. Ben gives her the overwhelming American options. Oven roasted, smoked, honey glazed, pepper crusted. Elena asks for a quick recommendation, goes with the classic oven roasted.
A solid choice.
Then Ben asks the big inevitable question, and how much would you like? And Elena, calculating the metric weight of her usual European grocery trips, replies, about 200 grams.
And suddenly, the transaction grinds to a halt. The ghost of Thomas Jefferson and the imperial system strikes again.
Ben pauses, looks at his digital scale, and says, "We do it by the pound here. 200 grams is just under half a pound. Is half a pound okay?" I feel an immense amount of sympathy for Elena in this exact moment.
It is a profound mental hurdle for anyone coming from one of the 192 countries that use the metric system. In the US, the deli operates strictly in pounds, abbreviated confusingly as LBS, and ounces, abbreviated as OZ.
How did we even get here? Why is the U.S. so stubbornly clinging to this archaic system when the rest of the world moved on?
What's fascinating here is that it is actually a historical anomaly involving pirates.
Wait, pirates?
Yes. In 1793, the United States was seriously considering adopting the newly invented French metric system. Thomas Jefferson was a huge proponent of it.
Okay, so what happened?
A French scientist named Joseph Dombey set sail for the U.S., carrying a standard copper cylinder representing exactly 1 kilogram, intended to persuade Congress. But a storm blew his ship off course into the Caribbean, where he was captured by British privateers.
Essentially state-sponsored pirates.
Exactly. I mean, undeniably. He died in captivity, the kilogram never reached Thomas Jefferson, and the U.S. stuck with the chaotic British imperial system forever.
That is incredible. A literal pirate attack is the reason Elena is currently struggling to order turkey in Chicago.
It is. So let us detail the required conversions for you, the listener, so you are armed with the knowledge and do not panic at the glass counter.
Yes, please.
1 pound is approximately 454 grams. So when Elena asks for 200 grams, Ben is doing some rapid, impressive mental math to realize she wants just under 227 grams, which is exactly a half pound.
A half pound is a very normal amount to order, right?
Yeah.
Plenty of meat for one person to make sandwiches for the work week.
Right.
But standing at the counter trying to do long division in your head while impatient people with shopping carts are waiting in line behind you is terrifying.
It is deeply anxiety-inducing, which is why I offer this highly practical pro tip for you. If the math is overwhelming, do not even try to use weights. Abandon the numbers entirely.
Really? What do you do instead?
Describe the functional need instead.
Give me a real-world example of how to do that.
Instead of guessing fractions of a pound and hoping for the best, you can look at the deli worker and say, I need enough turkey to make about 4 sandwiches, or just the small amount for one person to eat over a couple of days.
Oh, that is so much easier.
You have to remember, these deli workers serve hundreds of people a day. They know visually how much meat goes into a standard sandwich. They will usually grab a handful, slice a bit, show the pile to you through the glass, and ask, does this look like enough?
That removes all the mathematical anxiety. You just use practical visual descriptions. Now, Ben, the deli worker, also uses some specific deli lingo before he starts cutting. He asks, do you want that sliced thin for sandwiches?
Sliced thin is the standard default for sandwich meat in the U.S. You might also hear the term shaved, which means the meat is cut so incredibly thinly it practically falls apart into delicate ribbons.
Oh, yeah.
Or, on the other end of the spectrum, thick cut, which is a heavy slab more like a steak.
Selena says thin is perfect. Ben turns on the loud slicing machine, cuts the turkey, places it on the digital scale, and then asks a question that is practically mandatory, enshrined in law at every deli counter in America.
The inevitable question.
He says, all right, that's just a little over. Is that okay?
the universal deli question. It is notoriously difficult for a human being operating a high-speed meat slicer to land perfectly on exactly 0.50 pounds. They usually land on 0.53 or 0.58.
But because you are paying strictly by weight, they have to ask your verbal permission to charge you for that slight accidental overage.
Correct. They cannot force you to buy more than you requested. But the social contract dictates that the answer is almost always, yes, that's fine.
Right, unless they're wildly off the mark.
Yeah.
Like offering you a full pound when you asked for half.
Right, then you can say something. But usually, you accept the slight overage, they print the barcode sticker, slap it on the plastic bag, hand it over the counter, and you are done.
Which leads us to the final hurdle of the grocery store experience, the checkout ritual.
Here's where it gets really interesting.
Can I use the word ritual intentionally? Because the American checkout script is unbelievably predictable. It is a highly choreographed dance that happens millions of times a day across the country. Think of the checkout line as a 4-beat waltz.
A waltz! I love that.
Once you recognize the tempo and the steps, you can glide right through it without any cognitive effort. Let's break down the 4 beats with Elena and David, the young cashier scanning her items.
Okay, beat 1.
The first beat is the greeting. David smiles, scans a barcode, and says, "Hi there, how you doing today?" Elena says, "I'm good, thank you. How are you?" David replies, "Doing great, thanks for asking."
Beat 1 is complete. This is the verbal handshake. Again, as we discussed with the morning coffee, it is not a deep inquiry into your mental health. It is the required social lubricant to open the transaction.
All right.
The second beat is the customer service check. David asks, "Did you find everything you were looking for today?"
This is a practical, usually management-mandated step.
Yeah.
If you say no, they might halt the line and call someone to go grab the missing item for you.
Which holds everyone up.
Yes, a standard, breezy, yes, thank you is the perfect default response. But Elena, feeling a bit more comfortable, decides to personalize it.
Yeah, she says, "I did, thank you. One of your colleagues helped me find the hidden feta cheese."
And David laughs, bags the cheese, and says, "Oh yeah, the fancy cheese section gets everyone. It's like a little treasure hunt over there."
Which is a wonderful, humanizing moment. It absolutely is. While the 4-beat waltz can feel robotic and scripted, inserting a tiny, positive situational detail like Elena did adds genuine human warmth to a very standard repetitive transaction. It acknowledges David as a person, not just a scanner.
And then we move to the third beat, which is the transaction. David announces the total, $58.24. Then he asks a classic question that has evolved with technology, debit or credit.
This refers to the specific routing network your payment card will use. Even if your card can physically function as both a direct bank debit and a credit charge, saying credit is usually the simplest path for a visitor.
Why is that?
Because it often bypasses the need to enter a numeric PIN code on the keypad, speeding up the line.
Okay. And the payment terminal screen might also prompt you with a bold question, cash back. This confuses a lot of visitors. They look at the screen and think the grocery store is offering them free money as a reward for shopping.
If only that were true. No. Cashback is a legacy feature from when banks were less accessible. It means the checkout machine will automatically add, say, $20 to your total grocery bill, charging your card $78.24 instead of $58.24.
Oh, I see.
Then the cashier will open the till and hand you a physical $20 bill. It is just a highly convenient way to get walking around cash without having to go find a separate ATM machine and pay a withdrawal fee.
That is super convenient. But if you do not need physical cash, which most people don't these days, you just press the red no button.
Exactly. Absolutely.
The fourth and final beat is the farewell. David prints the impossibly long receipt, asks if she wants it in the bag, which is common now to save paper, and then delivers the closing line. "Thanks for shopping with us. Have a wonderful evening," Elena replies with the automatic reflex. "Thanks, you too."
The waltz is complete. Greeting, service check, transaction, farewell. It provides a deeply comforting rhythm once you know the beats.
Right, you don't have to invent a new agonizing conversation every time you buy groceries.
You rely on the script to carry you through the friction of exchanging money.
You just follow the sheet music for that specific retail interaction. Okay, so we have deeply analyzed the service interactions at the cafe and the grocery store where money is changing hands.
And we covered the situational shared misery small talk on the commute.
Right, but the urban environment is full of moments that don't fit into these neat boxes. Let's explore the micro-conversations that happen in brief, entirely spontaneous moments.
The wild cards.
Yeah, these are the moments that catch you completely off guard. You aren't buying anything, you aren't trapped on a delayed train, you are just existing in public, and suddenly you are thrust into a conversation.
Let's look at the first scenario. We can call it the elevator pitch, social edition.
Okay, so Elena is at her new office. It is Tuesday morning. She steps into the elevator to head up to her floor. The doors are sliding shut, and suddenly a hand darts out to stop them. The doors reopen, and in steps Mr. Henderson.
The big boss, the senior partner at the architecture firm. A man multiple levels above Elena in the corporate hierarchy.
He steps in, the doors close. It is just the two of them standing shoulder to shoulder in this tiny, quiet, heavily mirrored metal box. It is the absolute pressure cooker of corporate etiquette.
Very tense.
Mr. Henderson nods down at her and says casually, "Morning, Elena." She says respectfully, "Good morning, Mr. Henderson." And then staring at the floor indicator, he asks, "Big plans for the weekend?"
Yeah.
But wait, asking about a junior employee's weekend on a Tuesday morning. That borders on invasive. Why wouldn't the boss just say good morning and leave it at that? Let the silence be silence. Does a senior partner actually care what a junior architect is doing on a random Saturday?
The short answer is probably not in a deeply invested personal way. He is not asking so he can join her.
Right.
But silence in an elevator, especially in American corporate culture, carries a heavy, oppressive weight. It can feel awkward, or worse, it can make the person in power seem aloof, arrogant, or unapproachable.
So what is he doing?
Mr. Henderson is engaging in what sociologists call a low-pressure friendliness check. He is using a generic, forward-looking question to fill the dead air with pleasantness.
Even though the weekend is 4 days away.
Right. Asking about the weekend is simply a placeholder conversation. It translates to, I acknowledge your presence, I want to foster a collegial environment, and I am demonstrating that I am an approachable leader.
So how do you answer that without giving him your entire, potentially boring itinerary?
Yeah.
What if your weekend plans are to do 3 loads of laundry, vacuum the rug, and stare at a wall because you were exhausted from learning English all day?
You certainly don't say that. The rule of the corporate elevator chat is to keep it simple, universally positive, and brief, without requiring a long, detailed story that will get cut off when the doors open.
So Elena handles this well then.
Elena handles this perfectly. She doesn't overshare. She says, nothing too exciting, just exploring my new neighborhood a bit.
It is brilliant. It is a complete, satisfying answer. It shows she's an active person. It references her recent move, which is an easy hook if he wants to ask a follow-up, but it doesn't invite deep probing.
And Mr. Henderson nods in approval and says, that's the best way to do it. Lots of good food around there. Well, have a good one. The elevator dings, he steps off. The interaction is flawlessly complete.
It is the tennis match again. He serves a light, easy ball. She returned it smoothly over the net. The point is over, and professional harmony is maintained.
Absolutely.
Now let's look at another spontaneous scenario. This is one that routinely shocks, surprises, and delights international visitors. The public compliment.
If we connect this to the bigger picture, this is a huge cultural touchstone.
Elena is out on the sidewalk during her lunch break. She is standing at a busy crosswalk, waiting for the pedestrian signal to change. A complete stranger, a woman named Jenna carrying a gym bag, is standing next to her. Jenna suddenly turns, looks at Elena, and says enthusiastically, "I love your scarf. The color is amazing."
This happens constantly in the United States. Americans, and specifically American women, frequently give passing compliments to complete strangers on the street, in public restrooms, or in store aisles.
It is such a fascinating cultural quirk. In many cultures, randomly turning to a stranger on the street and commenting on their clothing might be seen as suspicious, overly forward, or even a prelude to a scam.
Undeniably.
But here, it is done simply to spread an immediate burst of positivity. Jenna gains absolutely nothing from this interaction other than the fleeting joy of making someone else smile.
It is rooted in what linguists call positive politeness. We talked earlier about negative politeness, leaving people alone and respecting their autonomy.
Right.
Positive politeness is the opposite. It is the desire to make the other person feel liked, noticed, and validated. In a highly individualistic society like the US, these micro-compliments act as a brief spark of communal warmth.
That's really beautiful, actually.
But the psychology of receiving these compliments in a new culture can be incredibly tricky for learners. In many cultures, the polite, socially demanded response to a compliment is extreme humility, which often takes the form of outright denial.
Oh, right. If someone comes to your house and says, "You are a phenomenal cook," You are socially obligated to say, oh no, the chicken is too dry and the soup is too salty.
All right.
Or if someone says, I love your scarf, you are supposed to downplay it. You say, oh, this old thing, I found it in the trash, it's falling apart. You deflect the praise to show you aren't arrogant.
Undeniably. But in America, resisting or aggressively denying the compliment ruins the entire architecture of the interaction. You have to view the compliment as a small verbal gift.
A gift.
If Jenna says, I love your scarf, and Elena replies with a humble denial like, oh, it's actually really cheap and the fabric is itchy, Jenna will feel socially awkward and slightly rejected. She tried to give a pleasant gift, and Elena essentially threw it back in her face.
Wow. Okay, so what is the rule when a stranger fires a compliment at you?
You must accept it graciously. You just take the win, smile, and say thank you. Elena's response in this scenario is flawless. She doesn't deny it. She doesn't pretend it's ugly. She says, oh, thank you so much. I got it in Spain.
She accepts the gift of the compliment with a clear thank you and offers a tiny piece of context in return to validate the stranger's good taste.
Spot on.
And Jenna smiles and says, it's beautiful. It really brightens up this gray day. Elena says, that's so kind of you to say.
The pedestrian light turns white. They step into the crosswalk, wish each other a good day, and part ways forever.
It is a 30-second interaction that leaves both people feeling slightly better, slightly more seen as they go about their day. It is the absolute epitome of the sidewalk rhythm. It requires no deep commitment, just a momentary sharing of positive energy.
So we have dissected an enormous amount of cultural data today. We have followed Elena from the caffeine-fueled, hyper-customized rush of the morning coffee shop to the shared civic misery of the delayed train commute.
Quite a journey. We have navigated the vast aisles of the grocery store, decoded the historical absurdity of deli counterweights, and mapped out the 4-beat waltz of the checkout line. We have even explored the subtle power dynamics of elevator small talk and the joyous psychology of the random street compliment.
We've really covered the map.
Let's synthesize this massive deep dive into Elena's first week. If you are listening to this and mapping it onto your own experiences, you are probably realizing why navigating a new city in a second language is so intensely physically exhausting.
Oh, absolutely.
It is not just about translating vocabulary. It is about constantly reading the invisible social matrix of a new culture. Elena is exhausted, but she's also undeniably energized.
Because she is realizing that the textbook she studied so hard was merely the entry ticket. It got her through the door, but it is not the party itself.
Right.
The ultimate lesson for you, the listener, as you step out onto Main Street is this. Do not strive for robotic perfection. Strive for human connection.
Strive for connection. I love that.
Americans are overwhelmingly incredibly forgiving of language mistakes. If you use the wrong verb tense, if you mix up an idiom, or if you have to pause for 5 seconds to search your brain for a specific word, it rarely matters to the person across from you.
They really don't judge you for it.
What they highly appreciate is the effort it takes to communicate across cultural lines. A confusing, math-heavy moment at a deli counter trying to convert grams to pounds is not a failure of your language skills.
No, it is just a stepping stone to a shared self-deprecating joke on a delayed train later that afternoon.
Undeniably.
Absolutely. You are entirely allowed to drop the facade. You are allowed to look at a barista or a cashier and say, I'm sorry, I don't understand, or can you repeat that? People will help you. They want to connect with you.
The culture of American friendliness, despite its fast-paced exterior, is genuinely rooted in a desire to help people feel welcome.
You have to embrace the messy, unscripted reality of it. The grammar workbook is safe, the vocabulary flashcards are predictable, but the sidewalk is where the actual life of the language happens. You have to be willing to make mistakes to learn the rhythm.
Which brings us beautifully full circle. Remember, at the very beginning of this deep dive, we talked about the difference between playing classical sheet music and playing jazz.
The rigid structure versus the fluid improvisation.
Right. You know your scales, you have studied the vocabulary, you understand the grammar. Now it is just a matter of stepping out onto the street, listening closely to the rhythm of the people around you, and learning to play along with the band.
It makes time, it takes patience, and it takes a willingness to occasionally play the wrong note. But before we wrap up today's exploration, I want to leave you with a final provocative thought. Something for you to mull over on your own commute, or the next time you are standing in line at your local market.
Okay, let's hear it.
Think deeply about the scripts you use in your own native language. We often assume our own culture's way of speaking is just normal or logical, while everyone else's is strange.
That's a very common bias.
But are there polite lies you tell every single day? Are there predictable, rhythmic interactions you use at your local grocery store or cafe without even consciously realizing you are following a script?
Oh, almost certainly.
When you ask someone in your native language how they are doing, do you actually want a detailed, truthful breakdown of their physical and mental state, or are you just playing your own specific version of the sidewalk jazz?
Fascinating point.
And most importantly, how might a foreigner, freshly arrived in your home city, perceive your everyday sidewalk language? It is a fascinating lens to look through, and it builds an immense amount of empathy for the journey of language learning.
It really flips the perspective entirely. It shows that every single culture, no matter where you are in the world, has its own complex, beautiful, invisible dance.
It undeniably does. Well, that is all the time we have for today. If you found this deep dive helpful, please make sure to like, share, and subscribe to this YouTube channel. Hello, welcome to the Learn English Lab. Today's podcast is Morning Routine and Productivity Habits. And to kick things off, I want you to step into a scene with me.
Oh, I love a good scene setting.
Right. So I want you to really visualize this. It is 5:47 a.m. in Austin, Texas. The sky outside the window is still that deep, heavy shade of navy blue.
The kind of early where it's just completely silent.
Spot on. It's wrapped in that profound quiet where you can, actually hear the faint hum of the refrigerator in the kitchen.
It almost feels like the whole world is holding its breath.
It really does. And in this modest house on Maple Creek Drive, this woman, Clara Mendoza, is already awake. But here's a catch.
And it's a big one.
A huge one. She has not hit the snooze button. She hasn't groaned. She definitely hasn't blindly reached out into the dark to grab her smartphone and start doom scrolling.
Which is what, most of us do.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
Instead, she is just sitting on the edge of her bed. Her posture is upright. Her feet are planted firmly on the hardwood floor. And she is taking 3 incredibly deliberate breaths.
That image is so striking. And I think the reason it's striking is because it stands in this sharp, almost painful contrast to how most of us actually start our days.
Oh, without a doubt. It sounds like a movie.
It does. But Clara, who is a project manager at this incredibly demanding tech startup, she used to wake up in a state of sheer panic. Her mornings used to be very different.
How bad was it?
Well, the alarm would blare with that jarring digital siren sound, right?
Oh.
And she would instantly grab her phone.
Oh, the glowing screen of stress.
Yeah, her eyes would adjust to the blue light, and she would immediately see this mountain of unread emails. So before her feet even touched the floor, her heart rate would spike.
Because cortisol is just flooding her system.
Undeniably, she was instantly thrust into defense mode. She was completely reactive, and that is a crucial concept for us to unpack today.
Being reactive versus being proactive.
Yes, because starting her morning that way meant she was constantly responding to other people's agendas before she had even processed her own existence for the day.
Wait, let me say that differently. That is unquestionably the focal point of our exploration today. We are looking at the language, the stories, and the strategies of how people master their mornings.
Because the words we use actually shape our reality.
They really do.
Right.
If you use vocabulary that implies you're a victim of your schedule, well, you're going to feel like a victim.
That's a fantastic point.
So whether you are trying to master conversational English phrases or build better habits, or you just want to stop feeling overwhelmed when the alarm goes off, this deep dive is for you.
We are going to decode the idioms real people use and figure out the why behind it all.
So let's get into the messy, universally relatable struggle of simply getting out of bed. Because let's be honest, it's brutal.
It is a battle, and right out of the gate, there is this fascinating linguistic distinction we need to clear up in English.
The difference between waking up and getting up.
That distinction is paramount. It's not just a grammar quirk, it reflects biology. Waking up refers exclusively to the moment your brain transitions to consciousness.
So it's totally internal.
Right. Your eyes open, the dream fades, and your brain starts processing the room. You become aware. Getting up, on the other hand, is the physical, mechanical act of leaving the bed.
It requires actual movement. You can wake up at 6 a.m., but you might not actually get up until 6:45.
Which is a very dangerous 45 minutes.
Oh, don't I know it. That gap is the trap where you're just paralyzed, bathed in phone light, absorbing the world's problems.
It's an awful habit. But let's look at how people categorize themselves in this waking world. We have sleep personalities.
The 2 big ones being the early bird and the night owl.
We certainly hear those a lot, and they carry cultural baggage. An early bird naturally wakes up early and feels their absolute best in the morning hours.
That comes from the proverb, the early bird catches the worm.
It does. It implies being early makes you successful. Conversely, a night owl is someone whose circadian rhythm dictates they stay up late.
They get their creative peak long after the sun goes down.
Exactly. Spot on. But modern corporate society disproportionately rewards the early bird. The 9-to-5 workday is built for them.
Which makes life constantly exhausting for natural night owls. They are perpetually jet-lagged by society.
They really are. And that brings us to the tools we use to force these schedules. The alarm clock, which is explicitly designed to interrupt sleep.
The instrument of modern torture. And then we have the infamous action of hitting the snooze button,
which temporarily silences the alarm for about 9 agonizing minutes.
And our relationship with that alarm leads to some interesting vocabulary about sleep duration, like the difference between oversleeping and sleeping in.
There is a massive emotional difference there. To oversleep is accidental, it's a failure, and it induces panic.
Like, oh no, I overslept and missed my flight.
Yes, your heart drops. But to sleep in is intentional. It's a deliberate, luxurious choice. It's Saturday, so I'm going to sleep in.
I love a good weekend sleep in. We also have fun, informal phrases, like saying you're going to catch some Z's.
Referencing the old comic strips with the Z's floating over a character's head.
Yeah, or having a lie-in, which is a bit British, but we use it here too. It means you're awake, but choosing to stay in bed, maybe reading.
It sounds so cozy. But let's pivot to how we actually feel when we wake up. The morning states.
It's a massive spectrum. On the lowest end, you have groggy.
When you are groggy, your limbs feel heavy, you're clumsy, and you can't think clearly. Neurologically, it's called sleep inertia.
It feels like your brain is wading through mud. But on the opposite end, you can be wide awake, meaning completely alert.
And then there's the very vivid idiom, bright-eyed and bushy-tailed.
I can never hear that without picturing a highly enthusiastic squirrel. It means you're eager and ready to attack the day.
Though if someone calls you that at 6 a.m. on a Tuesday, they're probably being sarcastic.
Oh, 100%.
Yeah.
It's rare to feel that way. Now, what about the dark side? The physical battle with sleep? What does it mean to toss and turn?
To toss and turn is a physical manifestation of an agitated mind. You're rolling around, kicking blankets off, unable to sink into deep sleep.
Usually because your brain is looping through anxieties, which is different from choosing to pull an all-nighter.
Right. Pulling an all-nighter is an intentional choice to stay awake the entire night, usually to cram for an exam or meet a deadline.
And if you do that, the inevitable result is that you will eventually crash.
A very common, highly informal word, and the imagery is perfect.
To crash means to fall asleep violently fast. You're not gently drifting off. Your body just shuts down. You crash on the couch with your shoes still on.
Which perfectly leads us to the verbs describing getting out of bed. To drag yourself out of bed implies massive reluctance and physical weight.
As if gravity is fighting you. Contrast that with to spring out of bed.
To spring implies sudden, explosive energy. You're a coiled wire.
If you're springing out of bed, it's probably at the crack of dawn, that magical, far too early moment when the first sunlight appears.
And a cheerful person might greet you with rise and shine, a command to wake up and project positivity.
To see all this vocabulary collide, let's look at James and Derek, two roommates in a busy Chicago apartment.
Let's set the scene. It's a dark Monday morning in November. James, a 28-year-old software developer, is already up.
Functioning perfectly.
Yes. Showered, dressed, brewing coffee. Then his 27-year-old roommate Derek emerges from his room.
Stumbling, hair a mess, barely conscious, the embodiment of sleep inertia.
James looks at him and says, "Man, you look like you got hit by a truck."
I adore this idiom. It's an exaggerated, informal way of saying someone looks deeply exhausted or physically battered.
You don't say it to your boss, but to a roommate. It's perfect. Derek just groans and replies, "Don't even talk to me yet."
That phrase is a fascinating cultural script. It's a socially acceptable way to set a temporary boundary.
Derek is communicating that his prefrontal cortex is offline. He lacks the resources for basic conversation.
So James pours him coffee, but asks about the alarm he kept hearing. Derek confesses he hit snooze 4 times. He couldn't drag himself out of bed.
James pushes him and asks what time he actually crashed. Derek admits it was 2 a.m.
Because he was binge-watching a thriller. James points out that finding out who the TV killer is isn't worth being a zombie every morning.
Calling someone a zombie is a rich metaphor. They are upright, physically moving, but mentally dead behind the eyes.
Derek gets defensive. He says he means to go to bed early, but then nighttime comes around, and he gets creative energy.
Comes around is a brilliant phrasal verb here. It highlights the cyclical nature of his problem. It arrives like a turning wheel.
He claims he's a biological night owl, but James isn't buying it. He challenges Derek.
He asks if Derek has ever committed to a full week of early bedtimes to see if his body adjusts. Derek hasn't.
James reveals he used to pull all-nighters too, thinking it meant he was a hard worker. Now he's up at 5:30, doing a marathon running, showering, reading.
Derek is shocked by the discipline and finally concedes. He says, all right, I'll give it a shot.
I'll give it a shot is essential American English. It means I will try it. But psychologically, it lowers the stakes.
He isn't making a permanent vow. He's just expressing a willingness to attempt the experiment, removing the fear of failure.
You know, looking at Derek hitting that snooze button 4 times, I have to introduce a massive pushback on the snooze button itself.
Oh, please do.
I always compare it to a terrible negotiation with yourself. Your past self, who set the alarm at 6 or 0, forces your future self to fail.
That is undeniably true.
Why do we voluntarily enter this cycle of fragmented sleep just for 9 more minutes of unconsciousness?
Because we aren't thinking clearly. The biology is horrifying. When the alarm goes off, you're pulled out of sleep.
Right.
When you hit snooze, your brain assumes it's safe to start a new sleep cycle. But those take 90 minutes.
So when it blares 9 minutes later,
You're artificially interrupting a deep sleep phase. It causes severe sleep inertia. You guarantee you'll be significantly more groggy.
it's the ultimate self-sabotage. But okay, let's say you conquer the alarm. You're out of bed. Now we move to planning your day.
Let's return to Clara in Austin, sitting on her bed.
After her 3 deep breaths, she splashes cold water on her face. But the most important thing is what she actively chooses not to do.
She doesn't touch her phone. She noted that grabbing it used to leave her brain scattered in 1,000 directions.
That phrase tragically captures the modern morning. You open your eyes, look at an email from your boss, and stress hormones spike.
Then a news app shows a terrifying headline.
And your mood drops. Within 60 seconds, you're giving your freshest cognitive energy to the chaotic demands of the internet.
It's a terrible way to live. So Clara instituted her power hour.
From 5:50 to 6:50 a.m., it is a phone-free sanctuary. She drinks water, journals her intentions, takes a 20-minute walk for sunlight, and showers.
Only after she is physically awake and emotionally grounded does she allow the outside world in.
Operating this way requires specific vocabulary, the language of control. First, we have plan out your day.
Meaning deciding in advance what you will do. You might use a to-do list, a written tally of tasks.
Or a daily planner, a formatted physical or digital notebook. But having a list isn't enough. You must prioritize.
A crucial executive function. Prioritizing means evaluating tasks for actual urgency and tackling those first.
Highly effective people use time blocking. Instead of a random list, you schedule specific tasks into rigid time periods on a calendar.
You assign a job to an hour, and we have a hierarchy of verbs for this. You can schedule an appointment, which sounds formal and firm.
But if you pencil something in, you're tentatively scheduling it. A pencil has an eraser, so there's an escape hatch.
If your calendar is packed, you might try to slot something in, squeezing a tiny task into a microscopic gap.
Like playing Tetris with your day. And if you really want to ensure something happens, you have to carve out time.
I find the imagery there fascinating. Carving wood or stone requires deliberate, forceful effort. Time won't magically appear.
You have to aggressively carve it out of your busy schedule. This relates to setting goals, whether short-term goals or long-term goals.
To achieve them, you need a game plan, a term borrowed from sports, and you map out the steps like navigating a landscape.
But once work starts, you find yourself having to juggle tasks, like a circus performer keeping multiple bowling pins in the air.
Managing responsibilities without dropping a single one. The goal is to stay on track, maintaining steady progress like a train on rails.
If you get distracted, you fall behind. If you work fast, you get ahead. When facing a big project, you tackle a task.
Aggressive sports imagery again. Attacking the work. If it's easy, you knock out the task efficiently.
But a massive project, you have to chip away at it. Gradual, steady progress. And finally, you wrap up, bringing it to a neat conclusion.
To understand the consequences of not prioritizing, let's visit a frantic household in Denver, Colorado.
Oh boy. Sarah, a teacher, and Marcus, a sales manager. It's 7:15 on a Wednesday morning, trying to get 2 kids to school.
Pure, unadulterated chaos. Sarah is pouring cereal while asking Marcus about a missing permission slip.
Marcus is tying his tie with one hand, scrolling work emails with the other. He assumes Sarah handled the slip.
Sarah snaps that she was up until 10, helping their son build a cardboard volcano, and was completely wiped out.
Whacked out is so relatable, completely drained of energy, like an ocean wave wiped your slate clean.
Marcus, realizing they're late, shouts to the kids, "Let's get a move on!"
The universal parent battle cry. It just means, hurry up immediately.
Sarah makes a profound observation. She says every day feels like they're just putting out fires.
That metaphor is so revealing. You're reacting to emergencies as they flare up. You aren't building a house, you're just stopping it from burning down.
A state of exhausting triage. Marcus agrees and suggests they start prepping absolutely everything the night before.
But Sarah says they've tried, and inevitably, life gets in the way. That phrase carries so much resignation.
It means unexpected illnesses or emails always disrupt your ideal plans. But Marcus insists they make it a team effort.
He suggests 15 minutes of prep after dinner, and the kids can pitch in too. To pitch in is to contribute effort to a group task.
Marcus explains that if they front-load the work, mornings won't be war zones.
Front-loading, a finance concept. Doing the heavy lifting at the beginning so the later stages are easy. An investment of present energy for future peace.
He adds that waking up 20 minutes earlier would give them a buffer.
A buffer is magical. An extra cushion of time to absorb the shocks of reality. A lost shoe, a scraped knee.
It stops you from rushing out the door like your hair is on fire. An image of screaming panic.
Sarah laughs at the absurdity and agrees, but she warns him not to fall asleep on the couch.
He agrees, then frantically searches for the slip before their daughter has a meltdown.
A term for losing total emotional control due to overwhelming frustration.
Looking at them, the psychological toll of a reactive lifestyle is immense.
The spike in cortisol, the bickering. By front-loading, they are literally buying peace of mind.
Because when you start in high alarm, your nervous system enters fight or flight and stays elevated for hours. The buffer acts as a shock absorber.
So let's say Marcus gets his morning together. Cortisol is low, he's at his desk. How does he sustain that momentum?
Because it's easy to fall apart by 2 p.m.
Exactly. Or rather, absolutely, you hit a wall.
Marcus created a system. Every night he identifies his big 3, the most important needle-moving tasks for the next day.
He wakes at 5:30, no snooze button. Gym by 5:45, high-protein breakfast.
And at work, he tackles his #1 task before opening his email. He doesn't let emergencies hijack his brain power.
He takes real lunch breaks. And when he feels a dip at 2 p.m., he takes a 10-minute walk instead of chugging coffee.
He is building a biological system for high performance, and the vocabulary is aspirational. When he's effective, he is productive.
His measure of output is productivity. When he's deeply focused, he's in the zone, a sports term for peak concentration.
And if he completes tasks without losing momentum, he's on a roll, gathering speed like a boulder.
This relates to a flow state, where you're so absorbed you lose perception of time. But you need deep work to get there.
Coined by Cal Newport, uninterrupted cognitively demanding effort. You cannot achieve it while checking Slack messages.
That constant context switching is shallow work. The easy administrative tasks that keep you busy but don't move your career forward.
But no matter your planning, you face the biological enemy, the afternoon slump.
Right between 2:00 and 4 p.m., your energy crashes, brain fills with fog, and you want a nap. Prime time to procrastinate.
A fascinating psychological failure, delaying crucial tasks despite knowing it causes harm. You put something off because it feels too difficult.
Your limbic system overrides your prefrontal cortex. If you put too much off, you overcompensate with frantic hours, leading to burnout.
Total physical and mental exhaustion from prolonged stress. It happens when you burn the candle at both ends.
I love that imagery. A candle lit at both ends gives twice the light but melts twice as fast, leaving a puddle of wax.
Waking up early and staying up late leaves 0 recovery time. Yet corporate culture tells us to buckle down.
Like fastening a seatbelt on a bumpy flight, forcing yourself to get serious. We're surrounded by this aggressive vocabulary.
People talk about the need to grind, working persistently with punishing effort, or to hustle, implying a non-stop spirit of money-making.
And when you're depleted, you have to power through, forcing your body to function, despite fatigue.
In this frantic attempt, we try to multitask, doing several complex things simultaneously.
But cognitive science proves we can't multitask. We just rapidly switch attention, destroying efficiency. It's better to batch tasks,
Grouping similar chores like emails into one block of time so your brain doesn't shift gears constantly.
All necessary because we have deadlines. Historically, a line around a military prison you couldn't cross.
Now, you meet a deadline or miss a deadline. It requires accountability and self-discipline.
The internal muscle that forces you to do what you should even when you don't want to.
And you need wisdom to recharge batteries and wind down your mind. Let's see this battle with Maya and Jessica, 2 college students in Boston.
Sunday night, facing a terrifying week. Maya, a psychology major, looks at her syllabi and declares, "I really need to get my life together. This week is going to be brutal."
Brutal is a fantastic informal word for exceptionally harsh or demanding.
She marvels that Jessica, a pre-med student with a million activities, is calmly drinking tea, looking like a functioning human being.
A darkly comedic joke implying that just feeding yourself and sleeping feels like a monumental achievement under stress.
Maya wants her secret. Jessica says she maps out her week on Sunday, working backward from deadlines.
It takes the emotion out. If a report is due Thursday, it must be edited Wednesday, drafted Tuesday, researched Monday.
Breaking a massive boulder into small pebbles. Plus, she schedules hard study sessions for 8 a.m.
Because she knows her fresh brain will retain complex information better, holding on to what you learn.
Maya is shocked. Her method is to panic and cram everything the night before.
Violently stuffing information into your brain at the last second, like packing a suitcase 10 minutes before a flight.
Maya admits it leaves her feeling like a wreck during the exam. A ship crashed against the rocks.
Jessica advises her to chip away at it instead. Studying 20 minutes here and there adds up.
It accumulates. Small investments compound. Hearing words like grind, hustle, pulling all-nighters. I have to question some American hustle vocabulary. Is grinding positive? Grinding metal wears it down to dust. Treating ourselves like unfeeling machines leads to burning out.
A necessary cultural critique. Language shapes reality. We normalize sleep deprivation as a prerequisite for success.
But sustainable productivity requires recovery just as much as effort.
Which perfectly transitions to building habits that actually stick. It's easy to map a perfect day on Sunday night.
But how do you stick to the plan on a rainy Wednesday when motivation is zero? We need to look at the mechanics of habit formation.
Take David Chen, a coffee roaster in Seattle. 2 kids and a border collie named Biscuit who demands a 6 a.m. walk in the rain.
His mornings were a nightmare. Stumbling outside, getting soaked, rushing, yelling, arriving at work, frazzled.
He kept reading about billionaire routines. Wake up at 3:30, meditate, drink algae.
An impossible standard for a guy with kids and a dog. But at a workshop, he heard, "Perfection is the enemy of progress."
He realized striving for an impossible routine meant failing completely. He just needed a reliable one, his good enough routine.
I'm obsessed with this. No guilt. At 5:50, he gets up because his phone is across the room, puts on pre-laid clothes.
And while walking Biscuit in the rain, he listens to 1 chapter of an audiobook.
He had to walk the dog anyway, so he attached a positive habit to it. Then coffee, and 5 minutes writing his top 3 goals. Not glamorous, but it works.
That is habit stacking. A habit is a regular automatic behavior. You build a habit or break a habit.
He took a fragile new habit, the audiobook, and stacked it onto a deeply ingrained habit, walking the dog. The dog is the anchor.
The secret sauce is consistency. Doing something reliably, you have to stick with something.
Until it goes on autopilot, a word from aviation. The plane flies itself. You do it without painful debate.
But getting there requires being intentional and making actions non-negotiable. Every habit operates on a neurological loop.
Starting with a trigger, or cue, the dog whining. That prompts the behavior, followed by a reward.
The warmth of the coffee or the intellectual satisfaction of the book, chaining these loops builds a streak.
As you refine it, you optimize it into a personal ritual. But we are human. Sometimes we fall off the wagon.
Originating from the temperance movement, tumbling off the water wagon into the mud of bad habits.
The critical element is how quickly you get back on track. This requires discipline and willpower.
The cognitive strength to resist short-term temptation. Let's look at Patricia and Kevin in New York City.
Patricia is a sharp marketing director checking in with Kevin, a new junior associate. Kevin is struggling.
Dark circles, missing deadlines, arriving late. He admits the city's pace is overwhelming.
He feels like he's perpetually playing catch-up, starting the day already behind the starting line. Always chasing.
He stays up until 2 a.m. grinding through emails to get ahead, but then oversleeps and is late again.
Patricia calls it a vicious cycle. Problem A causes problem B, which creates anxiety that causes problem A again.
She tells him he's running on fumes, operating on the last microscopic drops of energy before breaking down.
She offers her bookend strategy. The middle of the day is chaotic, but if you ruthlessly control the beginning and end, the middle tends to take care of itself.
In the morning bookend, you just execute the pre-made plan. No tiny decisions.
At night, review accomplishments, write tomorrow's priorities, and set a hard bedtime.
Meaning you treat sleep like a meeting with the CEO. Kevin pushes back, saying it feels restrictive.
Patricia tells him the work is never finished. He must draw a line between professional and personal time, or he'll crash into burnout.
She softens and tells him to give yourself grace. A beautiful phrase meaning to be actively kind to yourself and forgive mistakes.
Willpower isn't a fixed character trait. It's a finite resource tied to glucose in the prefrontal cortex.
As you make decisions, it drains. By 10 p.m., it's gone. That's why we eat junk food late at night.
Relying on willpower is a losing strategy. You need automated boundaries. Which brings us to troubleshooting pitfalls and master frameworks.
Even with good intentions, things go wrong. Let's look at 5 common mistakes. Number 1, aggressive overambition.
Changing everything at once. Waking at 4 a.m. to run and learn French, you burn out in 3 days.
The fix is incremental change. Rome wasn't built in a day. Huge achievements take slow, brick-by-brick construction.
Mistake 2, checking the phone immediately, flooding your brain with stress.
The fix is a phone-free window, out of sight, out of mind. If you can't see the rectangle, you won't grab it.
Mistake 3, skipping breakfast. Fueling up on just black coffee and sugar leads to a massive crash.
You need balanced protein. You are what you eat, or from computer science, garbage in, garbage out. Low-quality fuel means garbage output.
Mistake 4, waking without a clear plan. You just react to loud pings, mistaking busyness for productivity.
The fix is writing top 3 priorities. Benjamin Franklin supposedly said, if you fail to plan, you plan to fail.
Mistake 5, being too rigid. One unpredictable thing ruins the perfect schedule, and you abandon the whole day.
The fix is a minimum viable routine. Don't let perfect be the enemy of good. 5 minutes of exercise is better than 0.
I've fallen into all of those. Now, the heavy artillery. The master frameworks used in American workplace culture. Starting with eat the frog.
Attributed to Mark Twain, if you have to eat a live frog, do it first thing in the morning.
Because the worst part of your day is over. In productivity, the frog is your most dreaded task. Doing it first rides a dopamine wave.
Next is the Pomodoro technique, Italian for tomato. Francesco Cirillo used a tomato-shaped timer.
Unbroken focus for 25 minutes, then a 5-minute break. Interval training for the brain that prevents cognitive fatigue.
The 2-minute rule is for clearing shallow work. If a task takes less than 2 minutes, don't schedule it.
Execute it immediately, because tracking it takes more energy than just doing it.
Then the 80-20 rule, the Pareto principle. 80% of positive results come from 20% of efforts.
You identify which 20% of your work drives major results and focus energy there. Not all tasks are equal.
Time blocking is the antidote to endless lists, dividing your day into dedicated blocks of time.
Writing from 9 to 11, emails from 11 to 11.3. It treats focus as a finite resource and eliminates multitasking.
Finally, the Eisenhower matrix, named after the former U.S. president. You sort tasks based on 2 metrics. Urgent and important.
If urgent and important, do it. Important but not urgent, schedule it. Urgent but not important, delegate it. Neither, eliminate it.
It forces you to distinguish between loud, demanding tasks and what actually matters for long-term success.
I constantly compare it to an emergency room triage nurse. They treat based on medical severity, not arrival time.
Exactly, or rather absolutely correct.
You wouldn't treat a paper cut before a broken arm. So why do we answer 5 pointless emails while a massive presentation sits untouched?
Because emails are easy dopamine hits. Deep work burns calories. These frameworks artificially override our brain's inclination to avoid hard work.
Wow. We have covered a staggering amount of ground, from the visceral struggle of getting out of a warm bed to the linguistic nuance of carving out time.
The danger of the vicious cycle and the power of giving yourself grace.
We really have.
As we wrap up this deep dive, I want to leave listeners with a final philosophical question. We've talked about optimizing every minute with rigid routines.
Right.
But if we achieve that, when do we leave room for serendipity? Does the relentless pursuit of the perfectly productive day risk turning us into hyper-efficient machines at the expense of our spontaneous humanity?
Ooh, now that is a profound question to chew on. Is efficiency always the ultimate goal? Something deep to think about tomorrow morning when that alarm clock finally goes off in the dark. Thank you so much for joining us on this deep dive. Please be sure to like, share, and subscribe to this YouTube channel.
Hello, welcome to the Learn English Lab. Today's podcast is Finding Balance, a journey through health, fitness, and mental well-being in America. And to kick things off today, I really want to just bypass the abstract concept.
Oh, for sure. Abstract theory only gets you so far.
Right. So we are going straight into a deeply relatable, intensely vivid narrative. We're going to unpack the story of a modern professional, a woman named Sarah.
And her journey is, well, it's basically a perfect mirror. It reflects this silent, pervasive epidemic of stress and burnout that so many of you are navigating right now.
Yeah, the desperate quest for true well-being, it's everywhere.
Absolutely. And we are going far beyond merely acknowledging the emotional toll of this modern, always-on lifestyle. We're getting into the hard science.
The fascinating stuff, really.
Spot on. The science of why our bodies react the way they do to overflowing inboxes, endless notifications, and that crushing pressure to just constantly perform.
But more importantly, we are going to break down the surprisingly simple, heavily evidence-based tools that can literally rewire our brains.
We are talking about actionable, practical biology here. Real tools.
So whether you are tuning in to improve your English comprehension by listening to a complex conversation, or you're looking for, tangible inspiration for your own routines.
Or if you're just fascinated by the psychology of human stress.
Right. This deep dive is custom built for you. We want to hand you those profound aha moments, but without leaving you feeling like you're drowning in academic jargon.
Because the absolute best way to understand the complex systems of the body and mind is to see them operating in the real world. We really need a visceral case study to anchor the science.
So let's start in Chicago. It's a freezing Tuesday morning, mid-January. We are looking at Sarah, a 34-year-old marketing manager.
Picture her sitting in the driver's seat of her car in the office parking lot.
The clock on the dashboard reads 7:45 a.m. The heater is probably blasting warm air, but she is completely frozen.
Right. Her hands are gripping the leather steering wheel so tightly that her knuckles are bone white.
Her heart is hammering against her ribs, just a frantic, heavy rhythm. Tears are streaming down her face, and, well, the wildest part of this entire scene is that she has no idea why.
She isn't grieving a loss. She isn't angry at anyone.
She isn't even sad in the traditional sense. She is just utterly, devastatingly overwhelmed.
Then she looks down at the cup holder. Her phone screen lights up with a buzz.
And she sees 17 unread emails. Before 8 a.m., she closes her eyes, her head drops back, and she just whispers, "I can't do this anymore."
It's a heavy moment.
Okay, let's unpack this, because this isn't just someone having a bad morning, right? We are looking at a physiological crisis.
It is a profound, cascading physiological crisis. What Sarah is experiencing in that cold parking lot is the culmination of a biological mechanism that is fundamentally mismatched with her modern environment.
Mismatched in what way, specifically? Because when I look at Sarah, I just see someone who is working way too hard.
Think of it like a car engine. You know when you look at the dashboard and the tachometer needle is pinned all the way to the right?
Oh, like deep in the red zone?
Spot on. Short bursts of that are completely fine. You need to merge onto a busy highway, you press the gas, rev the engine, get up to speed, and then you ease off.
No problem.
But if you drive a car with the engine redlining for 50 miles,
Or 100 miles. Eventually, that engine is going to blow a gasket, the radiator will boil over, the whole system will catastrophically fail.
that is a terrifying image, but it
Yeah.
makes perfect sense. So in biological terms, what is the gas pedal that Sarah has been pressing down for so long?
To understand why her internal engine is blowing, we have to look at the foundational science of the stress response, specifically the fight-or-flight mechanism.
Okay, right.
When the human brain perceives a threat, a tiny almond-shaped structure called the amygdala sounds a massive internal alarm.
And that triggers the hormones, doesn't it?
Absolutely. It instantly triggers the release of a flood of hormones into the bloodstream, primarily adrenaline and cortisol.
So adrenaline gives you that instant jolt, that shaky, heart-pounding feeling. And cortisol is what keeps the system on high alert over a longer period. Accurately stated. And historically, if we look back at human evolution, this mechanism was nothing short of brilliant.
How so?
Well, if you were walking through the savannah and suddenly found yourself being stalked by a predator, you needed your heart rate to spike instantly. You needed your breathing to become rapid, to push oxygen to your muscles.
And didn't it shut down other stuff too?
Yes, your non-essential systems like digestion, immune function, and reproductive systems completely shut down. every ounce of energy is diverted to helping you sprint for your life.
The classic saber-toothed tiger scenario. You either outrun the tiger or you get eaten. Either way, the stress event is over in about 10 minutes.
Right. But here is the critical distinction we must make. Not all stress is inherently toxic. There's a well-documented concept called eustress.
Eustress, with an EU.
Spot on. The prefix "eu" is Greek for good. Eustress is that short-term, manageable, highly functional stress that actually propels you forward.
Oh, so like the adrenaline rush that sharpens your focus to help you ace a job interview?
Absolutely. Or the split-second reaction time that allows you to swerve your car to avoid a collision. Eustress is simply the engine revving to merge onto the highway.
It's functional. It serves a very specific, temporary purpose, and then, crucially, it dissipates. The needle goes back down to normal.
But chronic stress, which is the silent killer Sarah's dealing with, is what happens when that primitive alarm system never gets turned off.
Because the brain gets confused.
Yes, the modern human brain has a fatal flaw. It often does not distinguish between a literal, physical predator and the psychological threat of 17 urgent emails from a boss.
Wow. So it treats social and professional threats with the same biological intensity as a life-or-death physical threat.
Correct. So Sarah's body is constantly, day after day, marinating in a toxic soup of cortisol. And when you run that delicate biological engine at full speed indefinitely, something inevitably breaks.
And it is breaking for a staggering number of people. We really have to zoom out for a second because we aren't just talking about Sarah as an isolated case.
The macro numbers are genuinely terrifying.
They really are. If we look at the reality of modern life in America, research shows that more than 75% of adults report experiencing at least one severe physical or emotional symptom of stress in any given month.
75%.
And when you narrow the focus to the workplace, the statistics jump even higher. Roughly 83% of workers suffer from persistent work-related stress.
That is just a massive scale of suffering.
We are talking about a systemic issue that costs the nation an estimated $300 billion every single year in medical bills, absenteeism, and lost productivity.
$300 billion is a massive economic hemorrhage. But the personal, granular, physical toll is even more alarming to me as a researcher.
Because people tend to minimize it, right?
Oh, absolutely. When people casually mention feeling stressed, they often just think of feeling mentally worried or slightly anxious. They treat it as an emotion.
But stress is a deeply, aggressively physical phenomenon.
Spot on. It's entirely physical.
What does that actually look like in the human body over time? If Sarah has been redlining her engine for months, what specific physical systems are degrading?
Almost every major system is compromised. Let's walk through it systematically. Start with the cardiovascular system.
Okay.
Chronic stress keeps your heart rate and your blood pressure artificially elevated around the clock. Over time, that constant pressure damages the lining of your blood vessels.
Significantly raising the risk of hypertension, heart disease, and stroke.
Correct. Then look at the digestive system. You mentioned earlier that the body shuts down non-essential functions during a threat. Digestion is right at the top of that list.
Which makes logical sense. If your body firmly believes it is fighting for its life against a tiger, digesting your morning oatmeal is absolutely not a priority.
It halts the process entirely. This is why chronic stress leads directly to irritable bowel syndrome, severe acid reflux, unpredictable stomach cramps, and profound changes to the gut microbiome.
Because blood flow is literally being diverted away from the stomach.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
And then there's the physical tension.
Oh, the musculoskeletal system takes a massive hit.
Right. Sarah is almost certainly dealing with chronic tension headaches, stiff neck pain, and radiating jaw pain.
She might be aggressively grinding her teeth at night, right?
Yes, a condition known as bruxism, which destroys dental enamel. And perhaps most dangerously, the immune system becomes severely suppressed.
How does stress turn off the immune system?
Prolonged exposure to high levels of cortisol acts as an immunosuppressant. It basically tells your infection-fighting white blood cells to stand down and go dormant.
So that leaves you incredibly vulnerable to every single mild cold or flu virus that circulates through your office building.
Your body simply lacks the soldiers to fight off the invaders.
And let's not forget the agonizing insomnia. Lying awake at 2 a.m., the room is pitch black, but your mind is racing at 100 miles an hour.
Writing and rewriting to-do lists in the dark, catastrophizing about tomorrow.
It's a vicious self-feeding cycle because the lack of sleep then triggers more cortisol release the next day.
It is a brutal loop.
But here is the question that always bothers me when we talk about this profile of a stressed worker. Let's look at Sarah's background.
Okay, let's look at her.
She is a high achiever. She grew up deeply internalizing the value of hard work. Her parents taught her to be dedicated, to push through discomfort, to never complain.
Right. She followed the rules.
She went to a good school. She climbed the corporate ladder. She earned the promotions. She has the nice apartment in a good neighborhood. Why do people like her end up sitting in their cars feeling like complete frauds?
That's a great question.
Why does her inner voice constantly tell her she isn't enough when she is objectively successful by every societal metric?
What is deeply fascinating about human psychology is that high achievement and the feeling of utter fraudulence often walk hand in hand. What you are describing is imposter syndrome.
I hear that phrase thrown around a lot in pop psychology articles, but what is the actual clinical reality of it?
It is incredibly prevalent and highly destructive. Research indicates it affects roughly 70% of people at some point in their lives, particularly high-performing individuals.
70%? That's huge.
Yes. Imposter syndrome is a pervasive, deeply internalized belief that your success is unearned.
So it is the conviction that you are not as competent or intelligent as others perceive you to be.
Absolutely. You believe you merely got lucky, and that at any given moment you are going to be found out or exposed to the world as a complete fraud.
It's like you are walking around wearing a very elaborate mask, and you feel like the mask is constantly slipping.
But everyone else just looks at you and sees your normal face.
Yeah.
You are living in terror of a reveal that no one else is expecting.
That mask analogy is incredibly apt.
And the physiological impact of living with imposter syndrome is severe. That internalized looping message of "you're not enough" acts as a persistent chronic stressor.
So it's an internal predator?
Spot on. You don't even need the 17 urgent emails to trigger the fight or flight response because your own internal monologue is constantly generating the threat.
You end up working 60, 70, or 80 hours a week, not out of a genuine passion for the work, but out of a desperate, terrified need to overcompensate.
Right, to avoid being exposed.
So Sarah is running on a completely empty tank, fueled by absolutely nothing but fear, caffeine, and cortisol. She is actively ignoring the tension headaches, the stomach cramps, the bone-deep exhaustion.
She is just gritting her teeth and toughing it out because that's what high achievers do.
And that brings us to a devastating breaking point. 3 weeks after that tearful morning in the parking lot, the strategy of toughing it out spectacularly fails.
The body always keeps the score. You can ignore your physical needs for a while, but if you don't listen to the body's gentle whispers, it will eventually force you to listen by screaming.
And scream it did. Let's put ourselves in the room with Sarah. It is a normal Thursday afternoon. She is standing at the front of a glass-walled conference room.
She's in the middle of a high-stakes presentation.
Suddenly, she feels this sharp, agonizing, crushing pain in the center of her chest. Her vision begins to blur, the edges of the room turning dark.
A cold sweat breaks out over her entire body.
Her legs literally give out beneath her, and she collapses to the floor. Her colleagues are terrified. They immediately call an ambulance.
It's a terrifying scenario.
She is rushed through the city streets to the emergency room, absolutely convinced with every fiber of her being that she is having a massive, fatal heart attack.
The doctors rush her in. They run the EKG to check her heart rhythm. They draw blood to look for cardiac enzymes. They do chest x-rays.
And then the ER doctor, Dr. Priya Sharma, walks into the room to deliver the final verdict. She looks at Sarah and says, "Your heart is perfectly healthy. You didn't have a heart attack. What you experienced today was a severe panic attack."
What's fascinating here is the profound mechanism of the panic attack itself. It is the body pulling the emergency brake when you refuse to take your foot off the gas.
The mechanics are extraordinary, right?
They really are. And they are utterly terrifying for the person experiencing them. It is a sudden, intense, overwhelming episode of sheer terror that triggers severe physical reactions when there is no actual real-world danger present.
But to the person on the floor, it feels entirely real, doesn't it?
It feels more real than reality itself. A panic attack mimics cardiac arrest so closely. The intense chest pain, the desperate shortness of breath, the severe dizziness.
Even the tingling and numbness radiating down the left arm.
Absolutely. Emergency rooms across the country see countless patients every single day who are absolutely certain they are taking their last breaths.
What happens biologically?
The sympathetic nervous system essentially misfires on a massive systemic scale. It dumps an overwhelming toxic amount of adrenaline into the bloodstream all at once, creating a physiological hurricane.
It's the redlining engine finally blowing that gasket we talked about earlier.
Spot on.
And Dr. Sharma, sitting by the hospital bed, tells her, Sarah, your body is screaming at you. It is telling you something fundamental has to change. The question is, are you finally willing to listen?
Because this ER visit isn't just about one isolated panic attack. This is the acute manifestation of a much broader chronic condition.
Right. I want to shift our focus to the reality of burnout. We throw the word burnout around so casually in everyday conversation.
People say, oh, I had a long week. I'm so burnt out.
But it is a clinical, deeply documented psychological phenomenon, isn't it?
It absolutely is, and we need to treat it with the gravity it deserves. The term burnout was actually coined in the 1970s by a German-American psychologist named Herbert Freudenberger.
Oh, interesting. How did he discover it?
He was observing volunteer staff at a free clinic for drug addicts in New York City, and he noticed that after a year or so, these incredibly dedicated, passionate volunteers were becoming cynical, exhausted, and physically ill.
And now it's globally recognized.
Yes, the World Health Organization officially recognized burnout, including it in their international classification of diseases as an occupational phenomenon.
Burnout isn't just feeling tired after a tough project. It is a profound, debilitating state of emotional, physical, and mental exhaustion caused by excessive, unrelenting stress over a long period.
So how do we separate feeling normally tired, which happens to everyone, from actual clinical burnout?
Yeah, if you are listening to this and wondering if you are just fatigued or truly burning out, what are the markers?
Psychologists and researchers generally define and measure burnout through three specific core dimensions. You need to look for this triad.
Okay, what's the first dimension?
The first dimension is emotional exhaustion. This goes way beyond needing a nap. This is a bone-deep cellular fatigue.
You wake up exhausted, you drag yourself through the day exhausted, you go to bed exhausted.
And no amount of sleep, no weekend getaway, no vacation seems to replenish your internal energy reserves.
You are just permanently structurally depleted, like a battery that won't hold a charge no matter how long you leave it plugged in.
The second dimension is depersonalization, which is also referred to as cynicism. This is a fascinating psychological defense mechanism.
How does that play out?
This is when you develop a detached, negative, highly callous attitude toward your work, your colleagues, your clients, or even your closest friends and family.
You simply stop caring about the things and the people that used to matter deeply to you.
You might become irritable, sarcastic, or completely withdrawn. It's the brain's way of pulling back, building a wall to conserve whatever tiny, microscopic bit of emotional energy you have left.
You just become emotionally numb to the world around you.
Yes. And the third dimension is reduced personal accomplishment. This ties directly back into the imposter syndrome we discussed.
You feel entirely incompetent, ineffective, and unproductive, regardless of how much objective evidence there is to the contrary.
Absolutely. You could be winning industry awards, receiving stellar performance reviews, and closing massive deals, and you would still look in the mirror and feel like you were failing at everything.
And when Sarah was evaluated, she checked every single one of these boxes with alarming severity.
And if we connect this to the bigger picture, we have to recognize that this isn't just a personal failing on Sarah's part. She didn't just mess up her own life through poor choices.
Right. She is a product of a macro culture that actively champions and rewards this exact behavior. We cannot talk about burnout without talking about American hustle culture.
Hustle culture is the invisible water we are all swimming in. It is this deeply ingrained, pervasive societal belief that working harder, longer, and faster is the only legitimate path to professional success.
And, more insidiously, to moral worthiness. Your value as a human being is tethered directly and exclusively to your economic productivity.
If you aren't grinding, if you aren't optimizing every minute, you are falling behind and you are somehow less valuable.
And the structural, legal realities of the country completely support and enforce this mindset.
Workers in the United States clock significantly more hours per year than workers in almost any other peer-developed nation.
Furthermore, the U.S. remains an outlier globally. It is one of the only industrialized countries on Earth that does not mandate paid vacation time, paid sick leave, or paid parental leave by federal law.
The unspoken and very often explicitly spoken message from corporate structures is that rest is a luxury, a privilege, or worse, a sign of personal weakness and lack of commitment.
So Sarah was basically doing what she was explicitly taught to do by her culture, to the letter. She followed the blueprint perfectly.
And the blueprint landed her in a hospital bed with an IV in her arm.
So what is the prescription? How do you begin to recover from a total systemic, biological, and psychological collapse?
Well, before Sarah is discharged, Dr. Sharma hands her a piece of paper. It's a checklist titled Wellness Plan, First Steps.
And honestly, when you look at the items on this list, it seems almost underwhelming. Given the severity of her collapse, you'd expect some highly advanced medical protocol.
A complex regimen of pharmaceuticals and inpatient care, right?
Yes. But the most profound and effective medical interventions rarely involve complex, flashy protocols. They usually involve returning to biological basics.
Let's read Dr. Sharma's list. It has 7 simple directives.
Number 1, schedule an appointment for talk therapy. Number 2, 5 minutes of intentional breathing daily. Number 3, 20 minutes of physical movement.
Number 4, 7 to 8 hours of sleep. Number 5, reduce caffeine intake.
Number 6, eat 1 home-cooked meal a day. Number 7, say no to 1 unnecessary request.
Now, Sarah looks at this list and immediately feels a wave of panic. 7 things feel utterly impossible when you can barely summon the energy to get out of bed to brush your teeth.
But then Dr. Sharma drops what I think is the golden rule, the absolute anchor of this entire deep dive. She looks Sarah in the eye and says, the goal isn't perfection, it's progress.
Progress, not perfection. That specific framework is essential for anyone trying to heal, because perfectionism is very often the exact psychological driver that pushes people into burnout in the first place.
If you approach your recovery with the same rigid, demanding, perfectionist mindset that you approach your job, you will inevitably fail.
You will just stress yourself out about failing to relax. You will turn wellness into another high-stakes project you have to ace.
So Sarah takes a breath and decides to start with the smallest, least physically intimidating thing on the list: breathing.
The underlying biology of breathwork is truly remarkable.
In our hyper-advanced medical culture, people often dismiss deep breathing as too simple or perhaps too mystical to be a valid medical intervention.
But neurologically speaking, it is one of the most powerful, immediate, and accessible tools human beings have to manually manipulate their own autonomic nervous system.
Oh, wait, I have to stop you there. Tell a stressed-out corporate executive who is drowning in deadlines that they just need to breathe, and they will likely laugh in your face or get angry.
Oh, for sure.
How is 5 minutes of inhaling and exhaling going to stop a systemic biological breakdown?
It all comes back to the neural pathways. Remember the sympathetic nervous system we discussed? The fight-or-flight alarm that dumps adrenaline.
Yes, the system that thinks the emails are a tiger?
Deep, slow, intentional breathing acts as a direct physical switch that activates the opposing system, the parasympathetic nervous system.
This is colloquially known as the rest and digest system, right?
Spot on. When you consciously elongate your exhales, making them longer than your inhales, you physically stimulate the vagus nerve.
The vagus nerve, what is that specifically?
The vagus nerve is a massive cranial nerve that runs from your brainstem down through your neck, into your chest, and all the way into your abdomen.
Oh, it touches everything.
It touches your heart, lungs, and digestive tract. When stimulated by the expansion of the diaphragm during a deep exhale, the vagus nerve acts like a heavy biological brake pedal.
It literally secretes a neurotransmitter called acetylcholine.
Yes, which instantly slows down your heart rate, dilates your blood vessels to lower your blood pressure, and sends a massive, undeniable signal up to the brain saying, the threat has passed. We are safe. Stand down.
It's basically sending a manual physical override signal to a panicking brain. You are using the body to calm the mind.
That is a highly accurate way to visualize it. One of the most thoroughly researched and clinically validated methods for achieving this is the 4-7-8 breathing technique, which was popularized by Dr. Andrew Weil.
It is highly structured. You sit quietly and inhale smoothly through your nose for a count of 4 seconds.
You then hold that breath in your lungs for a count of 7 seconds.
And then crucially, you exhale completely and audibly through your mouth for a count of 8 seconds.
And that extended 8-second exhale is the magic mechanism. Forcing the exhale to be twice as long as the inhale is what forcefully engages the diaphragm.
It stimulates that vagus nerve and physically drags your nervous system out of the sympathetic state and into the parasympathetic state. You repeat that 4-7-8 cycle 3 or 4 times.
Now, when Sarah first tried this, sitting alone on the edge of her bed, it felt awkward and unnatural. Her chest was so tight with residual anxiety that she couldn't even hold her breath for the full 7 seconds on the first try.
She felt silly, but she kept trying. And by the 3rd cycle of that long 8-second exhale, something shifted.
Her shoulders visibly dropped away from her ears. Her clenched jaw softened. Her heart rate decoupled from its frantic rhythm. She found a tiny fleeting flicker of profound calm.
It wasn't a miracle cure that fixed her life in 5 minutes, but it was a wedge in the door. It was the very first time in years that she took conscious control back from the stress response.
And that tiny incremental bit of control gave her the psychological momentum to tackle the next, much more intimidating item on the list: therapy.
Now, entering the mental health care system in the U.S. is a journey, to put it mildly.
It is a massive systemic hurdle. Finding a therapist isn't as simple as just walking into a clinic and making an appointment. It requires a tremendous amount of navigation.
You have to navigate the labyrinth of insurance coverage, figuring out who is in network and who isn't.
You have to decode specialties. Do you need a psychologist, a psychiatrist, a licensed counselor?
Do you need someone who focuses on trauma, generalized anxiety, or cognitive behavioral approaches? You have to deal with logistics like geographic location, operating hours, and telehealth availability.
And then, the most defeating part: the waiting lists.
Yeah, in many urban areas, you might call 10 therapists and find out they all have 3-month waiting lists just for an initial consultation.
It requires a massive amount of executive function and persistence to secure care, which is a cruel irony, because executive function is specifically what is depleted when a person is experiencing severe burnout.
Fortunately for Sarah, she had a hidden lifeline she hadn't utilized. Her employer offered an EAP, an employee assistance program.
For those who don't know, an EAP is a confidential workplace service that offers a set number of free counseling sessions to help employees deal with personal or work-related problems.
It bypassed the insurance maze entirely. She makes the call, and a week later, she ends up sitting on a comfortable couch across from Marcus Williams, a seasoned clinical psychologist.
And in that very first session, Marcus doesn't just ask her how she feels. He introduces her to a highly structured framework: CBT, or cognitive behavioral therapy.
CBT is arguably the gold standard in modern psychology for treating anxiety, depression, and burnout. It is incredibly practical.
It is based on a very foundational structural concept of the human mind. Our thoughts, our feelings, and our behaviors are intrinsically and inextricably linked in a continuous loop.
The core premise is that you cannot always control what happens to you, and you cannot easily turn off your raw emotions.
But if you can identify, interrupt, and logically change the automatic, irrational, negative thought patterns, you can downstream change the emotional response and the resulting behavior.
Okay, so let's walk through a concrete example of this loop in Sarah's daily life. Sarah is at her desk. She gets a short, totally neutral email from her boss. It just says, "Hey, Sarah, need the Q3 report by 5 p.m. today."
Right. The external situation, the stimulus, is entirely neutral. It's just a request for a document.
But because Sarah's nervous system is primed for danger, her automatic lightning-fast thought is instantly catastrophic.
She reads those words and immediately thinks, he didn't use an exclamation point. He didn't say, please. He's unhappy with my work. He's short with me. I'm definitely going to get fired.
The emotion that instantly follows that catastrophizing thought is sheer terror, a sinking dread in the stomach, massive anxiety.
And the behavior that follows the emotion is highly destructive. Driven by the fear of being fired, she stays at the office until midnight, polishing a report that was already good enough.
She skips dinner, she loses precious sleep, and she desperately tries to overcompensate to prove her worth, further draining her battery.
The classic burnout cycle.
So how does CBT actually step in and fix that broken circuit?
Through a rigorous practice process called cognitive restructuring. Marcus teaches Sarah to stop acting like a victor of her own mind and start acting like a skeptical scientist evaluating evidence.
Oh, I like that.
When that catastrophic thought, I'm going to get fired, arises, she is trained to catch it, pause, and actively challenge it on paper. She has to ask herself objective questions.
Like, has my boss ever actually said he's unhappy with my work? The objective answer is no.
Have I received positive performance reviews in the past? The answer is yes, consistently.
Is it possible a short email just means he's having a busy day and typing quickly between meetings? Yes, that is highly probable.
It's about creating friction, breaking the automatic circuit between a neutral event and a mental catastrophe.
But Marcus doesn't stop at evaluating emails. He introduces her to a psychological concept that completely fundamentally reframes her entire relationship with stress itself. It's called the Yerkes-Dodson law.
This is a crucial foundational principle in behavioral psychology. It was developed over a century ago, and it describes the empirical relationship between stress, or what psychologists call physiological arousal, and human performance.
Right, and if you look at it on a graph, it looks like a classic bell curve, or an inverted letter U. What does that curve tell us?
The law states that stress and performance are not enemies. If you have too little stress, too little arousal, you end up on the far left side of the curve.
You are bored, apathetic, unmotivated, and your performance is incredibly low. Think of a job where you have literally nothing to do all day but stare at a wall. You stagnate.
As stress and pressure increase, your performance actually increases alongside it, up to a certain critical point. This peak of the inverted U is the sweet spot.
It is the zone of optimal performance where you are deeply engaged, sharply focused, and energized by the challenge.
I like to picture this. How does one visualize finding that perfect peak?
I compare the Yerkes-Dodson law to tuning a guitar string. If you leave the string too loose, it just flops around against the wood. It makes a horrible, dead, buzzing sound. There's no music.
If you grab the tuning peg and tighten it too much, the tension becomes unbearable, the pitch screams higher and higher, and eventually the string snaps and whips back at you.
But if you tighten it just right, finding the exact perfect amount of tension, the string vibrates beautifully and creates music.
That string snapping is the panic attack. For years, Sarah had been twisting that tuning peg tighter and tighter, operating under the deeply flawed assumption that more tension automatically equaled better music.
She was operating way off the far right side of the curve, deep in the zone of diminishing returns, exhaustion, and ultimate breakdown.
So the therapeutic goal isn't to magically remove all the tension from your life. You need some tension to play the guitar. You need some stress to care about your work.
The goal is to consciously find and maintain that optimal tension. And the primary tool you use to maintain that optimal tension, to keep from sliding down the right side of the curve, is the enforcement of boundaries.
Boundaries. That is a terrifying word for a lot of people, because boundaries are the invisible architecture of well-being.
But for someone like Sarah, who is a lifelong chronic people pleaser, setting a boundary feels physically dangerous. She has spent her whole life associating the word no with being selfish, being lazy, or being a terrible employee.
Marcus gives her a very practical visual analogy to combat this guilt. It's the airplane oxygen mask principle. We have all heard the flight attendants recite it during the safety briefing before takeoff.
In the event of a loss of cabin pressure, secure your own mask before assisting others, including children.
Why is that the rule? Because if you try to help the person next to you while you are being deprived of oxygen, you will pass out in 30 seconds.
And then you are absolutely useless to everyone, including the person you are trying to save. Saying no to a demanding request isn't an act of selfishness. It is an act of pure, vital self-preservation.
It is a non-negotiable requirement for sustained generosity. If you don't fiercely protect your energy, you will eventually have absolutely nothing left to give to your job, your friends, or your family.
So Sarah started practicing this not with huge declarations, but in tiny, microscopic increments. Telling a colleague she couldn't take on an extra committee project until next month.
Telling her mother she needed to stay home and sleep on a Sunday instead of driving out to the suburbs for a visit.
Turning off her email push notifications on her phone at 7:00 p.m. sharp.
Every single no was a tiny, terrifying revolution. But as she set those boundaries, something remarkable happened. She suddenly found she had a tiny, residual reserve of energy left over at the end of the day.
The battery wasn't completely, utterly bone dry by 8 p.m.
And this brings us to the next massive phase of her recovery journey. Because Marcus, her therapist, tells her exactly what she needs to do with that newly reclaimed leftover energy.
He tells her she needs to move. He prescribes physical movement. He looks at her and says, think of exercise as medication, except instead of swallowing a pill, you're putting on a pair of running shoes.
And Marcus is backed up by some of the most robust, overwhelming scientific literature we possess in the medical community. The data linking regular physical exercise to profound improvements in mental health is unequivocally massive.
We are not just talking about a vague, subjective runner's high. We are talking about peer-reviewed, hard science. Give me the data.
Let's look at the landmark study published in The Lancet Psychiatry, one of the most prestigious medical journals in the world.
Okay.
Researchers analyze a massive data set comprising over 1.2 million individuals across the United States. They controlled for age, race, gender, and income.
And what did they find?
They found that people who exercised regularly experienced 43% fewer days of poor mental health compared to those who remained sedentary.
43%. That is an astonishing, world-changing reduction in human suffering.
Think about the magnitude of that. If a pharmaceutical company invented a tiny white pill that reduced poor mental health days by 43% with almost zero negative side effects, it would be the biggest news story in medical history.
It would be a trillion-dollar industry overnight. It would be prescribed to every human being on Earth.
And the evidence gets even stronger. Look at the extensive research conducted by Harvard Medical School. They ran clinical trials directly comparing the efficacy of regular, sustained aerobic exercise to standard prescription antidepressant medications for treating patients with mild to moderate depression.
The results were paradigm shifting. The data showed that exercise was just as effective at reducing depressive symptoms as the medication.
But here is the kicker. The patients in the exercise group had a significantly lower rate of relapse over the following year compared to those who only took the medication.
So what is the actual mechanism? What is physically happening inside the brain chemistry when we put on those running shoes and elevate our heart rate?
Several distinct physiological miracles happen simultaneously. First, cardiovascular exercise actively metabolizes and flushes out cortisol, that toxic stress hormone that has been poisoning Sarah's system.
It literally clears the biochemical debris.
Second, the exertion stimulates the pituitary gland to release a massive flood of endorphins, which are the body's natural endogenous painkillers and potent mood elevators.
But perhaps the most profound impact is that exercise forcefully promotes neuroplasticity.
Neuroplasticity, the brain's ability to physically rewire, heal, and adapt itself. Rigorous exercise stimulates the brain to produce a vital protein called brain-derived neurotrophic factor, or BDNF.
Think of BDNF as high-powered organic fertilizer for the brain.
It actively encourages the growth of brand new neural pathways, it repairs damaged neurons, and it vastly strengthens existing synaptic connections, particularly in the hippocampus and the prefrontal cortex.
The areas of the brain primarily associated with memory consolidation, sharp focus, and complex emotional regulation. So by running, Sarah is literally physically growing a larger, stronger, more structurally resilient brain.
But let's be realistic about her starting point, because her start was anything but glamorous. She didn't just hop off the couch after a panic attack, tie her shoes, and gracefully run a marathon.
She started with a very humble app called Couch to 5K. C25K. It's a brilliant, widely used system because it builds cardiovascular endurance slowly through structured intervals.
It is highly systematic and respects the body's limits. Week 1 doesn't even involve much running. It is mostly walking. You might briskly walk for a 5-minute warm-up, and then you simply alternate between 60 seconds of very light jogging and 90 seconds of walking to recover.
And even that tiny amount of exertion was incredibly humbling for her. That first 60 seconds of jogging had her gasping for air, her lungs burning, her legs felt like they were cast in solid lead.
And immediately, that imposter syndrome voice, that cynical inner critic, crept right back in, whispering, "You're terrible at this. Everyone on the sidewalk is staring at you. You look foolish. Why even bother?"
But this is where the cognitive restructuring from therapy kicked in. She caught the thought, and she applied Dr. Sharma's rule. Progress, not perfection. She didn't need to be an Olympian, she just needed to finish the 20 minutes.
She gritted her teeth and stuck with the program. Week 4, the intervals changed, and she could jog for 5 straight minutes without stopping.
Week 8, she hit 30 minutes of sustained running. And eventually, several months later, she actually crossed the finish line of a local 5K race near Lake Michigan.
She was exhausted, sweaty, and crying tears of profound joy because she finally realized her body wasn't her enemy. It was an incredibly resilient machine that she was learning to pilot.
But here is a major point of friction for a lot of people listening to this. So many people absolutely hate the gym.
Oh, for sure.
They despise the treadmill. They hate the idea of lifting heavy iron weights around grunting strangers. Does a person have to run or lift weights to get these 43% mental health benefits?
Absolutely not. And that is a crucial misconception to clear up. The most important fundamental takeaway regarding exercise is this. The best exercise program in the world is simply the one you will actually do consistently.
Consistency trumps intensity every single time.
There's an enormous, diverse menu of movement to choose from, and all of them offer unique, proven benefits. Let's break down that menu for the listener. What are the options?
First, you have classic aerobic or cardio exercise. This is your running, cycling, swimming, brisk walking, or even vigorous dancing.
This is the category that most efficiently strengthens the cardiovascular system, dramatically boosts mood via endorphins, and significantly improves deep sleep quality.
Second, you have strength training. This isn't just powerlifting. It can be traditional weightlifting, using resistance bands, or simply doing bodyweight exercises like push-ups, planks, and squats in your living room.
And it's important to note that strength training isn't just about vanity or looking muscular for the beach.
Far from it. It is biologically essential. Strength training builds and maintains bone density, which is utterly crucial for preventing osteoporosis as we age.
It increases your resting metabolic rate, meaning you burn more energy while sitting still. And psychologically, studies show that literally feeling physically stronger significantly enhances self-confidence and body image.
Next on the menu is flexibility and mobility. Think Pilates, dedicated stretching routines, or dynamic warm-ups.
This greatly reduces the risk of joint injury, relieves the deep physical tension that chronic stress stores in the neck and shoulders, and is absolutely vital for anyone who spends 8 hours a day sitting hunched over a desk.
Then there is the really intense stuff, HIIT, high-intensity interval training.
This involves short, brutal sprint intervals or rapid circuit training, followed by brief rest periods. It delivers maximum cardiovascular results in a very small fraction of the time, often requiring only 15 to 20 minutes.
It creates a metabolic afterburn effect where your body continues to consume elevated levels of oxygen and burn calories long after the workout is over.
However, it is highly demanding on the central nervous system and is not usually the best place for a stressed-out, complete beginner to start.
And finally, the gentler approach. Mind-body exercise. Yoga, Tai Chi, Qigong. Connecting deliberate physical movement with intentional, deep breathing.
Which is incredibly effective for lowering cortisol and anxiety reduction. The key takeaway here is to look at this menu and pick anything that brings you a sliver of joy, or at the very least doesn't fill you with absolute dread.
For Sarah, running surprisingly became her thing, but taking it outdoors gave her something she didn't expect, something therapy couldn't provide. A community.
She gathered the courage to join the Lincoln Park Pacers, a local casual running group that met on Saturday mornings.
And suddenly, she wasn't so isolated in her struggles anymore. She was sweating and chatting alongside accountants, teachers, and nurses.
This touches on another highly fascinating area of behavioral research, the phenomenon of the social endorphin boost.
Explain that.
A very compelling study out of the University of Oxford looked at the difference in pain tolerance and mood between exercising entirely alone versus exercising in a group setting. They had rowers work out on rowing machines alone and then work out in synchronized teams.
And what happened?
They found that individuals who engaged in synchronized group movement, moving in rhythm with others, actually exhibited a significantly higher pain tolerance and reported massively greater feelings of social bonding, trust, and overall well-being than those doing the exact same physical exertion alone.
Synchronized movement. There is something deeply anciently primal about that. Think of tribal dances or marching bands or military cadences.
It is deeply embedded in our evolutionary biology. Moving in rhythm with other human beings triggers a magnified, synchronized release of endorphins in the brain. It's a powerful bonding mechanism.
It's exactly why group fitness classes, community-run clubs, and grassroots movements have exploded in global popularity. Sweating together creates a unique, incredibly potent kind of community bond.
It brilliantly addresses two modern epidemics simultaneously: physical lethargy and severe social isolation.
So let's look at Sarah's progress. She is using the 4-7-8 breathing technique. She is setting firm boundaries at work. She is running 3 times a week, and she has found a supportive community. She's building real momentum.
And then Marcus, her therapist, decides she's strong enough for the next step. He decides it is time to introduce the heavy machinery of mental conditioning. He suggests she start a daily mindfulness meditation practice.
And Sarah reacts the way 90% of us do when we hear that word. She recoils, she rolls her eyes.
She says, "Marcus, I can't do that. That's for monks on mountains or hippies. I have a type A personality. I cannot sit still. I have a million racing thoughts a minute. I physically cannot empty my mind."
Her reaction is incredibly common, and it highlights perhaps the most important misunderstanding about meditation.
This raises an important question. What if the practice of meditation isn't about emptying the mind at all?
Because that is the pervasive cultural myth, right? That you are supposed to sit cross-legged on a cushion, close your eyes, and achieve total, serene blankness, a mind completely devoid of thought.
It is a myth, and it is a destructive one because it sets people up for immediate, guaranteed failure. The human brain is a biological organ designed specifically to generate thoughts, just like the heart is an organ designed to pump blood.
Trying to force your brain to completely stop thinking by sheer willpower is as absurd and impossible as trying to force your heart to stop beating.
The goal of mindfulness is not to obliterate the thoughts. It is to simply change your relationship to them. It's just to learn to notice the thoughts arising, to become a neutral witness to them without immediately getting emotionally tangled up in them.
Here's where it gets really interesting. I like to picture the practice of mindfulness like standing on a pedestrian bridge over a massive, incredibly busy 10-lane highway.
That's a great visualization.
The cars aggressively zooming by beneath you, the sedans, the sports cars, the loud semi-trucks, those are your thoughts. What's for dinner? Zoom. Did I send that spreadsheet? Zoom. I'm a failure and I'm going to get fired. Zoom.
Now, most of us spend our entire waking lives running down the embankment, sprinting out into the middle of the highway traffic, trying to physically stop the bad cars with our bare hands.
Or sprinting down the shoulder, desperately chasing after the good cars. It is exhausting and dangerous. Mindfulness is simply the practice of standing quietly on the bridge, resting your hands calmly on the railing, and just watching the cars drive by beneath you. You acknowledge them, but you absolutely refuse to jump down into the street.
That highway bridge visualization is wonderfully accurate, and the mainstream scientific community has deeply, rigorously embraced this practice over the last 40 years.
It was largely brought out of the spiritual realm and into Western clinical medicine by a molecular biologist named Dr. John Kabat-Zinn. In the late 1970s, he founded the Mindfulness-Based Stress Reduction Program, or MBSR, at the University of Massachusetts Medical School.
MBSR is an intensive 8-week protocol that stripped away the religious dogma and subjected the core practice of mindfulness to rigorous, peer-reviewed clinical trials.
What did decades of data show when they put this ancient practice under the scientific microscope?
The data showed astounding efficacy across a wide range of human suffering. It proved highly effective in treating chronic physical pain, dramatically preventing relapse in patients with severe depression, lowering clinical blood pressure, and managing the severe symptoms of PTSD in veterans.
But for me, the most undeniable, compelling evidence comes from modern neuroimaging, specifically functional MRI scans. The neuroscience of mindfulness unequivocally demonstrates that regular practice actually physically alters the anatomical structure of the brain.
We are not just talking about a temporary, fleeting feeling of relaxation after a session. We are talking about literal structural renovation of the brain's hardware.
Absolutely. After just 8 weeks of daily practice, MRI scans reveal measurable changes. The prefrontal cortex, which is the highly evolved area of the brain responsible for complex decision-making, sustained attention, and emotional regulation, actually becomes physically thicker and more dense with gray matter. You are building thicker armor.
Conversely, the amygdala, the brain's primitive alarm system that triggers the panic, fight-or-flight response we discussed earlier, visibly decreases in size and reactivity. It becomes less sensitive to false alarms.
Furthermore, the hippocampus, which governs learning and memory consolidation, shows increased density. By sitting still and observing your breath, you are literally building a brain that is structurally more resilient to stress.
So how does Sarah's very first attempt actually go? She goes home, sits awkwardly on her living room floor, sets a timer on her phone, closes her eyes, and tries to focus on the sensation of air entering her nose.
And within 30 seconds, the traffic on the highway is absolute deafening chaos. Her lower back starts to ache. She starts obsessively worrying about an email she forgot to send. She starts mentally listing what she needs to buy at the grocery store.
She wonders what's new on Netflix. And then she starts getting intensely angry at herself for not being able to focus.
After 5 miserable minutes, she opens her eyes, turns off the timer, and goes back to her next therapy session and tells Marcus, "I tried it. I'm terrible at this. My mind wandered 100 times. I completely failed."
And this is the moment Marcus gives her the ultimate transformative reframe. He smiles and tells her, "Sarah, you didn't fail. You did the exact exercise you're supposed to do. You sat there, your mind naturally wandered away. You eventually noticed that it had wandered, and you consciously chose to bring your attention back to your breath."
That specific sequence of events, the wandering, the noticing, and the gentle redirecting of focus that is the actual core practice. Every single time you catch your mind wandering and pull it back to the present moment, you are doing a rep. It is a mental push-up for your prefrontal cortex.
A mental push-up.
Yeah.
So the wandering mind isn't the enemy, and it isn't a sign of failure. The distraction is actually the heavy resistance weight you use to build the mental muscle of focus. If your mind never wandered, you wouldn't be able to lift the weight.
That is a perfect understanding of the mechanism. And just like physical exercise, there isn't just one way to meditate. There is an entire menu of styles to choose from, depending on what resonates with your specific nervous system. Briefly detail the types for us.
The most fundamental style is focused attention meditation. This involves concentrating all your awareness on a single, continuous anchor, usually the physical sensation of the breath moving in and out, but it could also be a specific sound or the silent repetition of a word or mantra. Whenever the mind inevitably wanders, you gently bring it back to that anchor.
Then there is the body scan meditation, which is remarkably fantastic for people struggling with insomnia. You lie down and systematically move your focused attention through your body inch by inch from the tips of your toes all the way up to the crown of your head. You're simply noticing sensations, warmth, tingling, or areas of tight tension without actively trying to change or fix them.
It pulls you out of the swirling anxieties in your head and grounds you firmly back in the physical shell of your body. Another incredibly powerful form is loving kindness or metta meditation.
This involves silently, intentionally repeating specific phrases of goodwill and compassion. May I be happy. May I be healthy. May I be safe. May I be at peace.
You start by directing these phrases toward yourself, which can be surprisingly difficult for high achievers. Then you direct them toward a loved one, then a neutral acquaintance, and eventually, incredibly, even toward people you find highly difficult or irritating. Clinical studies show it is incredibly effective at reducing harsh self-criticism and increasing empathy.
For those who feel trapped by sitting still, there is walking meditation. You walk very slowly, and your anchor of focus is the intricate physical sensation of your feet lifting, moving through the air, and connecting with the ground.
And of course, the most accessible entry point for modern people is guided meditation, which uses audio recordings to provide structured, comforting verbal support and imagery through apps like Headspace or Calm.
Right. Note its mainstream adoption in corporate America and the military. Companies like Google, Nike, and Apple offer MBSR training to their executives to increase productivity and reduce burnout. The U.S. military actively uses mindfulness protocols to train soldiers in maintaining focus and emotional resilience in high-stress combat environments.
It is increasingly viewed as being as fundamental to human maintenance as brushing your teeth or going to the gym. But here is the massive, unavoidable roadblock we all inevitably hit. We can talk about this all day. Sarah knows she needs to exercise. She knows the science says she needs to meditate. But knowing is the easy part.
Doing it for a week when you feel motivated is hard, but doable. But sustaining these practices for a lifetime, we have to pivot to how we sustain these practices. Why do 92% of New Year's resolutions fail? Why do we almost always revert to our old, comfortable, stressed-out baseline?
We fail because we rely almost exclusively on willpower and motivation. And behavioral psychology tells us that willpower is a highly volatile, finite resource. It acts like a battery that drains throughout the day. When people attempt to set resolutions or change their lives, they usually fail for three very distinct, predictable reasons.
Let's break those down.
First, the goals they set are hopelessly vague. Saying, I want to be healthier or I want to stress less is a nice wish, but it is not a measurable target. The brain doesn't know what to do with that. Second, the attempted changes are far too drastic. Going from zero physical activity to a daily 90-minute high-intensity boot camp at 5:00 a.m. is a guaranteed recipe for physical injury and mental collapse within a week. The friction is too high.
And the third reason?
The third is a psychological trap known as the abstinence violation effect. This is classic, rigid, all-or-nothing thinking. It's the perfectionist mindset where you successfully work out for 5 days, but then you miss one single workout because you had a flat tire. The brain instantly tells you, well, the perfect streak is broken, the week is ruined, I've failed again, I might as well quit the entire program.
It's the equivalent of accidentally dropping one slice of pizza on the floor and deciding to throw the entire rest of the pizza into the garbage in frustration.
Yeah.
It makes no logical sense, but we do it with our habits all the time.
To build truly sustainable, lifelong habits, you have to completely abandon the concept of willpower and instead focus on designing foolproof systems. Sarah learned this structural approach through the framework laid out in a wildly popular, scientifically grounded book called Atomic Habits by James Clear.
Break down James Clear's 4 laws of behavior change. Clear's central philosophy is profound. He argues that you do not ever rise to the level of your lofty goals. Rather, you inevitably fall to the level of your daily systems. If your system is flawed, the habit will fail. He outlines 4 foundational laws of behavior change. Law number 1, make it obvious.
If you want a habit to stick, you have to radically alter your physical environment so the visual cues for your desired behaviors are completely unavoidable. You cannot rely on remembering to do it. For Sarah, wanting to run in the morning, this meant taking her running shoes and placing them literally in the middle of the hallway right in front of her bedroom door the night before, so she physically had to trip over them when she woke up.
To meditate, she set a recurring phone alarm titled 5 minutes of breathing that went off the moment she opened her eyes before she could even open an email app. The environment did the remembering for her. Law number 2, make it attractive. This is tricky. How do you make something inherently difficult, like sweating on a run or sitting still with your anxious thoughts, mentally attractive?
You hack your brain's dopamine reward system through a technique called temptation bundling. You take an action you need to do, which has long-term benefits but short-term friction, and you strictly pair it with an action you desperately want to do, which has immediate gratification. Sarah, for example, absolutely loved listening to engrossing true crime podcasts, but she made a strict, non-negotiable rule with herself.
Yeah.
She was only allowed to listen to her favorite podcast while her feet were moving on a run. Suddenly, her brain started looking forward to the difficult run because the run became the exclusive gateway to the immediate reward of the podcast.
That is deviously genius. You are bribing your own brain. Law number 3, make it easy. Human beings are biologically wired to conserve energy, which means we naturally gravitate toward the path of least resistance. If a new habit takes too many steps to initiate, the friction will defeat you. You have to reduce the friction to 0.
Sarah applied this to meditation by preparing her space the night before. The meditation cushion was pulled out, her phone was already set to Do Not Disturb, and a glass of water was waiting. All she had to do was sit down. She also aggressively utilized the 2-minute rule. She stripped the habit down to its absolute minimum. She told herself she only had to meditate for literally 2 minutes. It was a bar so incredibly low, it was actually harder to justify skipping it than it was to just do it. When she started the 2 minutes, she often naturally kept going.
And the final law, number 4, make it satisfying. The human brain needs an immediate feeling of success to wire behavior into an automatic habit. Delayed gratification doesn't wire habits efficiently. Sarah needed an immediate reward after the run, even if the physical changes would take months. She used a wonderfully simple visual tracker. She bought a massive physical paper wall calendar and hung it in her kitchen.
Every single day that she completed her run and her meditation, she took a thick red marker and drew a large, satisfying X over that date. After a few weeks, seeing that unbroken chain of red X's stretching across the wall was immensely satisfying. It became a point of pride. Her internal mantra shifted from, I have to work out, to, whatever happens today, don't break the chain.
And the underlying mathematics behind this system-building approach is truly mind-blowing. Let's explain the 1% math, the compound effect. If you manage to get just 1% better at a specific skill or habit every single day for an entire year, you don't end up simply 365% better.
Because of the mathematical nature of compounding growth, where each day's tiny improvement builds on the previous day's slightly higher baseline, getting 1% better daily actually makes you roughly 37 times better by the end of a single year. 37 times. Small, seemingly insignificant atomic habits gradually snowball into massive, unrecognizable identity shifts.
And it is vital to remember that the math works in both directions. Declining by just 1% every day, skipping the walk, eating the junk food, staying up late compounds negatively, bringing your baseline down to nearly 0 over the course of a year. Your current trajectory matters infinitely more than your current location or past failures.
So Sarah is meticulously building these robust systems for physical movement and mental mindfulness.
Yeah.
But we have to address a glaring omission in this recovery plan so far. We have to talk about the actual physical fuel she is putting into the biological engine. We have to talk about nutrition. The old tired cliche that you are what you eat is, as modern science is proving, literally, structurally, and biologically true on a cellular level.
I transitioned the system building to nutrition. You are literally what you eat.
It is profoundly true. For a very long time in Western medicine, the fields of clinical psychiatry and dietary nutrition were kept entirely separate. You saw a therapist for your mind and a dietitian for your body, as if the head was somehow cleanly severed from the neck. But over the last decade, a rapidly exploding revolutionary field called nutritional psychiatry is conclusively proving that the brain and the digestive system are intimately biologically connected.
And this brings us to what I consider to be one of the most utterly fascinating, mind-bending scientific discoveries of the modern era, the gut-brain axis, the gut's 100 million neurons and production of 95% of the body's serotonin.
It truly redefines how we view mental health. The gut and the brain are locked in a constant, bidirectional, high-speed communication loop. Your digestive tract isn't just a dumb mechanical tube that processes food. It is an incredibly sophisticated, highly sensitive neurological organ. The enteric nervous system, which governs the gut, contains roughly 100 million neurons. Yes, it is an incredibly dense neural network. In fact, scientists and researchers routinely refer to the gut as the human body's second brain. And crucially, the trillions of bacteria living in your gut microbiome are responsible for producing approximately 95% of the body's serotonin. Serotonin is the primary essential neurotransmitter responsible for regulating your mood, your sleep cycles, your appetite, and your overall feeling of well-being.
So just to be crystal clear, 95% of the primary chemical that makes a human being feel happy, calm, and emotionally stable is not manufactured in the brain inside your skull, but is manufactured down in your digestive tract.
Yes. The implications of that fact are staggering. It means that if your gut environment is chronically inflamed, biologically imbalanced, or unhealthy due to a prolonged diet of highly processed foods and sugar, your ability to produce serotonin is directly and severely compromised. A damaged, inflamed gut microbiome is a direct, paved physiological highway to severe anxiety, clinical depression, and chronic brain fog. You literally cannot outmeditate or outrun a diet that is actively destroying your serotonin factories.
Break down the SMILES trial for us, the Mediterranean diet curing depressive symptoms better than social support alone.
The clinical results are completely paradigm shifting. The most famous landmark study in this field is the SMILES trial, which was conducted in Australia and published in 2017. Researchers recruited a large cohort of patients who were suffering from formally diagnosed moderate to severe clinical depression. They divided these patients into two distinct groups. The control group received a standard befriending protocol, regular social support, and talking with a researcher, but no dietary advice. The intervention group, however, was simply put on a modified Mediterranean-style diet for 12 weeks. They received counseling from a clinical dietitian on how to eat, but no additional psychological therapy.
They were just changing the food they put on their plates. That was the only variable.
Just changing the food. And at the end of the 12 weeks, the results shocked the psychiatric community. The group that changed their diet experienced a significantly, measurably greater reduction in their severe depressive symptoms than the social support group. Even more incredibly, a substantial portion of the dietary intervention group, nearly a third, actually achieved full clinical remission from their depression. Their depression effectively vanished, simply by altering their gut microbiome through food.
What makes the Mediterranean diet the supposed magic bullet for the brain?
It's not magic, it's highly predictable biochemistry. The Mediterranean diet is naturally rich in colorful vegetables, whole grains, legumes, nuts, fatty fish, and extra virgin olive oil. These specific foods provide high levels of antioxidants that physically cross the blood-brain barrier to reduce neuroinflammation. They provide the dense omega-3 fatty acids that the brain uses to build and repair the delicate cell membranes of neurons. And crucially, they are packed with diverse dietary fiber, which acts as the primary food source for the beneficial serotonin-producing bacteria in the gut.
Meanwhile, let's look at what Sarah had been eating for the past 5 years. She was surviving on what we call the SAD diet, the standard American diet. She was drinking 3 cups of black coffee on an empty, highly acidic stomach to jolt herself awake. She was eating highly processed fast food grabbed from drive-thrus while rushing between meetings. Her afternoon snacks were refined sugar from the office vending machine to combat the 3:00 p.m. energy crash. Dinner was often greasy takeout pizza eaten over her laptop. And then a glass or 2 of wine at night to artificially numb the anxiety so she could pass out. It is a perfect, flawless recipe for maximum systemic inflammation and zero serotonin production. Let's detail Sarah's slow, systematic changes in her kitchen.
But remember, her hard-won approach to change. She didn't panic. She didn't go home, throw out every single item in her pantry overnight, and embark on a miserable, extreme juice cleanse. She applied the Atomic Habits framework to her kitchen. Small, systematic, frictionless steps. Weeks 1 and 2, she completely ignored the food and just focused on hydration, drinking a large glass of water first thing in the morning to rehydrate her brain. Weeks 3 and 4, she tackled the morning routine. No more skipping breakfast to save time and no more sugary pastries that spiked her blood sugar. She simply swapped to eating a bowl of steel-cut oatmeal with berries or blending a quick spinach and protein smoothie.
Weeks 5 and 6, she addressed the dinner problem by starting to meal prep on Sunday afternoons. She spent 2 hours batch cooking chicken breasts, roasting large pans of mixed vegetables, and assembling mason jar salads for her work lunches. She completely removed the mental friction of having to make a healthy decision when she was already exhausted and starving on a stressful Tuesday evening. The healthy choice was already in the fridge waiting for her. And finally, she engaged in the practice of mindful eating. This meant physically putting her smartphone in another room, turning off the television, and sitting at her actual dining table to eat.
She started actually chewing her food thoroughly and tasting the complex flavors. And to her surprise, she discovered that the physical act of cooking itself, the rhythmic chopping of the vegetables, the rich smell of garlic hitting hot olive oil, the focus required to follow a recipe became a deeply soothing form of moving sensory meditation. It grounded her entirely in her physical senses, pulling her out of the corporate anxieties of her mind. And the biological results of this gut rebuilding were undeniable. Her afternoon energy levels stabilized, her chronic digestive issues vanished, and her mental focus became incredibly sharp.
But here's the ultimate reality check. All of this incredible work, the mindful eating, the rigorous running, the dedicated meditating, the therapy, absolutely none of it works. The entire system collapses if you ignore the ultimate health pillar, the most neglected aspect of health, sleep. 1 in 3 adults lack it. It costs the economy $411 billion.
Sleep is, without question, the most disrespected, undervalued biological necessity in modern society. We treat sleep like an annoying inconvenience, a barrier to productivity that needs to be minimized and hacked.
The national statistics on our collective sleep crisis are brutal and terrifying. More than 1 in 3 American adults routinely do not get the medically recommended minimum of 7 hours of sleep per night. That chronic nationwide sleep deprivation costs the U.S. economy an estimated $411 billion every single year in lost productivity and healthcare costs. It is directly responsible for over 100,000 catastrophic car accidents annually due to drowsy driving. But Sarah, acting like a typical high achiever embedded in hustle culture, genuinely viewed sleep as a sign of weakness. To her, sleeping 8 hours meant she wasn't dedicated enough. Sleep was wasted time she could be answering emails, getting ahead on projects, or simply doom-scrolling social media to numb her brain. She was chronically surviving on 5, maybe 5.5 hours a night. From a neurological perspective, what was that severe deprivation actually doing to her physical brain? Explain what sleep actually does on the night shift.
To put it as bluntly as possible, by sleeping only 5 hours, she was systematically denying her brain the biological time it required to literally wash itself clean. During the deepest stages of sleep, the brain activates a specialized waste clearance pathway called the glymphatic system. Throughout your waking day, as your billions of neurons fire and you process complex information, normal metabolic waste products steadily build up in the brain tissue. These are literal neurotoxins. Now, when you enter deep, slow-wave sleep, the actual glial cells in your brain physically shrink in size by up to 60%. This sudden shrinkage creates open space, allowing cerebrospinal fluid to rush in and aggressively flush out these accumulated toxins, clearing the neural pathways and washing the waste into the circulatory system to be eliminated by the liver. It's exactly like a highly efficient night shift cleaning crew coming into an office building after everyone has gone home. They mop the floors, wipe the desks, and take out the massive bags of trash. Memory consolidation and immune strengthening.
And if you only sleep 5 hours instead of 8, you are kicking the cleaning crew out of the building halfway through their shift. The job doesn't get finished. You wake up the next morning and your brain is still physically cluttered with yesterday's toxic waste. Over years and decades, this chronic accumulation of neurotoxins profoundly impairs short-term memory consolidation, destroys immune function, severely disrupts metabolic hormones leading to rapid weight gain, and is now closely, undeniably linked by researchers to the early onset of Alzheimer's disease, severe clinical depression, and fatal cardiovascular events. So Sarah clearly needed a total, uncompromising sleep hygiene makeover. Let's detail Sarah's new hygiene.
She approached this critical pillar with the exact same systematic, atomic habits rigor she applied to everything else. First, she established a militant, consistent sleep schedule. She committed to being in bed with the lights out at 10:30 p.m. and waking up at 6:30 a.m. every single day. And crucially, she maintained this exact schedule even on Saturday and Sunday to firmly anchor her body's circadian rhythm. Routine is absolutely everything for the brain's internal biological clock. You cannot catch up on sleep on the weekends, you only jet lag yourself.
Second, she executed a ruthless environmental change. She made her bedroom a strict, zero-tolerance, screen-free zone. No television on the wall, and the smartphone charger was moved into the kitchen. Because the specific wavelength of blue light emitted from those digital screens enters the retina and actively tricks the pineal gland in the brain into thinking the sun is still shining high in the sky, which aggressively suppresses the natural release of melatonin, the hormone that induces sleep. Third, she adjusted the environment's temperature. She dropped her bedroom thermostat to a chilly 65 degrees Fahrenheit, which sleep researchers have identified as the optimal ambient temperature for human sleep. The core body temperature physically needs to drop by a degree or two to successfully initiate and maintain the deepest, most restorative stages of sleep. A cold room facilitates that drop.
Fourth, She engineered a structured wind-down routine to transition from the stress of the day. At 9:30 p.m., an alarm went off. She stopped whatever she was doing. She took a warm shower, brewed a cup of caffeine-free chamomile tea, did 10 minutes of light restorative stretching on her rug, and listened to a guided body scan meditation. It was an unmistakable Pavlovian signal to her highly wired nervous system that the demanding workday was officially over and it was safe to power down. And finally, she strictly adhered to the half-life of caffeine. The biological half-life of caffeine in the average human adult is roughly 5 to 6 hours. That means if you consume a large cup of coffee at 3 p.m. to beat the afternoon slump, half of that active chemical stimulant is still aggressively circulating in your bloodstream, actively blocking the adenosine sleep receptors in your brain at 8 or 9:0 p.m. Cutting off all caffeine by noon was a crucial, non-negotiable step for her ability to fall asleep naturally.
And the results were swift. Within 3 weeks of implementing this system, she was effortlessly getting 7.5 to 8 solid hours of highly restorative sleep. She told Marcus in therapy that the mental clarity was shocking. She hadn't even fully comprehended how profoundly, deeply exhausted she was until she finally truly rested. And this is the moment in the narrative where the story begins to pivot away from a purely individual, inward journey and transforms into something with a much, much larger impact. We start to see the profound reality of the ripple effect.
This is perhaps the most vital, resonant, and hopeful message of Sarah's entire journey, and it's something everyone listening needs to internalize. When modern culture talks about self-care, there is almost always a heavy, unspoken underlying layer of guilt attached to it. People are conditioned to feel that taking time away from work or family to tend to themselves is inherently, fundamentally selfish. They believe that taking an hour out of the evening to go for a run or setting a firm boundary to go to sleep instead of staying up late to help a colleague with a project means they are a bad person who is letting everyone else down.
I want to highlight the beautiful irony. By being selfish and setting boundaries to sleep and exercise, Sarah became a better employee, friend, and daughter. By being fiercely, unapologetically protective of her own boundaries, her sleep, and her health, Sarah didn't diminish her value to others. She vastly expanded her capacity to be truly present and effective. Her personal relationships, which had been fraying under the weight of her burnout, began to rapidly heal. Because she wasn't chronically exhausted and running on cortisol, she finally had the emotional bandwidth to actually listen to her parents on Sunday phone calls without feeling irritated and rushing them off the line. She became significantly more collaborative, patient, and innovative in the office. Her department manager formally noted in her annual review that she had become a vastly better, more effective leader. And this wasn't because she was working more hours, she was actually working fewer, but because the hours she did dedicate to the office were fueled by clear, focused, highly creative energy rather than frantic, mistake-prone panic. The irony of the situation is truly beautiful. By intentionally doing less, by pulling back and resting, she actually became significantly more. And the most beautiful part is that she didn't just improve her own isolated life. Simply by existing in this new, healthier state, she inadvertently, quietly changed the trajectories of the lives of everyone around her. Her colleague Tom, who had always been sedentary, saw her lacing up her running shoes after work, asked her about it, and slowly started walking on his lunch breaks. 6 months later, he had lost 15 pounds and reversed his prediabetes. Her close friend Amara, who was secretly drowning in her own anxiety, finally felt safe enough to ask Sarah for her therapist's contact information. Her younger sister, inspired by Sarah's calm demeanor, downloaded a meditation app and started practicing. Even her stubborn mother, who had spent her entire life dismissing mental health care as a silly, frivolous millennial buzzword, saw the undeniable transformation in her daughter and quietly signed up for a beginner's yoga class at the local community center.
Let's explain accountability partners and the power of modeling. We vastly tragically underestimate the profound sociological power of modeling behavior for our peers. When you heal yourself, you give others permission to do the same. You become a lighthouse. When you do the hard, grueling work to heal your own nervous system, when you find the courage to set a firm boundary against a toxic culture, when you prioritize your internal peace over external validation, you don't just save yourself. You implicitly, powerfully give every single person in your orbit the unspoken permission to do the exact same thing. You show them through your living example that a different, sustainable, joyous, alternative way of living is actually possible. You become a stable, shining lighthouse for people who are still lost out there in the dark storm of burnout.
I absolutely love that imagery. You become a lighthouse. Now, I want to deliberately pause here and play the devil's advocate for a moment, raising common barriers. Because it is incredibly easy for the two of us to sit here in a studio and elegantly describe this beautifully linear, triumphant journey from panic attack to perfect health. But human life is incredibly messy, complicated, and hard. I want to directly address the real gritty, legitimate barriers that people listening to this are currently facing. I want to tackle the excuses and roadblocks that immediately pop up in the mind when someone hears all this inspiring science and thinks, well, that's great for a fictionalized version of Sarah, but you don't know my life. Let's aggressively tackle barrier number one. I don't have time. My schedule is packed from 6 a.m. to midnight.
It is by far the most common, understandable pushback we hear in the clinical world. But it relies on a fundamentally flawed premise regarding how human energy and time actually function. You do not ever find magically empty blocks of time for your health. You have to actively manufacture that time through increased biological efficiency. Let's use a very concrete example. Let's say you're overwhelmed with work, but you force yourself to stop and take a brisk 20-minute walk outside. The immediate panic thought of the burnt-out brain is, I can't afford this. I just lost 20 precious minutes of productivity. I'm falling further behind. But that is a false accounting. The immense physiological return on investment from that 20-minute walk, the clearing of toxic cortisol from your bloodstream, the elevation of your mood via endorphins, the massive increase in blood flow and oxygen to your prefrontal cortex resulting in sharper focus will make you vastly more productive, creative, and efficient for the entire remaining 15 hours of your waking day. You will complete your complex tasks significantly faster and, crucially, with far fewer frustrating errors that require time-consuming revisions. You absolutely did not lose 20 minutes. You are gaining functional hours through better focus.
And if a listener truly is packed minute to minute, caring for children, working 2 jobs, commuting, use micro-meditations. You don't need a pristine hour. You walk briskly while taking a required phone call. You close your eyes and do 3 minutes of intentional 4-7-8 breathing sitting in your parked car before you walk into the chaotic grocery store. You spend 2 hours meal prepping on a quiet Sunday afternoon so you aren't wasting 45 minutes every single exhausted Wednesday evening staring into the fridge trying to decide what to cook. Okay, let's move to barrier number 2. I can't afford it. I don't have the money. Because let's be honest, modern wellness has been heavily commodified into an exclusive, expensive luxury brand, Lululemon, organic smoothies, boutique gym memberships, high-end retreats.
And that commercialization is a tragic, infuriating disservice to public health. Because the truth is, true, biological wellness is fundamentally accessible regardless of your socioeconomic bracket. You absolutely do not need an expensive boutique gym membership. YouTube has thousands of completely free, world-class, highly structured workout channels. You don't need to pay a monthly subscription for a meditation app. The Insight Timer app has thousands of free guided tracks, or even better, you can just sit quietly in a chair in your living room and count your own breaths for $0. What about the clinical side? What about professional therapy? That is undeniably prohibitively expensive for millions of people without premium insurance. It's a massive challenge, but there are vital, underutilized avenues available. Many university psychology training clinics offer services at a steep sliding scale rate based on income, where you receive care from closely supervised, highly motivated graduate students. Local community centers often provide heavily subsidized mental health care. And crucially, in the United States, the 988 Lifeline is completely free, entirely confidential, and staffed by trained counselors 24/7. You don't have to be on the edge of ending your life to call them. You can call when you're having a panic attack and just need someone to help ground you. As for nutrition, you do not need to shop at high-end organic markets. Foundational, highly nutritious staples like dried beans, brown rice, eggs, lentils, and bags of frozen vegetables are some of the most cost-effective, nutrient-dense foods on the planet.
Barrier number 3. I failed before. I bought the shoes, I downloaded the app, I bought the vegetables, and I failed after 2 weeks. I just lack the inherent discipline.
This goes right back to the cognitive restructuring we discussed. We have to radically reframe failure as data. Every single elite, world-class marathon runner has had a terrible, painful run where they quit early. Every master Zen meditator with decades of experience has had days where their mind was a chaotic, frustrating mess and they couldn't focus for 10 seconds. If you try to build a new healthy habit and you stumble, that is absolutely not permanent evidence that you are uniquely flawed or fundamentally broken. It's not a moral failing. It is simply neutral data. It tells you objectively that the specific system you designed was flawed for your current reality. If you forcefully resolve to wake up and work out at 5 a.m., but you hit snooze for a week straight, the data isn't saying you are lazy. The data is loudly telling you that you are biologically not a morning person. So adjust the system. Move the running shoes and try working out at 6 p.m. after work instead. If a highly restrictive, rigid diet made you miserable, socially isolated, and you eventually binge ate pizza and quit, the data says that system lacked necessary psychological flexibility. So use the 80-20 rule. Commit to eating nutrient-dense, whole foods 80% of the time. And allow yourself to genuinely enjoy whatever treats you want the other 20% of the time, without a single ounce of guilt. The streak of perfect, unbroken days is an illusion and is completely irrelevant. The single, solitary metric of long-term success is your stubborn willingness to simply return to the practice the day after you stumble.
And the final, overarching barrier. I'm just too overwhelmed by all this information. I have to fix my sleep, my gut, my stress, my boundaries. I don't know where to start.
When faced with massive overwhelm, the only scientifically sound answer is to start with the smallest, most microscopic possible unit of action. Do absolutely not try to overhaul your entire life tonight. That will trigger the fight or flight response. Pick one tiny, almost laughable thing. Start with just one small thing tonight. When you go to bed tonight, simply plug your smartphone into another room instead of placing it on your nightstand. That's it. Or tomorrow morning, before your feet even touch the floor to get out of bed, take 3 deep, intentional, slow breaths. Just pick one tiny thing, master it, and let the compound effect do the heavy lifting over time.
Let's review Sarah's status 1 year later. Where is she today? Physically, she is a completely different person. She runs, meditates, sleeps, and was promoted. She has completed a 10K race and is casually eyeing a half marathon. She does yoga twice a week to maintain mobility, and she strength trains in her living room. She consistently sleeps 8 uninterrupted hours and often wakes up naturally, feeling rested, before her alarm even goes off. Her gut microbiome has healed, the chronic digestion issues are gone, the tension headaches are a distant memory, and her immune system easily fought off the office flu this winter. Mentally and emotionally, she has transformed. She's still seeing Marcus for therapy, but she only needs to go every 2 weeks now for maintenance. She meditates daily without fail. She journals in the evenings, combining gratitude practices with expressive writing to safely process her complex emotions. Now, does she still experience anxiety? Yes, of course, because she is a living, breathing human being operating in a complex world. But the critical difference is that she now possesses a massive, readily accessible arsenal of tools to aggressively manage that anxiety before it ever spirals into a panic attack. She sets firm, clear boundaries with her boss and her family, and she does it without offering 1,000 apologies. Professionally, the outcome is fascinating. She was recently promoted to a senior director role, and she didn't get that promotion because she burned the midnight oil or answered emails at 2 a.m. She got it because she works with a level of strategic clarity, calm confidence, and high-level focus that makes her indispensable. She confidently shuts her laptop at 6:00 p.m. every day. She absolutely does not check work emails on the weekend. And relationally, she is thriving, deeply connected to her friends and family. But crucially, she is not cured or fixed. I want everyone to hear this clearly. Sarah is not fixed. She is not magically cured.
Because profound well-being is absolutely not a static destination that you finally arrive at, plant a flag, and then comfortably retire from. It's a continuous, dynamic, lifelong practice. It is a garden that requires daily tending. She still has bad days where the world feels heavy. She still gets stressed when major deadlines loom. But she does not live her life trapped in the red line zone anymore. She has made deep, profound peace with the fact that she will forever be a beautiful work in progress. She now has tools, progress, not perfection. And that is the absolute unvarnished truth for every single person listening to this deep dive right now. The immense suffering created by chronic stress, burnout, and hustle culture is a massive, systemic cultural storm that we are all caught in. But the practical biological tools required to build a sturdy shelter from that storm are entirely, fully within your grasp. It requires deep patience with yourself. It requires radical self-compassion. And it requires taking one small action today.
And that brings us to the end of this incredibly comprehensive deep dive. We have covered a truly tremendous amount of scientific and emotional ground today, from dissecting the neurobiology of the ancient fight-or-flight response, to the structural architecture of habit building using the compound effect, to the profound measurable ways our gut microbiome and our sleep hygiene dictate our daily reality. But before we sign off, I leave you with a final provocative thought, not directly in the text, but inspired by it. Something to just quietly mull over as you go about the rest of your day, driving in your car or making dinner. We spend so much of our lives, particularly in our modern culture, thinking about rest and recovery as a reward. We have been conditioned to think it is something we must earn by suffering through an exhausting, brutal period of intense work. We tell ourselves we can rest after the project is done, but what if we completely, radically flipped that entire script upside down? What if we stopped viewing rest and recovery as a reward we have to earn through exhausting work, and started viewing it as the foundational requirement that makes good work and a good life possible in the first place?
That is a profound, life-altering paradigm shift. It changes everything about how you schedule your day. And to pair with that powerful thought, I want to repeat the therapist's piercing question for the listener to ponder. It is a question that cuts through all the noise, and I want you, the listener, to pause and ask it of yourself right now. When was the last time you felt truly at peace?
Let that question linger in the air. If the honest answer is, I don't remember, or it has been years, I want you to know that is entirely okay. Your journey to finding that peace doesn't require a time machine. It starts right now, today, with a single, intentional breath. Please make sure to like, share, and subscribe to this YouTube channel. Hello? Welcome to the Learn English Lab. Today's podcast is Workplace English Conversations, your complete guide to speaking like a pro in the American office.
I am so excited to get into this one.
Same here. So, I want you, the listener, to picture a hazy Monday morning in Austin, Texas. It's 7:42 a.m.
Early for a Monday.
Right. The sky is that soft, muted gray that just hasn't decided if it's going to burn off into a blistering hot afternoon or stay stubbornly overcast.
Oh, I know the Texas morning weather well.
Yeah. And the sprawling parking lot at a tech firm called Redline Technologies is slowly filling up with cars. Inside this sleek glass and steel building, you have that classic, unmistakable, modern office atmosphere.
The open concept floor plan, the coffee brewing.
Spot on. You can smell the freshly brewed dark roast drifting through the air. You hear the low hum of the HVAC system mixing with the subtle clicking of mechanical keyboards.
And probably someone laughing over by the break room about a weekend trip.
Absolutely. It is, by all accounts, a completely normal, mundane corporate morning. But standing right at the entrance, clutching a brand new plastic employee badge so tightly his knuckles are white, is Lucas Ferreira.
And we really need to understand the magnitude of who Lucas is to grasp the weight of this specific moment.
Yeah, tell us about Lucas.
Well, Lucas is a 29-year-old software engineer. He is undeniably brilliant. I mean, we are talking top of his class at the University of Sao Paulo.
Which is one of the most rigorous engineering programs in South America, right?
Without a doubt. He has 5 years of hard, battle-tested professional experience under his belt. He's highly skilled in Python, in Java, in deploying complex cloud architecture.
So his resume is solid.
Oh, if you look at his technical resume, it is flawless. It's a masterpiece of modern engineering capability.
Right. I mean, if you hand Lucas a complex coding problem, he will solve it before lunch.
100%.
But today, standing there on his very first day at an American company, Lucas is feeling a sensation he hasn't felt since he was a kid, taking a massive exam. He is terrified.
His stomach is just in knots.
Yeah, and the irony here is incredible to me. He isn't afraid of the code, you know? He isn't afraid of the crushing quarterly deadlines or the high technical expectations.
So what's he afraid of?
He is afraid of opening his mouth. He is terrified of talking.
Undeniably. Because Lucas knows, deep down in his gut, that the real challenge of working in the U.S. isn't the technology at all.
Right, the code is universal.
Well, I mean, absolutely.
Yeah.
A Python script runs the exact same way in Brazil as it does in Texas. The true barrier is the conversation.
It's those fast-paced meetings, right? Where colleagues throw around baseball idioms and corporate jargon he's never heard before.
Yeah, and it's the emails, too. Choosing one slightly incorrect vocabulary word can suddenly make him sound rude or dismissive.
It's those casual hallway chats that, for some mysterious reason, seem to determine who gets promoted and who gets overlooked.
And that is undeniably the core of our mission today in this deep dive.
We're dedicating this to every single person out there who feels like Lucas, because his story isn't just his own isolated experience.
No, it's the story of millions of professionals all around the globe.
People who possess immense talent and fierce ambition, but who suddenly find themselves entirely paralyzed by the unwritten rules of American workplace communication.
So we are going to follow Lucas chronologically through his entire journey.
We're going to decode the language of belonging across high-stakes interviews, daily meetings, delicate emails, small talk, and those tricky professional phrases.
What's particularly fascinating here is that we're going to look at this situation by situation, phrase by phrase, and frankly, mistake by mistake.
We're taking the implicit rules of the American office and making them completely explicit for you.
And I'm thinking about you, our listener, right now. Maybe you're sitting in a cafe in Mumbai or an apartment in Tokyo.
Or a co-working space in Lagos, preparing for a remote interview with a U.S. company. Your biggest fear might be your accent or your grammar.
But looking at Lucas's story, it becomes clear that this isn't just a grammar lesson. We aren't here to drill verb conjugations.
Spot on. This is about unlocking your true potential. It's about understanding the psychology of American business so you can project the incredible confidence you already possess.
So let's rewind the clock a bit to see how this all started. Let's go back to before Lucas even moved to Austin.
Right. We need to look at the gateway, the crucible moment that made the Austin job possible in the first place, the interview.
Let's set the scene.
We're jumping back to 11:00 p.m. in Lucas's apartment in São Paulo. It's late. The city is quiet. He's sitting at his desk, staring intensely at a Zoom screen.
And on the other side is James Porter, the VP of Engineering at Redline.
Yeah. Now, Lucas has prepped for this moment for weeks. He's reviewed complex system design concepts. He's rehearsed his technical answers.
But James starts the interview with a question that makes Lucas's mouth go completely dry.
James leans back, smiles, and says, "So, before we get into the technical stuff, tell me a little about yourself."
Ah, yes. The dreaded deceptive opener.
It's the worst.
It is arguably the most important question in any American job interview.
Mm-hmm.
And it's consistently the one that non-native speakers, and honestly native speakers too, struggle with the most.
I have to push back on this question immediately because it feels like a total trap. Why do American interviewers even ask this?
Why do you think it's a trap?
It defies logic.
Yeah.
James Porter has Lucas's resume right in front of him on a separate monitor. He knows where Lucas went to school.
Right. He has all the facts.
He knows where Lucas worked for the past 5 years. Asking, "Tell me about yourself," feels like asking someone to summarize a dense 500-page Russian novel in a single tweet. Where do you even begin?
It absolutely feels like a trap if you misunderstand the fundamental premise of American hiring culture.
So what's the actual premise?
Well, if we connect this to the broader psychology of how Americans do business, James is not asking you to read your resume out loud.
Thank goodness.
And he certainly isn't asking for your childhood memories in São Paulo or what you like to do on the weekends.
Right, so what does he actually want?
He wants a 60 to 90 second narrative arc.
A narrative arc, like you're pitching a movie trailer for your own career.
100%. They are looking for your professional identity, your specific achievements, your enthusiasm, and most importantly, your forward momentum.
They want to know why your past experiences make you the perfect fit for this specific seat.
Let's look at Lucas's first practice attempt at answering this. Back when he was rehearsing in front of his mirror.
Oh, this should be good.
In practice, he said, "I was born in São Paulo, Brazil. I studied computer science at university. After that, I got a job at Tech Brazil, where I worked for 5 years."
I mean, it's very factual.
He went on to say, "I did many things there, like coding and databases. Now I want to work in America because it's a good opportunity."
Oof. Yeah, I hear that. And everything he just said is the truth. He didn't lie. But it's incredibly flat. It's just a chronological list of events. I did this, then I did that, and I did many things.
It strips away all his excellence.
Completely. It doesn't tell James Porter anything about how good Lucas actually is at his job.
Indeed. It lacks passion, it lacks specificity, and there's zero connection to the specific role at Redline.
Which is common, right? In many cultures, bragging about your own accomplishments is considered really arrogant.
Absolutely. You're supposed to let the paper speak for itself. But in the U.S. context, humility in an interview is often misinterpreted as a lack of confidence.
So how did he fix it for the real interview?
Contrast that practice attempt with the winning answer he actually delivered. He started by claiming his professional identity immediately.
What did he say?
He looked right at the camera and said, "So I'm a back-end engineer with about 5 years of experience, mostly focused on building scalable cloud infrastructure."
Boom. Right out of the gate, he tells them undeniably who he is, not, "I studied this subject, but I am this professional."
Right, he owns the title.
Yeah.
It establishes immediate authority.
And then what?
Then he moves straight to a quantifiable achievement. He doesn't say, "I did many things." He says, "I spent the last 3 years leading a team that migrated our payment platform to AWS, which cut our processing time by 40%.
Okay, let's pause and translate the tech jargon for our listeners. AWS means Amazon Web Services, basically moving systems to the cloud.
Right, but the tech isn't the magic part.
Exactly. Spot on. The magic phrase is, cut our processing time by 40%. American business culture runs entirely on metrics.
You cannot just say, I worked on databases. You have to prove the business impact with numbers.
So he gives them the numbers. Then what's the finale of his pitch?
He transitions to genuine enthusiasm. He says, that experience really sparked my passion for cloud architecture. When I saw the role at Redline, it felt like a perfect match.
Oh, that's so smooth.
And he ends with that forward momentum. I'm excited about the chance to bring my experience to a team tackling these massive challenges at scale.
It is a total masterclass in 90 seconds. He guides the interviewer on a journey from who he is to why he's excellent to why he wants this specific job.
He makes himself the inevitable solution to their hiring problem.
Okay, but once he survives that opening, here comes the next hurdle, the behavioral gauntlet. James leans in and asks another classic trap question. What's your greatest weakness?
Oh, this question raises a fascinating point about vulnerability in the American workplace.
Because you can't just give a fake answer, right?
The golden rule here is you must choose a real weakness, show deep self-awareness, and then demonstrate the tangible actions you're taking to improve it.
Which means we have to absolutely retire the ultimate cliches. We have to banish answers like, I'm a perfectionist.
Please, let's bury those forever. Or the classic, I just care too much and I work too hard.
Yeah, American interviewers see right through those instantly. It sounds so insincere and evasive.
They actually appreciate genuine vulnerability, provided it is paired with a growth mindset. They want to see that you're capable of self-correction.
So what did Lucas use for his real weakness?
Instead of a cliche, he offered a raw struggle. He said, honestly, I've historically struggled with delegating tasks. As an engineer, I tend to want to do everything myself to make sure the code is perfect.
Which is such a deeply relatable problem for talented people. It shows he actually cares about quality.
But he doesn't just leave the weakness hanging in the air.
Right. If you just say, I can't delegate, the interviewer thinks, great, this guy's a control freak.
Absolutely. So Lucas immediately pivoted to the active solution. He explained how he started using project management software to assign subtasks, forcing himself to lean into trusting his teammates.
He framed it as a work in progress that's already led to improvements. He proved he is coachable.
And speaking of stories, the interview inevitably moves into conflict resolution. James asks, tell me about a time you faced a conflict at work.
This is where the famous STAR method comes into play, isn't it?
It is. The STAR method is the absolute structural backbone of American behavioral interviews. It stands for situation, task, action, result.
Let me jump in here because I think a lot of international listeners might find this bizarre. Why do American managers value conflict so much?
How do you mean?
Well, in many cultures, take parts of East Asia, for example, harmony is the ultimate workplace virtue. The ideal employee never creates friction. Claiming you've had a massive conflict at work seems terrible.
That is a brilliant cultural distinction. In the American business mindset, conflict is not viewed as a failure of harmony.
It's not.
No, it's viewed as a necessary driver of innovation. American corporate culture is built on the marketplace of ideas. Different perspectives clash, and the best idea survives.
So they don't want someone who hides from difficult conversations.
Without a doubt, conflict is inevitable. They want to see how you navigate the friction without burning the building down.
Okay, that makes total sense. So how did Lucas use the STAR method to demonstrate this?
First, the situation. He set the scene by explaining he was working on a massive feature release with a brutally tight deadline. He disagreed fundamentally with the QA lead about whether the software was ready to ship.
Let's translate QA for a second. Think of quality assurance like the health inspector at a high-end restaurant.
That's a great analogy.
The chef Lucas wants to get the food out while it's hot, but the health inspector, the QA lead, says, wait, I need to check the internal temperature of this chicken first.
It creates inherent stressful tension. So the situation is clearly established. Then comes the task.
Right, what was his task?
As the engineering lead, he was responsible for ensuring both high-quality code and timely delivery. Those two mandates were in direct opposition.
And the action. This is the most crucial part, I assume. It's what he actually did.
Spot on. The action must highlight your specific agency. Instead of getting angry or arguing over a passive-aggressive email thread, his action was to de-escalate.
What did he do?
He scheduled a one-on-one video call with the QA lead to genuinely understand her concerns. He listened. They found a technical compromise.
He patched a security bug she was worried about and set up automated monitoring for the rest.
Exactly, indeed. And finally, the result. The payoff of the story. They shipped on time, the client was thrilled, and crucially, Lucas and the QA lead developed a much stronger relationship.
Because they navigated that friction, they started checking in earlier on future projects. It's a brilliant narrative.
It shows empathy and high-level problem solving.
But listening to all this structured storytelling, I can imagine a non-native speaker feeling incredibly overwhelmed.
Oh, the cognitive load is massive.
What if you're in the interview, the VP speaks super fast, uses some weird Texas slang, and you just entirely miss the question? Is the interview over?
Not at all. And this is a critical piece of psychological armor to equip yourself with. It's 100% acceptable to ask for clarification.
You can just ask them to repeat it.
Absolutely. Saying, could you repeat that? Or just to make sure I fully understand the nuances you're asking about X or Y is viewed as highly professional behavior.
It shows you're engaged and detail-oriented. You don't have to panic and give a totally irrelevant answer.
And you can use strategic filler phrases to buy yourself processing time.
Like what?
If you get a tough question, smiling and saying, that's a really great question. Let me think about the best way to frame that for a moment. Gives your brain crucial seconds.
It prevents that dead, awkward silence from hanging over the Zoom call.
Undeniably.
So, utilizing all these tools, Lucas aces the interview, he gets the formal offer letter, he packs up his life, crosses the globe, and arrives in Austin. He survived the gateway.
But as we know, getting the job is only chapter 1. The real test of cultural fluency begins at 10:00 a.m. on day 1.
Welcome to the arena. We are transitioning from the theoretical to the practical. It is time to decode workplace meetings.
Let's get back to the scene.
Lucas is sitting at his pristine new desk. His manager, Karen, walks over and casually says, "Hey, Lucas, we've got to stand up in 5. Conference room B. Just introduce yourself."
And Lucas nods politely, but internally the alarm bells are ringing.
He's panicking. He's thinking, a stand-up? Do I literally have to stand up out of my chair? Is this a physical exercise?
Which is a completely rational question if you've never worked in an agile tech environment before. The terminology is bizarre.
Right. So he follows Karen into conference room B. It's this glass-walled fishbowl. People are sipping iced lattes, chatting about the weekend.
Karen calls for a quick round robin and puts Lucas on the spot.
And Lucas, feeling the crushing weight of 8 pairs of American eyes staring at him, stiffens up, clears his throat, and says in a very rigid monotone, "Hello, I'm Lucas. I am from Brazil. I am happy to be here."
Oh, the tension.
He finishes with, "I will be working on the back-end team. Thank you."
And the room responds with polite, encouraging smiles. Someone says, "Welcome aboard." It wasn't a total disaster.
But Lucas could instantly feel the friction. He could feel the massive canyon between his highly rehearsed sentences and the fluid way his colleagues were communicating.
So let's dive deep into the anthropology of these meetings, because there is a massive cultural shift happening here.
What's the core difference?
Well, in many cultures, when you're in a room with leadership, quiet humility is the ultimate sign of respect. You defer to authority, you keep answers brief and factual.
You don't try to steal the spotlight.
Right. But in the American workplace, meetings serve a totally different psychological function.
What are they actually doing in that classroom?
Meetings in America are about building individual credibility and demonstrating active, visible engagement. It's a performative space.
So if you just sit in absolute silence, taking notes.
It is rarely interpreted as respectful humility. In America, silence is almost always misread as disengagement, a lack of confidence, or a lack of initiative.
That is a staggering paradigm shift. Silence equals disengagement. You have to speak up to survive.
Let's break down the different arenas where this happens, starting with the daily stand-up.
Which is a foundational staple of the tech scene.
It's designed to be incredibly short, maybe 10 to 15 minutes.
Yeah.
You're expected to answer 3 simple questions rapidly. What did you do yesterday? What are you doing today?
Mm-hmm.
And do you have any blockers?
Blockers meaning obstacles preventing your work. The key here seems to be extreme brevity mixed with unshakable confidence.
Let's look at a hypothetical. Early on, a nervous Lucas might have given an update like, yesterday I was doing some work on the API, and I think it is maybe done, but I'm not completely sure yet.
Oh, you can hear the hesitation dripping off every syllable. I think maybe done? It sounds incredibly weak.
It's vague, it lacks ownership, and it takes too long to say. The confident, culturally fluent standard sounds entirely different.
The fluent version is, I wrapped up the API integration yesterday. I'll run it by QA this morning to confirm. No blockers.
Let's unpack wrapped up. It's one of those quintessential American phrasal verbs that signals deep cultural fluency.
It implies you didn't just stop working on it, but you completed it neatly. You put a bow on it.
Yes. And then he says, I'll run it by QA, meaning to check with someone quickly. These dynamic phrasings are the linguistic markers of an insider.
Okay, so that's the daily sprint. Fast, tactical. But what about the weekly team sync? These are much longer, maybe 30 to 60 minutes.
This is where you actually debate roadmaps and solve complex problems.
Imagine the project manager, Tom, is at a whiteboard talking about a recurring bug that's crashing the system. Tom says, anyone have thoughts on what's causing this?
And Lucas actually knows the answer. He saw this bug in Brazil.
But he's terrified to interrupt Tom. In his mind, interrupting is horribly rude. How do you jump into a fast-paced conversation without sounding like an arrogant jerk?
This is where required vocabulary becomes your armor. In American culture, you are heavily rewarded for taking initiative. You don't wait for permission to speak.
If you wait for silence, you'll wait forever.
Absolutely. You need transition phrases to enter the stream smoothly. You say things like, building on what Tom just said, or I've actually dealt with something similar before if I can jump in.
Building on what Tom said. I love that. It's a diplomatic trick. You're actively complimenting his point, using his words as a stepping stone, and smoothly pivoting the spotlight to yourself.
Spot on. It validates your colleague while giving you an unforced entry point.
And when Lucas finally used that phrase, Tom was instantly impressed. He asked Lucas to put together a formal proposal. Lucas wasn't just in the room anymore, he was part of the team.
Which brings us to a very different, much more intimate kind of meeting. The one-on-one. The 1.1.
Just you and your direct manager. So Lucas sits down for his first 1.1 with Karen. She asks warmly, so, how are you settling in?
And Lucas says, it's good, the team is nice, and then he says absolutely nothing else.
Karen asks if he needs resources. Lucas says, no, I think I'm fine. It's almost physically painful to analyze.
It is agonizing, because Lucas genuinely thinks he's being the perfect low-maintenance employee, but a colleague of his, Priya, has to intervene later.
What does she tell him?
She tells him, Lucas, you have it all backward. One-on-ones are your meeting.
Shouldn't the boss run the meeting?
In traditional top-down hierarchies, yes. But Priya explains that Karen is giving Lucas a dedicated stage to talk about his wins, challenges, and career goals.
If he just sits there, Karen will assume he's disengaged or lacks ambition. You have to take the steering wheel.
So in his next 1.1, Lucas comes in incredibly prepared. He opens by sharing a concrete win. I finished the API refactor 2 days ahead of schedule, which I'm pretty proud of.
I love that he explicitly adds, which I'm pretty proud of. It's an acceptable way to take credit.
It's totally expected.
Yeah.
Then he actively flags a challenge professionally. He says, I did run into a bottleneck with the legacy database. The documentation was sparse, so I had to reverse engineer the schema.
He highlights his problem-solving skills instead of just complaining.
Indeed. And finally, he boldly states a growth goal. Going forward, I'd love to start taking on more high-level architecture work.
And Karen's response is enthusiastic support. Simply understanding the cultural purpose of the 1.1 unlocked an opportunity.
There's one more highly specific meeting type we must touch on, the brainstorming session. This is where language is much looser.
I want to focus intensely on one phrase used heavily here, playing devil's advocate. Where does this religious-sounding phrase come from, and why is it so common?
It's a deeply strategic conversational move. Historically, the devil's advocate was an official position in the Catholic Church, arguing against the canonization of a saint to ensure they were worthy.
Wow, so they were stress testing the saint.
100%. In modern corporate America, playing devil's advocate means you intentionally argue the opposite side of a popular idea.
But you aren't doing it because you personally hate the idea.
No, you're doing it to test the structural integrity of the plan.
Yeah.
It removes personal friction from intellectual disagreement.
It's an invisible shield. You can criticize the CEO's favorite plan by saying, hey, I was just playing devil's advocate.
And alongside that shield, you have polite deflections. Like if someone goes totally off topic, you don't say, that's a stupid distraction. You say, that's an interesting point. Let's park that thought and come back to it.
Let's park that. It's a brilliant metaphor. It implies the idea is a valuable car, and we're just putting it safely in a designated spot for now.
It keeps the meeting moving with ruthless efficiency.
Okay, so Lucas is actively mastering these spoken meetings. But while meetings are public, there is a silent career killer lurking right on his computer screen.
We are stepping into the digital footprint, the delicate, highly nuanced art of the professional American email.
Let's set the scene. It's 6 weeks in. Lucas is stressed, deep in the zone, debugging a critical issue.
And suddenly, an email pops up from Rachel, a senior PM in New York.
They've never met. Rachel urgently needs performance data by the end of the day. Lucas, trying to be efficient, fires back. Rachel, I don't have time for this today. Ask Derek, he might know. Lucas.
And exactly 20 minutes later, his manager, Karen, is at his desk. Rachel is absolutely furious.
Rachel forwarded it to Karen and complained Lucas was incredibly disrespectful. Now, I have to play devil's advocate right here.
Go for it.
Lucas was telling the absolute truth. He was swamped. Derek did have the data. In a lot of cultures, giving a fast, efficient answer is a massive positive. Why is efficiency seen as rude in America?
It gets to the very heart of American digital communication norms. An email isn't just a utilitarian vehicle for raw data. It is a relationship management tool.
So it requires social lubricants.
Without a doubt. Because you don't have tone of voice or warm body language, stark directness almost always reads as aggressive hostility.
It's not just about what you say, it's how you package it.
Karen teaches Lucas a profound lesson. Your email tone is your professional reputation. If you sound blunt in text, people will assume you are a blunt, unpleasant human being.
So Karen helps Lucas rewrite this disastrous email, and the transformation is amazing.
Let's look at the culturally fluent version. Hi, Rachel. Thanks for reaching out. I'd love to help you with this. Unfortunately, I'm tied up with a critical bug fix today.
Let's analyze that opening. The greeting matches the professional baseline. Hi, Rachel. Then comes the buffer, the crucial social lubricant. Thanks for reaching out.
Then he psychologically validates her request before declining it. I'd love to help you with this, unfortunately. He provides a clear boundary.
And then crucially, he offers the solution so he isn't leaving her stranded. That said, Derek on our team has access to the exact same metrics. I've CC'd him here.
And he closes warmly. Let me know if there's anything else I can do. Best, Lucas. Logically, it's the exact same underlying message. I cannot do it. Go ask Derek.
But the emotional impact is completely inverted. The first felt cold and dismissive. The rewrite feels highly collaborative and empathetic.
It is a replicable formula. Let's walk you, the listener, through the structural pillars. It starts with the subject line.
Subject lines must be ruthlessly clear and actionable, not just question or, hey.
They need to tell the busy recipient exactly what to expect, like action needed, client proposal review by Friday.
It allows them to visually prioritize their inbox. Then you match the greeting formality, add your opening buffer, and keep the paragraphs punchy.
Americans love scannable, visually digestible emails. Use bullet points, bold the key dates.
And end with a clear call to action and a professional sign-off. But I want to dive into a few notoriously high-stakes email scenarios.
These are the terrifying moments for non-native speakers.
Scenario 1. Following up. You asked someone for a critical file a week ago, and they are completely ignoring you. How do you remind them without sounding angry or accusatory?
The natural instinct is to write, I haven't heard back from you, or where is the file? But that feels incredibly aggressive.
So what's the workaround?
The standard, polite workaround is to give them a graceful, face-saving exit. You say, hi, Sarah. Just wanted to follow up on the design mock-ups. I know things have been busy on your end, so no worries if you haven't had a chance to look at them yet.
No worries if you haven't had a chance. It's almost a little white lie, right? Because you do desperately want them to have had a chance.
But by explicitly acknowledging their heavy workload, you remove the hostility. It's incredibly effective diplomacy.
What about apologizing? Say you made a real mistake and sent bad financial data. Do you write a 3-paragraph apology begging for forgiveness?
No, absolutely not. Groveling makes the other person deeply uncomfortable. The standard is a brief, sincere acknowledgement, followed immediately by a concrete solution.
Like, my apologies for the confusion. I've corrected the numbers and attached the updated version. Thanks for your patience.
Spot on. It's confident, takes ownership, but moves quickly to the fix.
Okay, the last scenario. Declining a request gracefully. A senior leader invites you to speak at a conference, but you don't have time.
The structure is a 4-part sequence. Gratitude, reason, alternative, open door. First, gratitude. Thank you so much for thinking of me. I'm really flattered.
Second, the reason, stated softly. Unfortunately, I'm stretched pretty thin with the new Q3 project deadlines.
Notice he doesn't say, I'm too busy for you. Stretch thin implies you are a rubber band, and the physical reality of physics prevents you from stretching further.
It removes the personal rejection. Third is the alternative. That said, my colleague Priya is an expert and might be a great fit.
And finally, the open door. Hope we can collaborate on something in the future when my schedule opens up. You preserve the relationship while protecting your boundaries.
Brilliant. So Lucas masters this digital matrix. He sends his perfect emails and breathes a massive sigh of relief. He feels in control.
But then, he makes the mistake of stepping into an elevator.
And the heavy metal doors close, trapping him in the most terrifying, unscripted scenario yet. The arena of office small talk.
The vital, inescapable social glue of the American workplace.
Picture this. It's Lucas's third week. He gets into the elevator. Right behind him, the chief technology officer, David Chen, walks in.
The guy who holds the budget and signs the paychecks.
The door's shut. It's just the two of them.
What?
David smiles and says, "Hey, how's it going?" And Lucas's brain simply short circuits.
He wants to say something brilliant to prove he's a genius hire, but the pressure is astronomically high.
So after an agonizing pause, Lucas just says, "Good," and then absolute silence. The ride felt like it lasted 7 years.
Pure, concentrated agony.
Later, Priya tells him, "Lucas, small talk isn't about being smart. It's about being human." What is the actual ROI of small talk? Why do Americans value it so highly if it doesn't solve a bug?
That is a fundamental realization. Many technical professionals from overseas dismiss small talk as a massive waste of billable time.
Right, they think, I'm paid to write code, not talk about the weather.
But they are missing the hidden ROI. In the US, small talk is the foundational layer of trust. It proves your cultural fluency. It shows you are approachable and safe to work with.
It builds the invisible networks that lead to promotions. People want to work with people they wouldn't mind being stuck in an airport with.
Relationships aren't solely built in formal meetings. They're built in the margins, by the coffee machine and in the elevator.
So how did Lucas redeem himself in the elevator? Because we're given a redo scenario weeks later.
In the redo, David steps in, says, "How's it going?" And Lucas actively engages the volley. He says, good, busy week.
He throws the conversational ball right back over the net.
He throws the ball back. It's simple and elegant. David mentions board meetings, and then Lucas makes a highly strategic move. He references a blog post David shared on LinkedIn about microservices.
He bridges the gap perfectly. He shows he's paying attention to leadership's vision, and David is surprised and delighted.
By the time the doors open, David invites him for coffee to discuss architecture. A 45-second chat turned into a direct line to the CTO.
The power of mastering the brief encounter is career-altering. Okay, let's move to the office kitchen. Someone leans against the counter and says, "Did you catch the Cowboys game last night?"
The great American icebreaker. Sports.
But what if you, our listener, couldn't care less about American football? Do you fake it? Do you quickly read Wikipedia in the bathroom?
No, absolutely not. Faking knowledge is dangerous and exhausting. The secret is that you do not need to be an expert. You simply need to be curious.
Curiosity over expertise. How does that sound in practice?
You smile and say, "I didn't catch it. I'm actually still learning the rules of American football since moving here. Was it a good game? Who were they playing?"
Oh, that's brilliant. Was it a good game? You're handing them a microphone to talk endlessly about their favorite subject.
Americans generally love sharing their passions. By asking that validating question, you initiate a 5-minute conversation where you barely have to speak at all.
Or just nod and say, "Wow, that sounds intense." It builds instant rapport with minimal effort.
And admitting "I'm still learning" is very humanizing. It lowers their defenses.
Next is the meeting pregame, the 2 minutes while people dial into Zoom. Karen casually asks if everyone had a good weekend.
And Lucas jumps in and says, "I spent Saturday exploring South Congress. The food scene down there is incredible."
He mentions a specific local Austin neighborhood, and Karen lights up and asks if he's tried Torchy's tacos.
This tiny exchange accomplishes 3 monumental things. He participates, he shares a relatable personal detail, and he shows genuine enthusiasm for his new city.
Connecting over local food or weekend plans is universally effective. But speaking of SACE, we need to talk about the danger zones.
The boundary lines are very rigid in American corporate culture. There are topics you must categorically avoid.
Partisan politics is at the very top, right?
Undeniably. Never bring up elections or controversial legislation. Even if you think everyone agrees with you, it is a massive professional risk.
What else is banned?
Religion is entirely off limits. Discussing personal finances, asking about someone's salary, or how much their house cost is highly taboo.
And commenting on physical appearance.
Even if intended as a compliment, it's a massive HR risk. And finally, avoid malicious gossip.
So if all the juicy stuff is off the table, what's left?
The universal human experiences. Weekend plans, travel, food, hobbies, and of course the great universal equalizer, the weather.
The weather. It's almost a joke, but it works, right?
It is the ultimate frictionless neutral ground. It requires no vulnerability and invites easy agreement.
Okay, so to survive all these constantly shifting interactions, Lucas realized he needed a reliable toolkit, and he literally built one for himself.
The Insider's Toolkit. Lucas started carrying a physical notebook. Every time he heard an American colleague use a highly effective phrase, he wrote it down.
He reverse engineered their speech patterns. Let's open up his notebook. Start with agreement and solidarity. How do you enthusiastically agree without just saying, yes, good idea?
American English has vivid imagery for agreement. You say, I'm on board with that. It implies you are all getting on the same ship together.
I love you took the words right out of my mouth. It's such an ego-boosting compliment. It means I was thinking the exact same brilliant thought.
And if you want to praise accuracy, you say, that's spot on. It's confident and succinct.
But the real crucible test is polite disagreement. How do you tell an American colleague their idea is terrible without making them an enemy?
You need diplomatic phrases that validate their logic first. The classic is, I see your point, but have we considered?
Or, I push back a little on that. I love the physical imagery there. I'm not knocking you over. I'm just putting my hands up and pushing back a little to test your balance.
It frames the dissent constructively. Another great one is, that's one way to look at it. Another angle might be, it suggests they're just seeing part of a larger picture.
And what about managing deadlines? If a manager asks for something mathematically impossible, how do you say no without sounding lazy?
You never just say no. You manage the parameters. You ask, is this a hard deadline or is there some flexibility in the timeline?
Or, I want to set realistic expectations. This might take longer than originally planned.
By saying, I want to set realistic expectations, you frame yourself as a responsible professional who wants to deliver high quality.
Okay, we absolutely have to talk about the final page of Lucas's notebook, the corporate idioms, these bizarre, nonsensical, metaphorical phrases.
From Matrix of American business jargon.
I'm going to do a rapid-fire challenge. Translate these for the listener and explain the cultural etymology. Ready?
I am ready. Let's decode them.
First one, let's touch base.
It means, let's check in briefly. Culturally, it comes directly from baseball, where a player must literally touch the base to be safe.
Because American business uses so many sports metaphors, right?
Absolutely. The culture is highly competitive and team-oriented. Touch base is a low-pressure way to request an update without scheduling a massive meeting.
Next, move the needle.
To make measurable progress. Imagine a physical gauge on an industrial dashboard. If you move the needle, you're doing work that impacts the bottom line, not just busy work.
I like that visual. How about low-hanging fruit?
Easy wins or highly visible tasks. Imagine an apple tree. You grab the apples at the bottom first because they require the least effort to build team momentum quickly.
What happens when someone says, let's take this offline? Are we turning off the Wi-Fi?
Not quite. It means to discuss something privately, outside of the current meeting. It's a polite weapon to stop two people from stubbornly debating a minor detail and wasting everyone's time.
Ah, the polite shutdown. Okay, bandwidth, as in, do you have bandwidth for this new project?
This is a somewhat dystopian example of tech terminology bleeding into human resources. Bandwidth refers to internet cable capacity.
When applied to a human,
It means your mental capacity or schedule availability. I don't have the bandwidth means my brain and calendar are completely full.
it commodifies human attention. Fascinating. What about circle back?
To return to a topic at a later date, let's circle back to the budget discussion next week. It's a special metaphor to pause a conversation and move forward linearly.
And the last one, put a pin in it.
Similar to circle back, imagine literally putting a push pin into a map or a corkboard. You aren't throwing the idea in the trash. You're securing it safely for another time.
You know, adopting these idioms feels almost like learning a secret code. But I imagine some international listeners might feel resistance, like they're losing their authentic personal voice by using corporate cliches.
It is a totally valid concern. But adopting these idioms isn't about erasing your personality. It is about signaling to the tribe that you are fully integrated.
It shows you're on the same page, to use another idiom.
100%.
Yeah.
When you use their shorthand, you drastically reduce the cognitive load for your colleagues. They just feel subconsciously comfortable with you. It builds trust.
It truly is the language of belonging. And that brings us to the ultimate, incredibly satisfying resolution of Lucas's journey. Let's fast forward 6 months.
A warm Thursday afternoon in Austin.
Lucas is back in conference room B, the exact same glass-walled room where he gave that stiff, awkward introduction.
But the dynamic in that room is fundamentally different now.
Completely different. Today, Lucas is standing at the head of the table, confidently leading the quarterly architecture review. He's clicking through complex slides, weaving in the vocabulary he studied.
Someone raises an objection and he smiles and says, "Great point, Derek. Let me build on that."
When the conversation drifts, he says, "Let's table the migration discussion and circle back next week." He entirely owns the room.
And the true validation comes right after the meeting. His manager, Karen, pulls him aside. She doesn't just compliment his code, she commends his incredible overall growth.
The leadership team noticed his collaboration skills. And Lucas admits something profound to her. He says, Karen, the hardest part of moving here wasn't the code. Python is Python. The hardest part was learning how to talk.
And Karen just laughs warmly and says, "Welcome to America." It really distills the overarching takeaway this entire deep dive.
What's the final lesson here?
Workplace English is absolutely not about speaking correctly with flawless textbook grammar. Perfection is an illusion that holds you back. It is entirely about speaking connectedly.
It's the email that makes a stressed colleague feel supported. It's the elevator chat that turns an executive into a mentor.
Language at its core is just a tool for human connection.
And I want to speak directly to you, the listener, one more time as we wrap up. Whether you are tuning in from Tokyo, from Mumbai, from Lagos, Sao Paulo, or anywhere else on the map.
Listen closely to this.
Your accent is not a weakness. It is a testament to your bravery and your global journey. Your multilingual brain is an absolute superpower.
You already possess the technical skills. You know the work.
And your willingness to adapt, to observe, to stumble, and boldly try again, that is without a doubt your greatest professional asset.
As we conclude, I'd like to leave you with a final provocative thought to mull over. We've spent this time dissecting how the language you use at work tangibly shapes the opportunities you are given.
So what's the question they should ask themselves?
If that is true, what is one conversation you've been actively avoiding, maybe a 1.1 with your manager, or an introduction to a senior leader that you could transform into a massive career opportunity tomorrow just by changing your approach and using the right phrase?
That is a brilliant, actionable question to take with you into your next workday. Please make sure to like, share, and subscribe to this YouTube channel.
Hello, welcome to the Learn English Lab. Today's podcast is Money, Business, and Side Hustles.
And we are diving into something today that literally affects every single one of you listening.
Oh, absolutely. I mean, imagine working a grueling 40-hour week. Your muscles are aching, and you're doing everything society told you to do right. Going to school, getting a job, working hard.
Right, the whole standard checklist.
Spot on. But then you check your bank account on the 28th of the month, and you realize you are, mathematically speaking, just completely trapped. The money is gone.
And the bills are looming.
Yeah, the panic is rising. So today, we are entirely dismantling that trap. If you have ever felt like the world of personal finance is written in some secret, untranslatable code, you are undeniably in the right place.
Because it really can feel like a code designed to keep you locked out.
It really can. We are embarking on a mission to master the language of money, specifically within the complex, honestly often unforgiving American context. But we are absolutely not going to sit here and read you a dry dictionary of financial terms.
Oh, please no. That would be incredibly tedious and frankly, just ineffective. We want to go far beyond the sterile textbook definitions.
Because nobody learns that way.
Right. To truly understand finance, to actually make it work for you, you have to understand the cultural conversations and the hidden mechanics operating all around you. I'm talking about the intense debates happening in busy coffee shops as prices rise,
Oh, for sure. Or the hushed, slightly panicked advice shared between colleagues over office cubicles.
Accurately stated. And the deeply emotional discussions happening at dinner tables across the United States. Money is never just numbers.
No, never.
It is psychology, it is culture, and it is survival.
Spot on. We want to arm you with the vocabulary, yes, but more importantly, we want to give you the underlying context. We are going to decode the system.
And to do that, we have a fantastic, highly relatable guide for today's deep dive.
We certainly do. We are going to intimately follow the journey of a 25-year-old named Alex.
And Alex lives in Austin, Texas.
Right. And his story is incredibly representative of what millions of working class and middle class people experience every single day.
It really is. We're going to track his progress from having Almost nothing like just trying to keep his head above water month to month to actually building lasting structural financial freedom.
And by walking in Alex's shoes, you, our listener, are going to learn the crucial vocabulary and the deep underlying concepts needed to take control of your own financial future.
Think of this deep dive as a custom-made step-by-step roadmap.
Yeah, it is designed specifically for you to gain absolute confidence, to completely bypass that awful feeling of information overload, and to actually apply these foundational lessons to your own life.
Starting the minute this audio finishes.
Absolutely. So let's just get into it. Okay, let's unpack this. We need to look at the raw mathematics of Alex's reality first.
Yeah, let's set the scene. So Alex works as a barista at a popular fast-paced coffee shop Monday through Friday.
And he makes $16 an hour, plus whatever arbitrary amount he brings in from the tip jar.
Right. Now, he genuinely likes his coworkers, and he enjoys what are known in the American workforce as the perks of the job.
Right, the perks. That is a crucial vocabulary word right there.
It is. A perk, which is short for perquisite, is just an extra non-wage benefit you receive on top of your regular salary.
It could be something massive, like a company car or fully funded health insurance.
Or it could be smaller, like Alex getting free premium coffee and discounted pastries during his shift.
Which is nice. But while the free espresso is great for his daily energy levels, there is a massive, dark shadow hanging over Alex.
Around the 28th of every single month.
Yeah, a very specific, heavy physiological anxiety hits him. His chest tightens because the first of the month is rapidly approaching and rent is due.
And that anxiety, I mean, it's a universal language. It completely transcends borders. It is the physical manifestation of a structural mathematical problem.
So let's look at the numbers shaping his existence. If he works a standard full-time schedule at $16 an hour, plus a modest estimation of tips, his gross income is roughly $2,800 a month.
Right. Gross income is the big theoretical number. It is the total compensation you earn before the government or anyone else takes a single penny out.
But his net income, which Americans far more commonly refer to as take-home pay, is only $2,200.
Okay, let's unpack this mechanism because that $600 evaporation is a brutal shock to many young people when they first enter the workforce.
It really is. Where does it go? Why does the government take it before Alex even sees it?
Well, it vanishes into a complex web of payroll deductions. The United States operates on a pay-as-you-go tax system. Employers are legally mandated to withhold a portion of your earnings.
Right, so first there are federal income taxes, which fund the national government.
Then, depending on where you live, there might be state income taxes.
Yeah.
Though Texas, where Alex lives, actually does not have a state income tax.
Which is a detail that draws a lot of people there, undeniably.
Definitely. But the biggest chunk for someone at Alex's income level goes to FICA.
FICA. That stands for the Federal Insurance Contributions Act, correct?
Accurately stated. FICA is essentially a mandatory payroll tax that funds two massive social safety net programs in the United States.
Right. Social Security, which provides retirement income.
And Medicare, which provides health insurance for the elderly. Every time Alex works an hour, a percentage of his labor is siphoned off to fund the current generation of retirees.
With the social promise that future workers will do the same for him.
Exactly. Well, spot on. Add in a small contribution for the coffee shop's basic health insurance plan, and that $600 is just gone.
It is ghost money. He earned it, but he never had the agency to spend it. So Alex is left with $2,200 of actual liquid spendable cash.
Now we need to look at the other side of the ledger. We need to break down his monthly expenses to understand why that anxiety hits on the 28th.
Right. Rent in a booming tech hub like Austin takes up a massive, disproportionate chunk, $1,100.
Utilities, and that is the absolute baseline of modern existence. Electricity, water, internet cost another $150.
He has a mandatory, inescapable student loan payment of $250.
His car payment and the legally required auto insurance combined for $400.
Gas to literally move that car back and forth to his place of employment is another $100.
And finally, bare bones groceries cost him $200.
Let us do the final arithmetic here. Rent, utilities, loans, car, gas, groceries. The total is undeniably $2,200.
He brings in $2,200 and he sends out $2,200.
There is $0 left over. Not a single penny for emergencies, for investing, or for breathing room.
Which introduces a very important and frankly depressing cultural and financial idiom, living paycheck to paycheck.
Yeah, that's a tough one. This phrase describes a precarious situation where a person's income is entirely devoted to covering their absolute baseline necessities.
The money arrives in the bank account on payday, and it immediately vanishes to satisfy creditors and landlords.
There is no reservoir. There is no buffer.
And the psychological toll of living paycheck to paycheck cannot be overstated. It forces the human brain into a constant state of low-grade panic.
Because you are operating with zero margin for error.
Right. Think about the fragility of this ecosystem. If Alex is driving to his barista job and his car hits a pothole, blowing out a tire and damaging the suspension,
Resulting in a sudden $500 repair bill.
yeah, he is completely structurally trapped.
He doesn't have $500 in cash.
Yeah.
So what is the mechanism he uses to survive? He is forced to put that emergency repair on a high-interest credit card.
And the moment he does that, he crosses a dangerous threshold. He plunges into consumer debt.
If that credit card charges 24% interest, that $500 repair will end up costing him significantly more over time.
Further draining his already non-existent monthly cash flow. It is a vicious compounding cycle of poverty.
You are always one piece of bad luck, a medical emergency, a broken transmission, a week of being too sick to work away from total financial ruin.
It makes me think of an analogy.
Oh.
It is like Alex is running on a treadmill that is set at an incredibly steep incline, and the speed keeps subtly increasing.
He is sweating, he is working incredibly hard, his legs are burning with lactic acid, but he is literally going nowhere.
Right. If he stops running for even 1 second, he will be thrown violently off the back of the machine.
And looking at this math makes me want to push back aggressively on a narrative we hear constantly in society, especially from older generations.
Oh, I know the narrative you mean.
We are constantly told, if you just go to school, get a standard full-time job, and work hard, you will be fine. You will achieve the American dream.
But Alex is doing all of that.
This math proves that a standard 40-hour-a-week job does not guarantee security anymore. The advice feels obsolete. What is a person supposed to do when their baseline, bare-bones survival consumes 100% of their resources?
Your pushback is entirely justified. You are highlighting a massive macroeconomic shift that has occurred over the last 4 decades.
Right, the cost of living.
Specifically, the cost of housing, higher education, and healthcare. It has vastly outpaced the growth of standard wages.
In the 1970s, a barista equivalent job might have allowed someone to rent an apartment and still save money.
Today, as we see with Alex, housing alone is consuming 50% of his net income.
When survival takes 100% of your resources, the pressure within the system continually builds until it reaches a critical breaking point.
It forces a moment where the pain of staying in the current situation becomes greater than the immense effort required to change it.
And for Alex, that breaking point, that moment of sheer exhaustion, arrives during a lunch date.
He meets up with an old college friend named Maria.
Now, Maria works in human resources. She spends her days looking at payroll, salary bands, and benefits packages.
Because of this, she happens to be an absolute nerd for personal finance.
During lunch, Alex just breaks down and vents. He complains about being constantly broke.
We should pause to define that word. Broke is a very common piece of American slang, but it carries a specific nuance.
Right. It means currently having zero money in your bank account.
However, it usually implies a temporary state of low liquidity, unlike poverty, which is a systemic, long-term lack of resources and opportunity.
Alex is experiencing the acute, sharp pain of being broke, but he has the education and capability to change it.
So Maria listens patiently to his venting, and then, rather than just offering empty sympathy, she introduces him to a framework, a diagnostic tool.
It's called the 50-30-20 rule.
This is a classic, widely respected budgeting guideline, originally popularized by financial experts to help people simplify their money management.
It is designed to dictate exactly what you should do with your net income again. That is your take-home pay.
The rule suggests dividing your money into 3 distinct buckets. 50% goes to your needs.
These are the non-negotiable essentials required to sustain life and employment: rent, basic utilities, minimum debt payments, and basic groceries.
30% goes to your wants. This is the lifestyle bucket. Dining out, streaming subscriptions, new clothes, hobbies, travel.
And the final 20% goes to savings and debt repayment.
This is the future bucket. Building an emergency fund, investing for retirement, or making aggressive extra payments to eliminate debt faster.
So Alex sits there at lunch, sipping his water, and he does the mental math.
If his take-home pay is $2,200, 20% of that is $440.
The rule dictates he should be saving $440 every single month. He feels totally defeated.
He looks at Maria across the table and says, "My needs take up 100% of my income. I don't have 50% for needs. I have 100% for needs."
I have absolutely nothing left to categorize.
But Maria, looking at this through the objective lens of an HR professional, doesn't just accept his self-assessment.
She challenges his fundamental premise. She asks, "Are you completely sure about that? Or are you blurring the line between a need and a want? Let's look closer."
She encourages him to perform a ruthless financial audit.
This is where the rubber meets the road. Alex goes home, opens his laptop, logs into his banking portal, and pulls up his statements for the last 3 months.
He goes line by agonizing line, categorized transaction by categorized transaction.
And this is where the deeply uncomfortable truth reveals itself.
Yes, his rent and car payment are rigidly fixed. He cannot change those today. But he discovers a pattern of behavioral leaks.
He is spending $150 a month on takeout food ordering delivery through apps on the nights he feels too physically exhausted from the coffee shop to cook.
He has 3 different premium television streaming subscriptions, 2 of which he hasn't even logged into for months.
And perhaps the most surprising and insidious drain, he spends about $60 a month buying a gourmet, specialized snack during his afternoon break at work.
This specific phenomenon brings us to a fascinating, highly descriptive English idiom, death by 1,000 cuts.
Historically, this refers to a brutal, ancient method of execution, where the victim was subjected to numerous minor wounds, none fatal on their own, but collectively leading to demise.
In modern financial language, it describes a major financial failure caused by a sequence of many small, seemingly insignificant, everyday expenditures.
It wasn't a luxury sports car or a lavish vacation to Europe that was bankrupting Alex. It was completely invisible, tiny, highly normalized daily habits.
Without a doubt, the human brain is notoriously terrible at intuitive accounting.
When we do not actively track our spending, our minds only register the massive, shocking purchases. We remember buying a new computer.
We completely ignore the $4 transaction at the convenience store. But structurally, a small, continuous leak will eventually sink a massive ship.
I have to play devil's advocate here, though, because this is where a lot of financial advice feels incredibly out of touch with reality.
Oh.
How so? Isn't it incredibly easy to justify a $5 snack? When you're working on your feet for 8 hours a day, dealing with rude customers, suppressing your frustration that $5 pastry isn't just food.
Right. It feels like a reward.
It feels like a necessary mental health break. It is a tiny hit of dopamine in an otherwise grueling day. In our modern capitalist society, we're constantly bombarded with these micro-rewards designed to exploit our willpower depletion.
That's a fair point.
Tracking every single coffee and snack doesn't just sound tedious, it sounds like a miserable punishment. It sounds like telling a drowning man he shouldn't have bought a bottle of water.
That is an exceptionally valid, deeply profound pushback. You are identifying the psychological friction of poverty and the weaponization of convenience. You are absolutely right that these small purchases function as coping mechanisms. When cognitive bandwidth is low from exhaustion, friction-free spending, like tapping a phone to buy a pastry, is incredibly difficult to resist.
It really is.
And let us be clear. The ultimate goal of tracking your spending is not to punish yourself or to strip every ounce of joy from your daily existence.
Then what is the point if it feels so restrictive?
The point is the concept of reclaiming your agency. It is about migrating your behavior from unconscious reactive spending to conscious proactive allocation.
So making a choice instead of a reflex.
Accurately. When Alex is confronted with the hard data that his daily break snacks add up to over $700 a year, he now possesses the power of an informed choice.
Is that fleeting 5-minute sugar rush worth delaying his ultimate financial freedom by another month?
Maybe on a particularly terrible Tuesday, it is. But the paradigm has shifted. He is now making an active, deliberate decision rather than just blindly reacting to his environment and his impulses. He is taking the steering wheel back.
I love that framing, reclaiming agency. It shifts the power dynamic entirely. It moves you from being a victim of your habits to being the architect of them.
Spot on.
Okay, so armed with this new awareness, Alex takes action. He immediately cancels the unused streaming services.
He spends his Sunday meal prepping large batches of rice and beans to completely eliminate the urge for expensive takeout.
And he buys a bag of apples at the grocery store bringing one to work every day instead of buying the marked up pastry. He is actively cutting his expenses. He is applying the tourniquet.
Which is undeniably the crucial first step in any financial crisis. You have to stop the bleeding. You must plug the leaks.
Right.
However, as Alex soon discovers, there is a harsh, inescapable mathematical reality to this phase. There is an absolute floor to how much you can cut.
You can only reduce your grocery bill so much before you begin suffering from malnutrition.
You can only lower your utility bill so much before you are shivering in the dark.
Once Alex has optimized his spending, once he has cut all the wants and reduced the needs to their absolute minimum, he hits that concrete floor.
He manages to free up perhaps $200 a month. It is progress, but it is not a structural revolution.
The tourniquet stopped the bleeding, but a tourniquet doesn't heal the patient. If you cannot push your expenses any lower, the only other variable in the wealth-building equation is your income.
You can only cut your way to survival. You have to earn your way to freedom.
To truly change the trajectory of his life, Alex realizes he needs to drastically raise the ceiling on his earnings. He needs to pull the other lever.
And this realization represents a major paradigm shift. Because Alex is working rigidly fixed shifts at the coffee shop, he cannot just walk into his manager's office and demand an extra 20 hours a week.
The payroll budget is locked. Those hours simply do not exist to be given.
Therefore, he is forced to look entirely outside his primary employment. He has to sit down and honestly assess his personal inventory of skills. What value can he extract from his brain and offer to the open market?
He takes out a piece of paper and takes stock. What is he actually good at? He realizes he is a native English speaker with a strong grasp of grammar.
He is a pretty persuasive writer.
And crucially, because of his age and his personal interests, he is highly savvy with digital social media platforms.
He intimately understands how recommendation algorithms function, he knows how to craft a visually engaging post, and he understands the psychology of building an endless audience.
These are skills he considers basic, but to a 60-year-old local business owner, they are dark magic.
This exact realization leads Alex directly into the mechanics of what we call the gig economy.
The gig economy refers to a massive, modern segment of the labor market characterized by flexible, short-term contracts.
Or independent contractor status, or freelance work, as opposed to traditional permanent full-time jobs with benefits. It is a system built on temporary, on-demand labor.
And within that massive gig economy ecosystem, Alex is explicitly looking to start a side hustle.
This term has become a dominant buzzword in American economic culture over the last decade. A side hustle is any secondary job, micro business, or venture that you take on specifically to supplement your primary source of income.
It is the supplemental hustle you maintain on the side of your main obligations.
Specifically, Alex decides to operate as a freelancer. A freelancer is a self-employed individual who is not committed to any single employer on a long-term basis.
They act as their own one-person agency.
They work project by project, contract by contract, often juggling multiple different clients simultaneously, billing them for specific deliverables or hourly expertise.
So Alex moves from planning to execution. He goes on to a massive digital platform called Upwork, which essentially acts as a global matchmaking service, connecting freelancers with businesses looking for specific talent.
He carefully crafts a profile, positioning himself as a freelance social media manager specializing in small businesses, and he sets his initial asking rate at a modest $20 an hour.
He begins scrolling through job postings, finding businesses desperate for digital help, and he starts meticulously sending out proposals.
And here's where we must pause to highlight a crucial, often hidden reality check.
Yeah, this is important.
The internet, particularly social media influencers, often makes side hustles look effortless. They sell the dream of instant clients.
But the reality of the platform algorithm is brutal. Alex spends hours crafting 10 highly detailed, customized proposals, and he is met with 9 brutal, silent rejections.
Just total crickets or a generic automated no thank you?
That staggering ratio of rejection is entirely normal, and it is baked into the mechanics of the platform.
When you are a beginner on these sites, you possess 0 social proof. You have no reviews, no star rating, and no completed job history.
The platform's algorithm inherently favors established freelancers with high trust metrics.
Therefore, those 9 rejections are essentially the necessary agonizing cost of entry. You are paying for your lack of history with your unpaid labor in crafting proposals. It requires an incredibly thick skin and immense persistence.
But his persistence finally breaks through the algorithmic friction. The 10th proposal that one yields a yes.
A small, independent, family-owned bakery located in a completely different state appreciates his authentic pitch.
They cannot afford an agency, so they hire him to manage their Instagram account for just 5 hours a week. At his rate of $20 an hour, that translates to $100 extra a week, or roughly $400 a month.
And this moment right here is where Alex makes his most brilliant, disciplined, strategic maneuver.
The temptation for most people, upon receiving an extra $400 a month, is to immediately upgrade their lifestyle to match their new income.
This is called lifestyle creep. They go buy nicer clothes, they restart those streaming subscriptions, or they start eating at expensive restaurants again.
Alex violently rejects that urge. He maintains his austere, bare-bones barista budget.
Here's where it gets really interesting. He takes every single cent of that newly generated side hustle money and funnels it directly, automatically, into a specific type of financial vehicle called a high-yield savings account.
Let us explicitly define the mechanics of that account. A high-yield savings account, or HYSA, is fundamentally different from the savings account at a traditional physical bank.
Traditional banks have massive overhead costs. They have to pay for brick-and-mortar buildings on expensive real estate. They pay thousands of tellers. They pay for electricity across thousands of branches.
Because of this massive overhead, they only pass a microscopic amount of interest on to you, perhaps 0.01%.
A high-yield account is typically offered by online-only financial institutions. Because they have virtually no physical footprint and minimal overhead, they can afford to pass significantly higher interest rates onto their depositors.
While your traditional bank pays nothing, an online HYSA might pay 4 or even 5% annually on your deposits.
He opens this high-yield account with one singular aggressive mission: to build a $1,000 emergency fund.
And because he is consistently banking that extra $400 a month, shielded from his daily checking account, he hits his $1,000 goal in less than 3 months.
The psychological weight of that $1,000 is transformative. Remember the $500 hypothetical car repair scenario we discussed earlier?
The one that would have plunged him into a spiral of credit card debt.
Now, if the car hits a pothole and breaks down, it is an annoyance, an inconvenience, but it is no longer a catastrophe. He simply transfers the funds from his HYSA and pays the mechanic in cash.
The emergency fund severs the link between bad luck and long-term financial damage.
It functions exactly like a financial oxygen mask.
Once he has that $1,000 buffer, he can finally breathe, and his momentum begins to compound.
Within 3 months, because he is genuinely doing an excellent job increasing sales for the bakery, they recommend him to another business owner.
He gets a referral, and then he lands a third client through the Upwork algorithm, which is now actively promoting him because he finally has a 5-star review.
He is now managing 3 accounts, and he is bringing in an extra $800 every single month.
His emergency fund is fully stocked, so he pivots his strategy. He takes that $800 and aims it like a laser beam at his student loans, making aggressive, extra principal payments. He is actively crushing his debt.
The change in his psychological posture is profound. For his entire adult life, he's been playing defense, just trying to survive the onslaught of bills until the first of the month.
Now he is finally playing offense. He is attacking his liabilities.
I am thrilled by his progress, but I have to raise a massive red flag here.
Uh-oh. What is it?
We have to look at the reality of his schedule. I need to push back on the long-term sustainability of this entire side hustle culture.
Right.
Sure, he is making an extra $800 a month, and the debt is going down, which is fantastic on a spreadsheet. But let's look at his actual physical life.
He is still working a physically demanding, exhausting 40-hour-a-week job at the coffee shop, standing on hard floors all day.
Then he commutes home, opens his laptop, and grinds through another 15 or 20 hours a week, reading copy, editing photos, and analyzing metrics for 3 different clients.
Isn't he essentially just trading financial exhaustion for absolute physical and mental exhaustion?
How long can a human body sustain a 60-hour cognitive and physical load?
Your red flag is absolutely warranted. You are identifying the fundamental structural flaw in the active side hustle model.
It is a fantastic, necessary tool for digging yourself out of an immediate financial hole, but it is a highly toxic, unsustainable, long-term lifestyle.
You are absolutely right. He is burning the candle at both ends, and eventually the wax will melt entirely.
Before we explore the inevitable consequences of that intense exhaustion, I think it would be deeply helpful to map out the broader landscape of the gig economy.
Alex found his specific lane in digital marketing and social media. But what else exists in this space?
Based on the research, the most common American side hustles generally fall into 4 distinct mechanical categories. Let's break down how each one actually functions.
A great idea. Let us dissect those 4 categories. The first and most visible category is service-based gig work.
This relies entirely on your physical presence, your vehicle, and your immediate time. It includes algorithmic dispatch jobs like driving for rideshare apps such as Uber or Lyft,
Or delivering food through platforms like DoorDash, or performing manual labor like assembling furniture, or moving boxes on platforms like TaskRabbit.
The economic reality of this category is that the barrier to entry is extremely low. Anyone with a car and a clean background check can start tomorrow.
However, because the labor is highly commoditized and easily replaceable, the pay ceiling is also inherently low, and you absorb the depreciation costs of your vehicle.
The second category is skilled or creative freelance work. This is the bucket Alex is operating in.
It requires a specific marketable talent or expertise that cannot be easily replicated by anyone off the street.
This includes freelance copywriting, graphic design, software and web development, or complex translation services. Platforms like Fiverr or Upwork act as the marketplace for these skills.
Because your specialized knowledge creates a higher barrier to entry, you possess more leverage, allowing you to charge significantly more per hour.
The third category introduces a different mechanism entirely: e-commerce. This involves the buying, creating, and selling of physical or digital goods.
It could be artisan, like handcrafting custom jewelry or leather goods to sell on a marketplace like Etsy.
Or it could involve a highly popular practice known as flipping. Flipping relies on information arbitrage. You spend your weekends scouring thrift stores, estate sales, or clearance racks to buy undervalued items.
And then you use your knowledge of the broader market to resell those same items for a profit on global platforms like eBay or Amazon. You are taking on inventory risk in exchange for profit margins.
And the fourth, final, and perhaps most culturally idolized category is content creation. This is the modern digital dream. Launching a YouTube channel, starting a niche podcast, or writing a specialized newsletter on a platform like Substack.
This category operates on the mechanics of the attention economy. It possesses massive, theoretically infinite earning potential through advertising, sponsorships, and merchandise.
However, it requires the most brutal amount of upfront, unpaid labor. You might work consistently for 2 entire years building an audience before you see a single dollar of monetization.
While these 4 categories utilize vastly different skills and platforms, they all share one critical, unifying structural trait, at least in their initial stages.
What's that?
They all require you to actively, continuously trade your limited time and physical entity for money. If the Uber driver turns off the app, the income stops instantly.
And that harsh reality brings my earlier pushback sharply into focus. Let us fast forward exactly 1 year in Alex's life.
His freelance social media business has grown substantially. He has raised his rates, and he is now generating over $1,500 a month from his side hustle alone.
The debt is disappearing. But that physical wall I predicted, he hits it at full speed.
He has absolutely zero free time. His social relationships are decaying, his sleep architecture is destroyed, his diet has reverted to garbage because he has no time to cook.
And he is rapidly approaching a state of total burnout.
Burnout is a critical, medically recognized term that has come to define modern workplace culture. It goes far beyond simply being tired after a long day.
It refers to a physiological and psychological state of complete physical, emotional, and mental exhaustion caused by prolonged, unrelenting, and excessive stress.
It is a systemic shutdown. It is when your internal battery is completely drained, and resting for a weekend or taking a few days off is nowhere near enough to recharge the depleted neurotransmitters.
Alex is suffering from burnout because he is trapped in a very specific, highly restrictive kind of earning cycle. The mechanics of his income are flawed.
Specifically, he is trapped by the limitations of active income. Active income is the most common way humans earn money. It is money earned in direct, linear exchange for your time and continuous labor.
The equation is fixed. 1 hour of work equals 1 unit of pay. If you do not physically show up to the coffee shop to steam milk, you do not get paid.
If you do not sit at your laptop and manually schedule Instagram posts for your freelance client, you do not get paid.
No matter how much you raise your hourly rate, your ultimate earning potential is strictly mathematically capped by the 24 hours in a day. You cannot scale yourself.
So Alex, sitting exhausted in his apartment, realizes he needs a massive paradigm shift. Working harder is no longer an option. He has to change the mechanism of how he earns.
He begins researching the concept of passive income.
Now, I want to be careful here because passive income is a term that gets thrown around a lot on the internet by shady influencers, often making it sound like magic money that effortlessly falls from the sky while you sit on a beach drinking coconuts.
Oh, undeniably. It's a hugely misunderstood term.
Right. But in actual financial mechanics, passive income is money earned with minimal ongoing daily effort to maintain the revenue stream.
Think of a successful author earning royalty checks every time their book is sold, even 10 years after they wrote it.
Or a shareholder receiving regular quarterly cash dividends simply for owning a piece of a profitable company.
To transition from active to passive income, Alex realizes he fundamentally needs an asset. This is a core concept of wealth.
An asset is something valuable that you own, control, or create, which has the inherent mechanical ability to produce continuous income or appreciate in value over time, independently of your daily labor.
Now, Alex cannot afford to buy a traditional capital-intensive asset like a rental property or a laundromat. He doesn't have hundreds of thousands of dollars.
Therefore, he has to manufacture an asset using the only capital he has, his specialized knowledge.
He looks at what he has been doing successfully for the past year. He has developed deep, highly tested expertise in helping small, local brick-and-mortar businesses grow their customer base using social media algorithms.
He decides to attempt what the business world calls a pivot to product. Instead of offering his limited personal time as an ongoing service, he decides to digitize and package his knowledge into a scalable product. He begins designing a comprehensive online video curriculum titled Social Media for Small Business Owners. The economic proposition is simple and highly attractive. Instead of a bakery paying Alex thousands of dollars a year on retainer to run their accounts, the business owner can purchase his specialized course for a one-time fee.
A fraction of the cost, and learn the exact frameworks to do it themselves.
But creating this digital asset is absolutely grueling labor. This is the part the internet influencers leave out.
He spends 6 full months of his spare time he barely has, sacrificing sleep and weekends filming instructional videos in his cramped apartment, painstakingly editing the footage, writing and designing downloadable PDF workbooks, and navigating the technical headaches of building a website to host the payment gateway and the content.
He is building a machine. Finally, the machine is ready. He launches it.
He sends a carefully crafted email to the small network of local business owners he has built, and he gently pitches it to his past and current freelance clients.
The results of that launch are incredibly revealing. In the first 30 days, he sells exactly 5 copies of his digital course at $200 apiece. He generates $1,000 in top-line revenue.
Now, if we just look at a spreadsheet, compare that to his freelance income. $1,000 is objectively less than the $1,500 he makes every month doing active, grueling client work. It looks like a pay cut.
But psychologically, deep in his bones, that $1,000 feels fundamentally radically different.
It feels different because of the specific mechanics of how that revenue was generated. He made a $200 sale while he was physically standing at the espresso machine, steaming milk at the coffee shop.
He made another sale while he was deeply asleep in his bed at 2 a.m. This represents a monumental, irreversible mindset shift.
This is the exact defining moment. Alex stops being merely a freelancer and truly crosses the threshold into becoming an entrepreneur.
Let's clearly define the mechanical difference between those two roles, because people often confuse them, using the terms interchangeably.
A freelancer provides a service. They are the gears inside the machine doing the actual work. If the gears stop spinning, the output stops.
An entrepreneur, however, builds systems, processes, and assets. They build the machine itself, and then they let the machine do the work for them while they focus on optimization.
That is an excellent mechanical analogy. An entrepreneur creates structural value that is entirely divorced from their direct, minute-by-minute physical involvement.
I do want to push back heavily on the terminology the financial world uses, though. We constantly refer to this as passive income.
Okay, I see where you're going with this.
But look at what Alex just went through. He just spent 6 exhausting, isolating months filming videos, writing complex curriculum, and coding web pages in a dark apartment after already working 10-hour barista shifts.
That is true.
That doesn't sound remotely passive to me. It sounds like the most intense, concentrated labor imaginable. Calling it passive feels like a lie.
Your frustration with the terminology is entirely correct, and it is a common point of confusion. The term passive income is absolutely a misnomer. It is a highly misleading label that obscures the reality of wealth creation.
So how should we frame it?
Let me introduce a biological analogy to explain how it actually works. The creation of an asset requires massive, highly concentrated active effort. It is like cellular mitosis. You start with one cell, and the energy required to split that first cell is immense.
Okay, I follow.
The passive element only applies to the revenue stream that occurs after the asset is fully constructed and functional. By building the digital course, Alex successfully decoupled his earning potential from the physical limits of his own calendar.
Because the product is digital, it possesses a zero marginal cost of reproduction.
Spot on. It costs him exactly the same amount of effort and money to deliver 5 copies of the course as it does to deliver 5,000 copies. The heavy lifting is done forever.
That concept, decoupling labor from revenue via zero marginal cost, is the master key to modern wealth. Now that Alex has a scalable asset humming along in the background, his little side hustle is no longer just a project.
It is starting to behave like a legitimate, scalable company. It's an enterprise, which means it is time for him to start treating it like one, not just mentally, but legally and structurally.
This brings us to a highly crucial, often overlooked phase of business maturity. Over the next few months, Alex's course gains serious traction through word of mouth.
The sales become consistent and predictable. He is finally looking at his financial dashboard and realizing the revenue from this machine is enough to replace my barista salary. I am making enough money to quit.
But before he takes that massive, irreversible leap into full-time self-employment, he recognizes a vulnerability. He must protect himself from the legal liabilities of commerce.
He has to build an impenetrable wall between Alex, the individual human being, and Alex, the business entity.
Accurately stated. In the American legal and tax system, if you operate a business and accept money without setting up a formal legal structure, the government automatically classifies you as a sole proprietor.
Mechanically, that means you and your business are legally viewed as the exact same entity. There is no separation.
If a client buys your course, gets angry for some irrational reason, claims it damaged their business, and decides to sue you, they're actually suing you, the human being.
If they win a judgment, they could potentially seize your personal checking account, force you to sell your car, or drain that $1,000 emergency fund you worked so hard to build.
That is a terrifying level of exposure. To prevent that catastrophic risk, our sources detail that Alex navigates the state registry and establishes an LLC, which stands for Limited Liability Company. Let's break down the mechanics of what this actually does.
An LLC is an incredibly popular, flexible legal structure in the U.S., designed specifically for small businesses and solo entrepreneurs. When the state grants you an LLC, they're essentially creating a fictitious person in the eyes of the law.
Setting up an LLC creates what corporate lawyers refer to as the corporate veil.
Imagine a heavy, impenetrable iron curtain separating your personal life from your business operations. If the LLC is sued, or if the business goes bankrupt and owes money to software vendors, the legal liability is strictly limited to the assets owned by the business itself.
The creditors can take the business's website and the business's bank account, but Alex's personal emergency fund, his apartment lease, and his personal car sit safely behind that iron curtain, untouchable.
But simply filing the paperwork isn't enough to maintain that protection. Alongside the legal filing, Alex also has to practice rigorous financial hygiene.
He goes to a physical bank and opens a dedicated, entirely separate business checking account registered under the LLC's tax identification number.
From that day forward, all the income from his course sales flows exclusively into that specific account, and all his business expenses like web hosting fees, advertising costs, and software subscriptions are paid directly out of it.
This specific step is where countless eager new entrepreneurs fail, and it causes massive, sometimes fatal headaches. The concept is called commingling funds.
Mixing personal and business money, for example, using your business debit card to buy your personal groceries, or paying a business vendor from your personal checking account creates a forensic nightmare when it is time to file taxes with the IRS.
More importantly, if you are ever sued, a judge will look at that commingling, declare that you did not treat the LLC like a separate entity, and they will literally pierce the corporate veil, destroying your liability protection and exposing your personal assets.
The separate account keeps the accounting ledger clean and structurally reinforces that vital corporate veil.
Okay, I have a practical question on behalf of the listener who might be sitting at home, considering launching a small digital product.
Go for it.
We are talking about lawyers, state registries, corporate veils, and multiple bank accounts. Is it really strictly necessary to go through all this bureaucratic legal paperwork and expense just to sell a $200 online video course? It seems like massive overkill for a small operation. Can't you just figure all that complex stuff out later if the business actually gets big?
Legally speaking, yes, you can absolutely operate as a sole proprietor to start. It is the default state. But professionalizing your structure early accomplishes two profound things.
What are they?
First, the liability protection is real and necessary, even for micro-operations. We live in a litigious society. You never know when a dispute, a copyright claim, or a misunderstanding might arise.
Yeah, makes sense.
Second, and perhaps far more importantly, going through the friction of establishing an LLC creates a profound psychological shift within the founder. When you sign those state papers, pay the filing fee, and get an official business bank account with your company's name on it, you are sending a powerful signal to your own subconscious and to the market that you are taking your enterprise seriously.
It shifts your posture from a hobbyist playing around on the internet to a CEO managing a real asset. It changes how you make decisions.
Exactly.
I really appreciate that perspective. It acts as a psychological commitment device. You are burning the boats. So the legal armor is officially on. The bank accounts are completely separated and sorted. 6 months later, the passive revenue from the digital course, combined with his select, high-paying freelance clients, is incredibly robust and stable.
Alex walks into the coffee shop, pulls his manager aside into the back office, and formally, proudly, submits his 2 weeks' notice.
Let's define that cultural practice. 2 weeks' notice is the standard, deeply ingrained professional courtesy in the American corporate and retail workplace.
It means you are formally informing your employer, usually in writing, that you will be resigning your position, but you commit to continuing to work your scheduled shifts for exactly 14 more days.
This allows management the necessary time to interview a replacement, adjust the schedule, and transition your responsibilities without causing chaos.
He hands the letter to his manager. It is a terrifying moment, giving up the illusion of a steady paycheck. But it is deeply, profoundly exhilarating.
He walks out of the coffee shop on his final Friday afternoon, taking off the apron for the last time. No longer an employee beholden to someone else's schedule. He is 100% his own boss. He owns his time.
It is a phenomenal, life-altering milestone. He has completely conquered his immediate income problem, and he has successfully built a functional, cash-flowing business.
However, earning large sums of money is only the first half of the wealth equation.
As Alex is about to discover, generating money, keeping that money safe from erosion, and forcing it to multiply are entirely different academic disciplines.
And to learn that next critical discipline, Alex circles back to the very person who catalyzed his whole financial awakening. He arranges a celebratory reunion lunch with Maria, his HR friend.
He sits down at the table, feeling incredibly proud and accomplished. He is entirely self-employed. He has absolutely zero high-interest consumer debt. His student loans are gone. And he excitedly tells Maria that all his business profits, a substantial amount of cash now, are sitting safely in his high-yield savings account, earning a solid, guaranteed 4% interest.
He sits back, expecting her to applaud his financial mastery.
But Maria doesn't applaud. Instead, she looks at the numbers and delivers a rather harsh, sobering truth bomb.
She tells him, Alex, that 4% is wonderful for protecting your short-term emergency fund, but it is a mathematically terrible strategy for building multi-decade, long-term wealth.
She explains that keeping money you won't need for 20 or 30 years sitting in cash, even in a high-yield account, is the modern economic equivalent of stuffing it under your mattress and letting it rot.
Wait, I need to pause here because that sounds counterintuitive to everything a beginner learns. How can earning a guaranteed 4% interest be terrible? The number in his account is going up every single month. It's growing.
It appears to be growing on the surface, looking purely at the nominal numbers. But Maria introduces him to the silent, invisible thief of wealth: inflation.
We must deeply understand the mechanics of fiat currency to understand this.
Inflation is the macroeconomic reality that, over time, the purchasing power of a currency declines, meaning the prices of goods and services systematically increase. A cup of coffee costs significantly more today than it did 20 years ago, not because the coffee is better, but because the dollars used to buy it are worth less.
This happens because central banks continually expand the money supply.
So let's look at the math of that invisible thief. If the national inflation rate is running at 3% a year, the baseline cost of human survival is rising by 3%.
If your saved money is only earning 4% in the bank, your actual, real, inflation-adjusted growth is a microscopic 1%. You are not building wealth. You are barely, exhaustingly treading water.
If inflation spikes to 5%, your 4% account is actually losing value in real terms. You are bleeding wealth.
Absolutely. This introduces the vital concept of purchasing power. Purchasing power is what your money can actually physically buy in the real economy.
If inflation outpaces your bank's interest rate, your purchasing power is actively shrinking and evaporating, even though the digital number on your bank screen is technically going up.
Maria gives Alex a profound new mental model to govern his behavior moving forward. Saving is how you get secure. Investing is how you get rich. You save for the potholes of tomorrow. You invest for the freedom of a decade from now.
Okay, the math is undeniable. Alex realizes he needs to invest. His money needs to get a job and start working for him. But the investing world is a terrifying labyrinth filled with complex jargon.
Let's have you, the expert, break down the primary investment vehicles Maria explains to him, focusing on how they actually function under the hood. Start with stocks.
Let us demystify stocks. When you buy a stock, you are buying equity. You are purchasing actual legal ownership in a publicly traded corporate entity.
If you buy a share of stock in Apple, you literally own a microscopic fraction of Apple's factories, their intellectual property, and their future profits.
If Apple engineers a brilliant new product and the company succeeds, the value of your tiny piece of ownership goes up. If they mismanage the company and fail, the value of your piece plummets.
Because you are an owner participating in the unpredictable chaos of global capitalism, stocks historically offer higher potential returns, but they inherently carry a significantly higher level of risk and short-term volatility.
The second vehicle on her list is bonds.
How do bonds differ from stocks mechanically?
Bonds are fundamentally structurally different. When you buy a corporate or government bond, you are not buying an ownership stake. You are stepping into the role of the bank.
You are loaning your capital to an entity, perhaps the United States Treasury, or a major corporation that needs to build a new factory.
In a legally binding contract, in exchange for your upfront money, they promise to pay you back your original principal amount on a specific maturity date in the future, plus regular fixed interest payments along the way.
Because bonds sit higher in the capital structure, meaning bondholders get paid back before stockholders. If a company goes bankrupt, they're generally considered lower risk than stocks.
But the trade-off for that safety is that they offer lower overall historical returns.
And then Maria introduces the third option, which is where modern academic personal finance heavily leans and what revolutionized investing for the middle class: index funds.
So what does this all mean? How does an index fund actually work?
Let me offer an analogy to clarify the mechanics. Imagine you go to a chaotic horse racing track. Buying a single individual stock, like trying to pick the next Apple or Tesla, is like betting your entire life savings on one specific horse.
If that horse breaks an ankle or simply runs slower than expected, you lose everything. It is highly speculative. It's basically gambling.
And the data proves that trying to predict which single horse will consistently win over a 20-year period is statistically impossible, even for highly paid professional Wall Street fund managers.
Most active managers fail to beat the market average over the long term because of the sheer unpredictability of the future and the high fees they charge.
Right. So instead of betting on one unpredictable horse, buying an index fund is the equivalent of walking into the track and placing a microscopic bet on every single horse in the race simultaneously.
An index fund is a massive automated digital basket that holds tiny pieces of or even thousands of different companies.
A famous foundational example is the S&P 500 Index Fund, which holds stock in the 500 largest, most profitable companies in the United States economy.
Your analogy highlights the core, brilliant mechanism of index funds, which introduces our next critical vocabulary word: diversification.
Diversification is the ultimate risk management strategy. By mathematically spreading your money across 500 different massive corporations in dozens of different industries, you drastically reduce the devastating impact of any single failure.
Here is the genius of the S&P 500. It is inherently self-cleansing. If a company in the index is poorly managed and its value drops, it eventually falls out of the top 500, and the fund automatically replaces it with a new, rising, successful company.
You don't have to read financial reports. The algorithm does the sorting for you. If one company goes bankrupt, your overall portfolio barely registers a blip because the other 499 companies are holding the structure up.
You are betting on the overall upward trajectory of human innovation and productivity.
There is a classic, universally understood English idiom for this exact concept of risk mitigation. Don't put all your eggs in one basket. If you drop the basket, you lose your entire harvest.
Index funds naturally, mathematically spread your wealth across hundreds of reinforced baskets.
So Maria has taught him what to buy a diversified, low-cost S&P 500 index fund. But knowing what to buy is only half the battle.
The other half of the complex wealth equation is where to house those investments to legally shield them from government taxes and when to start the mechanical process.
This brings us to the final and perhaps most mathematically powerful chapter of Alex's financial awakening. Armed with this knowledge, Alex decides to open a highly specific, legally designated type of investment account called a Roth IRA.
The Roth IRA, which stands for Individual Retirement Arrangement, is a uniquely powerful, almost magical American retirement vehicle created by the tax code to incentivize citizens to save.
The mechanics of it are fascinating and vital to understand. Here's how it works under the hood. You contribute money into a Roth IRA that you have already paid standard income taxes on. That is the crucial defining detail. You're putting in after-tax dollars.
Let's use an agricultural analogy to make the timeline of this taxation clear. Imagine you are an apple farmer planting seeds for an orchard you won't harvest for 30 years.
With a traditional tax setup, the government taxes you on the harvest. But with a Roth IRA, the government taxes you on the seeds before you plant them. You pay a tiny tax today.
But as those seeds grow into massive, sprawling trees, and those trees produce thousands and thousands of apples over the next 3 decades, the government has signed a legal contract promising never to tax the harvest.
All the future growth, all the dividends, and every single dollar you withdraw when you reach retirement age is 100% entirely tax-free.
That legally protected, tax-free growth over multiple decades is an incredible, almost unmatched mathematical advantage. Alex immediately grasps the power of this tax shelter.
He sets up an automated, friction-free system. Every single month, $500 is automatically transfers from his business account into his Roth IRA, and the brokerage software automatically uses that money to purchase shares of the S&P 500 index fund.
He doesn't even have to log in, make a decision, or think about it. The emotion is entirely removed from the process.
And the primary reason he automates it, the reason he wants every available dollar working in the market as fast as humanly possible, is because Maria taught him about the absolute core engine of wealth creation.
A mathematical phenomenon called compound interest. Compound interest is, at its core, simply interest earning its own interest.
It is your money making new money, and then that newly created money turning around and making even more money alongside the original amount.
Let's walk through the actual step-by-step math here, because the human brain is wired to think linearly, but wealth grows exponentially. The numbers are stunning when you extrapolate them.
Let's say Alex invests $10,000, and let's assume, based on historical market averages, that his index fund grows at an average annualized rate of 8% per year.
Okay, let us track the timeline. In year one, your initial $10,000 earns 8%, which equals $800 of new profit. At the end of year one, you now possess $10,800.
Now, in year two, the invisible magic of compounding actually begins. You don't just earn 8% on your original $10,000. The system recalculates.
You earn 8% on the new, larger total of $10,800. So in year two, your interest payment isn't $800, it is $864.
Your money grew faster, producing a larger yield, without you doing a single ounce of extra physical work.
And if you extrapolate that mathematical curve over a lifetime, if you leave that original $10,000 completely untouched, locked in the account for 30 years, without ever adding another single penny of your own labor-derived money, the mathematics of compounding dictate that it will grow to over $100,000.
The curve of growth starts out looking incredibly flat and boring for the first decade, but then the momentum takes over and it explodes violently upwards.
It is a mathematical force so powerful that there is a famous quote frequently attributed to the brilliant physicist Albert Einstein, who supposedly called compound interest the eighth wonder of the world.
The quote states that those who understand it earn it. and those who don't understand it are doomed to pay it.
Whether Einstein actually spoke those words or if it is merely a financial myth, the underlying principle is universally respected by every economist in the world. However, compounding has one absolute non-negotiable requirement.
It requires a long time horizon to truly take effect. You cannot rush it.
I picture the mechanism like rolling a snowball down a massive, miles-long, snow-covered hill. When you start at the very top, the snowball is tiny. You roll it, and it barely picks up any new snow.
It feels painfully slow, almost pointless. But as it gathers a little mass, its surface area mathematically increases. As the surface area expands, it picks up exponentially more snow with every single rotation.
By the time it reaches the bottom of the long hill, it is a massive, unstoppable, roaring boulder. But it absolutely needs the entire length of the hill to achieve that mass.
And the formula of wealth creation, the length of that hill represents time. Time, not capital, is the most important, irreplaceable variable in the compound interest equation.
Which naturally, inevitably leads me to ask a critical question for our listener. What if someone listening to this deep dive right now is 40 or 50 or even 60 years old?
What if they hear this stunning math, they look at the length of the hill required, and they feel a sinking, desperate sensation in their chest, thinking, I'm too late. I don't have 30 years for the snowball to roll. The math won't work for me. Why even bother trying?
It is an incredibly common, deeply human fear. The regret of lost time is heavy, but the objective, strategic response to that fear is captured perfectly in a classic financial adage mentioned frequently in our research. The best time to start investing was yesterday. The next best time is today.
Yes, starting at 25, like Alex did, provides maximum mathematical leverage. But starting at 45 is infinitely, undeniably better than waiting until 55 or surrendering and never starting at all.
Every single day you delay is lost compounding potential that you can never buy back. You cannot change the past, you cannot alter the decisions you made in your 20s, but you have absolute total control over planting the seed today.
That is an incredibly empowering, pragmatic perspective. We don't control the past, but we control the next action. Let's take a moment to zoom all the way out and recap this extraordinary, multi-year journey we've taken alongside Alex.
He started as a stressed out, exhausted barista, literally drowning in the physiological anxiety of the 28th of the month, feeling completely trapped by the system.
He ended up as a confident, sovereign business owner, totally debt-free, with a growing, tax-sheltered retirement account, automating his future wealth.
When you look at the entire arc of his transformation, what stands out to you the most about that progression?
What stands out to me with absolute clarity is that it was undeniably not a get-rich-quick scheme. There was no secret cryptocurrency coin, no viral lottery ticket, no inheriting a trust fund.
It was a methodical, sometimes painful sequence of disciplined, educated decisions. He faced the brutal, uncomfortable truth about his daily spending habits and reclaimed his agency.
He swallowed his pride, accepted rejection, and built a small, unglamorous side hustle to dig himself out of the immediate hole. He continually educated himself about complex business structures and legal veils.
He ground out a digital product, enduring months of unpaid labor to convert exhausting active income into scalable passive income.
And finally, he humbled himself to learn the mechanics of the stock market, starting to invest patiently for the long term.
It is a functional, tested blueprint, and I want to explicitly remind the listener, your specific story will not look exactly like Alex's. Your background, your specific marketable talents, the economy of the city you live in, those variables are entirely unique to you.
You might not start a digital social media business. You might start a physical landscaping company. Or you might simply focus your energy on rapidly excelling in your corporate career to raise your income while investing heavily in index funds.
The specific vehicle doesn't matter. But the underlying mechanics, relentlessly spending less than you earn, legally decoupling your time from your income generation, and mathematically utilizing compound interest, those principles are the universal, immutable laws of wealth.
Understanding this complex language of money, deeply grasping the vocabulary and mechanics of LLCs, HYSAs, Roth IRAs, and self-cleansing index funds is absolutely essential.
Whether you live in the United States, navigating its specific tax codes, or anywhere else in the global economy, this foundational financial literacy is the bedrock of building a life of true stability and ultimate freedom.
But as we know, passive knowledge without active application is merely trivia. It changes nothing.
So we want to challenge you, the listener, to take immediate action. Do not try to replicate Alex's entire 5-year journey this afternoon. That will lead to instant overwhelm.
Take just one small, manageable step today. Log into your bank, download your statements, and track your spending for just one single week. Find your own hidden death by 1,000 cuts.
Or spend 20 focused minutes researching a side hustle category that actually fits your specific skills. Or simply read one detailed article about the history of how an index fund works. Mastering this language takes time, just like building the wealth itself takes time.
If we connect all of these mechanical concepts to the grander, bigger picture of your life, I want to leave you with a final provocative thought to mull over.
We have spent this entire extensive deep dive talking about how the mathematical law of compound interest applies to your cash. But consider this alternative perspective. What if the absolute most valuable asset you can possibly compound over your lifetime isn't your money, but your financial literacy?
Every single new vocabulary term you learn today, every complex mechanism you now understand, compounds into making slightly better decisions tomorrow and vastly exponentially better decisions a decade from now.
So ask yourself, how rich could your accumulated knowledge eventually make you?
That is a brilliant perspective-shifting question to end on. Thank you for joining us on this deep dive. Please be sure to like, share, and subscribe to this YouTube channel. Hello, welcome to the Learn English Lab. Today's podcast is Technology and Modern Life Conversations.
I am so excited for this one.
Yeah, it's going to be a great deep dive. I want to start by having you, the listener, just picture a very specific scene with us.
Oh, I love a good visualization.
Right. So it is 6:47 a.m. on a Tuesday in Austin, Texas. The sun hasn't even fully risen yet.
So it's still pretty dark out.
Yeah, the streets are relatively quiet. But we have a 34-year-old UX designer named Maya, and she is already transitioning into her day.
I like that word, transitioning, because she's not just waking up, right?
Spot on. I use that word intentionally because she isn't jolted awake by some blaring, panic-inducing alarm clock. You know the kind, right?
Oh, the loud, repetitive beeping that just spikes your cortisol before your eyes are even open. Absolutely the worst.
It really is. But Maya doesn't deal with that. Instead, her morning begins with this really gentle, almost imperceptible vibration on her wrist.
Ah, so she's wearing a smartwatch to bed.
Indisputably.
Yeah?
And it hasn't just been passively sitting there like a normal watch. It has been quietly tracking her sleep cycles all night long.
Right, gathering all that biometric data.
Yeah, monitoring her heart rate variability, her body temperature, her micro movements. And it independently calculated that this exact second, right now it's 6:47 a.m., is the absolute optimal moment to wake her up.
So it pulls her out of a light sleep cycle so she wakes up feeling completely rested. That is a fundamental shift in how we interact with the physical world right from the moment of consciousness.
It really is. She doesn't roll out of bed and, walk down the driveway to pick up a damp physical newspaper.
Or flick on the morning news on a television set.
Well, I should say, accurately stated. She just lies there, still half asleep, staring at the ceiling, and speaks into the empty air of her bedroom.
She asks her virtual assistant for her schedule, doesn't she?
She does. And immediately, this calm, meticulously engineered voice fills the room. It details her meetings, reminds her of a dentist appointment at 3 o'clock, and even analyzes real-time traffic data.
Oh, to warn her about the highway.
Yeah, it tells her Interstate 35 is looking a bit heavier than usual today.
But the real kicker here is that Maya won't even be dealing with that traffic on Interstate 35, will she?
Not at all. She hasn't set foot in a traditional corporate office building in over 3 years.
Wow. Over 3 years.
Yeah, her entire daily commute consists of a 12-step walk just from her bed down a short hallway to a spare bedroom that she converted into a home office.
That's the modern commute right there.
It is. And throughout the course of this single Tuesday, she is going to collaborate on complex design projects with colleagues scattered across 4 entirely different time zones.
So she's working globally, essentially.
Without a doubt. She'll be reviewing work from Miami, coordinating with Seattle, sending files to London. And she does all of this without ever putting on a winter coat or leaving her house.
When you lay it out like that, it sounds like science fiction. But this is the baseline reality of modern life in America right now.
It is incredibly fast, relentlessly connected, and wildly convenient.
But if we are being completely honest with ourselves, it can also be deeply, fundamentally overwhelming.
Oh, absolutely. And that overwhelming feeling stems from the fact that our culture has completely reorganized itself around these tools.
Right. For anyone especially you, the listener, trying to navigate this landscape, it isn't just about knowing which button to push on a device anymore.
It's way deeper than that. It's about understanding the underlying currents of the culture. The way we live has shifted, so the language we use to describe our lives has shifted right along with it.
We're using entirely new frameworks to describe our human experience.
Which brings us to our mission for this deep dive today. We are taking a massive shortcut for you. We are going to decode the cultural nuances, the hidden economic structures, and the intense dinner table debates surrounding modern digital life in America.
Because we aren't just looking at the tools, right? We are unpacking how people actually talk about this stuff.
Spot on. We're going to talk about artificial intelligence, the psychological reality of social media, the massive societal earthquake of remote work, and what it truly means to live a fully connected digital lifestyle.
We are looking at the real-world scenarios happening in living rooms, coffee shops, and virtual boardrooms across the country right now.
And we'll be looking at the specific phrasing, the idioms, and the context you need to actively participate in these conversations.
Because to truly understand the modern American, you have to understand the invisible systems they interact with every single day.
Okay, let's unpack this. And there's really no better place to start than the phrase that is dominating absolutely every sector of the economy right now.
You're talking about artificial intelligence.
I am. AI. And when Americans are casually chatting at a coffee shop or like a backyard barbecue about AI, they are almost never talking about sentient science fiction robots with glowing red eyes trying to take over the world.
Right. They aren't talking about Hollywood movies like Terminator.
No, not at all. They were talking about what we can call the invisible roommate living inside their phones and laptops. They're talking about the subtle, everyday optimization of their lives.
That invisible roommate analogy is incredibly apt. It really captures the vibe.
It does, right. So to understand what everyday AI actually looks like in practice, let's go back to Maya's morning routine.
Let's do it. So she sits down at her ergonomic desk and opens her email.
Yeah, and her inbox isn't a chaotic chronological list of every single message she received since yesterday.
Because the system has already analyzed her past behavior.
Well, I mean, without a doubt, it knows which clients she replies to immediately, which newsletters she just ignores, and which internal company memos are marked urgent.
So it has silently sorted the most important messages to the very top. That right there is AI.
Yeah, and then when she hits reply and starts typing a sentence to a colleague, a little block of gray ghost text appears ahead of her cursor.
Oh, predicting exactly how she might want to finish her thought.
Spot on. And it does that based on millions of other professional emails. That is AI too.
It's everywhere. Like when she walks into her kitchen to make coffee and asks her smart speaker to play a podcast.
Right. It doesn't just shuffle a random audio file. It recommends a specific show based on her historical listening habits, the time of day, and what she usually listens to on Tuesday mornings.
So before Maya has even taken her first sip of coffee, she has interacted with artificial intelligence a half dozen times.
And it was so frictionless she didn't even blink.
Oh, shit.
It's woven completely into the fabric of the day. You don't quote-unquote log on to AI anymore. You just exist within it.
And this brings us to a foundational concept you, as a listener, will encounter everywhere. The term AI-powered.
Oh, yes. That has become the ultimate ubiquitous adjective for modern software.
You won't just hear about a new scheduling app or a new photo editing software. You'll hear about an AI-powered app.
Right. It's a marketing term, sure. But it fundamentally signifies that the tool uses artificial intelligence to anticipate your needs rather than just responding to your direct commands.
It shifts the tool from being passive to being active.
Undoubtedly. And the mechanism driving that shift is what we call machine learning.
You'll hear this brought up a lot when people are discussing systems that evolve and get better over time.
Because in traditional computing, a human programmer has to write explicit rules for every single thing a computer does. If X happens, do Y.
But machine learning flips that entirely, doesn't it?
It really does. It is the process where a computer program consumes massive amounts of data, independently looks for patterns, and improves its own performance without a human having to rewrite the underlying code.
The system literally trains itself.
Right. So when Maya's music app gets progressively better at guessing exactly what songs she wants to hear when she's stressed out, that's machine learning in action. The app is studying her micro behaviors.
And the invisible engine that dictates all of those decisions is the algorithm.
Ah, the algorithm. You simply cannot have a meaningful conversation about modern technology without talking about the algorithm.
It's impossible. It is the unseen, highly guarded set of mathematical rules deciding what you see, what you hear, and what products are recommended to you.
And crucially, it decides what gets hidden from your view. The algorithm is the curator of our modern reality.
Which brings us to the actual hardware we interact with. We've attached the prefix smart to almost any physical device that contains a microchip and connects to the internet.
Yeah, the concept of a smartphone is almost archaic at this point because it's so assumed.
Now we are talking about smart homes, smart TVs, smart thermostats.
Oh, those thermostats that learn when you leave the house and lower the temperature to save energy. Those are wild.
People are even buying smart fridges with internal cameras. They use computer vision to realize you are out of milk.
And the fridge literally sends a text message to your phone to remind you to buy more. I still find the texting fridge a bit wild, but it's our reality.
We are outfitting our physical environment with sensory organs.
We really are. And the ultimate interface for all these smart devices are the virtual assistants. Your Cirrus, your Alexis, your Google assistants.
These are the voice-activated natural language processors that allow us to simply speak our desires into a room and have them executed.
Now, understanding the mechanics of these systems is one thing, but understanding the visceral emotional reaction Americans have to them is entirely different.
Because this technology is touching some serious nerves.
Oh, big time. Let's imagine a classic, highly relatable American scenario for the listener. The dinner table debate.
Setting the scene again, I like it.
So Maya is having dinner in Austin with her parents, who flew in to visit from out of town. Her father, James, is 63 years old.
Okay, so he's from a different generation of the workforce.
Yes, he has spent his entire career in mid-level corporate management. He's been watching the evening news, reading the headlines, and he is genuinely, profoundly afraid.
What is he afraid of specifically?
He looks across the table at Maya and says he's worried this technology is going to wipe out half the white-collar jobs in the country within 5 years.
That's a huge fear for a lot of people right now.
It is. But sitting right next to him is Maya's mother, Linda, who is 60. And she is absolutely ecstatic.
Oh, really? Complete opposite reaction.
Total opposite. She just used an AI chatbot to write a complicated, highly formal letter appealing a denied claim from her health insurance company.
Oh, wow. That's usually a nightmare of a task.
A total nightmare, a task that usually would have taken her an hour of agonizing over a blank page dealing with bureaucratic anxiety was done flawlessly in 2 minutes.
That dinner table is the perfect microcosm of the current cultural divide in America. You have profound existential anxiety sitting directly across the table from sheer, unadulterated enthusiasm for liberation from drudgery.
But I want to push back on James's fear for a second here.
Yeah.
Because this panic over mass job replacement isn't actually new.
It's not.
No, it surfaces every single time there's a major technological leap. Let's think back to the introduction of ATMs, automated teller machines, in the 1970s and 80s.
Oh, that's a great comparison.
Right. When those machines first hit the streets, everyone, especially the banking unions, thought human bank tellers were going to completely disappear overnight.
Well, the logic seemed sound at the time. Why would a bank pay a human a salary with benefits to count bills when a machine can hand out cash 24/7 for a fraction of the cost?
Spot on. But what actually happened historically, the cost of operating a local bank branch plummeted. And because it was so much cheaper to run a branch, banks opened significantly more branches.
Oh, so they expanded.
They expanded massively. They ended up hiring more human beings than ever before. The nature of the job just shifted.
So tellers stopped simply handing out $20 bills and moved into other things.
Yeah, they moved into relationship management, loan advising, and complex customer service, things machines couldn't do.
I see where you're going with this.
So, looking at the current landscape, I have to ask, is AI truly viewed as a replacement for human intellect? Or is it just a really, really advanced calculator that shifts where we apply our human energy?
That is the defining question of our era. And that historical context is crucial because right now we are seeing the exact same panic, but applied to cognitive labor rather than physical labor.
Accurately stated. It's about brain power now, not just physical tasks.
Right. And if you listen to how Americans talk about this in coffee shops and boardrooms, you can generally categorize the cultural consensus into 4 distinct, highly vocal personas.
Oh, I love breaking things down into personas. What's the first one?
The first is the optimist. The optimist sees AI through the exact lens you just described, the ultimate calculator.
So they see the bright side.
Very much so. They see it as a tool that will accelerate human potential. They think it will help us cure complex diseases by folding proteins, solve climate change through energy grid optimization, and eliminate the mind-numbing administrative work that drains our souls.
They view it as a pure, unmitigated force for human progress. Basically the techno-utopian view.
Undoubtedly. But then you have the complete opposite end of the spectrum, the skeptic.
The skeptic. I'm guessing they're not so thrilled.
The skeptic isn't necessarily a Luddite who hates all technology, but they are deeply concerned with the underlying mechanics and incentives.
What kind of mechanics?
They are looking at the massive data scraping required to train these models. They are worried about data privacy, the breakneck speed of implementation without safety testing, and the massive potential for these systems to inherit and scale human biases.
So they are the ones pounding the table, asking who actually controls these algorithms and what happens to all the copyrighted data, the personal data that we are endlessly feeding into the machine.
Spot on. Then, sitting somewhat in the middle, you have the pragmatist.
Okay, the pragmatist.
Yeah.
Where do they stand?
This persona doesn't view AI as an inherently benevolent savior or a malicious terminator. They view it purely as a powerful, neutral tool that desperately requires smart, robust, and immediate government regulations.
Ah, so they want rules and boundaries.
Yes. They are focused on building guardrails so society can harvest the benefits without crashing the car, so to speak.
That makes a lot of sense. And what's the fourth persona?
Finally, you have the worried worker. This is very much like Maya's dad, James.
Right, the guy at the dinner table.
Exactly. I mean, without a doubt. They aren't thinking about abstract climate change or algorithmic bias. They are looking at their own daily spreadsheet tasks, realizing a machine can now do 80% of them faster and with fewer errors.
And they are terrified about what that means for their ability to pay their mortgage next month.
Indisputably, it's a very immediate personal fear.
And Maya, being a UX designer, someone whose literal profession is to design how human beings interact with complex technology, she falls somewhere in a very practical middle ground.
She has a specific philosophy about this, doesn't she?
She does. And it's a philosophy you will hear echoed constantly in modern American workplaces. She uses AI heavily. She uses it to generate 10 different wireframe design layouts in 20 seconds.
Or to take 1,000 sprawling customer feedback reviews and summarize them into 5 actionable bullet points.
Spot on. But she constantly reminds her team that AI only ever provides the first draft.
The first draft. I like that framing.
It's an incredibly fast starting point. It can suggest a color palette based on millions of successful websites, but it absolutely cannot tell you how that specific shade of blue is going to make a human user feel when they're stressed out trying to navigate a healthcare portal.
Right, the algorithm doesn't have emotions.
The human touch, the deep empathy, the understanding of cultural context, and the critical judgment. That remains the irreplaceable premium.
Because the algorithm lacks a soul.
Perfectly said.
If we connect this to the bigger picture, here's the fascinating transition. That exact same underlying architecture, those invisible algorithms and machine learning tools we just discussed, optimizing Maya's morning, are the exact same hidden engines powering the most chaotic space in modern life.
Oh boy. Where are we heading now?
They are what run the 21st century town square, social media.
Here's where it gets really interesting.
Yeah.
Because the way we interact with social media is a masterpiece of cognitive dissonance. It is full of profound contradictions.
It really is. It's a psychological minefield.
Let me introduce you, the listener, to Maya's colleague, Diego. He's a 29-year-old content strategist living in Miami.
Okay, so he works directly in this space.
He does. His literal, highly paid day job is to understand these social media algorithms. He gets paid by massive corporate brands to make posts go viral.
So he studies the psychology of engagement.
Accurately stated. He knows exactly how to hack human attention, which colors stop a thumb from scrolling, what kind of controversial phrasing keeps people commenting and looking at a screen so they can be served more advertisements.
He's an expert at capturing eyeballs.
But Diego has a dark secret.
Oh, what is it?
At night, when he logs off his work laptop, he is fighting a desperate war against the very systems he manipulates all day.
You're kidding.
I'm not. He has installed strict, password-protected screen time limits on his personal phone. He has disabled every single push notification. He regularly deletes the Instagram and TikTok apps off his phone just to get a psychological break.
Wow. And then what happens?
He'll feel a phantom buzz in his pocket, and end up reinstalling them a few days later. We can call this Diego's paradox.
That is an incredibly common phenomenon among people who build these tools. He is handsomely paid to capture and monetize the attention of others, but he is desperately, almost frantically, trying to protect his own cognitive space.
He knows the casino is rigged because he helps build the slot machines.
That is the perfect analogy.
It's like social media has evolved into this chaotic Swiss Army knife that society has completely lost control over.
A Swiss Army knife. Walk me through that.
Okay, so you pull it out to look at a harmless picture of your newborn niece, which is like the little scissors. But suddenly the blade pops out and it's a toxic political battleground.
Oh, I see.
And the corkscrew pops out and it's a hyper-targeted marketplace trying to sell you running shoes because it knows you looked at running shoes 3 days ago.
And before you know it, you've spent 2 hours in a trance.
Yes. You haven't moved from the couch and you feel terrible about yourself. It is simultaneously a career, a hobby, an addiction, a global marketplace, and a highly volatile public forum.
And because it occupies so much of our waking consciousness, the language surrounding it has transcended internet slang and become deeply embedded in everyday professional and casual English.
It's literally changing how we talk.
To navigate this culture, we have to look at the advanced vocabulary that speaks to the deep psychology of these platforms. Let's start with some basics, like feed, post, story, reel, engagement, followers. But then you have the distinction between a content creator and an influencer.
Oh, people get very defensive about those terms. But what about the really intense stuff?
Let's get into the advanced terms. Take the word doom scrolling.
Doom scrolling. I feel like we all do this.
We do. This isn't just looking at bad news. This is a compulsive, almost masochistic behavior where a user just keeps endlessly scrolling through catastrophic, depressing, or enraging news content, often late at night.
The algorithm feeds it because anger drives engagement, and the user can't seem to stop feeding their own anxiety.
Exactly. Then you have the concept of curating your feed. This is the active, deliberate attempt by a user to train the algorithm to only show them what they want.
So they are trying to take back control.
Right. They will aggressively block toxic accounts and only follow positive, educational, or uplifting creators trying to build a walled garden of content.
But the danger of that walled garden is that it often leads directly into an echo chamber.
Ah, yes. The echo chamber. That's a massive societal concept right now.
It really is. For you listening, an echo chamber is what happens when your heavily curated feed becomes so perfectly tailored to your existing political or social beliefs that you never, ever encounter a disagreeing opinion or a challenging thought.
Your own worldviews just echo back at you louder and louder.
Spot on. It creates this dangerous illusion that the entire world agrees with you, and anyone who doesn't is not just wrong, but evil.
The friction of diverse thought is completely removed in that scenario.
And if you step out of line in that hyper-polarized environment, you face cancel culture.
Cancel culture, we hear this term everywhere.
We really do. This is the phenomenon where a massive decentralized group of people online collectively decide to withdraw all social and financial support for a public figure, a brand, or even a normal citizen because of a perceived transgression.
It's basically a digital excommunication.
Undeniably. You also constantly hear the term clout chasing. This describes the act of doing ridiculous, dangerous, or highly controversial things in public purely for the sake of gaining social influence or clout online.
Then there is clickbait, the sensational, emotionally manipulative headlines designed to exploit your curiosity gap just to trick you into clicking a link for ad revenue.
Clickbait is the worst. And finally, you have the shadow ban.
Oh, this is a psychological torment for creators.
It is. This is when a platform's algorithm secretly throttles or limits the visibility of a user's content without ever officially notifying them.
So the creator keeps posting, but their audience never sees it. They are shouting into a void, usually because the machine decided they violated some obscure community guideline.
It's a complex psychological landscape, not just a list of features on an app. And the tension around these invisible mechanics creates incredibly lively, sometimes explosive debates.
Give us another scenario to picture.
Okay, let's paint another family scene for you. It's Thanksgiving dinner at Diego's Aunt Rose's house in Miami.
Thanksgiving is prime time for family arguments.
Oh, indisputably. So the turkey has been cleared away, the family is sitting around the living room, and the topic of social media inevitably comes up.
Who starts it?
Well, you have 17-year-old Sophia, Diego's cousin. She is fiercely, passionately defending TikTok.
Defending it how?
To her, it isn't an entertainment app. It is her primary search engine and educational tool. She learns complex historical facts, basic science, and financial literacy from dense, 3-minute vertical videos.
Wow. So she trusts the creators there more than traditional news networks.
She absolutely does. But Aunt Rosa, who is 52, is visibly distressed by this.
I can imagine. What's her take?
She is lamenting the death of the physical book. She argues that the constant rapid-fire dopamine hits of these short videos are literally rewiring Sophia's brain, destroying her attention span and her ability to engage in deep, linear thought.
That's a very common concern. But does anyone else jump in?
Yeah. Then Diego's brother, Marco, chimes in. He's 25, and he points out that the traditional education system failed him.
How so?
Well, he literally learned how to rebuild his car's transmission and start a plumbing business by watching thousands of hours of free YouTube tutorials.
Oh, so he sees it as a pure utility, an incredible resource.
Spot on. But their mother, Carmen, is sitting quietly, looking deeply worried. She has been reading sociological studies about the skyrocketing rates of teenage depression, anxiety, and body dysmorphia.
And she blames the constant comparison engine of these platforms directly, doesn't she?
She does,
Yeah.
without a doubt.
What is so compelling about that Thanksgiving scene is how perfectly it maps the generational fractures in America.
It really covers all the bases.
It does. The younger generation views these platforms as foundational infrastructure. They are community centers, universities, and launchpads for businesses.
But the older generation views them as invasive distractions or outright psychological dangers.
Accurately stated. When Americans try to summarize this, they constantly rely on the idiom of a double-edged sword.
A double-edged sword, meaning a tool that cuts both ways depending on how you swing it.
Right. It can democratize information, bypass gatekeepers, and teach a kid from a low-income neighborhood how to code. But it can also severely erode mental health, commodify our private lives, and completely warp our shared sense of objective reality.
And we can't ignore the fact that for many adults, opting out isn't even a choice. It is simply a professional necessity.
That's a huge point.
We've talked about the entertainment and social side, but look at a platform like LinkedIn. That is social media, but it's wearing a corporate suit and tie.
Americans use LinkedIn to establish thought leadership. That is a buzzword you will hear endlessly in corporate America.
Thought leadership. What does that actually mean in practice?
It means constantly posting your professional insights and hot takes to signal to the market that you are an authority in your field.
People use it to signal they are, quote unquote, open to new opportunities and to aggressively network. You aren't just an employee anymore. You are a brand.
Social media is how people build, protect, and leverage their careers now.
And because digital communication, personal branding, and collaborative software have become so incredibly sophisticated, it has fundamentally altered the physical geography of where those careers happen.
If you can build a reputation on LinkedIn, pitch a client via a high-definition video call, and execute the project using cloud-based software, the physical brick-and-mortar office suddenly becomes an arbitrary relic of the 20th century.
Spot on. And that realization leads us directly to the massive cultural earthquake that has redefined the American dream over the last few years. Remote work.
Remote work. The great American experiment. Let's return to Maya in Austin.
Let's do it. We described her home office earlier. She's got her motorized standing desk, her specialized ergonomic chair to prevent back pain, and a little potted succulent plant on her desk that she has affectionately named Gerald to keep her company.
Gerald the succulent. I love it. So she is sitting in Central Texas, actively collaborating on a high-stakes project with Diego in Miami, and Priya, an engineer located in Seattle.
That is 3 different time zones, thousands of miles apart.
They are sharing screens, manipulating the same code in real time, and moving a multi-million-dollar project forward without ever breathing the same recycled office air.
And just like social media, this completely decentralized new normal has spawned its own complex dictionary.
It's like learning a new dialect.
It really is. The language of the American workplace has totally transformed to reflect this reality.
It really has, and it speaks to a massive shift in how we view time and energy. Let's look at the remote dictionary. First, you have the lifestyle categorizations.
Like WFH.
Right, WFH, which stands for work from home. This has shifted from a rare perk to a standard expectation.
Then you have the hybrid model, which is the corporate compromise of demanding employees split their time, perhaps 3 days in the office and 2 days at home.
Fully remote means the physical office doesn't even exist for you. And then there is the aspirational class of digital nomads.
Oh, the digital nomads. These are the people who leverage their fully remote status to detach from geography entirely.
They travel the globe, working from a cafe in Lisbon for a month, then a beach cabana in Bali the next. They utilize geo-arbitrage to earn an American salary while paying Southeast Asian rent.
But they still need infrastructure, which has led to a boom in co-working spaces.
Right. Those are shared, highly designed offices you can rent by the day just to escape the isolation of your apartment and find reliable Wi-Fi.
But the communication terms are where you really see the culture change. Maya isn't just talking to Priya, she's syncing up with her.
Async is a quick touch point to ensure alignment. But because Priya is 2 hours behind Maya on the West Coast, a lot of their collaboration is async.
Async, short for asynchronous communication. This is a massive shift.
It really is. Async means communication intentionally decoupled from real-time response. I leave a detailed message or a voice note for you, and the cultural expectation is that you will process it and reply hours later when you log on. It respects the individual's time.
And when a team does need to meet synchronously, it's often a stand-up.
Right. This originated in agile software development. It's a rapid 15-minute daily meeting.
Why is it called a stand-up?
Historically, developers would literally stand up in a circle to ensure the meeting stayed short. During this time, everyone simply states what they did yesterday, what they are doing today, and if they have any blockers or roadblocks.
Now, one of my absolute favorite linguistic shifts in this era is the use of the word bandwidth.
Oh, that's a classic one.
Historically, this was a strictly technological term describing the data transfer capacity of an internet connection. But now, Americans use it to describe human emotional and cognitive energy.
We have mechanized ourselves.
We really have. If a manager asks you to take on a new, stressful project, you might politely decline by saying, "I would love to help, but I just don't have the bandwidth for that right now."
Yeah.
You are literally telling them your human processor is maxed out.
And what is that bandwidth producing? Deliverables.
Right. The final pitch deck, the compiled code, the finalized financial report, those are deliverables. You need them by EOD, end of day, or you need an ETA, an estimated time of arrival.
And to create those deliverables in a home environment filled with distractions, Maya must engage in deep work.
Deep work is such a highly valued concept now. Deep work means fiercely guarding your attention. Blocking out 4 hours on your calendar, putting your phone in another room, pausing all Slack notifications, and focusing intensely on a single cognitively demanding task without context switching.
What is truly fascinating from a sociological and linguistic perspective is how the corporate tools we use have completely colonized our verbs.
Colonize our verbs. What do you mean by that?
You saw the beginning of this 2 decades ago when the search engine Google became an action verb. Just Google it.
Right.
But now, in the remote workspace, the corporations own our actions. Maya doesn't say, "I will send Diego a direct message using the Slack application."
She simply says, "Slack me."
Spot on. She doesn't invite a client to a video conference. She says, "Let's zoom in."
And if she needs to record a quick asynchronous video of her screen to explain a complex design change, she utilizes a software called Loom. So she tells Priya, "I'm too tired to type this out. I'll just Loom it to you."
If she wants to schedule a meeting without the endless back and forth emails, she uses a calendar link app. She says, "Just Calendly me."
The branded tools have literally become the actions themselves. It's incredible how fast we accepted that.
It really is.
But listen, it is absolutely not all smooth sailing in the remote world. The fantasy of working from the beach doesn't always match the reality.
Let's get into the reality check.
Let's go to a busy coffee shop in downtown Austin. Maya is meeting up for a rare face-to-face coffee with a friend of hers named Jordan.
Okay, so she's actually leaving the house.
Just for coffee. Jordan is 31 and he works as a copywriter at an advertising agency. Recently, his company's executive board mandated a strict 5-day-a-week return to the office.
Oh, wow, a full mandate.
Yeah, so they're sitting there, sipping their lattes, having this classic modern debate. The value of flexibility versus the pain of isolation.
How does Jordan feel about going back?
Jordan tells Maya he actually secretly celebrated the mandate because his creativity had absolutely tanked when he was working from his living room.
He was feeling isolated.
Profoundly isolated.
Yeah.
He missed the chaotic energy of bouncing ideas off people in the hallway, the serendipitous conversations that lead to great ad campaigns.
And how does Maya respond to that?
Maya, on the other hand, is defending her remote sanctuary fiercely. She points out that she gets 3 hours of her life back every day just by not sitting in rush hour traffic. She loves that no one can walk up to her desk and trap her in a 20-minute conversation about the weather when she's desperately trying to finish a deliverable.
Their conversation highlights the massive ongoing tension in the corporate world. Jordan's management insists that in-person, spontaneous collaboration is non-negotiable. They want the kinetic energy of everyone back under one physical roof to build company culture.
Wait, but when management throws around this word non-negotiable regarding physical presence, aren't they completely missing the point of the modern economy?
In what way?
Well, if the tools are this advanced, isn't a rigid one-size-fits-all mandate practically guaranteed to alienate top talent? Forcing a highly introverted software developer to sit in a loud, open-plan office under fluorescent lights seems just as disastrously counterproductive as forcing a highly extroverted, brainstorming ad executive to sit alone in their quiet apartment.
That is undoubtedly the core of the pushback against RTO, or return to office mandates. The workforce has tasted autonomy, and they have realized that human productivity does not fit into a single uniform template.
It just doesn't make sense anymore.
However, to fairly understand the panic from the management side, we have to look closely at the unfiltered, genuine psychological challenges of remote work that millions of Americans are struggling with. The reality of working from home isn't just about the luxury of wearing sweatpants all day.
Right, it can be a psychological minefield. Let's break those down for the listener. First, there is the issue of profound structural loneliness.
Yeah, the human element is missing.
Maya might easily go 3 or 4 days without having an organic face-to-face interaction with a human being who isn't a delivery driver or a barista. We are a social species, and removing the micro-interactions of an office takes a heavy cumulative toll on mental health.
Compounding that isolation is the complete blurring of physical and psychological boundaries.
That is huge. When your office is 10 feet away from where you sleep, when your laptop is sitting on your kitchen table, when does the workday actually end?
You are never truly off the clock. This is why psychologists talk so much about the necessity of shutdown rituals.
Shutdown rituals, what does that look like?
These are deliberate, physical actions remote workers must take to signal to their own nervous systems that the work is finished. It might be explicitly saying, I am done, physically placing the laptop inside a drawer so it can't be seen, or going for a brief walk around the block as a fake commute.
Just to create a liminal space between professional and personal time.
Spot on. Without that boundary, you exist in a state of perpetual, low-grade professional anxiety.
And the communication gaps. This is a massive source of stress, especially if you are navigating the American corporate world in a second language.
Absolutely, the text-based anxiety.
Right. When 90% of your communication is text-based, emails, Slack messages, project management comments, the human nuance of tone, body language, and facial expression is completely stripped away.
So people overcompensate.
We have become heavily reliant on emojis just to prove we aren't furiously angry with each other. If my boss writes "great job" with a simple period at the end, I'm instantly panicking.
Oh man, the aggressive period.
Yes. I'm staring at the screen thinking, oh no, they hate it. That period is aggressive. They're being incredibly sarcastic.
But if they write "great job" with an exclamation mark or add a little rocket ship emoji, you can physically feel your shoulders relax.
We are microanalyzing punctuation marks to decipher emotional intent because we can't hear the warmth in their voice.
And when companies try to solve that text-based anxiety by forcing everyone onto video calls all day long, you run straight into the phenomenon of Zoom fatigue.
Zoom fatigue is so real. This isn't just regular tiredness, is it?
No, it is a specific neurological drain. Staring at a grid of disembodied faces, including a real-time monitor of your own face, forces you into a state of hypervigilance.
You're constantly performing.
Accurately stated. You are dealing with micro-millisecond delays in audio that your primate brain subconsciously interprets as social rejection or awkwardness. By the end of a day of video calls, people aren't just tired, they are cognitively depleted.
And hanging over all of this is the intense, lingering fear of career visibility. The phrase, out of sight, out of mind, haunts the remote worker.
If the executive team never physically sees you staying late at your desk, how do they know you are dedicated?
Well, right. Remote workers often feel forced to spend a significant amount of their bandwidth engaging in performative work, over-communicating their wins, sending emails late at night, and constantly updating statuses just to prove they exist and are productive.
It's exhausting just talking about it.
So when your professional output lives entirely on a glowing screen, and your social interactions are mediated through algorithms on a screen, and your evening entertainment is streaming on a screen, You aren't just using technology as a tool anymore.
No, you are deeply embedded in a fully digital lifestyle.
The total saturation of the digital layer is the defining characteristic of modern American life.
The physical and digital worlds are no longer separate. They are completely overlaid. Let's walk through a chronological day in the life of someone living this hyper-connected, frictionless existence to see how deep it goes.
Let's do it. Let's look closely at Maya's day, hour by hour. As we mentioned, she wakes up, and the very first thing she does is check her sleep score on her phone.
So the app, analyzing her biometric data, gives her an 82 out of 100.
Right. So before her feet have even touched the floor, an algorithm has graded the quality of her unconsciousness.
It's a profound thought.
She walks to the kitchen to make breakfast and realizes she's out of yogurt and fresh fruit. But she doesn't grab her keys and drive to the grocery store.
What did she do?
She simply opens the Instacart app, taps a few buttons, and a gig worker is dispatched to navigate the aisles and deliver the groceries to her porch within 2 hours.
Talk about convenient.
By 10 a.m., she needs to do some deep work on a design mock-up, so she puts her Slack app on Do Not Disturb to block out the noise. By noon, she's hungry again, but doesn't want to break her focus to cook.
Let me guess. Delivery again.
Spot on. She opens DoorDash, and a local Thai restaurant delivers pad Thai directly to her door. After lunch, she is collaborating inside a cloud-based design tool called Figma, where she can see Diego's mouse cursor moving across her screen in real time from Miami.
The seamlessness of that is wild.
At 4:30 p.m., she logs off and goes for a run around her neighborhood to clear her head. But she's not just running.
She has her AirPods in.
Yeah, listening to a true crime podcast while a fitness app tracks her GPS location, her pace per mile, and her heart rate, logging it all into a massive database.
And how does the day end?
Finally exhausted, she collapses on the couch, grabs her remote, and asks her smart TV to just play whatever psychological thriller Netflix's algorithm recommends, because she is experiencing decision fatigue and is too tired to choose for herself.
It is a seamless, highly optimized web of digital reliance. And the vocabulary of this lifestyle is vital for our listener because it describes our new expectations.
Like what?
Well, Maya is heavily participating in e-commerce, the buying and selling of goods online. Because of logistics giants like Amazon, she now expects same-day delivery.
This has totally warped the American sense of patience. Waiting 3 days for a package now feels like a grievance.
Furthermore, she relies almost entirely on subscription services. Americans rarely buy media or software outright anymore. They rent access to it.
Right. Netflix, Spotify, Adobe design software, even our weekly meal kits, it's all an automated monthly fee.
This frictionless buying environment makes impulse buys incredibly common and dangerous for personal debt.
Oh, for sure. You see a targeted ad for a gadget on Instagram, Apple Pay already has your credit card and shipping info. You double-click the side of your phone, and the item is on its way to your house in 3 seconds. There is zero friction to stop you from spending money.
And on the entertainment side, you have the massive cultural shift of cord cutting.
This is where millions of people are completely canceling their expensive, traditional cable television packages and relying strictly on internet streaming services.
Which, of course, completely normalized the behavior of binge watching.
Consuming an entire, heavily serialized 8-hour season of a television show in a single weekend because the platform automatically plays the next episode before you can even grab the remote.
But it's not just entertainment and shopping that have been digitized. Our most vulnerable moments, our health, have gone digital too. Post-pandemic, telehealth exploded.
It really did. You can literally have a secure video consultation with a doctor, describe your symptoms, and have a prescription sent to your local pharmacy without ever leaving your couch or sitting in a waiting room filled with sick people.
But ironically, all of this screen-based convenience leads to modern physical ailments, like worries about blue light.
Blue light, the specific spectrum of artificial light emitted by our devices that tricks the human brain into thinking it's high noon, suppressing melatonin and completely ruining our sleep cycles. So what does this all mean? We have achieved unprecedented, almost godlike convenience. We can summon food, cars, and entertainment with a piece of glass in our pockets.
But there is an underbelly to all this.
Let's look at the underbelly, because the anxieties surrounding this lifestyle are profound, very real, and they form the core of the cultural conversation.
It is undeniably the most complex and fraught part of the modern dialogue. The first overarching anxiety is the death of privacy.
There is a pervasive, unsettling feeling among Americans that their devices are literally listening to them. We all have that story.
Oh, everyone has that story.
You are sitting in your living room, you casually mention out loud to your partner that you might need new running shoes, and an hour later, you open your phone and are served 3 different highly targeted ads for running shoes.
Now, whether that's literal microphone surveillance or more likely just incredibly sophisticated predictive data modeling that knows you so well it predicted you needed shoes before you even said it.
The result feels equally invasive. This is the foundation of what economists call surveillance capitalism.
Right. Our private data, our scrolling habits, our micro hesitations before clicking a link, that human experience is the raw material being extracted, packaged, and sold to advertisers.
And when those massive corporate databases inevitably get hacked by malicious actors, you have data breaches, leaving millions of citizens feeling incredibly vulnerable to identity theft.
And running parallel to the privacy issue is the sheer engineered addiction of it all.
Tech companies literally hire behavioral psychologists and slot machine designers to make these apps as habit-forming as possible. They utilize variable reward schedules.
It creates a constant vibrating tension in the culture. The tension between FOMO, the fear of missing out,
where you feel neurologically compelled to constantly check your phone so you don't miss a cultural moment, a joke, or a breaking news event.
Exactly. The tension between FOMO and the rapidly growing desire for JOMO, the joy of missing out.
People are becoming so deeply burnt out by the constant barrage of information that they are actively trying to embrace the peace of being completely disconnected.
This is why you constantly hear people bragging at parties about going on a digital detox.
Oh yeah, they are taking an entire weekend where they lock their smartphone in a drawer, buy a cheap dumb phone that only makes calls, and go to the woods just to let their fried nervous systems reset.
Which leads us to the societal anxiety over misinformation.
This is a huge one. When you are consuming a high-pressure fire hose of fragmented content all day, the concept of objective truth gets very blurry.
We are now dealing with the terrifying reality of deepfakes. Artificial intelligence capable of generating hyper-realistic, indistinguishable video or audio of real public figures saying horrific things they never actually said.
It makes the concept of seeing is believing obsolete.
Because of this, media literacy and aggressive, skeptical fact-checking have become absolute survival skills in the modern digital age.
Without a doubt. If you do not have the cognitive tools to evaluate the source, the funding, and the intent of your information, you are incredibly easily manipulated by bad actors.
And finally, bringing it back down to a deeply personal, human level, there is the quiet, devastating psychological toll of the comparison trap.
We touched on this during the Thanksgiving debate with teenage Sophia, but it affects adults just as deeply. When you are scrolling through social media, you are looking at everyone else's highlight reel.
The absolute best, most curated, most heavily filtered, and financially extravagant moments of their entire year.
But you are sitting alone on your couch, comparing their highlight reel to your own behind-the-scenes reality, complete with all your messy flaws, your financial stress, and your mundane, boring Tuesday nights.
It creates a profound sense of inadequacy.
And to mask that inadequacy, it spawns this culture of toxic positivity, where everyone feels intense societal pressure to constantly perform happiness and success online.
Which, ironically, just makes everyone feel more isolated and miserable in real life because no one is being honest.
It is an exhausting, perpetual cycle of performance, surveillance, and consumption.
It really is.
I want to share a humorous but slightly tragic interaction between Maya and Diego that perfectly sums up the absurdity of where we are right now. It is the ultimate modern irony.
Oh, I'd love to hear this.
So Diego is complaining to Maya on a Zoom call about how completely overwhelmed his brain is. He says, "My phone buzzes constantly. I can't think straight. I get exactly 127 push notifications a day."
Okay.
And Maya stops him, looks confused, and asks, "Wait, how do you know the exact number? Did you sit there and count them?"
When was he say?
Diego looks a bit sheepish, rubs the back of his neck, and admits, "No, I tracked it with an app."
That is spectacular. That is the snake eating its own tail.
Right. He downloaded yet another app, gave it access to his data, to monitor how much his other apps were bothering him. That is peak irony. We are desperately using technology to try to build a fortress to protect our brains from technology.
This raises an important question. Perhaps the most important question of the decade. How on earth do we find balance in a culture that is so deeply, structurally, and economically intertwined with these digital tools?
We cannot simply opt out. We can't just throw our laptops in the ocean and move to the woods. We need these tools to pay rent, to buy groceries, to stay in touch with our aging parents.
Which brings us to the big picture of this deep dive. To truly understand these ongoing conversations about tech, you can't just look at the code.
You have to understand the underlying, deeply rooted American cultural values that shape how these tools are adopted and argued about.
Absolutely. The way a society builds and talks about its tools reveals its core unspoken values. In America, the first major value you will constantly notice in these discussions is the primacy of personal choice.
Personal choice. How does that play out here?
Americans generally frame technology usage, even when it's harmful, as an issue of individual freedom. Even when someone is fiercely criticizing the devastating effects of social media addiction on youth, they will rarely argue for a universal, top-down, government-imposed ban.
The rhetoric almost always returns to, people should have the freedom to choose how much screen time they want, or parents need to be more responsible.
It is framed around personal responsibility and individual willpower, not collective, state-level restriction.
That is spot on. The second major value is the deeply ingrained productivity obsession. The American work ethic has always demanded efficiency.
So when a new tool like generative AI comes out, the primary lens it is evaluated through is not, is this beautiful or is this ethical?
Right. It is evaluated by asking, does this save me time? Does this make me more productive? Does this increase my output? If the answer is yes, the corporate culture will adopt it at breakneck speed, even if there are massive unresolved privacy or social concerns.
We fundamentally love a life hack.
We undeniably do. A third cultural reflection is the explosive rise of the side hustle.
Technology has democratized the tools of entrepreneurship in a way we've never seen in human history. Americans are increasingly using platforms like Etsy to sell handmade crafts, or Fiverr to do freelance graphic design on the weekends, or YouTube to monetize their obscure hobbies.
Having a side hustle, a secondary income stream enabled by digital platforms, is a massive point of cultural pride.
But it also reflects the harsh economic reality that a single salary often isn't enough anymore, leading to a relentless, exhausting hustle culture where every hobby must be monetized.
And finally, when the pressure of the side hustles, the doom scrolling, and the algorithmic surveillance gets too heavy, there is humor as a coping mechanism.
Americans use dark, self-deprecating humor to diffuse the tension.
You'll hear someone joke at a bar, "My weekly screen time report needs a trigger warning," or "My smart fridge knows more about my emotional state than my therapist does."
We laugh about our tech addiction and our loss of privacy because laughing is the only way to process how incredibly weird and unprecedented this all is.
And looking ahead, the conversation is only going to get more complex and consequential.
If we look at the future trends heading into 2026 and beyond, we are staring down some massive societal shifts. First, the battle over AI regulation.
The debate is rapidly shifting from will AI take jobs toward the concept of algorithmic transparency, forcing tech monopolies to legally explain how their AI makes decisions, especially regarding loans, hiring, and criminal justice.
Second, in the remote workspace, we are moving beyond the flat grid of Zoom into immersive virtual offices that simulate physical spaces using augmented reality.
But alongside that, we're seeing early, fierce labor discussions about right-to-disconnect laws, which would legally prohibit an employer from texting, emailing, or slacking you after your contracted working hours without paying severe penalties.
I think millions of people would throw a parade for a right-to-disconnect law. And we can't forget the creator economy.
It is moving entirely away from being viewed as a niche hobby for teenagers dancing in their bedrooms to becoming a dominant, multi-billion-dollar economic force.
People are hyper-focused on monetization, building resilient passive income streams, and securing corporate brand deals. Being a creator is now a legitimate, highly sought-after, and highly competitive career path.
So for you, the listener, navigating this reality, how do you jump into these complex, culturally loaded English conversations without sounding like a textbook?
You need practical strategies. First, utilize open-ended questions. Instead of asking a dead-end yes or no question like, do you use TikTok? Ask something deeper.
Like, what's your take on how social media is changing the way we consume news these days? Or, how do you feel about your company's push to return to the office? It invites the person to share a story and their philosophy, not just a data point.
Second, use hedging language. While Americans do respect strong, confident opinions, they appreciate nuance and humility even more, especially on complex topics.
Soften your statements by leading with, "I feel like," or in my opinion, or from what I've seen in my industry. It makes the conversation feel like a collaborative exploration of an idea rather than a hostile, rigid debate.
And third, explicitly acknowledge the complexity of the issue. You will gain a tremendous amount of respect and credibility in an English conversation if you pause and say, it's not black and white. There are incredibly valid points on both sides of the remote work debate, or AI is amazing, but the privacy concerns are real.
Showing that you see the gray area is a sign of deep fluency, not just in the English language, but in navigating modern culture. Okay, before we wrap this up, I want to throw one more idea at you.
Oh, lay it on me.
As we look at all these trends, the desperate rise of digital wellness retreats, the craving for digital detoxes, the sudden cultural premium placed on analog activities like buying vinyl records, reading physical paper books, or just going for a walk without a smartwatch tracking your heart rate.
Yeah, that craving for disconnection.
Are we eventually going to view constant, unrestricted digital connectivity the exact same way we currently view fast food?
Oh, that's an interesting parallel.
Like, sure, junk food is cheap, it's engineered to taste amazing in the moment, and it's available on every corner. But we all collectively, as a society, acknowledge that consuming it constantly is terrible for our long-term health.
Will uninterrupted focus and living an untracked life become the new organic vegetable? A luxury status symbol for the wealthy?
That is a brilliant, highly predictive analogy. I think we are already seeing the leading edge of that shift right now. Disconnection is absolutely becoming a luxury good.
The wealthy pay to go to resorts where there is no Wi-Fi, while lower-income workers are forced to be reachable by their shift managers 24/7. But to build on your point, it leaves us with an even deeper, almost existential philosophical question to ponder.
What's that?
We've spent this entire deep dive talking about how technology is essentially a mirror reflecting our own intentions, our obsession with productivity, and our desperate desire for connection. But consider this scenario.
Okay, I'm listening.
As artificial intelligence gets infinitely better at perfectly mimicking human empathy, and as these algorithms get terrifyingly good at predicting our exact desires before we even consciously know them ourselves, will the ultimate luxury of the future simply be unpredictability?
Wow.
Will the most valuable, highly prized thing in a perfectly optimized, friction-free, AI-driven society be the raw, unscripted, completely unoptimized human flaw?
Wow, that is definitely something to chew on. The profound beauty and value of the human flaw in a machine-perfect world.
It's a lot to think about.
Well, that is all the time we have for today. Thank you so much for joining us on this massive exploration of modern digital life. Be sure to like, share, and subscribe to this YouTube channel.
Hello? Welcome to the Learn English Lab. Today's podcast is Relationships and Emotional Conversation.
I am so thrilled to be here for this deep dive.
Yeah, it is going to be a good one. So, to kick things off, I want you to picture this scene in your mind. It is a rainy Tuesday evening in Chicago.
Oh, setting the mood. I like it.
Right. The city lights are reflecting off the wet pavement. You have that blurry cinematic glow everywhere. And inside this small, warmly lit coffee shop on Michigan Avenue, there is a woman named Sarah sitting alone at a corner table.
Okay, I can picture her.
She is completely ignoring her lukewarm latte. Instead, her entire universe is just narrowed down to the glowing screen of her smartphone.
Uh-oh. We all know that feeling.
Oh, absolutely. So she texts a message, she pauses, stares at the blinking cursor, backspaces the entire thing, and starts over. She has typed and deleted the exact same text message to her best friend, Maya, 14 times.
Wow, 14 times. That is a lot of hesitation.
14. They haven't spoken a single word to each other in 3 weeks, all over an argument about something that, in hindsight, feels incredibly foolish, small, and painfully unnecessary.
Which is how so many of these things go, honestly.
Without a doubt. So Sarah's internal monologue is just screaming at her to hit send. She just wants to say, I'm sorry, I miss you, can we talk? But her thumb literally refuses to press the button. A physical paralysis takes over.
That physical block is so real.
It is. She locks her phone, looks out at the rain streaking down the window, and just remains in silence. So the big question for our deep dive today is, why is it that the people we love the most in this world are often the people we struggle to talk to the most?
Yeah, that is the million-dollar question, isn't it?
I mean, why do simple, everyday words suddenly become impossibly heavy when real emotions are involved?
Well, the paralysis Sarah is experiencing in that coffee shop, it is a universal human dilemma. And it sits right at the very core of our psychology.
Which is exactly why we are dedicating this entire deep dive to it. Whether you are navigating your own complex relationships right now, or maybe trying to mediate a conflict at work, or just attempting to understand human connection better, our mission today is to master the language of emotions.
And I think it is crucial to state up front that communicating effectively in these high-stakes, emotionally charged moments, it is not about having flawless grammar.
Right, we aren't grading sentence structure here.
Spot on. It isn't about deploying a perfect dictionary-level vocabulary or sounding like a seasoned diplomat on a podium. It is fundamentally about intentionality.
Intentionality, I love that word for this.
Yeah, it requires a willingness to be vulnerable.
Yeah.
And ultimately making the conscious, often deeply uncomfortable choice to prioritize the connection over your own pride and ego.
That choice between connection and pride, it really seems to be the invisible pivot point of almost every argument we have.
It undeniably is.
So to truly understand how to master this language of emotions, I think we have to start at the foundation, which is romantic relationships.
Oh, the ultimate testing ground.
Absolutely. This is the arena where our guards are down, our expectations are highest, and where everyday microscopic misunderstandings just tend to snowball into the most massive conflicts.
So true.
Let's look at a classic, highly relatable example from the research. We have Daniel and Priya.
Okay, tell me about Daniel and Priya.
Well, Daniel grew up in a small, tight-knit town outside of Austin, Texas. He is the walking, talking definition of dependable.
The solid rock kind of guy.
Spot on. He is the guy who shows his love through quiet, consistent actions. He fixes his mother's leaky faucet without ever being asked. He drives his little sister to soccer practice in rush hour traffic.
Acts of service. He is doing the work.
Yeah, he even voluntarily stays late at work so a stressed colleague can go home to their family. But when it comes to actually vocalizing his internal emotional landscape, that is a completely different story.
Ah, there's the catch.
His emotional world is largely locked behind a wall of action.
And we can juxtapose Daniel with Priya, I assume, who probably comes from a completely different environment.
You guessed it. She brings an entirely different set of expectations to the table. Priya moved to Austin from New Jersey. She is brilliant, she is fiercely outspoken, and she is unapologetically expressive.
A total contrast to Daniel's quiet dependability.
Night and day. On their very first date, they are eating tacos on South Congress Avenue, and Priya lays all her cards on the table within 20 minutes.
Wow, she does not waste time.
Not at all. She tells Daniel that she values raw honesty above everything else, that she views emotional vulnerability as the ultimate form of human courage. And she admits she literally cries during television commercials about lost dogs because she feels things so deeply.
I mean, that is a beautiful level of self-awareness.
It is, and Daniel is totally captivated by this. He loves her energy and her openness, but simultaneously he gets this tight knot in his stomach.
Because he knows what is coming.
Well, undeniably, he knows on a subconscious level that eventually this incredibly expressive woman is going to need him to open up verbally. She's going to need him to mirror her emotional output in ways that just absolutely terrify him.
This dynamic you are describing perfectly illustrates a foundational framework in relationship psychology. It is all about how humans express and receive love.
The love languages, right. Dr. Gary Chapman's work.
Spot on. Researchers have categorized these expressions into 5 primary languages. When we look at the mechanics of human connection, we generally see people operating within these specific modes.
Okay, let's break those down for the listener because they are crucial.
Sure. First, we have words of affirmation. This involves verbally validating the other person. It's saying, I love you, or I am so proud of the work you're doing. The verbalization itself is the proof of the love.
Right, the words carry the weight. What is the second one?
Second, we have acts of service. This is doing helpful, tangible things to ease the burden on your partner, like cooking a complex meal, running a frustrating errand, or fixing a broken appliance.
Which is 100% Daniel's territory.
Without a doubt. Third is receiving gifts. Now, these aren't necessarily expensive items. It is more about thoughtful tokens that prove you are occupying the other person's mind when you weren't together.
Like grabbing their favorite coffee order on the way home just because.
Exactly that. Fourth is quality time, which means giving someone your absolute, undivided, phone-free attention. And fifth is physical touch. Holding hands, a long hug, or just maintaining a comforting physical presence in the same room.
Okay, so looking at Daniel and Priya through this specific framework makes their impending clash so obvious.
It is a collision course.
It really is. Daniel's primary mode of operating is acts of service. He proves his devotion by sacrificing his time and energy to make life easier for the people he cares about.
And Priya's primary mode is clearly words of affirmation. She desperately needs to hear the love spoken out loud. For her, the words are the anchor that makes her feel secure.
You know, I was thinking about this dynamic earlier, and I came up with an analogy. I realized that showing love in a language your partner doesn't naturally understand is like trying to pay for a taco in Texas using euros.
Oh, that is a fantastic visual.
Right. You walk up to the counter, you hand them a crisp 50-euro note. That currency has real, tangible value. You worked hard for that money. But the person receiving it across the counter simply cannot use it.
They literally can't put it in the register.
Yeah. It doesn't register as valid tender in their specific environment, so they still feel like they haven't been paid for the taco.
That is undeniably accurate. The currency has inherent value, but without a conversion mechanism, it is functionally useless to the recipient. This mismatch in emotional currency is actually one of the most pervasive sources of conflict globally.
I believe it.
We see couples who genuinely love each other end up in therapy because they are both exhausted from pouring their hearts out, yet both feel completely unloved.
Yeah.
And this specific mismatch is what leads to Daniel and Priya hitting a massive wall about 6 months into their relationship.
Oh man, the Friday night fight. Let's break down the mechanics of this argument because they are so common they almost feel scripted.
Walk us through what happened.
So Priya comes home after a genuinely devastating day at work. The project proposal she spent 3 months agonizing over was completely rejected by upper management.
Oh, it's brutal.
It gets worse. Her manager criticized her approach in front of her entire team.
Ouch. The public humiliation aspect is so painful.
Yeah, she walks through the front door of their apartment feeling defeated, intellectually embarrassed, and incredibly small. All she wants in the entire world in that specific moment is for Daniel to wrap his arms around her, look her in the eye, and say, "I believe in you."
She needs the verbal reassurance.
Spot on. She needs him to say, "You are brilliant, your work is valuable, and this one bad day does not define your career." She needs those words to counteract the verbal criticism she received at the office.
But Daniel, unfortunately, processes her distress through his own internal filtering system. He sees a problem, and he instinctively reaches for his default currency to solve it.
Right, the acts of service. So Daniel sees she is visibly upset. Her shoulders are slumped. She's quiet. He springs into action. He quietly goes into the kitchen. He spends an hour making her absolute favorite labor-intensive pasta dish from scratch.
Which is a beautiful gesture, objectively speaking.
It is. He scrubs the entire kitchen spotless so she doesn't have to look at a mess and feel overwhelmed. He sets up her favorite comfort television show on Netflix, fluffs the pillows, and carefully places a warm, heavy blanket on the couch for her.
He is building her a sanctuary.
Yeah, he executes all of these tasks meticulously without saying a single word about her bad day. In his mind, his actions are screaming at the top of their lungs, "I love you, I see your pain, and I'm going to take care of your physical environment so you can rest."
Priya isn't receiving that message, is she?
Not at all. Priya is sitting on that couch, wrapped in the blanket, watching him silently wipe down the granite counters, and she is overcome by a creeping, suffocating sense of loneliness.
Because she needs the words.
Yes. Her internal monologue is saying, "He doesn't even care enough to ask me how I'm feeling. He's just cleaning the stove while my career is falling apart." And that internal narrative leads to the explosion.
And here comes the fight.
She bursts into tears, throws the blanket off, and yells, "You never say anything, Daniel. I needed you to actually talk to me tonight. I needed words, not pasta."
Oh, wow. I mean, you can feel the pain on both sides there.
You really can't. Daniel is just standing there, completely stunned, holding a damp dish towel. He says, "But I made you dinner. I set everything up for you. I was trying to make you feel better."
This is such a classic tragedy of communication. Neither of them is objectively wrong in their intent. Daniel is genuinely trying to soothe her, and Priya is genuinely expressing an unmet need.
But they are completely missing each other in the execution.
Absolutely. They are speaking past each other. This moment highlights a crucial psychological reality, which is that emotional expression is a learned skill. It is not an innate biological trait that you are simply born possessing.
That is a really important distinction.
It is. We often treat emotional intelligence, or EQ, as if it's a personality quirk, like you either have it or you don't. But EQ is essentially a set of trainable cognitive and behavioral muscles.
So you can actually work out your EQ at the gym, so to speak.
Spot on. It requires a profound level of self-awareness and situational intentionality. Daniel needs a structured framework to bridge this gap. He needs to learn how to consciously shift his behavior from unspoken, assumed support to explicit verbalized support.
Okay, but if I'm Daniel and my brain is just not wired to deliver a poetic, movie-level monologue about my feelings, how do I actually build that muscle? What does that framework look like on a practical Tuesday night?
Building that muscle starts with utilizing specific phrasing formulas that lower the barrier to entry. Daniel doesn't need to become a poet. He just needs to provide a verbal anchor for his actions.
A verbal anchor. I like that. How does he do it?
Instead of just handing her a plate of pasta in silence, he can pair his act of service with a clear statement. He could say, I can see you're going through a really tough time today, and I want you to know I'm here for you.
That feels very doable. It's not overly dramatic.
Right, and even more powerfully, he can acknowledge his own communicative limitations while validating her pain. He could say, I may not have the right words to fix this situation at your office, but I want you to know I care about what you're going through.
Oh, that is so disarming.
Indeed. He can own his struggle by stating, I sometimes find it really hard to express myself verbally, but please know that I am deeply invested in you. These frameworks rely heavily on I statements.
Taking ownership.
Yes, they take ownership of the feeling and the limitation rather than placing a demand or an expectation on the partner to just figure out what the silence means.
You know, I may not have the right words, but I want you to know I care. That is such a powerful linguistic bridge because it removes the pressure on Daniel to fix the problem, which is usually why people stay silent in the first place. They don't know the solution. It simply communicates solidarity.
Undeniably, it takes the pressure off both of them.
But we really need to dig into the origin of these behaviors. Because Daniel and Priya didn't just invent these communication styles in a vacuum. Our childhood environments completely wire our neural pathways for communication.
Oh, without a doubt. We are products of our first environments.
Let's look at Daniel. He grew up on a working ranch. His father was a man who woke up at 4 a.m. every single morning in the freezing cold and the sweltering heat to do back-breaking physical labor to provide for his family.
Very traditional, stoic provider role.
Exactly. I mean, undeniably. His father never once sat him down and uttered the phrase, I love you. To his father, that daily, quiet sacrifice, the sweat, the exhaustion, the food on the table, that was the ultimate manifestation of love. Words would have felt cheap compared to the physical toll he was taking on his body for his family.
That makes total sense for Daniel's development.
Meanwhile, Priya grew up in a bustling household where people vocalized their inner thoughts constantly. They praised each other, they critiqued each other, they discussed their emotional states at the dinner table as casually as discussing the weather forecast.
A very verbal, highly expressive ecosystem.
Yeah. Silence in Priya's house meant something was terribly wrong.
The contrast in their backgrounds perfectly highlights how cultural and familial environments create our internal dictionaries for love. A child observing a stoic father internalizes the idea that love is endurance and provision.
Right.
And a child in a highly verbal home internalizes the idea that love is disclosure and constant feedback. Neither family dynamic was objectively superior. They simply optimized for different environments. However, they resulted in two adults who speak entirely different dialects of affection.
Which brings up a fatalistic question. If you are listening to this right now and recognizing yourself in this dynamic, if two people are hardwired so fundamentally differently by decades of childhood conditioning, are they just doomed to trigger each other forever? Are Daniel and Priya just fundamentally incompatible at a structural level?
I get asked this all the time. The short answer is they will continuously collide and cause each other pain if they remain rigid in their default settings.
So if they refuse to bend, it breaks.
Spot on. But they are absolutely not doomed, provided they cultivate a psychological posture known as empathetic curiosity.
Empathetic curiosity, what does that entail?
This concept is a profound disruptor of toxic relationship cycles. Empathetic curiosity is the active, genuine desire to understand another person's lived experience and internal logic without judging it, without getting defensive, and without trying to immediately correct it to match your own.
Okay, so how does Priya apply that in the real world?
Let's look at her default reaction. It was accusatory. Why don't you ever tell me you love me?
Which puts him right on the defensive.
Indeed. From a neurobiological standpoint, an accusatory why question instantly triggers the recipient's defensive mechanisms. Daniel's brain perceives a threat and shuts down further.
The wall goes up.
But if Priya shifts to empathetic curiosity, the entire tone of the relationship changes. In a calm moment, she could ask, can you help me understand how people expressed love in your house when you were growing up? I really want to understand your perspective better.
Wow, that is a completely different energy.
It is. This approach does not demand an immediate behavior change. It simply requests a map of Daniel's world. It invites him to share his history rather than punishing him for not organically sharing her history.
That shift from, why are you feeling my expectations, to how did you learn to navigate the world, is transformative. It turns an adversary into an anthropologist. You are studying your partner instead of prosecuting them.
That is a brilliant way to phrase it.
Thank you. But let's shift our focus a bit, because it isn't just romantic partnerships that suffer from these devastating communication breakdowns. Friendships are incredibly susceptible to this too.
Oh, absolutely. Friendships are often overlooked in this conversation.
I think society heavily romanticizes friendships as these low-maintenance autopilot bonds that just naturally endure forever without the intense work required in a marriage. But friendships require the exact same emotional vocabulary and intentionality to survive.
The myth of the effortless friendship is incredibly damaging.
It really is.
We assume that because we don't live together or share a bank account, the bond is immune to structural failure. But friendships go through rigorous, demanding life cycles, and they require immense behavioral adaptation to maintain, particularly as our individual life circumstances and status markers inevitably change over time.
Let's examine the story of Marcus and James to illustrate how these bonds fracture. These two were inseparable best friends at NYU.
Classic college buddies.
The best. They bonded instantly during freshman orientation over a shared obsession with underground hip-hop and basketball. They spent 4 formative years doing absolutely everything together, sharing late-night slices of pizza in the village, pulling all-nighters in the library, taking chaotic road trips. They knew each other's deepest fears.
That is a deep foundational bond.
But post-graduation, their trajectories severely diverge. Marcus lands a high-stress, extremely lucrative job at an investment bank on Wall Street.
The finance route.
Yeah, and within 2 years, he has a corner office, a luxury high-rise apartment in Tribeca, and his entire social ecosystem is suddenly populated by ambitious, wealth-focused finance professionals.
A total shift in environment and values.
Meanwhile, James stays in a cramped apartment in Brooklyn. He is a passionate, struggling documentary filmmaker. He works part-time as a barista to pay for camera gear, spends his weekends shooting raw footage in underserved neighborhoods, and is barely scraping by financially. But internally, James feels incredibly fulfilled by his art.
To understand the collision that is about to happen between Marcus and James, we really have to look at how sociologists and psychologists categorize the life cycle of friendship.
There's an actual life cycle.
Oh, undeniably. These relationships generally move through 4 distinct, predictable phases. Phase 1 is formation. This is the freshman year at NYU. The exciting low-stakes beginning where you discover shared affinities and geographic proximity makes connection easy.
Right, you live in the same dorm, so you're friends.
Spot on. Phase 2 is deepening. This involves building emotional intimacy, sharing vulnerabilities, creating a shared lexicon of inside jokes, and cementing trust. This is where you transition from an acquaintance to a true friend.
The late-night pizza talks.
Yes. Then we hit phase 3, which is testing. This is precisely the crucible Marcus and James have entered. In our 20s and 30s, life paths inevitably diverge. Income levels fracture, geographic locations change, core values shift, and environmental influences alter our perspectives.
That makes a lot of sense. The environment tests the bond.
Exactly. I mean, absolutely. And phase 4 is the ultimate outcome of that test. It is either renewal, where the friendships successfully adapt to the new, complex reality, or release, where the friends realize the gap is too wide and gently, or sometimes violently, drift apart.
The testing phase for Marcus and James reaches a boiling point at a dimly lit, crowded bar on the Lower East Side. They meet up for a few drinks to catch up. Marcus has just closed a massive deal and is surrounded by this new Wall Street aura of invincibility.
His ego is inflated.
Big time. James is exhausted from a long shoot and stressing about rent. Marcus looks at James, takes a sip of his drink, and offhandedly says, "You know, man, you're incredibly talented with a camera, but at some point, you gotta grow up and get a real job."
Oof. The psychological weight of that single sentence is immense.
It is crushing. The atmosphere at the table just evaporates. It goes dead silent. James doesn't yell. He doesn't throw his drink. He doesn't even argue to defend his choices. He just quietly finishes his beer, puts some cash on the table, says a terse goodnight, and walks out into the cold Manhattan night.
That is a powerful reaction.
And that one brief, offhanded comment triggers 4 months of brutal, suffocating silence between two men who previously spoke every single day for years.
That silence is the sound of a structural rupture. It's important to analyze why James reacted with withdrawal rather than anger here. Marcus's comment wasn't received as a mere critique of James's income stream or career strategy.
How was it received?
It was received as a fundamental dismissal of James's entire value system and his core identity. To tell an artist to get a real job is to tell them that their primary source of meaning is invalid and childish.
Man, that is so insightful. Marcus realizes almost immediately that he crossed a line, but his ego and his newly minted Wall Street pride keep him from reaching out. He justifies it to himself, thinking, I was just being honest.
The classic defense mechanism.
Right. It actually takes Marcus's mother, a retired, no-nonsense school teacher from Queens, who sees right through her son's new corporate persona to push him into action. She calls him and says, real friends are rare in this life. Do not let your inflated pride cost you one of the good ones.
Listen to Mom. She knows what's up.
She really does. Driven by that reality check, Marcus finally swallows his ego and texts James asking to meet for coffee in Brooklyn to apologize. Now, here's where we need to dig into the mechanics, because delivering a genuine apology is an absolute art form, and most of us are terrible at it.
We really are. Apologizing correctly requires overriding our brain's natural defense mechanisms. A genuine apology, the specific type of communication required to actually repair a ruptured emotional bond, has 6 non-negotiable steps.
Okay, let's hear them.
If you skip even one of these steps, the recipient's brain will detect the inconsistency and the apology will feel flat, hollow, or subtly manipulative. Let's break down the anatomy of this repair.
I'm taking notes.
Step 1. Acknowledge the specific action. There can be no deflecting, no vague phrasing, and no minimizing. You must state clearly what you did. Marcus has to sit down and say, when I told you that you needed to grow up and get a real job, that was incredibly disrespectful. He has to name the weapon he used.
You have to own the exact thing you said. Got it.
Step 2. Acknowledge the impact. You have to prove that you comprehend the emotional damage your words caused. He could say, I know that comment hurt you deeply because I know how much of your soul you pour into your documentaries.
Showing you understand their pain.
Absolutely. Step 3. Take unconditional responsibility. This is where 90% of apologies fail. You absolutely cannot use the phrase, I'm sorry you felt that way.
Well, let's put a massive spotlight on that phrase. I'm sorry you felt that way has to be the most toxic counterfeit apology in the English language.
It is infuriating.
From a psychological standpoint, it places the blame entirely on the victim's emotional regulation rather than the perpetrator's actions. It essentially says, my action was fine, your reaction is the problem.
Spot on. It shifts the blame entirely.
I always tell people a bad apology is like putting a tiny superficial Band-Aid on a compound fracture. It covers the surface, it gives the optical illusion that you performed a medical intervention, but it completely ignores the shattered bone underneath.
That is undeniably the best way to describe it. The cognitive dissonance that phrase causes is staggering and gaslights the recipient's reality. To fulfill step 3, Marcus must say, I take complete and full responsibility for my words. I was arrogant, and there is no excuse for speaking to you like that.
That feels so much more real. What is step 4?
Moving to step 4, express genuine remorse. You have to let the person know that you feel distress because you care about their well-being, not just because you got caught or because you want to alleviate the awkward tension in the room. You say, you are one of the most important people in my life, and I am sick to my stomach knowing I made you feel small.
Okay, that covers the feeling.
Yes. Step 5. Commit to a behavioral change. An apology without a corresponding shift in behavior is just verbal manipulation. Marcus should say, I am actively working on my own ego and my perspective on success so I can be the kind of friend who actually supports your journey.
Action behind the words. And the last one.
Finally, step 6. Ask for forgiveness, but do not demand it. I am not expecting you to forgive me right now, and I don't expect things to go back to normal today. I just needed you to know how deeply sorry I am. This final step restores the agency that your offense took away. You give them the power to process the repair on their own timeline.
Wow. That is a robust framework, but I want to genuinely challenge this for a second, especially when we are talking about two guys who describe themselves as ride or die best friends.
Play devil's advocate for me.
Okay, shouldn't best friends out of everyone in our lives have the clearance to give each other harsh, unfiltered, tough love without the entire foundation of the relationship collapsing? If I see my friend struggling financially at 28, isn't it my moral obligation as his closest confidant to sometimes deliver the hard, uncomfortable truth? Why does Marcus have to grovel for pointing out a practical reality?
That is a very valid pushback, and it forces us to define what tough love actually is versus what it is often used as a disguise for.
Okay, I'm listening.
Tough love is a highly advanced relational maneuver. It undeniably only works when there is a rock-solid, unquestioned baseline of mutual respect and critically when the feedback is entirely centered on the recipient's well-being, not the giver's ego or comfort.
Interesting. So motive matters.
Immensely. To understand why Marcus's comment failed the tough love test, we have to look at James's reaction during the coffee shop apology. James listens. He accepts Marcus's 6-step apology, but then he reveals the deeper psychological wound.
What does he say?
He tells Marcus, "When you said that at the bar, the pain wasn't just about the specific words. It was the sudden realization that you'd been looking down on me for a long time. It felt like you believed my life choices were inherently less valid than yours simply because I wasn't accumulating capital the way you were."
Oh, man. That is a devastating realization. So it wasn't an intervention to help James. It was a subconscious leak of Marcus's actual worldview.
Indeed. Marcus's offhanded comment exposed a hidden, internalized hierarchy. Without realizing it, Marcus had placed himself on a higher status tier than James.
And tough love from a higher tier just feels like a lecture.
Or condescension. True tough love sounds like, "I see you burning yourself out and struggling, and because I respect your talent so much, I want to help you figure out a sustainable path." Marcus's comment was a dismissal. It revealed a lack of respect for the path itself.
That makes perfect sense.
That is why the apology had to be so rigorous. Marcus wasn't just apologizing for a rude sentence. He had to actively dismantle that hidden hierarchy to prove to James that they were still equals. If you don't dismantle the hierarchy, the trust never returns.
That distinction between centering the recipient's growth versus centering your own status is profound. To help the listener navigate their own complex social webs, it is highly practical to outline the actual spectrum of friendship here.
Because we often get the expectations wrong.
Spot on. A lot of conflict arises when we expect phase 2 deepening behavior from someone who is fundamentally just a casual acquaintance. Psychologists generally recognize 4 basic levels of social proximity based on emotional boundaries.
Walk us through the 4 levels.
First, we have acquaintances. These are the people in your orbit, coworkers from another department, your neighbors, the barista. The boundary here is strict. Interactions are largely transactional or rely on surface-level cultural scripts, like discussing the weather.
Right, low stakes.
Second, casual friends. These are people you share a specific context with. You might grab lunch with them or play in the same recreational sports league. You enjoy their company, but the boundary stops before deep vulnerability. You aren't calling them when you are crying.
The context keeps it contained.
Without a doubt. Third, close friends. These are the people who have crossed the vulnerability boundary. You call them when you get a promotion, and you call them when your heart is broken.
Those are your core people.
Yeah. And fourth, best friends, often referred to culturally as the ride or die tier. This is the innermost, highly exclusive circle. They know your absolute best traits and your most shameful flaws, and they love you comprehensively. Conflict management requires you to align your expectations with the correct tier.
And the mismatch of expectations across those tiers is a recipe for chronic disappointment. Trying to force a level 4 unconditional expectation onto a level 2 casual friend will only result in you feeling abandoned and them feeling suffocated.
It's so true. Well, Marcus and James had a massive explosive rupture, but they had one significant logistical advantage.
What was that?
They had the luxury of retreating to their separate geographic domains. Marcus went back to Tribeca, James stayed in Brooklyn, and they had 4 months of physical space to let their nervous systems cool down.
Distance. A luxury indeed.
But what happens when you don't have that luxury? What happens when you share the same physical space? The deepest, most relentless, and often most petty tests of our communication skills happen right inside our own kitchens.
Oh, sharing a domestic environment is the ultimate crucible for emotional regulation. When you share a living space, you strip away all the polite, performative filters we wear in public society. You are dealing with someone's raw, unedited habits, and the friction is constant.
Let's travel to Portland, Oregon, to examine the story of Elena and Tasha to see this in action. They are roommates sharing a very small, somewhat cramped 2-bedroom apartment.
A pressure cooker.
A total pressure cooker. They met on a roommate matching app, and for the first couple of months, the dynamic was fantastic. Elena is a graduate student studying environmental science. She is deeply introverted, relies heavily on structure, keeps her belongings highly organized, and naturally wakes up at 5:30 a.m.
And let me guess, Tasha is the polar opposite.
You know it. Tasha is a freelance graphic designer. Her personality is highly creative, completely spontaneous, disorganized, and she operates as an absolute night owl, often working until 3 a.m.
That is a logistical nightmare waiting to happen.
Initially, these differences are charming. They cook dinner together a few nights a week. They co-adopt a rescue cat named Biscuit, and everything feels harmonious. But as the honeymoon phase ends, the realities of overlapping space set in, and the territory disputes begin.
The little things start to add up.
Oh, small, seemingly microscopic frustrations begin to pile up in Elena's mind like hundreds of unread emails. Tasha frequently blasts lo-fi beats in the living room at midnight while Elena is trying to sleep. Tasha borrows Elena's expensive hair products without asking.
Annoying, but standard roommate stuff.
Right. And how does Elena, the conflict-averse introvert, handle this mounting tension? She resorts to the weapon of choice for the non-confrontational, passive-aggressive sticky notes.
Oh no, not the sticky notes.
Picture a bright yellow Post-it note stuck to the kitchen counter that reads, "Please wash your dishes. Thanks." Complete with a little drawn smiley face that is absolutely dripping with concealed, boiling irritation.
Those smiley faces on sticky notes are fascinating artifacts from a psychological standpoint. They are attempts to mask hostility with forced politeness. Let's deconstruct the toxic conflict patterns operating in this apartment because they are textbook examples of behavioral maladaptation.
Let's hear the diagnosis.
First, we observe Elena's primary operating mode, the avoidant conflict style. Elena has a deep-seated neurological aversion to verbal confrontation. Her brain interprets conflict as a threat to her safety, so her instinct is to withdraw and give the silent treatment.
It feels safer to just write a note and run away.
Absolutely. She rationalizes this to herself by claiming she is keeping the peace, but biologically, her stress hormones are elevating. She is actually letting resentment fester and calcify.
And then the sticky notes happen.
Then we have the manifestation of that resentment, passive-aggressive communication. Passive aggression is the act of expressing negative emotions indirectly rather than addressing them openly. It is an incredibly destructive pattern because it leaves Tasha feeling confused, monitored, and accused while simultaneously denying her a clear, face-to-face path to actually resolve the issue.
And because of this sustained avoidance, the tension creates a pressure cooker environment that inevitably leads to a Wednesday night explosion.
The dam finally breaks.
It shatters. Elena comes home utterly exhausted after a grueling 12-hour day at the university lab. She walks in, and the apartment is a disaster zone. There are dirty dishes stacked in the sink, empty takeout boxes on the coffee table, and Biscuit the cat is chewing on something unidentifiable on the rug.
Oh, that is a sensory overload.
To make it worse, Tasha is lounging on the couch, wearing headphones, laughing uproariously on a video call, completely oblivious to the state of the room or Elena's arrival. Elena's restraint simply snaps.
Ew.
She drops her bag, marches over, pulls Tasha's headphones off, looks her dead in the eye, and shouts, "You are the most selfish, inconsiderate person I have ever lived with in my entire life," and the dam breaks. They engage in a massive hour-long screaming match.
We need to analyze the specific language Elena used to initiate that argument. Notice what she did. She did not critique a specific behavior. She did not say, leaving the dishes out is a problem.
Instead, she attacked Tasha's core character.
Spot on. You are selfish and inconsiderate is what psychologists refer to as a global permanent attack. It tells the other person that they are fundamentally flawed. When you attack someone's character, you biologically guarantee, that they will bypass any rational thought and immediately become fiercely defensive.
You're just backing them into a corner.
Undeniably. Furthermore, as the argument escalated, Elena engaged in a classic, highly destructive tactic known as kitchen sinking.
Kitchen sinking. This concept blew my mind when I first learned about it. This is the phenomenon where you store up months and months of unspoken, petty grievances, and then, during a moment of high emotional arousal, you dump every single one of them onto the other person simultaneously.
It is so overwhelming for the listener.
It is. It's like, and another thing, you never take out the trash. And last month, you drank my oat milk. And 3 weeks ago, you left the front door unlocked. I was trying to describe this cognitive overload to a friend recently, and I used this analogy.
Let's hear it.
Kitchen sinking is like walking into your kitchen, seeing a small, manageable grease fire on the stove, and deciding the best way to put it out is to open your pantry and throw the entire contents at the flames.
Oh, that is a great visual.
You throw the flour, the dry cereal, the canned beans, the spices. You absolutely do not put out the fire. You just create a much larger, infinitely more confusing, highly combustible mess that now requires a hazmat team to clean up.
That is a remarkably accurate visualization of the cognitive chaos it creates. From an information processing perspective, the human brain cannot solve 20 historical disjointed problems simultaneously while under the influence of adrenaline. It is impossible.
That just shorts out the system.
Exactly.
Right.
Indeed. You can only solve the single behavioral issue directly in front of you. So after the explosion, how do they repair this deeply fractured living arrangement? It requires a strict adherence to a step-by-step resolution protocol.
Which brings us to the morning after. The apartment is dead silent. Tasha bravely takes the initiative, knocks on Elena's door, and asks to sit down and talk without the yelling, which is step 1 of the protocol, setting the stage.
Absolutely. You cannot resolve a conflict in passing or while distracted. You must purposefully select a time when both individuals are biologically calm, meaning their heart rates are normal, they are not hungry, and crucially, they do not have their smartphones in their hands.
Setting the intention.
You are signaling to the other person that this conversation is the most important thing happening in this room. Step 2 is establishing ground rules for the dialogue. Elena and Tasha sit at the table and explicitly agree. There will be no interrupting, and there will be absolutely no character attacks. If someone attacks character, the conversation pauses.
Establishing safety. I love that.
Step 3, and this is arguably the absolute powerhouse of modern conflict resolution, is the implementation of the I statement.
The famous I statement.
Yes. The formula is remarkably simple to memorize, but requires immense discipline to execute when you are angry. I feel insert specific emotion when insert specific behavior because insert underlying need.
Let's break that formula down and apply it, because Elena's initial instinct was the character attack. You never clean up. How does she translate that aggressive accusation into the disciplined I statement formula?
She translates it by forcing her brain to take ownership of her own internal emotional state rather than diagnosing Tasha's flaws. Using the formula, Elena says, I feel incredibly overwhelmed and frustrated when the kitchen is left messy because I have a high need for a clean, orderly space to help my brain unwind after a highly stressful day at the lab.
Oh, wow. Do you hear the structural difference there?
It completely shifts the focal point of the issue. It moves away from the accusation of Tasha being a bad, selfish person and instead focuses on how the shared physical environment is negatively impacting Elena's mental well-being.
It frames the mess as a shared obstacle to conquer, rather than framing Tasha as the enemy. This invites Tasha to experience empathy rather than triggering her defensive reflexes.
Without a doubt.
It is linguistic magic. I feel emotion when behavior because need. It removes the sting. And while Elena is delivering this vulnerable statement, Tasha cannot just sit there formulating her rebuttal. She has to actively participate by employing step 4, active listening techniques.
And active listening is a highly engaged, cognitive process. It is not merely the act of quietly waiting for the other person's mouth to stop moving so you can speak.
Which is what most of us do, let's be honest.
Right. Active listening requires 2 specific demonstrable actions, paraphrasing and validating. Tasha needs to paraphrase Lena's statement to prove she ingested the information. She says, okay, so what I'm hearing you say is that the physical mess in the kitchen makes you feel stressed out and prevents you from relaxing after work. Is that accurate?
Repeating it back in her own words.
This confirms understanding and ensures no assumptions are being made. Following the paraphrase, she must validate. I can completely understand why coming home to a chaotic environment would be really frustrating for you.
That is huge. And we should clarify, validation does not mean agreement, right?
Spot on. It is crucial to note that validation does not mean Tasha is agreeing to become a neat freak, nor does it mean she is conceding she was malicious. It simply means she acknowledges the objective reality of Elena's emotional experience.
That validation just lowers the temperature of the entire room. From that place of mutual understanding, they move to step 5, creating win-win behavioral solutions. They sit down and draft compromises.
What did they come up with?
They establish a 2-hour grace period for doing dishes after a meal. They implement a strict 10 p.m. cutoff for playing loud music without headphones. And they agree to a total ban on passive-aggressive sticky notes.
A great set of boundaries.
But the most critical component of this protocol, in my opinion, is step 6, the follow-up check-in. They agree to sit down over coffee on the first Sunday of every month, not because they're actively angry, but simply to check the temperature of the apartment dynamic and make micro-adjustments.
The follow-up check-in is the mechanism that solidifies the new behavioral pattern in the brain. It transitions the resolution from being a temporary band-aid to a permanent structural repair. It proves to both parties that they are committed to maintaining the peace. rather than just surviving the crisis.
Resolving a roommate conflict like that relies heavily on one foundational, incredibly difficult skill: the ability to assert your own needs without aggressively crushing the needs of someone else.
A delicate balance.
And to observe what that specific skill looks like in a truly high-stakes, emotionally volatile arena, we have to scale up from roommates to family dynamics, because our families of origin are the exact places where all of these communication habits, avoidance, aggression, kitchen sinking, are initially formed and hardwired into our brains. Let's head to a family dinner.
Family gatherings are the ultimate stress test for emotional regulation. The shared history creates triggers that bypass all of our adult logic.
Let's travel to Atlanta, Georgia, to Grandma Ruby's house for a traditional Sunday family dinner. The entire Williams family is gathered around a large dining table, and the tension in the room is thick enough to cut with a knife.
I can feel the tension already.
They are attempting to discuss a massive, life-altering decision: whether or not to sell Grandma Ruby's house. She is in her late 80s, her mobility is declining, the large house requires constant maintenance, and the family is deeply fractured over what to do.
A very common, very painful transition for families.
At this single dining table, we can clearly identify the four distinct communication styles operating in the wild. First, we have the eldest sibling, David. David is a highly successful corporate attorney. His communication style is aggressively dominant. He operates as if he is litigating a case.
He's bringing the courtroom to the dining room.
Undeniably. He dominates the airspace, speaks in absolute certainties, and completely dismisses the emotional complexities of the situation. He slams his hand on the table and says, "Look, Mom needs to sell this house, period. It's a safety hazard. I've already spoken to a real estate agent, and we are moving forward."
Wow. Very unilateral.
He unilaterally attempts to decide the outcome for the entire group.
And David's aggressive style immediately, almost chemically, triggers the second style at the table, which is embodied by his younger sister, Lisa. Lisa's communication style is deeply passive.
How does she react?
Overt confrontation gives her intense physiological anxiety. The moment David raises his voice and speaks in absolutes, Lisa's face crumples, she begins to cry silently, and she completely shuts down. She physically withdraws from the table, staring at her lap to avoid his gaze.
Just trying to disappear.
Her strategy is to absorb the discomfort to keep the peace, which means her true feelings, her grief over losing her childhood home, and her needs are entirely buried and ignored.
Now, we've already explored the mechanics of the third style with our Portland roommates' passive-aggressive communication. If we inserted a passive-aggressive cousin into this Williams family dinner, they wouldn't yell like David or cry like Lisa.
What would they do?
They would sit back, roll their eyes, and say something cutting like, "Oh, sure, David, you just go ahead and sell the house out from under us. You've always known what's best for everyone else, haven't you?"
The verbal sniper shot.
Yeah. It is an indirect sabotage designed to inflict guilt without taking a firm stance. But thankfully, sitting between David and Lisa is the middle child, Kevin. Kevin demonstrates the absolute gold standard of interpersonal communication. Kevin's style is firmly assertive.
Kevin's intervention at this dinner table is a masterclass in psychological de-escalation. Assertive communication is defined as the ability to advocate for your own thoughts and needs clearly and respectfully, while simultaneously holding space for, listening to, and validating the realities of others.
How does he pull that off with David slamming the table?
Kevin takes a deep, visible breath. He looks directly at his older brother and addresses the practical, logical concern first. "David, I hear what you were saying. You are deeply concerned about Mom's physical safety in this big house. That is a valid concern, and I know it comes from a place of love and protection."
Oh, he disarms David by validating his intent.
Spot on. Then Kevin turns his body toward his sister and validates the emotional reality.
"Lisa, I hear you too. This house holds decades of our family's most precious memories, and the thought of packing up and losing this space is incredibly painful and overwhelming."
He proves to both of them that logic and emotion can coexist in the same room without canceling each other out.
And then, crucially, he centers the true stakeholder. He turns to the head of the table and says, "Mom, this is your home. What are you comfortable doing?" He builds an incredibly sturdy bridge between David's cold logic and Lisa's raw emotion. It's beautiful to watch. So, for the listener who is facing a terrifying family gathering or maybe a tense board meeting and wants to operate like Kevin, we need to open up the practical communication toolkit. What is the very first foundational tool they need to pull out to prevent an explosion?
The most vital tool in the kit is a biological intervention that neuroscientists refer to as the power of the pause. When you are engaged in a heated argument, your brain undergoes a phenomenon known as an amygdala hijack.
An amygdala hijack. Sounds intense.
It is. The amygdala is an ancient almond-sized cluster of neurons deep within the temporal lobe of your brain. Its primary evolutionary function is to detect threats and initiate the fight or flight response. When David speaks aggressively and slams the table, Lisa's amygdala does not perceive a disagreement over real estate.
What does it perceive?
It perceives a literal tiger in the bushes.
A literal tiger. Wow.
It screams threat and instantly floods her system with adrenaline and cortisol. This chemical flood essentially disables her prefrontal cortex, which is the modern, logical, problem-solving center of the brain behind her forehead. She physically loses access to rational thought.
So she can't even think straight if she wanted to.
Exactly. Taking a beat, forcing yourself to pause, breathe, and remain silent for just 4 to 6 seconds before responding allows the initial surge of those stress chemicals to peak and begin to recede. It gives the prefrontal cortex the necessary time to boot back up and regain control of the steering wheel.
I love looking at this through the lens of literal biology. You are not just taking a breath. You are literally buying your brain's logic center the time it needs to reboot. Okay, so you execute the pause. The prefrontal cortex is back online. What is the next tool?
The next tool is reflective listening, which we touched on with the roommates. This requires the discipline to validate the emotion before you ever attempt to offer a practical solution.
Right, before jumping to the fix.
If a colleague comes to you and says they are completely overwhelmed by their workload, do not instantly reply. You should talk to HR and delegate those tasks. While logically sound, that response entirely skips the emotional validation. Their brain will reject the solution because they do not feel understood.
What should you say instead?
You say, "That sounds incredibly stressful. You put an immense amount of effort into your projects. It must feel awful to feel like you are drowning." Human beings must feel seen and heard before their brains will allow them to process external solutions.
That leads perfectly into pairing validation with open-ended questions. This is such a simple yet wildly effective linguistic switch.
How so?
Well, if you ask a closed, dead-end question like, "Are you okay?" the societal reflex is almost universally to say, "Yeah, I'm fine," effectively ending the conversation. But if you shift the framing and ask, "How are you feeling about everything that went down today?" well, you remove the easy exit. You hand them a blank canvas and invite them to paint the full picture of their emotional state.
That blank canvas is crucial. And while they are painting that picture for you, you must remain acutely aware of your own nonverbal cues. Research consistently demonstrates that a massive percentage of the meaning we derive from face-to-face communication is entirely nonverbal. We are talking about eye contact, physical posture, microexpressions, and most importantly, vocal tone.
Tone is the absolute dictator of meaning. Let's examine the phrase, "That's great," the words themselves are neutral, but if I make eye contact, smile broadly, and say with upward inflection, "That's great," it registers as enthusiastic support.
Very positive.
But if I roll my eyes, cross my arms, and say it flatly, "That's great," it is instantly recognized as dripping with sarcasm and contempt. If I drop my shoulders, look at the floor, and exhale heavily before saying, "That's great," it conveys pure, defeated resignation. I use the exact same 2 words, but deliver 3 completely distinct, powerful, emotional payloads based entirely on my biology.
Which perfectly sets up the final and most advanced tool in the kit, expanding your emotional vocabulary. Psychologists refer to this as effect labeling.
Effect labeling.
Yes. If your internal vocabulary is limited to broad primary colors like "I feel bad" or "I feel mad," you lack the resolution to communicate the nuance of your complex human experience. Are you heartbroken? Are you frustrated? Are you apprehensive, melancholic, or feeling betrayed? Granular vocabulary creates precise understanding.
It's like painting with a full palette instead of just 3 colors.
Spot on. Studies show that accurately labeling a specific negative emotion actually decreases the activity in the amygdala. When you can name the exact precise flavor of your distress, your partner or friend doesn't have to guess, and your own brain begins to calm down.
It is the equivalent of upgrading from an old, fuzzy black and white television set to a massive 4K high-definition screen. The picture of your internal world becomes incredibly sharp, allowing the other person to actually see what you are experiencing.
That is a wonderful analogy.
But, this reliance on tone posture, and facial expressions brings up a massive, terrifying modern dilemma. We've spent all this time discussing the profound importance of vocal inflection, intermittent eye contact, open body posture, and active listening. But what happens when 80% of our daily communication happens behind a piece of Gorilla Glass?
The digital world.
What happens to our emotional intelligence when all of those critical, biologically necessary nonverbal cues are violently stripped away because we are just staring at blue text bubbles on a smartphone?
When you remove those cues, you enter the digital minefield. Technology has miraculously revolutionized logistical connectivity. We can reach anyone, anywhere, instantly. But it has vastly complicated and in many ways degraded our ability to maintain deep emotional intimacy.
Let's look at the story of Amara and Destiny to see just how treacherous this digital minefield can be. Amara and Destiny have been fiercely loyal best friends since the 7th grade. Amara currently lives in Houston, Texas, and Destiny recently moved across the country to Seattle.
A long-distance friendship.
Right. They are managing the distance, but they swear to each other that the physical space won't change their bond. And then the biggest, most exciting moment of Amara's life happens. Her partner proposes.
Oh, wonderful news.
She is practically vibrating with joy, adrenaline is pumping, and she immediately grabs her phone to text Destiny. He proposed. I said yes. She loads the text with a diamond ring emoji, 3 crying face emojis, and a barrage of red hearts. She hits send, launching her joy out into the digital ether, and then she waits.
The anticipation.
And she waits. The little read receipt appears, but no typing bubble. 12 hours go by, then 24. Finally, 36 hours later, her phone buzzes. It's a text from Destiny. Amara opens it eagerly, but the reply is a single solitary word. Congrats. Period.
Oh no, just the word congrats.
There is no exclamation point. There are no emojis. There is no immediate follow-up phone call to scream and celebrate. Just congrats. Period. Amara's heart completely drops into her stomach and her joy evaporates.
It is a truly devastating psychological moment. Let's unpack why a single 8-letter word displayed on a glowing screen has the power to cause so much visceral pain.
Please do, because it feels like an overreaction, but it hurts so much.
Digital communication possesses several inherent structural pitfalls that our brains are not evolved to handle. First, tone is entirely ambiguous and easily misread. Without the warmth of vocal inflection, the word congrats with a period can read as genuinely but briefly happy, or it can read as deeply resentful, jealous, and cold.
And the brain usually picks the negative one.
Undeniably. Second, the response time itself breeds severe anxiety. In a face-to-face conversation, the response is immediate. The feedback loop is closed in seconds. In asynchronous texting, a 36-hour delay allows the human brain, which suffers from a built-in negativity bias, to invent 100 terrifying fictional narratives about why the person is ignoring you. Amara's brain assumes Destiny is angry.
The delay is agonizing.
Third, extreme brevity feels dismissive. In moments of high emotional stakes, a short message translates as a lack of effort and care. And finally, in modern digital syntax, punctuation and emojis carry massive, outsized emotional weight. A hard period at the end of a single word text is widely perceived by younger generations as an indicator of aggression, seriousness, or intentional coldness.
Okay, I have to play devil's advocate and push back on this quite strongly on behalf of everyone listening who is just overwhelmed by modern life.
Go for it.
Isn't texting, by its very nature, an incredibly efficient and necessary way to maintain a network? We all have demanding jobs, grueling commutes, children, financial stress. We cannot realistically be expected to carve out 20 minutes to call every single person in our social circle for every single life update. Sometimes firing off a text is literally all the bandwidth a person has in a given day. In a busy world, isn't some form of quick connection better than silence?
Your point regarding the overwhelming demands of modern life is entirely valid. Bandwidth is a real constraint. However, here is the harsh synthesis you must consider if you want to maintain deep relationships. Efficiency is the absolute enemy of emotional intimacy.
Oh, wow. That is a heavy statement. Efficiency is the enemy of emotional intimacy.
It is a fundamental truth of human connection. You cannot efficiently process deep emotions. You must consciously match the medium of communication to the emotional weight of the message. Texting is a brilliant, unparalleled tool for logistics.
Like coordinating a meetup.
Spot on. If you need to say, I'm running 15 minutes late, or can you grab a carton of milk on the way home? Text messaging is the perfect medium. It is highly efficient. But a life-changing milestone, an engagement, a cancer diagnosis, a massive career failure, or an attempt at conflict resolution carries immense emotional weight.
And a text just can't carry that weight.
Attempting to process that weight through the hyper-efficient medium of text is wildly inappropriate and inevitably leads to hurt feelings. If you genuinely lack the time or emotional bandwidth for a live 20-minute phone call, you utilize a voice note.
Ah, the voice note.
Voice notes are asynchronous, so they respect your schedule, but they inject tone, warmth, pacing, and human personality back into the exchange. They prove that you actually use your breath and vocal cords to engage with the person's life.
That distinction between logistical communication and emotional communication is a game changer. So returning to Houston, how does Amara handle this devastating, punctuated congrats? Because based on the negativity bias you mentioned, she is sitting on her couch, fully ready to write off a decade-long friendship over an 8-letter text.
Amora executes a maneuver that requires immense emotional maturity. She makes a very brave choice. Instead of retreating into her own painful assumptions, sending a passive-aggressive reply, and letting resentment fester, she disrupts the digital barrier.
She calls her.
She picks up the phone and calls Destiny directly to address the hurt. And crucially, she opens the conversation using an I statement rather than an accusation. She says, "Destiny, when I got your text, it felt really short, and it made me feel like you didn't care about my news."
And the reality waiting behind the screen is completely staggeringly different from the malicious story Amara's brain had constructed. Destiny answers the phone, and her voice is thick with emotion and exhaustion.
What was actually happening?
It turns out Destiny was at the emergency room for those entire 36 hours, dealing with a sudden, terrifying life-or-death health scare with her father. She had been awake for a day and a half, sitting in a sterile waiting room, an absolute wreck. She saw the engagement text come through, and she typed "congrats" in a numb, sleep-deprived daze simply to acknowledge that she saw it, fully intending to call Amara as soon as she knew her father was going to survive and she could breathe again.
Oh, that is heartbreaking. But the lesson embedded in this interaction is profound and widely applicable. Be generous in your interpretations.
Generous interpretations.
Yes. When you receive a digital message that feels cold, overly brief, or strangely punctuated, you must consciously choose to give the sender the benefit of the doubt. Your brain's threat detection system will always try to fill the digital silence with the worst-case scenario. It will tell you they hate you or they are jealous.
But the truth is usually much more complicated.
Without a doubt.
Yeah.
The truth, the vast majority of the time, is simply that the other person is struggling with the complex, exhausting realities of their own life behind the screen. Pick up the phone and hear their voice before you assume the worst and burn a bridge over a misunderstanding.
Pick up the phone before you burn the bridge. That is such a powerful directive, and it provides the perfect mechanism to close the loop on this entire deep dive. Which brings us right back to where we started.
Back to Chicago.
Back to the rainy Tuesday evening in Chicago. Sarah is still sitting in that coffee shop, staring at the text message to her estranged best friend Maya that she has meticulously typed and deleted 14 times. They haven't spoken in 3 weeks over a silly escalated fight, and the silence has been deafening.
But this time, she's armed with some new tools.
She is. Armed with a deeper understanding of vulnerability, Sarah takes a long, slow breath. She overrides her amygdala's fear of rejection. She consciously overcomes her own pride, and for the 15th time she types. But this time, her thumb finally hits send. The message flies across the city. It says, "I miss you. I was wrong, and I'm sorry."
By hitting send, she makes a beautiful, deeply vulnerable choice to initiate repair.
And the outcome is everything she hoped for. Maya, who had been sitting in her own apartment feeling equally miserable and stubborn, replies almost instantly. The relief is palpable. They arrange to meet up the next day.
Face to face.
Face to face, they sit across from each other in person. They utilize their I statements to explain their hurt without attacking character. They apologize thoroughly using the steps we explored. And they grant each other grace. And the beautiful, tangible result of that difficult conversation is that weeks later, they are sitting together at a crowded Thanksgiving table, surrounded by joyful chaos, laughing together. Their bond is structurally stronger and more resilient than it ever was before the fight.
It is the ultimate living testament to the power of choosing connection over pride.
It is a remarkable testament, and this exploration leaves us with a final, highly provocative thought for everyone listening to mull over as they go about their week.
I'd love to leave the listeners with this thought. Every single time we open our mouths to speak, or every single time our thumbs hover over a keyboard to type a message on a glowing screen, we are making an active, powerful choice. We're either choosing to build a bridge that connects us to the inner world of another human being, or we are choosing to build a defensive wall to protect our own egos.
A bridge or a wall.
So, as you reflect on the psychology we've unpacked today, ask yourself a difficult question. Who in your life is currently waiting for a bridge? Who is desperately waiting to hear an I statement from you, or a genuine multi-step apology, or simply waiting for you to pick up the phone so they can hear the warmth and reassurance in your voice? What specific difficult conversation are you actively avoiding right now that could entirely change the trajectory of your relationship and perhaps your life, if you just had the courage to take a beat, put your pride aside, and speak honestly?
That is the ultimate question of the day and a perfect place to leave it. If you found value in this deep dive, please remember to like, share, and subscribe to this YouTube channel. We'll catch you on the next one. Hello, welcome to the Learn English Lab. Today's podcast is English for Social Situations.
And to get right to the heart of what that actually means, we really should start with a story.
Yeah, let's paint a picture for the listener. So, meet Sophia. She's a recent arrival, having moved from Bogota, Colombia to Austin, Texas.
Right. Just about 3 months ago, I think.
Yeah, exactly. Wait, absolutely. 3 months.
Yeah.
Now, technically speaking, her English is flawless.
Oh, completely. She writes these pristine professional emails. She reads dense novels in English, watches fast-paced American TV.
Without ever glancing at the subtitles, which is huge. On paper, she's completely conquered the language.
Right, on paper.
But let's look at her on a Friday night. She is at this rooftop bar in downtown Austin. It's this classic, really sensory-rich Texas scene.
I can picture it now. The string lights overhead, dozens of people laughing in these tight little clusters.
Glasses clinking, that warm spring air carrying the smell of barbecue from a food truck right below the building.
It sounds like a beautiful environment.
Yeah.
But where is Sophia in all this?
She is standing dead still in the corner, just gripping her glass of sparkling water like it is a literal life raft.
Completely frozen.
Completely.
That image is so vivid. And what she's experiencing right there, it's a profound state of cognitive overload.
Yeah, it's biological, right?
Spot on. It's a biological response. She's in an entirely new physical environment, trying to decode unfamiliar cultural norms in real time.
While dealing with loud background noise.
Yes. And attempting to operate socially in her second language, all at the exact same time.
It's just too much.
The human brain simply gets overwhelmed by that sheer volume of concurrent processing, no matter how intelligent you are.
Right. And then the ultimate test happens. A stranger, this woman with bright red lipstick and a really warm demeanor, walks right up to Sophia.
Oh boy, here we go.
She smiles and says, "Hey, I absolutely love your earrings. Are those handmade?"
A totally normal, friendly question.
Totally. And Sophia knows the answer. She has the exact vocabulary to explain the little artisan market back in Bogota where she bought them.
But she freezes.
She completely freezes. Her brain goes into this agonizing, paralyzing internal loop.
The translation loop.
Yes. First, she translates her thought into English. Then, she double-checks the grammar of the sentence she just built.
Then she starts worrying about her accent.
Exactly. Definitely. Will it be too thick? Will she be understood? So she retranslates it just to be safe.
And by the time she's ready to speak,
the silence has stretched on for just a second too long.
Yeah, the rhythm is broken.
It becomes awkward. She finally just stammers, yes, thank you, from my country.
And inside, she is kicking herself.
Beating herself up.
What an incredibly universal moment. That internal translation loop is, well, it's the absolute enemy of spontaneous human connection.
It really is.
It happens to almost anyone navigating a second language. And honestly, native speakers experience a version of this too when they're dealing with social anxiety.
Oh, absolutely. But what's so vital about this story is what happens next. The interaction wasn't saved because Sophia remembered a complex grammar rule.
Right. She didn't suddenly conjure up the perfect past perfect verb.
No. The interaction was saved by the stranger. Rachel, the woman with the red lipstick, simply smiled, ignored the awkward pause, and opened another conversational door.
She threw her a lifeline.
She asked, "Where are you from?" Sophia said, "Colombia." And Rachel replied with genuine enthusiasm, "No way. I went to Cartagena 2 years ago. Absolutely gorgeous."
That changes everything.
It doesn't even stop there. Rachel turns and says, "Well, Sophia, you should come meet my friend David. He's completely obsessed with Latin American coffee.
Oh, wow.
He'll talk your ear off about it." And just like that, the entire trajectory of Sophia's night changes.
Not because her English improved in 30 seconds.
Definitely not. But because someone offered a human connection and she took it. By the end of the night, she exchanges numbers with David and is laughing in a circle of people.
It beautifully highlights the foundational premise of our entire deep dive today. Thriving in social situations, it's not about grammatical perfection.
Not at all.
It is entirely about human connection. The energy you bring into a room, your body language, and your sheer willingness to just try.
Right. To step into the arena even when it feels messy.
Rachel provided a bridge, and the success of that night hinged entirely on the mechanics of an introduction.
People think they're walking into a room full of grading rubrics.
Yes, but people are really just looking for a spark of connection. So we are going to break down the exact mechanics of how to navigate these situations.
Tailored specifically for you, the listener, so you never have to grip a glass of sparkling water in terror again.
Let's hope not.
Which brings us to the first major hurdle. Since Sophia's night turned around purely because of an introduction, we need to understand the underlying mechanics of a first impression.
Because those initial moments dictate the flow of everything that follows.
We've all heard that first impressions matter, but I don't think people realize just how fast that window closes.
It closes incredibly fast. There is this fascinating study from Princeton University that highlights a rather intimidating reality check.
Okay, lay it on me.
Human beings form complex, lasting judgments about others within the first 7 seconds of meeting them.
7 seconds. That is wow.
Just 7 seconds. Before you've even finished your very first sentence, the primal part of their brain has already started categorizing you.
Categorizing you how?
It's assessing your trustworthiness, your social status, your confidence, and just your general approachability.
Okay, hearing 7 seconds sounds completely terrifying. If I'm already worried about my accent and my vocabulary, knowing I only have 7 seconds makes me want to hide under a blanket.
I get that. But there is a massive silver lining to this data.
A silver lining. I need it.
The relief here is that those crucial first 7 seconds are almost entirely nonverbal and emotional.
Oh, okay.
They're based on warmth, the quality of your eye contact, your posture, and your open energy. They are emphatically not based on linguistic perfection.
So they aren't running a spell check on my spoken English.
Absolutely not. The human brain is running a primal safety check.
Yeah.
It's asking, are you friendly? Are you open? Do you present a non-threatening energy?
So if you nail the warmth and the smile, the grammatical stumbles are forgiven.
Without a doubt. They're largely forgiven or completely ignored.
That takes so much pressure off. The energy is the vehicle, and the words are just the passengers.
I love that analogy.
So if we know the energy is the most important part, how do we structure the actual words to match that open energy without overthinking it?
There's a specific 4-part framework for this standard American introduction sequence. It acts like a safety net.
Okay, break it down for me.
It goes. The greeting, the name, the connection point, and the conversation opener.
Let's walk through these, starting with the greeting. I've noticed a huge difference between casual greetings like hey and more formal ones.
Oh, a massive difference.
Why do older British-style greetings like good day or how do you do fail so spectacularly in an American context?
It comes down to cultural evolution. In the U.S., social interactions lean heavily toward the casual and approachable.
Even in professional settings.
Even there, yeah. The culture historically rejects rigid class structures, and language reflects that. So when you use a phrase like good day, it sounds incredibly stiff.
Like a historical period drama?
Spot on. It sounds like a 1950s textbook. It subconsciously signals that you're prioritizing rigid formality over genuine connection.
Got it. A simple, hi, nice to meet you, aligns with that expectation of warmth.
Undeniably. It establishes peer-to-peer equality immediately.
It's like wearing a tuxedo to a backyard barbecue. Technically nice, but totally misses the vibe of the room.
Exactly. Definitely. Okay, so after the casual greeting, we have part 2, the name. Now, this is a massive pain point for so many people.
Yes, especially for non-native speakers.
If you have a name that's difficult for native English speakers to pronounce, introductions can feel like stepping on a landmine. You don't want to spend 5 minutes teaching phonetics.
But you also absolutely do not want your identity erased. Right, so how do we handle this confidently?
This is a highly sensitive point.
Mm-hmm.
You should never feel obligated to change your name or adopt an English name just for convenience, unless you genuinely want to.
Absolutely.
The most confident approach is to state your name clearly and then proactively offer a quick phonetic guide or a nickname as an option, not a requirement.
Give me an example.
So saying, hi, I'm Xiaowei. It's pronounced like Showei. Or I'm Xiaowei, but most people just call me Xiao.
That feels really smooth.
It is incredibly powerful. You maintain your cultural identity, but you demonstrate high social intelligence by removing the friction for the other person.
You rescue them from the anxiety of mispronouncing it.
Spot on. It instantly builds rapport.
You're throwing them a conversational life preserver before they even realize they're drowning. I love that.
Yeah, it shows supreme confidence.
Moving to part 3, the connection point. This is described as the critical bridge.
Yes, the bridge.
This might be something simple like, I just moved here, or I love your jacket, or the traffic was insane. Why is this so essential?
Because a simple exchange of names is not a conversation. It's just an exchange of data. The connection point provides much needed context.
It gives them a hook.
Exactly. Well, unquestionably. If I walk up to you and just say, "Hi, I'm David," and stop talking, you're forced to do all the heavy lifting.
Yeah, the burden is all on me to find a topic.
But if I say, "Hi, I'm David, I just drove in, the traffic on I-35 was wild, I've handed you a bridge," we can talk about traffic, driving, or the city.
Which flows perfectly into part 4, the conversation opener. This is where you hand the microphone over to them.
Right. You ask a question like, "How do you know the host?"
So the whole package looks like, "Hi there, I'm Sophia. I just moved here to Austin. How do you know the host?"
It is clean, effective, and takes the pressure off.
Let's see how this adapts to context. Imagine we're at a very casual house party. You want to go for what we could call the chips and guac approach.
At a casual house party, your connection point should relate to the immediate shared physical environment. The food table is the ultimate safe space.
So walking up and saying, "Hey, these chips and guac are dangerously good. I'm Sophia, by the way. How do you know the host?"
A brilliant execution of the framework.
Yeah.
It signals you're relaxed, observant, and ready to chat.
But then let's contrast that. You're at a formal Chamber of Commerce mixer. Blazer, name tag, jazz music. You can't talk about the guacamole.
No, you have to pivot to the title and company approach. The underlying framework is the exact same, but the content shifts.
So the casual hey becomes a more polished hello.
Your connection point becomes your role. I'm a marketing coordinator at Bright Pixel, and your opener pivots to what line of work are you in?
The structure is your safety net. You just swap out the variables.
Precisely. I mean, spot on.
But even with a safety net, people still fall into traps. Let's talk about common pitfalls. The first is the one-word introduction.
Just saying I'm Sophia and staring at dead silence. Brutal.
Then the overshare, dumping heavy personal trauma within 30 seconds. Or the interrogation, firing off 10 rapid questions.
All terrible.
But the one I really want to highlight is apologizing for poor English. Why is this instinct so common, and why does it backfire?
The instinct stems from vulnerability. You want to manage expectations, hoping they'll be more patient.
Right, it comes from a good place.
But psychologically, it backfires completely. When you apologize for your English, you inject a negative, self-deprecating energy.
You force them to comfort you.
Yes. Oh no, your English is fine. It makes the dynamic heavy right from the start. Plus, you're drawing a massive neon sign pointing to your perceived deficit.
You are handing them a burden instead of a bridge. So what are the empowering alternative phrases?
Instead of apologizing, narrate your cognitive process with confidence. Say, let me think of the right word for a second, or how do I say this?
I like that. I'm still getting used to some expressions, but what I'm trying to say is...
Those phrases are incredibly empowering. They invite the other person to collaborate with you. It becomes a shared puzzle rather than a moment of pity.
A shared puzzle. That is a great reframe. Okay, I want to play around with this framework with an analogy. I view this 4-part framework like a baking recipe.
Yeah, I'm tracking. Flour, sugar, eggs.
Right. To me, the connection point feels like the baking powder. If I get nervous, skip the connection point and just throw my name and a random question at someone like, "Hi, I'm Sophia. Do you like Austin?" Does the conversational cake collapse?
Well, does a cake collapse without baking powder? No. But the result is dense, heavy, and much harder to digest.
Huh.
In conversational terms, skipping the connection point forces them to make a sudden intellectual leap. They don't know why you're asking this specific question.
It feels unearned.
Exactly. Absolutely. The connection point is the structural integrity. It gives them a safe platform to stand on before they answer.
Yes. If you don't use the baking powder, you hand them a dense brick of a conversation.
A mutual discovery versus a study job interview.
So let's say we've nailed the introduction. We baked cake perfectly. We had a great 5-minute chat, but nailing the introduction only gets your foot in the door.
Right. An introduction does not make someone a friend.
How do we cross that massive gap from acquaintance to confidant?
This is where we look at the cold, hard data of relationship building. The friendship math.
The friendship math.
A study published in a prominent journal quantified this. The findings are staggering. It takes roughly 50 hours of face-to-face interaction to move from acquaintance to a casual friend.
50 hours.
It takes 90 hours to become a real friend, and upward of 200 hours to become a close, confiding friend.
Let's just do the math out loud. If you meet someone for coffee for 1 hour, once a week, it would take almost a full year just to hit the 50-hour mark for a casual friend.
It is a staggering amount of time.
If you've been in the US for 6 months and haven't made a deep connection, it's not your grammar or your personality. It is literally just the math.
That completely removes the burden of personal failure. You are simply in the early accumulation phase of those hours.
But how do we accumulate those hours effectively, especially with American friendship culture, which can be really confusing?
The most notorious trap is the phrase, "we should hang out."
Oh, yes, the infamous "we should hang out." Let's unpack this. You have a great chat, and as they leave, they say, "You're so fun, we should totally hang out sometime."
And then you never hear from them again.
Right. For someone from a culture where words are literal commitments, this feels like a betrayal. Are they just lying?
It's not a lie. In American culture, "we should hang out" is an expression of genuine enthusiasm in that specific moment. It translates to, "I enjoyed this interaction and I approve of you."
But it's not a binding calendar contract.
Without a doubt, no. It requires secondary effort. If you wait for the person who said it to organize an itinerary, you'll be waiting forever.
So the key is turning that vague enthusiasm into a concrete plan. I'd love that. Are you free this Saturday to grab coffee? You have to pin the jelly to the wall.
Spot on. And we also need to understand where these hours take place. In many cultures, deep friendships are built on intense, solitary conversations over a 4-hour dinner.
But American friendships lean heavily on shared activities.
Recreational sports leagues, volunteer groups, hobby meetups.
Book clubs, running clubs.
This is a massive strategic advantage for English learners. If you try to accumulate 50 hours through one-on-one dinners, the linguistic burden is entirely on you.
That sounds exhausting.
But if you join a kickball league or a community garden, the activity carries the weight of the interaction. You bank shared hours and inside jokes while taking the spotlight off your language skills.
You literally just pass someone a trowel in a garden, smile, and bank friendship hours. I love that.
The activity is a social buffer.
Now, there's another vital maintenance tool, texting. Texting is the absolute glue of American friendships.
Oh, it really is.
Let's look at a perfect follow-up text. You met Tyler at a party, talked about guacamole. The next day, you text, "Hey, Tyler, great meeting you at Jake's party. That guac recipe, I'm still thinking about it. Let me know if you ever want to grab tacos sometime."
A masterclass in modern social maintenance.
Break it down for us. Why does this work so well?
It hits several psychological triggers without applying pressure. First, it references a specific shared memory, the guacamole. Proves you paid attention.
Second, the laughing emoji.
Yes. It calibrates the tone, makes it playful, not intense. Finally, it extends a low-stakes invitation grabbing tacos without demanding an immediate schedule.
It throws the ball in their court gently.
This low-stakes digital maintenance builds familiarity between those larger in-person hangouts.
So the strategies are clear. Say yes to invitations, be the initiator, transition from small talk to meaningful questions. But I have a pushback here.
Hit me.
Accumulating 50 to 200 hours sounds like a grueling, grinding mechanic in a video game, defeating 200 low-level monsters just to level up.
That's a great analogy.
If you're an introvert or self-conscious about your language, how do you rack up those hours without burning out your social battery?
The solution is leveraging the concept of overlapping hours. You do not have to accumulate these hours linearly, one person at a time.
Ah, overlapping hours.
Join a recurring group, like a weekly trivia team. When you attend a 2-hour trivia night with 6 people, you aren't getting 2 hours. You're simultaneously accumulating 2 hours with 6 different individuals at once.
Oh, that's brilliant.
And because the focus is on the game, your active conversational output is reduced. You can sit back, listen, contribute when confident, and still gain relational hours just by being a consistent presence.
You're farming XP with a whole party instead of playing solo?
Consistency in a low-pressure environment is the antidote to introverted burnout.
Since these hours happen at social gatherings, we really need a survival guide for the ultimate arena, the party.
Because the stakes feel the highest there.
The noise is the loudest, the dynamics are complex. So let's briefly distinguish the party vibes because they're radically different.
You need to know which arena you're stepping into.
We have the classic house party, casual, clustering in the kitchen, fast conversation. Then the dinner party, intimate, seated. And the golden rule here is you must compliment the host's food.
Undeniably.
The barbecue or cookout, very relaxed, offering to help grill is a power move. Holiday parties, steeped in traditions. And adult birthdays, where bringing a card scores you massive points.
Understanding these typologies lets you calibrate your energy before you walk in the door. You wouldn't bring house party energy to an intimate dinner party.
But regardless of the type, walking in the door is universally terrifying. Everyone seems to already know each other. What is the physical playbook for those first 5 minutes?
The strategy is brilliantly mechanical. Step 1. Locate and greet the host immediately. It grounds you in the space.
Step 2.
Get a beverage. Water, soda, beer, whatever. Holding a beverage acts as a physical prop. It gives your hand something to do, lowering your physical tension.
It makes you look more relaxed.
Yes. And it gives you a natural destination, a justifiable reason to walk across the room.
Okay, you have your sparkling water. Now the hardest part, joining a conversation with strangers. The strategy says to scan for an open group. What is the geometry of that?
It's all about reading body language. A closed group is a tight, complete circle. Shoulders touching. Interrupting feels intrusive.
So what's an open group?
An open group resembles a crescent moon or a horseshoe shape. There is a physical gap where someone could step in without making everyone awkwardly shuffle backward.
The crescent moon shape, like finding the missing puzzle piece space.
Exactly. Definitely. Approach that gap, make brief eye contact, offer a gentle smile, and listen for a natural pause before saying, "Mind if I join you guys?"
Once you're in, you have to master the pivot. Avoid danger zones like politics or salary. But let's zero in on the inevitable question. What do you do? How do we answer this without it being a dead end?
Most people answer with a bare noun. I'm an accountant, or I'm a student. That shuts down the conversation because there's nowhere to go with it.
Unless they also work in IT.
Right. The technique is to inject passion and contextualize the impact. Instead of, I'm a student studying data science, you say, I'm a student learning how to make sense of the massive amount of data the world is drowning in right now.
That sounds like a movie trailer for your life.
It provides a narrative hook anyone can respond to. And if you despise your job, use the pivot technique. I work in finance, but honestly, I'm way more passionate about rock climbing. Have you ever tried it?
You steer it right out of the boring finance lane. Now, what about leaving? The graceful exit, you're stuck with someone intense. How do you leave without being rude?
Assign the blame to a physical necessity. I need to go grab a fresh drink, but it was lovely chatting. Or I should go say hi to the host. Polite, firm, positive.
I want to throw another analogy at you regarding entering groups. I compare it to double Dutch jump rope.
Oh, this is...
You're on the sidelines trying to find the perfect rhythm to jump in. What happens if you jump into the horseshoe, but the conversation is completely impenetrable? Like highly specific office politics you know nothing about?
You're trapped inside the ropes.
How do you gracefully eject without looking like a glitching NPC walking backward into a wall?
When you realize the rhythm is impenetrable, do not force your way into the center. Accept the role of polite observer. Don't try to change the topic.
Just sip your drink.
Yes, utilize your prop, listen politely, nod, take a sip, wait for a lull, then deploy a modified exit. I don't want to interrupt your deep dive into zoning laws. I'm going to go see if there's any more brisket left.
I'm going to go find the brisket, the ultimate Texas escape hatch.
You validate their conversation and smoothly step backward out of the ropes.
Okay, let's raise the stakes. We know how to navigate a casual party, but what happens when your career is on the line? Let's talk about networking.
First step, reframe what the word means. Networking triggers anxiety. It conjures images of slick people forcing fake smiles and shoving business cards.
Deeply transactional.
But the healthiest way to view networking is simply making friends in a professional context. The core mechanics, curiosity, active listening, are identical to a house party.
Let's bring Sophia back. It's 6 months later, she's at a massive digital marketing conference. High stakes. But she doesn't panic. Let's break down her strategy at the coffee station.
She walks up to a man waiting for an espresso, and she doesn't launch into an elevator pitch. She leverages the physical context.
She asks, "Excuse me, is the coffee here any good? At these conferences, it's always a gamble."
A masterful opening. Low stakes, relatable self-deprecating humor demands zero professional posturing. The man, Marcus, laughs and introduces himself as a marketing director.
And notice what Sophia does next. When he mentions needing new content ideas, She balances the exchange. She casually mentions a session on SEO and AI trends.
She proves she belongs in the room without bragging,
Then she shows genuine curiosity about his company's AI challenges.
shifting the spotlight from her knowledge to his unique challenges. It strokes his professional ego respectfully.
This mutual respect makes moving to LinkedIn feel organic. To replicate this, there's a 4-phase professional framework. Phase 1 is the warm-up, 1 to 2 minutes. The social lubricant, the coffee, the parking. Why?
It lowers cortisol levels. Proves you're a normal human, not a sales robot.
Phase 2 is the exchange, 3 to 5 minutes. Sharing roles and active listening. Phase 3 is the connection, 1 to 2 minutes. Finding the shared industry thread.
Oh, we're both dealing with that Google algorithm update.
And phase 4 is the close, 30 seconds to establish concrete next steps.
The time boundaries prevent a hostage situation. Professional networking requires brevity and momentum, but it's useless without the follow-up magic.
The 24 to 48 hour window.
Yes, if you wait a week, the emotional resonance evaporates.
The perfect follow-up template. Personalize the subject line. Reference a specific detail. Enjoyed our debate about AI tools. Provide value, like an article link, and propose a low-pressure coffee.
Being a provider of value, not a seeker of favors. But we must warn against anti-patterns. The sales pitch alienates instantly, and hovering when a conversation is over is deeply uncomfortable.
I want to push back on one mistake, the card cannon. The person firing business cards like ninja stars. Some argue networking is a numbers game, like throwing darts blindfolded.
The card cannon completely misunderstands psychology. A business card is devoid of trust. It's just ink on cardstock. When someone empties their pockets, a card from a 10-second chat means nothing.
Straight to the recycling bin.
But Sophia's targeted 10-minute approach creates a memorable psychological anchor. When she emails, Marcus remembers an engaging chat. Targeted quality creates robust professional advocates.
It's spam mail versus a handwritten letter. Now, across every scenario today, there are 2 mechanical skills holding everything together. Small talk and active listening.
The gears that make the machine turn smoothly.
Let's redeem small talk. People dismiss it as fake or a waste of time. They want to skip to deep philosophy, but we have to reframe it as conversational stretching before a workout.
Think about the gym. You'd never lift 500 pounds cold. You'd injure yourself. Conversational dynamics are the same. Asking a stranger about their existential fears is heavy lifting.
It causes social intrigue.
Exactly. Spot on. Small talk is the stretching routine. It's diagnostic. Discussing the weather or traffic tests the waters in a low-stakes environment.
You're calibrating. When you say, "Can you believe this heat?" you're actually saying, "I'm a safe person. Are you open to talking?"
If they give a flat one-word answer, the diagnosis is clear. They are not open. If they laugh and share a story about their shoes melting, the check is green.
So the content of small talk is irrelevant.
Entirely irrelevant. Social function is everything. And once connected, transition to active listening. Making someone feel heard is more magnetic than perfect grammar.
Let's break down the mechanics first. Verbal acknowledgments, the no way, right. What are these doing on a neurobiological level?
They're continuous feedback loops. If you stand in stony silence, the speaker feels anxious. These micro-affirmations signal, "I am with you, please continue." It literally encourages dopamine release.
Second, reflective responses. Paraphrasing. If Tyler is stressed about student loans, you say, "So you're weighing the long-term benefits against the immediate burden."
It proves you digested the core dilemma.
Third, follow-up questions. Stay in their narrative. You went skydiving. Were you terrified?
It proves you value their experience over your desire to talk about yourself.
And fourth, non-verbal cues. Eye contact, nodding, ignoring your phone.
If your eyes are darting around the room, the illusion of active listening shatters.
Okay, an analogy to challenge this. I compare small talk to the loading screen of a video game. Necessary, but boring. Staring at a spinning icon. How do you make that loading screen genuinely engaging for yourself so you don't sound like a bored robot?
The answer lies in cultivating relentless curiosity. Shift focus from the mundane topic to the person's relationship with the topic.
How so?
If someone complains about rain ruining their weekend, don't focus on the rain. Focus on the emotion. Ask, "Oh no, did the rain ruin big outdoor plans?" Now you're talking about their camping trip, their passions.
You gamify the small talk.
Yes, your goal is to find the hidden trapdoor in the mundane topic that leads to their actual personality. Because a highly engaging detective game.
Looking for the trapdoor in the loading screen, I absolutely love that.
And this brings us to a profound realization about this entire journey. From Sophia freezing, to friendship math, to the party pivot. Grammatical perfection is not the goal.
Genuine human connection is. Which leads to an incredibly provocative thought to wrap up. All these advanced skills, active listening, reading micro cues, finding the trapdoor, it requires a tremendous amount of presence.
It does. And this presents a paradigm-shifting idea. If connection relies so heavily on being hyper-present, is it possible that non-native English speakers actually possess a distinct hidden advantage?
Wow. Let's explore that.
Think about it. Native speakers suffer from conversational complacency. The language flows effortlessly, so they operate on autopilot. They half listen, they check their phones, they rely on lazy chatter.
Because they don't have to work for comprehension.
Right. But a non-native speaker cannot afford autopilot. They are forced to be hyper-observant. They must watch the face intently to grasp context, listen with radical concentration, and be highly intentional.
That is incredible. The very cognitive load that causes anxiety is forcing you into a state of deep, radical presence.
And people crave presence in a distracted world.
When you're staring intently, trying to understand the English, the other person actually feels, wow, this person is completely captivated. They are an amazing listener.
The linguistic challenge strips away the lazy habits of modern communication. So the next time you're at a rooftop bar, clutching a sparkling water, remember, your hyper-awareness is not a weakness.
It's the tool that makes you a superior listener.
You're simply playing a more intentional game of connection.
What a massive shift in perspective. Your presence is your superpower, and the grammar is just the packaging. So the next time that stranger compliments your earrings, take a breath, drop the translation loop, give them that open energy, and just walk through the door.
Absolutely.
Thank you for joining us on this incredible journey through the mechanics of connection. If you found value in today's deep dive, you must remember to like, share, and subscribe to this YouTube channel. Hello, welcome to the Learn English Lab. Today's podcast is Travel English and Airport Conversations. And I want to start by asking you to just close your eyes for a second.
Oh, starting with a visualization.
Yeah.
I like it.
Yeah, I want you to really picture this scenario. So you spent years, maybe even decades, honestly studying a new language.
Right.
You've pored over vocabulary lists late into the night, squinting at flashcards. You've mastered all the complex grammar rules, the conditional clauses, the irregular verbs.
The dreaded subjunctive mood.
Oh, for sure, the absolute worst. And you've aced every single written test your teachers ever threw at you. You feel confident. You finally hold that physical plane ticket to a foreign country.
The golden ticket.
Exactly. Well, I should say, the ultimate reward. But then you step off the plane, you walk up to the very first native speaker you see, and they speak to you at their normal, everyday, full speed.
And let me guess, your mind goes entirely blank.
Total static. The words just vanish. Your heart starts racing, your palms get sweaty, and you can't even remember how to say hello.
Yeah, it's a universally terrifying experience, without a doubt. And the thing is, it happens to almost everyone.
Really? Even advanced learners?
Oh, absolutely. That pristine academic foundation you built in a quiet classroom suddenly feels completely inadequate when you're faced with the sheer velocity of natural human conversation.
The velocity and the slang, right?
Yeah, and just the unpredictable nature of it. It's kind of like the difference between practicing a martial art by yourself in front of a mirror and then suddenly finding yourself in an actual sparring match.
That is a brilliant analogy, and that's really the mission of our deep dive today. We want to bridge that massive, intimidating gap between the textbook language you study and the functional, messy, real-world English you actually need out in the wild.
To survive, essentially.
Yeah, to survive and thrive. We are dismantling the anxieties of international travel today. We're breaking down specific phrases, cultural nuances, and those unwritten rules you need to navigate an English-speaking environment.
And rather than just giving you a dry list of vocabulary words, which nobody wants.
No vocab quizzes here.
Right. We're going to use a narrative roadmap. For this journey, we're going to look at the world through the eyes of a traveler we'll call Carlos.
Okay, tell us about Carlos.
So Carlos is a 28-year-old software developer from São Paulo, Brazil. And he has a really solid upper intermediate level of English.
Got it. So he's not a beginner.
Not at all. In his professional life, he thrives. He writes flawless emails, participates in international video calls. He can even tell a joke in his second language.
Which is a huge milestone, by the way.
It really is. But here is the catch. He is about to embark on his very first trip to the United States.
Oh, wow. So he's stepping out of that digital boardroom and into the physical world.
Right.
So we're going to follow Carlos from the safety of his living room couch all the way to the chaotic streets of New York City. And whether you're an advanced speaker wanting to polish your idioms or a nervous traveler prepping for your first trip, this deep dive will equip you with the hidden codes of American travel conversations.
It's going to be a fun journey.
For sure. So Carlos's journey actually kicks off 24 hours before his departure.
Ah, the check-in window.
Yeah, he's on his couch having some coffee, and his phone buzzes with that standard airline email, the one that says check in now.
And instantly, he's hit with a barrage of highly specific industry jargon.
Yeah, it's like a different language, even if you know English. What's the first thing he encounters?
Well, what's fascinating about this digital touch point is that the interface demands immediate comprehension. He has to retrieve his boarding pass.
Right, which is not the same as the ticket.
Crucial distinction. The ticket is your receipt, essentially. The boarding pass is the actual highly specific document that grants you physical access to the aircraft.
Okay, got it.
Then he has to confirm his seat assignment, which locks in his physical location in the cabin. And then he's presented with the absolute necessity of understanding carry-on baggage versus checked baggage.
Okay, let's unpack the baggage terminology because it's never just bags.
No, it is highly categorized. Carry-on baggage refers to the smaller items, a backpack, a small roller bag that you physically keep with you in the cabin.
Stuff that goes in the overhead bin.
Right, or under the seat in front of you, whereas checked baggage are the larger suitcases that get relegated to the cargo hold underneath the plane.
And Carlos sees the phrase baggage allowance. I've always thought that term sounds so formal, almost like they're doing you a favor.
Like they're allowing you to bring your things.
Yeah. But in reality, it defines incredibly strict weight and size limits.
Very strict. It's dictated by your pricing tier. He also has to review his itinerary, which is a word that throws a lot of learners off.
Oh, itinerary. Yeah, it's a mouthful.
It is, phonetically and conceptually. It's not just the ticket. It's the complete overarching schedule. Terminal numbers, gate closures, departure times.
And within that itinerary, there's a vital linguistic distinction that trips up so many people. The difference between a layover, a direct flight, and a non-stop flight.
Oh, this is a massive one.
Because in casual conversation, people say direct and non-stop interchangeably all the time.
All the time. But the airlines absolutely do not. They treat those as legally distinct products.
Okay, break that down for us.
Sure. A layover is straightforward. It's your scheduled pause. You physically disembark one aircraft, wait in an airport, and board another.
Simple enough.
And nonstop is also self-explanatory. Point A to point B, wheels never touch the ground in between.
Right.
But direct flight is the deceptive one. In aviation terms, a direct flight might still land at an intermediate airport to pick up passengers or refuel.
Wait, really? So you stop, but it's called direct?
Spot on. Your flight number stays the same. You usually stay on the plane, but you are absolutely stopping.
That is so crucial because imagine the panic if your plane suddenly descends into a city you aren't supposed to be in.
It happens more often than you think. Understanding that nuance saves a lot of stress.
So true. Okay, so Carlos gets his confirmation number, sometimes called a record locator, just to add more vocab to the pile. He downloads his digital boarding pass to his phone. He feels modern. He's got the QR code.
He's fully integrated into the digital-first travel infrastructure.
But looking at our materials, there's a huge vulnerability in just relying on your phone, right?
Undeniably. While U.S. airlines push mobile boarding passes heavily, relying solely on a mobile device when crossing international borders is a very high-risk strategy.
I am a huge advocate for printing documents. A digital boarding pass on a dead phone is just a very expensive piece of glass.
It's a useless black mirror. The overwhelming recommendation from border security experts is to always have a printed backup.
Yeah, what if the optical scanner at the gate is faulty? Or your app freezes?
Or your battery dies after a 10-hour delay. Having that physical piece of paper provides a profound psychological safety net.
It really does. And when your stress spikes, your ability to speak a second language plummets.
Exactly. So with his documents printed, Carlos mitigates that risk. He leaves his quiet living room and arrives at Guarulhos International Airport in São Paulo.
The first physical hurdle? The check-in counter.
Right. It's buzzing, it's loud.
He's got 2 large suitcases and his backpack. He's in line, and he hears the agent talking to the person ahead of him. And the English is fast.
It's not the slow, enunciated audio from his language learning apps.
No, it's blended together. The passenger leaves, the agent waves Carlos forward, smiles, and says, "Good morning. Where are you headed today?"
Now that opening phrase is worth a deep look. Where are you headed? Instead of the textbook standard, where are you going?
I hear headed constantly in the States. Why do Americans use that? What's the psychology there?
It's deeply embedded in casual speech. Headed implies a trajectory, a forward momentum. It feels slightly friendlier, a bit more collaborative.
Because where are you going can sound like an interrogation.
Right. Like a police officer asking you a question, where are you headed? Feels like a shared journey. You'll also hear variations like, where are you off to?
So how should Carlos answer?
Keep it simple. I'm flying to New York. Or just New York JFK.
So Carlos smiles, hands over his passport, and says, here you go. Just 3 little words, but so vital.
It's the absolute gold standard for transactional handoffs in English. It's polite, natural, and universally understood.
You use it when handing over a credit card, a document, a coffee.
Yep, you bridge the physical action with verbal confirmation. Here it is, works too, but here you go, has a great colloquial rhythm.
Okay, so the agent takes the passport and asks, are you checking any bags today? Carlos nods, heaves his first suitcase onto the scale. 21 kilos. The agent says, you're good.
Standard interaction so far.
But then the second bag goes on the scale. 24.5 kilos. Carlos knows the limit is 23. He's bracing for a scolding.
Naturally.
But the agent just looks at the screen, looks at him and says, you're a bit over.
This is a spectacular example of American communication styles in customer service. We call it softening language.
It fascinates me. The airline policy is incredibly rigid. 23 kilos is non-negotiable. But the human being enforcing it uses such soft, vague language.
It revolves entirely around the optics of polite service. The agent wants to avoid direct confrontation.
Right. They don't say you violated the limit.
No, they say a bit over or slightly above. It removes the accusatory tone. It makes a potential $75 fee feel less like a punishment and more like a mutual problem you have to solve together gently.
And the agent offers him a choice to repack and adds, take your time. Now, if there's a huge line behind him, does take your time literally mean he has 10 minutes to reorganize?
Definitely not. It's a social courtesy. It just means he shouldn't panic or drop things. The implicit expectation is still to move quickly.
Got it. Now, while he's repacking his shoes, we have to talk about some massive grammatical traps right here at the counter.
Yes, starting with the word luggage.
The classic trap. I hear this mistake all the time.
It's a notoriously tricky, uncountable noun. In many Romance languages, the word for baggage is pluralized.
Right, like equipajes in Spanish or baggagens in Portuguese.
Exactly. But in English, you cannot say, I have a big luggage, or 2 luggages. It sounds very jarring.
So what should they say?
Use a countable noun. I have a large suitcase. Or keep it uncountable. I have a lot of luggage.
Okay, and what about the phrasal verbs here? Check in versus check a bag.
Another point of confusion. Checking in refers to registering yourself for the flight. Checking a bag means handing over your physical suitcase for the cargo hold.
So saying I want to check in my bags is kind of mashing them together awkwardly.
Right, saying I'd like to check my bags, please, instantly elevates your functional fluency.
Okay, so Carlos retacks. Scale drops to 22.9 kilos. He gets his boarding pass. Now he heads to the part of the airport everyone dreads.
The security screening, the domain of the TSA.
Transportation Security Administration. The vocabulary here is highly specific, right?
Very. You have the security checkpoint, the conveyor belt, placing your items in a bin or tray.
You walk through the metal detector or the full body scanner.
Where you have to hold your arms up.
Yeah.
And if it flags something, you get a physical pat down.
Which is never fun. And we can't forget the liquids rule. 3.4 ounces or 100 milliliters.
All in a clear, quart-sized bag.
So Carlos is in line. It's loud. Officers are yelling instructions. Shoes off, laptops out. He asks an officer about a half-full water bottle in his bag. The officer says, you'll need to toss that.
Toss is a magnificent piece of informal American vocabulary.
Yeah, instead of throw away or discard.
In an academic setting, you'd learn discard. But in a fast-paced checkpoint, toss is quick and highly efficient.
Carlos apologizes for holding up the line, and the officer replies, no worries.
No worries has basically conquered the English-speaking world.
It really has. Where did it even come from? Australia.
Generally traced to Australia, yes, but it's deeply entrenched in American vernacular now. It's a casual dismissal of an apology.
It just means you didn't inconvenience me.
Spot on.
So Carlos tosses the bottle, goes through the scanner. Silence. The officer looks at the screen and says, you're all set.
Now, you're all set carries so much cultural weight. It is the ultimate American phrase of transactional closure.
Transactional closure, I love that. It sounds official but feels so natural.
It signifies a process is 100% complete. Your obligations are met, you're approved, and you are free to move on.
And it's so versatile. You hear it at the hotel, the restaurant, the grocery store.
It's the verbal green light of American society.
Now, before we leave security, there is an unwritten absolute law here. Carlos intuitively knew it, but many don't. Do not, under any circumstances, use humor.
This is critical. The security checkpoint is an environment of absolute, uncompromising literalism.
Yes. Literalism. If you joke about a weapon or say something sarcastic about taking over the plane because the line is long,
They are legally obligated to treat that as a credible threat.
it's not just a faux pas, it's a legal trigger. You will miss your flight.
Sarcasm relies on subtext. TSA agents are trained to ignore subtext and focus entirely on the explicit meaning of your words.
So keep it calm, polite, and literal. Okay, Carlos survives, boards his flight, gets some sleep, and lands at JFK in New York at 6:45 a.m.
The adrenaline is pumping now.
He walks off the plane and approaches the ultimate gatekeeper, the immigration hall.
For many, the most anxiety-inducing part of the trip, and it's vital to understand the difference between immigration and customs in the U.S.
Because travelers often lump them together, right?
They do. But immigration, managed by CBP Customs and Border Protection, assesses the person, your identity, visa, estee, and your risk of overstaying.
Right, they're looking at you.
Customs, which happens later after baggage claim, assesses items, agricultural hazards, undeclared goods, currency.
Okay, so Carlos is at the immigration booth. The officer isn't a tour guide. They're doing a highly regulated job. The questions start. Purpose of visit. How long do you plan to stay?
And the strategy here is built on 3 pillars. I call it the clear, honest, brief triad.
Let's dive deep into those because nerves ruin this for so many people.
First pillar, clear. When asked for your purpose, they want a defined category. Tourism, business, visiting family.
Saying just looking around is a red flag, right?
A massive red flag. Border control requires defined boundaries.
The second pillar, honest, is obvious but crucial. Lying is perjury.
Undeniably, you risk immediate deportation and a lifetime ban. Don't lie.
But the third pillar, brief, is where people stumble.
Yes, due to nervous energy.
I always compare this to a tennis volley. The officer hits the ball over the net with a direct question. Your only job is to hit the ball cleanly back over the net with a direct answer.
That is a highly accurate analogy.
Don't try to juggle the ball. Don't over-explain your life story.
Exactly. If they ask how long do you plan to stay,
Right.
hit it back with 14 days. Do not say, well, maybe 2 weeks, but if I like it, maybe a month, depending on my friends.
That lack of certainty triggers suspicion.
You almost guarantees a secondary screening. They want specifics.
And that's why they ask, what do you do for a living?
Right.
It feels invasive, but it has a purpose.
It assesses your ties to your home country. A stable job as a software developer suggests Carlos has financial reasons to return to Brazil.
Lowers the risk of him working illegally in the U.S.
Right. Carlos remembers the tennis volley. He answers clearly, honestly, and briefly. The officer stamps his passport. Welcome to the United States.
The relief. He grabs his bags and heads to customs. The officer asks about food. Carlos declares a box of fancy chocolates.
And he's waved right through.
But the nuance of U.S. agricultural rules is strict, right?
You're very strict. Processed, cooked items like roasted coffee or chocolates are usually fine, but fresh produce, meats, seeds heavily restricted.
What if he had an apple in his backpack from the airplane?
If a sniffer dog flags that forgotten apple, he could face a severe multi-$100 fine. The golden rule. When in doubt, declare it.
You never get penalized for honestly declaring something that turns out to be allowed.
Never.
So Carlos clears customs. The doors slide open into Terminal 4 at JFK. It's loud, crowded. He's entered the matrix.
The academic part is over. Now it's real-world navigation.
And American airports are huge. He's surrounded by signs. Terminal, baggage carousel, ground transportation.
Which is an umbrella term for how to leave the airport. Air train, shuttles, ride shares, taxi stand.
He wants the easiest route to Manhattan, so he spots an information desk, and he uses a great opening phrase. Excuse me, could you tell me the best way to get to Manhattan from here?
That phrasing is excellent. Excuse me, could you tell me? Is polite, deferential, and signals you're interrupting to seek assistance. It softens the request.
The attendant gives him directions and uses an idiom you hear constantly. You can't miss it.
Ah, yes. It's a wonderful piece of cultural reassurance.
Even if it's sometimes factually incorrect.
True, but it implies the destination is so obvious that failing to find it is nearly impossible. It builds the traveler's confidence.
You know, this brings up a cultural insight that surprises a lot of tourists. Americans have a reputation for being fast-paced and ignoring people.
But in reality, they are generally very willing to stop and give detailed directions.
Yeah. In many cultures, stopping a stranger is intrusive. In the US, it's socially acceptable, almost a point of civic pride, to show off your local knowledge.
As long as you make eye contact and start with a polite, excuse me, people will help.
So Carlos follows the signs to the taxi stand. The dispatcher points to a yellow cab and says, "Hop in."
Another fantastic informal Americanism. Hop in is a cheerful, casual invitation to enter a vehicle.
You wouldn't say it to a dignitary, but for a taxi, it's standard.
For sure.
He gets in. The driver mentions a flat rate to Manhattan. What does that mean for Carlos's wallet?
A flat rate is a fixed, regulated price for a specific journey. It bypasses the unpredictability of the running meter. Even in bad traffic, the base fare is the same.
But there's a catch, right? What does it exclude?
It excludes state surcharges, tolls for bridges or tunnels, and crucially, it entirely excludes the tip.
And boom, we crash right into U.S. tipping culture. We need to deep dive into this because it causes so much friction for tourists.
It is arguably the most complex cultural norm visitors face. In many parts of Europe or Asia, tipping is a discretionary bonus for exceptional service.
Right, like leaving a few coins.
But in the U.S., tipping a driver or a server 15 to 20% is an expected, integral part of the economic transaction.
Because these workers rely on gratuities for a living wage.
Exactly. Failing to tip is considered highly offensive, almost akin to wage theft.
I always try to see this from the tourist's perspective. They're thinking, why am I paying their salary? I'm already paying a premium flat rate.
The frustration is completely valid from an international viewpoint. But when we talk about functional travel English and cultural survival, the goal isn't to debate the macroeconomics.
Right.
The goal is to navigate it smoothly. Participating in the tipping system is part of the unwritten social contract of visiting the U.S.
Recognizing that prevents a lot of awkwardness. So Carlos handles it perfectly. He selects the 20% option on the screen, grabs his receipt, and steps out into Times Square.
Quite a transition.
Huge transition. Now he needs to check into the Marriott marquee. Massive lobby, chandeliers, escalators. He finds the front desk.
Here he needs the hospitality lexicon. Words like suite, amenities, concierge, housekeeping.
He steps up, says he has a reservation. The receptionist confirms his room, but then asks for a credit card. She says, "I just need a card on file for incidentals."
And this concept panics a lot of travelers.
Because Carlos is thinking, I prepaid for this room 3 months ago. Why are you charging me again?
It's a common source of immense friction. The incidental hold is fundamentally a temporary security deposit.
So they are actually charging the card.
No, they are securing a pending line of credit to cover potential future expenses. Room service, the minibar, pay-per-view movies.
I always compare it to opening a bar tab.
That's a great way to put it.
You hand the bartender your card, they swipe it to make sure you don't run out without paying, but they don't finalize the charge until you're done.
Same concept, larger scale. If you don't touch the minibar, the hold is entirely released back to your card.
Makes total sense. Now, while Carlos is at the desk, let's look at his conversational tone. He uses phrases like, "Can I please get 2 room keys?"
Yes, this highlights a common unintentional mistake for second language learners. The difference between being direct and being demanding.
In many languages, a direct translation of "I want" is perfectly polite.
But in English, particularly in service interactions, saying, "I want a room" or "give me the Wi-Fi password," sounds incredibly abrasive and demanding.
It sounds like a bank robbery. Give me the Wi-Fi and nobody gets hurt.
It truly does sound aggressive. You need conversational lubrication. Instead of "I want," use "I would like to book a room, please."
Soften the request.
Consistently using modal verbs like could, would, and may demonstrates respect. Could you tell me the Wi-Fi password, please?
It's all about padding. Now, before he heads to his room, what about hotel tipping?
The invisible web of gratitude extends deeply here. $1 to $2 per bag for the bellhop, and most importantly, $2 to $5 per night for housekeeping.
And the materials emphasize a specific detail. You must leave the cash with a physical note. Why?
Professional ethics. Housekeeping staff are rigorously trained never to touch a guest's personal belongings, especially loose cash.
So if I leave a $5 bill on the desk...
They might assume it's your pocket change that you forgot. They'll leave it untouched out of sheer professionalism.
Got it.
By placing the money on the pillow with a note saying "Thank you, housekeeping," You provide explicit permission for them to accept it.
Such a small detail, but so important. So Carlos drops his bags and steps back out into the concrete jungle. He wants to find Central Park.
He's in the middle of a massive urban grid.
He stops a New Yorker on the sidewalk. The New Yorker says to head north on Broadway for about 10 blocks and adds, "You'll hit the park right around 59th Street. Let's decode this grid."
American city planning, especially Manhattan, relies heavily on cardinal directions: north, south, east, west. And the block is the primary unit of measurement.
But blocks aren't uniform, right?
Correct. Avenues run north to south, creating long blocks. Streets run east to west, creating short blocks.
So a short block is like a 1 to 2 minute walk.
And a long avenue block is 2 to 3 minutes. So 10 blocks north tells Carlos he's looking at a 15 to 20 minute walk.
It's a built-in timer. And what about "you'll hit the park"? No physical collision involved, right?
No, it's a visual colloquialism. To hit a location just means to arrive at it or encounter it. Keep walking and you'll hit the museum.
So Carlos hits the park, then goes to a natural history museum. He asks a staff member for directions to a specific exhibit. The staff member gives him a rapid-fire list. Straight ahead, past the gift shop, up the stairs, turn right, third gallery on your left.
A massive cognitive load.
But Carlos does something brilliant. He repeats the entire sequence back out loud.
This is a masterclass in functional language strategy.
Right.
The repeat and confirm technique.
I use this in my native language. Why is it so effective?
2 reasons. First, it forces your brain to move the information from passive audio processing into active working memory.
You encode it by saying it.
Exactly. Second, it's an immediate error correction mechanism. If Carlos misheard left and said third gallery on the right, the staff member could instantly correct him before he wandered off.
Saves so much frustration. Okay, time to tackle the subway, the subterranean veins of the city.
The terminology shifts again. Turnstiles, platforms, uptown, which generally means northbound, and downtown, meaning southbound.
A commuter helps him figure out the OMNY tap-to-pay system with his phone, but the commuter also shouts a warning, the difference between express and local trains.
This catches countless tourists entirely off guard. A local train stops at every single station.
It's slower but safe.
Right. An express train uses separate tracks to skip minor stations, moving crowds quickly over long distances.
If you get on an express train by mistake,
You experience the unique despair of watching your destination blur past the window at 40 miles an hour.
devastating. And what about escalator etiquette in the subway?
The paramount unwritten rule: stand completely still on the right side, leave the left side open for people walking or running up.
If you stand on the left, you will hear a sharp, excuse me, from a rushing New Yorker.
Unquestionably.
Okay, Carlos survives the subway. He's back at the hotel, and he's starving. He goes to a mid-range restaurant.
The conversational tone here is wondrously relaxed compared to fine dining in Europe,
Yeah, the server says, "Hey there, how are we doing tonight?" and offers the specials.
which are the unique dishes not printed on the laminated menu.
Carlos orders by saying, "I'll go with the salmon." Such a native phrasing.
It's far more natural than saying, "I demand the salmon" or "I require the fish."
"I'll go" implies you weighed the options and comfortably made a choice. Then he asks for the check and leaves his 20% tip.
Because again, the server's income relies on it.
Right. But the next day, Carlos hits a stressful hurdle. He wakes up with a terrible headache, jet lag, and noise. He needs a pharmacy.
This is a drastic shift in linguistic tone. Casual slang is gone. The language must be stark, literal, and specific.
He needs to know the difference between OTC and prescription medications.
Over-the-counter, or OTC, are medications you can buy freely off the shelves. Pain relievers, allergy pills.
While a prescription requires formal authorization from a doctor,
Yes, kept behind the counter.
the pharmacist asks if he prefers Advil or Tylenol. This brand versus generic distinction is huge in the States.
Heavily driven by advertising, Americans refer to medications by brand names. Advil is ibuprofen, Tylenol is acetaminophen. Knowing that helps you navigate the shelf.
And there's no softening language if the pharmacist asks about allergies. You give strict factual answers.
Exactly. Ambiguity is dangerous here.
The same applies to emergencies. If Carlos had to call 911,
You remove all conversational filler. You don't say, "Excuse me, would you mind sending help?" You say, "I need an ambulance. I am at this address."
match the tool to the task.
I'll
Thankfully, he just buys ibuprofen and his headache fades. The rest of the trip is amazing. And suddenly, it's time to go home. He's checking out at the Marriott.
The receptionist hands him an itemized statement.
A crucial piece of vocabulary. It breaks down every single charge, line by line.
Room rate, taxes, fees.
He notices an error, a $50 parking validation charge. He doesn't even have a car.
This is a crucial moment for conflict resolution.
He could get angry, but he uses diplomatic, softening phrasing. Excuse me, I think there's a chart here I don't recognize.
That phrasing is masterful. It removes the direct accusation. He frames the error as a mutual mystery to solve together.
The receptionist sees the error, deletes it, and says, "I apologize, these things happen."
A frictionless interaction.
Saves him $50. He heads to the airport and flies home. So let's distill this entire journey. What are the 5 pillars of functional English he utilized?
Number 1, preparation reduces cognitive anxiety. Familiarizing yourself with specific vocabulary lowers your mental load.
Power anticipation. Number 2.
Politeness covers a multitude of grammatical sins. Using please and softening requests makes native speakers much more forgiving of mistakes.
Goodwill is a great lubricant. Number 3.
Repetition confirms understanding. The repeat and confirm strategy locks in auditory info and prevents disasters.
Number 4 is my favorite.
Mistakes are irrelevant. Communication is the goal. Carlos wasn't grammatically flawless, but he transferred his intent successfully. That's what matters.
The person behind the counter doesn't care about your present perfect continuous tense. They care about respect. And number 5.
Leverage technology. Translation apps and digital maps aren't signs of weakness. They're tools that support your skills and remove friction.
Such a liberating realization. We covered so much ground today. The pre-flight emails, softening language, TSA literalism, immigration boundaries, tipping, grid navigation.
It's a comprehensive roadmap to functional survival.
It really is. I want to leave the listener with a final thought. When you navigate a foreign country in a second language, you are stripped of your comfort zone.
You are incredibly vulnerable.
But when you return home, how does that humbling experience change you? Do you become more patient with tourists in your own city?
Do you realize how much of your own native communication relies on unwritten cultural rules rather than just literal words?
It's a fascinating mirror to hold up to ourselves.
Navigating a second language teaches us the hidden mechanics of our first.
I couldn't agree more. Listen, if you had an aha moment during this deep dive, please make sure to like, share, and subscribe to this YouTube channel so we can keep bringing you these guides. See you on the next deep dive. Hello. Welcome to the Learn English Lab. Today's podcast is Common Idioms and Phrasal Verbs in Context.
Thank you so much for having me. I'm really excited to get into this one.
Yeah, I'm thrilled too. Because, well, let's unpack this right away. We have a massive mission today.
We really do.
Imagine you are walking into your very first day at an American tech company, right? You speak perfect textbook English, you've studied for years, but within 60 seconds of meeting your new boss, she tells you to jump on board, hopes you can hit the ground running, and, promises that you two will touch base later.
Oh, yeah. That's a nightmare scenario.
Right. You are no longer in an office. You are suddenly on a ship, running a marathon and playing baseball, and you're just standing there completely frozen.
It is the ultimate terror for anyone learning the language. And honestly, it highlights a massive blind spot in traditional education.
How so?
Well, you can have a towering stack of flashcards on your desk or, 3 different language apps on your phone. And you might think, I know the code. I've memorized these lists.
But they don't help in the moment.
Not at all. Because the reality is that idioms and phrasal verbs do not actually live in dictionaries. That is not their natural habitat.
Spot on. I like to think of it like a city's secret menu.
Ooh, I love that. A secret menu.
Yeah, because think about it. When you visit a new city, the travel guides give you the standard tourist map. That's your formal English vocabulary.
Right. It gets you from point A to point B.
It gets you to the museum. It gets you a hotel room. But idioms and phrasal verbs, that is the secret menu at the local diner. It's the shortcut through the alleyway. It's how the people who actually live there communicate with each other.
Absolutely.
And if you don't know the secret menu, you are always going to feel like an outsider looking in.
That is a brilliant analogy. Because, ordering off a secret menu requires a sense of belonging. Native speakers don't use these phrases to confuse you.
They don't, because sometimes it really feels like they do.
I know it feels that way. But no. They use them to establish tone, to negotiate power dynamics, and to navigate these incredibly complex social waters. They live in human stories.
Like everyday interactions.
Yes. They live in the nervous chatter right before a job interview or the quiet, supportive whispers between 2 best friends. If you just memorize a phrase from a piece of paper, it's virtually useless. You have to feel the psychology behind it.
So that is our journey today for this deep dive. We are going to travel across different landscapes of American life, from a fast-paced office in Texas to a tense family dinner in Oregon.
It's going to be quite the road trip.
Without a doubt. We're going to analyze real-life scenarios to figure out not just what these expressions mean, but the why and the how behind them. Like, why do native speakers choose them over plain, simple words?
Which is the most important question you can ask.
Let's start with that tech office I mentioned earlier. Let's look at first days and high stakes. I want to introduce you, the listener, to Marco.
Okay, let's talk about Marco.
So, Marco is a software developer in Austin, Texas. Great English, but today is his first day on a new team, and he is immediately overwhelmed by his manager, Sarah.
Right. Marco steps off the elevator, and Sarah hits him with an absolute barrage of office jargon.
It's just a wall of words.
Yeah. She says, "Welcome aboard," warns him that this department is a whole different ball game, reassures him he'll get the hang of it, and says they'll touch base on Friday.
If you translate those literally, it sounds like a bizarre physical obstacle course.
Undeniably. I'd be terrified. But let's break down the psychology here, starting with welcome aboard. She isn't just saying, "Hello, you work here now."
No, she is welcoming him onto a ship, metaphorically speaking. But why a ship? Why not just an office?
Well, it's deeply rooted in the history of the English language, which is heavily influenced by maritime exploration. But psychologically, being on a ship implies a shared fate.
Oh, wow. I never thought of it that way.
Yeah, think about it. If the ship sinks, everyone goes down. If it reaches its destination, everyone succeeds. By saying welcome aboard, she is instantly creating inclusion.
It's so much warmer than a sterile corporate greeting. It says, we are in this vessel together.
Spot on. And then she tells him that this new department is a whole different ballgame.
Now, obviously, that's a sports metaphor, but what is the underlying logic there? I mean, why not just say the rules here are different?
Because saying everything you knew before is wrong is incredibly intimidating. A different ballgame softens the blow.
So it's about protecting his ego a little bit.
Yes, it implies that Marco is still a very capable athlete. He knows how to play sports. He just needs to learn a new set of rules for this specific game. It preserves his dignity while warning him that the environment has shifted.
That brings us to, you'll get the hang of it. I have always loved this phrase because it feels so physical. You can almost picture a kid learning to swing from a rope or trying to ride a bike.
It's a great visual.
It's not about reading a manual, right? It's about muscle memory.
Absolutely. Yeah. And notice how she uses phrasal verbs here, too. She might tell him to settle in before they take on the new project.
Settle in brings to mind nesting, getting comfortable in a physical space.
Yeah, and take on implies accepting a weight or a challenge. These aren't just vocabulary words, they are emotional cues.
Because Sarah is an executive and Marco is a junior employee.
Right. There's a massive power imbalance.
Yeah.
If she gave him a sterile list of duties, his anxiety would spike. She uses these idioms as a leadership tactic to soften the intimidation factor.
Wait, I need to push back on that a little bit.
Okay, go for it.
Is it really just about being warm and fuzzy? Because later in their conversation, she has to deliver some pretty stressful news. She tells him, I'm not going to sugarcoat it. There's a lot on our plate right now.
Yeah, that's true.
Isn't using a metaphor like sugarcoat it almost manipulative? Like she's hiding behind the language so she doesn't have to manage him properly?
That is a fantastic question, but I would argue it's the absolute opposite of manipulation. Sugarcoat it is a brilliant evocative phrase.
Because literally it means taking a bitter pill and coating it in sugar so you can swallow it without tasting the bitterness.
Well, spot on.
Yeah.
By explicitly telling Marco she won't sugarcoat it, she is stripping away the corporate fluff. She is treating him like a respected adult and promising him unvarnished honesty.
Okay, I see that. It's a sign of respect. And a lot on our plate visually represents that honesty.
It really does.
You can just imagine sitting at a buffet and your plate is piled so high with food that it's literally falling off the edges. It's visceral. You can feel the weight of the workload just from that image.
That's the reality of corporate communication. She's building rapport while handing him a massive, stressful workload. But let's shift perspectives.
Sure.
That is Marco starting a job. What about trying to get the job in the first place? Let's move over to San Francisco, where Lisa is prepping for a high-stakes marketing interview with her friend Maya.
This scenario brought up a massive red flag for me.
Really?
Well, if the corporate world loves idioms to build warmth, isn't it wildly unprofessional to use them in a formal job interview? I mean, shouldn't Lisa just stick to strict, polite, textbook English so she doesn't sound like she's using street slang with a hiring manager?
That raises a crucial point about something linguists call register.
Register. Okay, break that down for us.
Register is the level of formality you use depending on your social setting. The mistake many learners make is assuming all idioms are casual slang.
They aren't.
They definitely aren't.
Yeah.
There is an entire dictionary of highly professional, diplomatic idioms that are essentially required for corporate survival.
Show me how that works, because Lisa is practicing how to answer the absolute worst interview question in existence. Tell me about a time you had to deal with a difficult team member.
Ugh, it's a total trap question.
It really is.
In her practice session, Lisa is talking about a former coworker who was always late and messed up the project. If she used plain, blunt English, she might say, "My coworker was lazy and ruined our schedule."
But that makes her sound bitter, petty, and unprofessional.
Undeniably.
Yeah.
And her friend Maya warns her, don't throw him under the bus.
Which is such an intensely violent image. You are literally sacrificing someone else, pushing them into the street to be hit by a massive vehicle just to save yourself.
Without a doubt, it's a brutal image, which is why it perfectly encapsulates the betrayal of blaming a colleague to make yourself look good. So how does Lisa avoid throwing him under the bus?
She changes her register.
Yes, she reaches for professional idioms. Instead of calling him lazy, she tells the imaginary interviewer that he was dragging his feet.
Let's linger on the physical sensation of that, dragging your feet. You are walking, but you refuse to lift your boots off the ground.
It's exhausting just thinking about it.
Right. You are creating deliberate physical friction to slow down progress. It communicates the exact same problem he was delaying the project, but it removes the harsh personal attack of the word lazy.
It is a masterclass in corporate spin. And she doesn't say he couldn't handle his job. She says he was stretched thin.
Again, let's look at the physics of the metaphor.
Think of a rubber band or a piece of fabric pulled so tightly that it's about to snap.
It sounds incredibly empathetic. She makes herself look like a compassionate problem solver who understands workplace stress just by choosing a metaphor based on material science.
Idioms as a tool of self-preservation. That is brilliant. And we see this again when Maya coaches Lisa on the dreaded salary question.
Oh, the salary question.
Yeah, Maya tells her she has to dodge that bullet so she doesn't sell herself short or price herself out of the running.
Dodge that bullet is so evocative. The salary question is a lethal projectile coming right for your head, and you have to lean out of the way to survive.
And if you give a number that is too low, you sell yourself short. You are literally putting a clearance rack price tag on your own human value.
But if you give a number too high, you price yourself out of the running, like a beautiful house that is just too expensive for anyone to even put a bid on. So how does she dodge it?
Maya advises her to use a phrasal verb to put the decision back on the employer. Maya says, that puts the ball in their court without boxing you in.
Notice the spatial awareness here. The tennis ball is on their side of the net. They're required to hit it back.
And Lisa isn't boxed in, meaning she hasn't trapped herself in a tiny, inescapable corner with a number she can't negotiate later.
So for you, the listener, the takeaway here is that professional idioms are your shield. They let you navigate tricky corporate traps without letting anyone see you sweat.
They really do.
But what happens when we leave the office? We've talked about how people use metaphors to protect themselves at work. But what happens when the professional mask comes off and you are just sitting with your best friend?
That's a whole different landscape.
Let's travel to a coffee shop in Chicago to eavesdrop on Aisha and Priya.
This is where we see idioms functioning as deep emotional shorthand. Priya is losing her mind over her boss, and Aisha is there to be the sounding board.
The supportive best friend.
Right. Aisha sits down, looks at her friend's panicked face, and says, okay, spill the beans.
Spill the beans! It's such an old, weird phrase. But think about it. If Aisha sat down and used formal English, like, please provide a detailed chronological report of your emotional distress, Priya would probably just stare at her.
She would probably just get up and leave.
Yeah. Spill the beans is messy. It's physical. It says, dump all your chaotic, unorganized thoughts right here on the table between us. I won't judge the mess.
It creates an instant safe space. Some historians think the phrase goes back to ancient Greece, where people voted using different colored beans in a jar.
Really? I had no idea.
Yeah. If you knocked the jar over, if you spilled the beans, the secret vote was revealed. But in modern usage, it signals deep, unconditional trust. And Priya needs that because she immediately complains that her boss is breathing down her neck about a huge fish.
Let's talk about the biology of breathing down my neck. We have all felt this. It triggers an ancient mammalian threat response.
It's completely primal.
You can literally feel the hot breath of a predator, or, in this case, a micromanager standing right behind you, watching your every keystroke. It conveys utter claustrophobia. You don't have to explain the psychological nuance to your friend. The idiom does all the heavy lifting.
And a huge fish is a classic hunting metaphor for a massive, highly valuable client they're trying to land.
But the real emotional toll comes from the boss's unpredictable behavior. Priya says her boss keeps moving the goalposts.
If we connect this to the psychology of burnout, there is no better idiom.
Imagine playing a game of soccer. You run down the field, you line up to take the absolute perfect shot, and right before you kick, someone picks up the net and moves it 50 feet to the left.
You miss.
And it's not your fault. It encapsulates the total exhaustion of trying to please someone who constantly changes the rules of success. It's an unwinnable game.
So Priya is spiraling. And notice how Aisha steps in. Aisha uses a series of grounding idioms to de-escalate the panic. She tells Priya, you need to put your foot down, or at least find a middle ground by killing her with kindness.
I think of Aisha as a conversational paramedic here. She is applying verbal tourniquets. Let's look at the 3 strategies she offers. First, putting your foot down.
It's the physical manifestation of a boundary.
It's solid, heavy, immovable. It says, I will not be pushed backward anymore.
Then there is the middle ground. This is geographical diplomacy. Picture 2 opposing armies camping on 2 different hills.
The middle ground is the valley between them where they can meet safely to negotiate.
Absolutely. But my favorite is killing her with kindness.
It is a spectacular oxymoron.
It really is. You are overwhelming someone with so much aggressive politeness and compliance that they are completely disarmed. They can't fight you because you're being too nice, but it is actually a highly strategic offensive move.
And it works. Priya physically relaxes. She uses an idiom to express her gratitude, telling Aisha, you always know how to talk me off the ledge.
Such a dramatic, cinematic image.
You picture someone standing on the ledge of a skyscraper, pushed to the absolute brink by stress, and the friend gently, patiently talking them back inside through the window to safety. It shows profound vulnerability.
And notice the phrasal verbs weaving through this emotional space. Priya might say she's been freaking out or bottling up her anger.
Bottling up is a fascinating mechanical metaphor.
You're trapping a volatile, expanding chemical gas inside a tightly sealed glass bottle. Eventually, the pressure will cause an explosion. Aisha is uncorking that bottle safely.
It's an incredible display of friendship, but as we know, not all friendships are just coffee and emotional support. Sometimes friendships involve unwashed dishes, unpaid bills, and terrible living habits.
Oh, the roommate dynamic.
Let's leave Chicago and head to a tense apartment in Denver to look at a roommate conflict between Chris and Danny.
This is a classic pressure cooker. Chris and Danny have been friends for years, but Danny is a nightmare of a roommate. He leaves messes everywhere. And Chris has been trying to preserve the peace by ignoring it. He says he has been sweeping this under the rug.
The irony is just perfect. He is literally ignoring a physical mess in the apartment by using an idiom about hiding dirt under a physical rug.
But the pile under the rug has gotten too big. He trips over it. The resentment is overflowing, and the confrontation begins.
What is fascinating here is how both men use idioms as shock absorbers during their fight.
Confrontations in close quarters are incredibly dangerous. If you use blunt, literal language, you can inflict permanent damage on the relationship. Idioms allow them to spar, to hit each other without using relationship-ending insults.
Okay, let's look at the mechanics of that sparring match. Chris initiates it. He doesn't come out of his room screaming, "You are a lazy slob and I hate living with you."
No, that would be a disaster.
Instead, he approaches Danny and says, "I've been biting my tongue for a while now, but I'm not going to pick up the slack anymore."
Let's examine the physical pain of biting my tongue. You are physically stopping yourself from speaking by biting down on your own muscle. It hurts. Chris is communicating to Danny, I have been suffering in silence, actively hurting myself to protect our peace, but I cannot do it anymore.
And picking up the slack comes straight from sailing and rope work. When a rope goes loose when it has slack, the sail loses power.
Someone else has to grab that rough rope and pull it tight to keep the ship moving.
Chris is saying he is tired of doing Danny's heavy lifting to keep their shared apartment functioning. It's a firm boundary, but it's focused on the work, not Danny's character.
However, human nature dictates that Danny immediately gets defensive. He doesn't want to admit fault.
Right, so what does he do?
He attacks Chris's perception of reality using his own set of idioms. Danny claims Chris is making a mountain out of a molehill and blowing this out of proportion.
This is purely gaslighting through idioms.
Yeah.
Think about the molehill. A mole is a tiny blind animal that leaves a little handful of dirt on the lawn.
And Danny is accusing Chris of taking a tiny, insignificant handful of dirt and treating it like an unscalable, freezing mountain. It invalidates Chris's entire experience.
And blowing out of proportion relies on the physics of inflation, like taking a small, normal balloon and pumping so much hot air into it that it becomes monstrous and pops. Danny is telling Chris, the problem isn't my mess. The problem is your emotional reaction to it.
But Chris holds his ground. He responds with, I feel like I'm talking to a brick wall.
Another incredible architectural visual. You can shout at a brick wall, you can plead with it, you can cry, and it will never respond, it will never understand, and it will certainly never change its behavior.
It perfectly captures the utter futility of arguing with someone who refuses to listen.
Ultimately, the tension breaks. Danny realizes he is in the wrong. He admits he has been dropping the ball, failing to catch the simple responsibilities tossed his way.
And they agree to clear the air so the resentment doesn't build up again.
Clear the air. Imagine that apartment living room filled with thick, suffocating smoke from their argument. Your eyes are watering, you can't breathe.
Finally, someone opens the windows, the fresh breeze comes in, the smoke dissipates, and you can breathe deeply again. That is exactly what a good, healthy resolution feels like.
The essential takeaway for the listener here is that mastering these conflict resolution idioms gives you a superpower. It allows you to navigate intense disagreements without burning your life down.
You can express frustration, defend your boundaries, and negotiate peace, all while maintaining a buffer of metaphorical language that keeps the conflict from turning into a bare-knuckle brawl.
That is a tool every human being needs. But here is where it gets really complicated.
And so.
Roommates can always just move out. Friendships are voluntary. What happens when we look at family? You can't just quit your family.
Very true. The power dynamics are deeper, older, and often much more permanent.
How do these idioms change when we talk to our parents across a generational divide, or when we negotiate our futures with our spouses? Let's travel to Portland, Oregon, and sit down at the dinner table with the Patel family.
The tension at this dinner table is palpable. We have Vikram, the 58-year-old father, and his 26-year-old son, Raj.
Raj is trying to launch a freelance photography business, and Vikram is deeply, profoundly skeptical.
What unfolds is a masterclass in dueling idioms. They are fighting a generational war using metaphors.
It is so relatable. Vikram starts interrogating Raj, and the clash of worldviews is just staggering. Let's look at the father first. Vikram uses these authoritative, reality-based idioms.
He is completely grounded in the brutal reality of financial survival. He tells his son he doesn't want to beat around the bush.
Beat around the bush is a fascinating hunting phrase. In medieval times, hunters wouldn't walk directly into a thick bush to flush out a wild boar or a bird because it was dangerous.
They would nervously tap and beat the ground around the edges of the bush.
Vikram is saying, I am not going to be indirect. I am not going to be timid. I am walking straight into the danger zone.
And his target is Raj's ambition. Vikram urges Raj to face the music. I read that this idiom comes from either the military being drummed out of your regiment in disgrace, or the theater having to stand on stage and face the orchestra pit when you've messed up.
It's about accepting a harsh, unpleasant reality that you cannot avoid.
And what is that reality? Vikram wants Raj to have a career he can bank on. Literally, a career so reliable and solid that you can extract money from it and put it in a physical bank.
Because Vikram's ultimate terror is that his son will be left high and dry.
Let's unpack high and dry. It's another nautical term. Imagine a ship that sailed a little too close to the beach during high tide. When the water retreats, the massive, heavy wooden ship is left stuck in the dry sand.
It is completely stranded, unable to move, useless. Vikram is terrified that Raj will end up financially stranded in life. It sounds like a harsh attack, but it's actually coming from a place of deep parental love and fear.
That's the reality of immigrant or working-class parental anxiety. Vikram's idioms reflect the trauma of someone who probably had to fight tooth and nail for basic stability.
A ship needs water. A person needs a paycheck.
But Raj is from a different generation. He doesn't speak the language of survival. He speaks the language of self-actualization. Raj uses defensive, aspirational idioms. He tells his dad he refuses to throw in the towel.
Throw in the towel, the ultimate boxing metaphor. When a boxer is getting beaten so mercilessly that they might suffer permanent brain damage, their coach physically throws a white towel into the center of the ring to force a surrender.
Raj is saying, I am bruised, this is hard, but I am still standing on my own 2 feet. The fight isn't over, and I forbid you to surrender for me.
And Raj insists he just needs a little more time for his business to get off the ground. Notice the physics here. It's an aviation metaphor.
An airplane is incredibly heavy. It uses tremendous amounts of highly combustible fuel, roaring down the runway, fighting the sheer force of gravity before it finally lifts into the air.
Raj is in that high-friction, violently shaky pre-flight stage, and his father is threatening to cancel the flight before the wheels even leave the tarmac.
The contrast is just poetic. Vikram is on the ground, worrying about bank accounts and stranded ships. Raj is looking up at the sky, thinking about airplanes taking flight.
They are speaking 2 entirely different emotional languages. Thank goodness for Meena, the mother, who finally steps in to act as the mediator.
Meena understands that the metaphors are escalating the heart rates in the room. So she uses brilliant physical de-escalation idioms. She tells her husband to cut him some slack and to lighten up.
Cut some slack, we are back to ropes again. If a rope is pulled so tightly that it might snap and hurt someone, you have to feed some extra line into it. Give it some slack, relieve the tension.
And lighten up. She is telling Vikram to literally drop some of the heavy, serious, apocalyptic weight he is carrying on his shoulders. She changes the physical atmosphere of the dining room with just 2 phrases.
It perfectly illustrates how idioms regulate the emotional temperature of a room. But let's shift from a parent-child dynamic to a husband-wife dynamic. Let's look at how couples negotiate risk.
We are heading to Atlanta for this one to listen to Jerome and Tanya.
I love this couple. Jerome has a hot sauce side hustle called Southern Flame, and it's doing well. So well, in fact, that he sits Tanya down to pitch the idea of quitting his stable warehouse job to bottle hot sauce full-time.
And the contrast in their vocabulary during this negotiation is fascinating. It is a profound study in contrasting risk profiles.
Jerome is the entrepreneur. His brain operates on aggressive, optimistic, forward-moving idioms. He announces to his wife that he is going all in.
Going all in. The most terrifying moment in a poker game. You take every single chip you own, your entire livelihood, and you push it into the center of the table.
It is absolute, irreversible commitment. You are risking total, devastating ruin for the chance at total victory.
To balance that terrifying gamble, Jerome tries to sound analytical. He uses a phrasal verb, saying he has been crunching the numbers.
I love the sensory detail of crunching. It implies taking raw, hard, undigested data and physically grinding it in your teeth until it becomes smooth, digestible facts.
He wants her to know this isn't just a dream. It's a mathematically sound plan. And he proudly announces that the business has taken off, using that same airplane metaphor Raj used, but Jerome is already in the air.
But Tanya is the anchor in this marriage. She doesn't use aviation or gambling metaphors. She uses protective, cautious, deeply defensive idioms. When Jerome pitches his grand vision, she warns him that they have a mortgage and they cannot just wing it.
Wing it. This comes from the theater. Imagine an understudy who hasn't memorized the script, standing in the wings at the side of the stage, and suddenly are shoved out in front of the audience.
They just have to make up the lines as they go, sweating in the spotlight. Tanya is saying, we cannot improvise our financial lives. We need a script.
And she tells him she doesn't want to bite off more than we can chew. This is an incredibly relatable physical idiom.
We have all done this as kids. You take such a massive bite of food that your jaw physically cannot process it. You can't chew, you can't swallow, and you start to choke.
Tanya is terrified that Jerome's massive ambition is going to choke their financial stability to death.
But her biggest fear, the one that really gets to the core of her anxiety, is that they will end up the creek without a paddle. I think this is one of the most vividly terrifying idioms in the English language.
Let's explore the physics of that terror. You are in a small, fragile boat on a dangerous, fast-moving river, the creek, and you realize you have absolutely no tools to steer, to slow down, or to stop. You have no paddle.
You are entirely at the mercy of the violent current, rushing toward an unseen waterfall. That feeling of utter helplessness is exactly how Tanya views the prospect of Jerome quitting his stable job.
What's remarkable is how they bridge this gap. In marriages, you don't just yell yes or no at each other. Idioms map out the boundaries of the compromise. They use these concepts to negotiate. They agree to create a safety net.
A beautiful circus metaphor. The trapeze artist can attempt the terrifying triple backflip, only because they know that if they miss the bar and fall, the woven net below will catch them before they crack their skull on the concrete.
They agree to build up 6 months of savings. That is their net.
And Jerome agrees that he won't burn any bridges with his current boss by quitting cold turkey.
Two very intense concepts. Burning bridges is a military tactic. An army crosses a river into enemy territory, but they leave the wooden bridge intact so they can retreat if they start losing.
If you burn the bridge behind you, retreat is physically impossible. You must win or die. Tanya wants him to leave the warehouse job on good terms so he can retreat if the hot sauce fails.
And cold turkey. This comes from drug addiction. It means stopping a powerful habit abruptly, all at once, which causes a massive, painful physical shock to the nervous system, goosebumps that look like a plucked cold turkey.
Jerome agrees not to shock their financial system. He will transition slowly, keeping his job part-time.
The profound insight here, for you, the listener, is that true fluency isn't just knowing the translations of these words. True fluency is thinking in these emotional structures.
Tanya and Jerome aren't feeling anxiety and then translating it into a river metaphor. The concept of being up the creek is the shape of their anxiety.
The concepts of safety nets and burning bridges structure how they fundamentally view risk in their lives.
That blew my mind when I realized it. If you want to understand native speakers, you have to understand the mental architecture they live inside, and that architecture is built out of idioms.
It's like a linguistic fingerprint.
Okay, let's take a deep breath because we are moving out of the heavy negotiations of marriage and family. Let's look at how this language functions when there is zero tension. Let's look at shared history, vulnerability, and spontaneity on the open road.
After the high stakes of the office and the dinner table, it is refreshing to see how idioms facilitate ease, particularly among siblings who have known each other their entire lives.
Yes, let's jump into the front seat of a car with Ben and Sam. Two brothers on a long highway road trip down to Chattanooga. They haven't seen each other in months, and they are both feeling the deep, heavy burnout of adult life.
Ben sighs and says he's been feeling cooped up in his tiny apartment, and Sam complains that his demanding job has been running him ragged.
Cooped up is agricultural. A coop is a tiny wire cage where chickens are kept, unable to stretch their wings. Ben feels physically confined by his life.
And running ragged is a great textile image. Think of a favorite piece of clothing that you have worn and washed so many times that the edges are fraying, the threads are snapping, and it's literally falling apart. Sam is mentally and physically frayed.
But as the miles roll by, the conversation flows effortlessly into discussing failure. And this is a crucial, almost magical function of idioms. They make it easier to discuss your own failures without destroying your ego.
Ben is a musician, and he is telling his brother about a major gig that recently got canceled. But he doesn't say, "I'm a total failure, my music is bad, and my career is over."
No, because that would be devastating. Instead, he uses idioms to externalize the blame. He says the gig fell through after the venue pulled the plug.
Let's look at the mechanics of those two phrases. Fell through implies that Ben was walking confidently across what he thought was solid ground, a firm agreement, a signed contract.
And without warning, the floorboards simply gave way and the opportunity dropped out of sight into the basement. It's a structural failure of the universe, not a personal failure of Ben's talent.
And pull the plug is even more external. Imagine a bright, flashing neon sign, or perhaps a medical life support machine. It's humming along nicely.
Then a careless venue manager walks over and simply yanks the electrical cord out of the wall socket. Instant darkness, instant death of the project.
By using these idioms, Gen places the action entirely on the venue. He is the victim of circumstance, not of his own incompetence.
And because the failure is externalized, Ben's ego is safe enough to focus on his resilience. He tells Sam that he bounced back and has learned to roll with the punches.
Let's talk about the physics of rolling with the punches. It is one of the most vital resilience idioms in English. If a boxer stands rigid, stiffening their neck when a heavy punch connects, the sheer force will shatter their jaw or knock them unconscious.
But if they relax and physically roll their head back in the exact same direction the glove is traveling, it drastically reduces the impact.
Ben is saying he has learned to be emotionally flexible. When the music industry punches him in the face, he doesn't stiffen up and break. He absorbs the momentum and stays on his feet.
It is a profound sign of maturity. But because they are brothers in a car, the conversation cannot stay serious and mature for very long.
Oh, definitely not.
Humor and humility are the lifeblood of sibling dynamics, and idioms are the absolute perfect vehicle for friendly, merciless teasing.
Oh, totally.
Yeah.
Sam isn't going to let Ben sound like a wise philosopher for too long. Sam brings up a past performance of Ben's from years ago. A performance that wasn't just a mild setback, but an absolute train wreck.
A train wreck. Think about the sheer scale of that disaster. Hundreds of tons of screaming metal flying off the tracks, sparking fires, with hundreds of people staring in horror.
You cannot look away from a train wreck. It is a spectacular public disaster. Sam is vividly reminding Ben of his worst moment,
And Sam adds that Ben looked like a deer in headlights on that stage.
which perfectly captures the exact physiology of panic. A deer steps onto a dark country road. It sees the blinding, unnatural bright lights of an oncoming car.
And instead of using its powerful legs to run away, its brain completely short-circuits, the nervous system floods, it just freezes, eyes wide, paralyzed, waiting for the massive impact. Sam is teasing Ben about having paralyzing stage fright.
And Ben, because they have that shared safe history, doesn't get offended or defensive. He laughs. He accepts the joke and admits that the humiliating experience actually lit a fire under him.
Which is a hilarious, cartoonish image. Imagine sitting lazily in a chair and someone literally strikes a match and lights a bonfire directly under your seat. You have no choice but to leap up and start moving frantically. The humiliation forced him to practice harder.
This is what effortless, native-level banter sounds like. It is the friction of shared history. And it highlights how idioms function in a totally low-stakes environment. A few miles later, Ben gets hungry. He wants to stop the car for some roadside BBQ, but he doesn't formally request a dining detour. He just suggests it casually.
And Sam enthusiastically agrees by saying, "You don't have to twist my arm." Think about the history of that phrase. Originally, twisting someone's arm behind their back until the bone nearly snapped was a literal form of physical torture to force an enemy to do something against their will.
But Sam is using it with heavy sarcasm. He is saying, I want those BBQ ribs so desperately you require absolutely zero physical torture to convince me to pull the car over. It is incredibly playful.
And that playfulness is the absolute hallmark of true fluency. It's the ability to toss these heavy, historically violent or complex images around like lightweight toys in a casual conversation.
That is the goal every learner is striving for.
Okay. We've traveled all the way across the country. We've been in high-stakes tech offices, we've sat in Chicago coffee shops, we've navigated tense dining rooms, and we've cruised down the highway. We have seen how and why idioms operate in the wild.
But now we arrive at the most practical, actionable part of our deep dive.
Well, absolutely. We need to lay out the blueprint for mastery. How do you, the listener sitting at home right now, actually master this secret code?
Before we outline the 7 rules for real-world English,
Yeah.
we must briefly circle back to the mechanics of phrasal verbs, which we've been weaving through these stories. We've talked a lot about highly visual idioms like throw in the towel or train wreck. But the day-to-day, minute-to-minute casual English is held together by the invisible glue of phrasal verbs. Native speakers use these organically for almost every mundane function of life.
Let's give some rapid-fire examples of how they replace formal vocabulary, like starting things. You don't initiate a discussion, you bring it up, literally lifting the topic into view. You don't commence a meeting, you kick it off, like the start of a football game.
And for communicating, you don't contact a colleague, you reach out, extending an invisible hand across the office. If someone ignores you, they don't dismiss your concerns, they brush you off. Think of the physical dismissiveness of brushing a piece of lint or a crumb off your jacket collar. It implies your concern was tiny and annoying.
And emotional states. Oh my goodness, this is where phrasal verbs shine. You don't stand in a kitchen and say, I am experiencing acute psychological distress. You yell, I'm freaking out. Or, as we mentioned earlier, if you are suppressing your emotions, you are bottling them up.
These phrasal verbs, a verb combined with a preposition or adverb, completely change the physical direction and emotional weight of the action. They are the foundational building blocks of casual speech.
But wait, let me push back here, hard.
Okay, I'm ready.
Because there are thousands of these phrasal verbs, thousands. And idioms, forget about it, there are tens of thousands of them. If I'm listening to this deep dive right now and I realize I have to learn the physics and history of 10,000 phrases, how on earth do I avoid getting completely paralyzed? It feels like an impossible vertical mountain to climb.
That is a very fair point, and it's exactly why language learners feel that freezing sensation we talked about in the introduction. But here's the secret. You do not need to learn thousands. You need a targeted strategy. Here are the 7 rules to master real-world English without losing your mind. Rule number 1, context is king.
Context is king. Yes, this means you must never, ever learn an idiom in isolation off a flashcard. If you just memorize throw in the towel equals surrender, you don't know the emotional weight.
Right. As we saw today, throwing the towel feels entirely different coming from a sweating, bleeding athlete than it does from a defensive son fighting for his photography business at a dinner table. The emotional context determines the true meaning.
Absolutely. Moving to rule number 2, high frequency first. Do not try to memorize a dictionary of obscure 19th century idioms.
Focus strictly on the top 50 phrases that you actually hear every single day at work or on television. The expressions we analyzed today were carefully curated because they are incredibly high frequency. You will hear reach out, touch base, and get the hang of it constantly. Master the tools you actually need to pick up and use daily.
That is so freeing. Just put the massive dictionary away and focus on the essentials. Okay, rule number 3, practice in pairs. I love the psychology of this one. It means you should learn the spectrum of an idea. For example, if you learn the idiom rock the boat, which means causing trouble and disrupting a stable situation, you should immediately go learn its exact opposite, go with the flow, which means relaxing and accepting things as they happen naturally, like floating down a river.
By learning them as a pair, you are giving your brain a complete emotional spectrum to choose from. You map out the boundaries of the concept. Rule number 4, shadow conversations. This is an active listening technique for when you are consuming media. Watch American TV shows, listen to podcasts, watch movies. But do not just passively let the words wash over you. When a character uses an idiom, pause the video. Ask yourself out loud, why did they use that expression instead of plain English? What was their psychological motivation?
Right, like analyzing why Sarah said sugarcoat it instead of lie to you. Was she trying to be warm or was she establishing dominance? Analyzing the why builds that intuitive muscle memory so you can pull the phrase out when you need it, which leads perfectly into rule number 5. Keep a journal, but please, not a boring alphabetical list of definitions.
No, the journal must be contextual. Note the idiom, write down the specific situation or movie scene you heard it in, define the meaning, and most importantly, write a sentence where you would personally use it in your own actual life. Apply it to your reality. If your roommate is messy, write down how you would tell them to pick up the slack.
Make it personal. Okay, rule number 6. I think this one is vital for intermediate learners who are trying too hard. Don't force it. Less is more. A very common mistake is cramming 5 different idioms into a single sentence just to prove to a native speaker how fluent you are. I reached out to touch base before we hit the ground running so we don't drop the ball. It sounds incredibly unnatural and exhausting to listen to.
That's the reality. Native speakers use idioms sparingly. They deploy them at key moments for specific emphasis or emotional impact. Think of idioms like strong spices in cooking. You want to season your conversation to enhance the flavor. You do not want to unscrew the cap and dump the entire salt shaker into the soup.
Such a great metaphor. It's like wearing too much cologne. Just a dash on the wrist is enough. And finally, rule number 7. Pay attention to register. We spent a lot of time on this with Lisa's job interview. You must match the expression to the relationship and the physical setting. Please do not walk into a formal board meeting and tell your CEO that losing $1 million client is no biggie. You will be fired. You must learn the difference between boardroom idioms and coffee shop idioms.
If you follow those 7 rules, you shift your entire approach from passive, painful memorization to active, contextual engagement. And that brings us to the challenge for the listener.
Yes. Here is your homework, everyone listening right now. I challenge you to pick just 5 idioms or phrasal verbs from our deep dive today. Just 5. Write them down on a sticky note. And this week, I want you to physically use them in a real out loud conversation. Do it with a colleague, a friend, a language partner, or even just talking to yourself in the shower. Let yourself stumble. Let it feel awkward and clunky in your mouth, because that is the only way native speakers learn, by trying, failing, making a mess, and trying again in the real world.
It is the friction of real-world use that permanently cements these phrases into your long-term memory.
Okay, we are finally coming to the end of our journey today, but before we let you go, we want to leave you with one final provocative thought to chew on.
If you really want to understand the psychological heartbeat of a culture, you shouldn't just look at its formal laws or its architecture or its thick history books. You should look closely at its idioms. English idioms are obsessively, endlessly focused on sports, on aggressive business negotiations and on sailing. Roll with the punches, crunch the numbers, high and dry. That specific vocabulary exists because cutthroat competition, global commerce, and dangerous maritime exploration define the historical reality of the culture.
It's like the DNA of a culture is hidden in plain sight, tucked perfectly inside everyday jokes, roommate complaints, and office banter. So what about you? What do the idioms in your native language reveal about what your culture secretly values most? Is your secret menu obsessed with food? Is it based on family hierarchy? Is it deeply connected to nature and farming? Think about it. And the next time you hear an American talk about hitting a home run at work, you'll know exactly what secret menu they're ordering from, and you'll know how to order from it too. Thank you so much for joining us on this incredible journey today. Please make sure to like, share, and subscribe to this YouTube channel.
Hello, welcome to the Learn English Lab. Today's podcast is The Psychology of Success, How Your Mind Shapes Your Destiny.
Really glad to be here to unpack this with you.
Yeah, I'm super excited for this deep dive. Because, we always hear about success as this elusive thing, but today we are going to look at the actual architecture of it.
Right, the real psychological mechanics.
So to start us off, I want you, the listener, to just imagine a scene. Picture it is January 2009.
Oh man, a rough year.
A brutally rough year. You are in this drafty, just freezing cold one-bedroom apartment on the east side of Detroit, Michigan. The global economy is actively collapsing all around you.
Yeah, the worst financial crisis since the Great Depression.
Literally. Century-old banks are just vaporizing overnight. Massive auto factories are chaining their doors permanently.
Yeah.
Millions of people are losing their jobs, their homes. I mean, their entire sense of reality is crumbling.
It was a time of intense collective panic.
And sitting at a wobbly kitchen table in that freezing apartment is a 24-year-old immigrant named Maria Gonzalez. She is staring at this thin, crumpled piece of paper. It's a job rejection letter. Her 14th one that month alone.
Wow. 14, that's a heavy burden.
Right. And she has been applying for anything. Restaurants, grocery stores, night shift cleaning crews. Nothing is panning out. Her rent is 2 months overdue. If you open her refrigerator, you will find literally nothing but a half-empty bottle of ketchup and the end of a loaf of stale bread.
That is just a universally crushing level of stress.
It really is, especially when you consider her background. She came to the U.S. from Mexico at 17 with basically just a backpack. She taught herself English by pulling newspapers out of public trash cans and reading them.
That shows an incredible baseline of resilience already.
Yeah, and she worked 3 grueling jobs to pay for community college. But now this massive global economic crash has just wiped the board clean.
The psychological weight of a moment like that cannot be overstated. Most people placed in Maria's exact situational matrix would understandably just fold.
Yeah, I think I probably would.
Most of us would. The default human response, the biologically protective response in that scenario, is to conclude that the system is fundamentally broken. You tell yourself the world is rigged, and there is just nothing an individual can do against such overwhelming macroeconomic tides.
But see, Maria doesn't surrender to that narrative.
She doesn't.
Instead of throwing that 14th rejection letter away and just giving up, she reaches for this cheap blue dollar store notebook. She opens it to the very first blank page, clicks a pen, and writes down one single sentence.
I love this part.
She writes, "I will build something that nobody can take away from me."
That is a staggering pivot.
Isn't it? That singular moment of defiance, written in the freezing dark of a global economic meltdown, becomes the foundational blueprint for her entire future. She actually goes on to build this massive, incredibly lucrative empire of bilingual tutoring centers across the Midwest.
It's a phenomenal outcome.
But the mission of our deep dive today isn't just to marvel at Maria's story. It's about you, the person listening right now. We are going to deconstruct the invisible psychological forces that dictate whether you rise to the occasion or collapse under the pressure.
That objective really is the core of our entire discussion today, because success is rarely a byproduct of sheer luck or some innate, unteachable genius.
Right, it's not a lottery ticket.
Not at all. When you rigorously strip away the external variables, success reveals itself to be a measurable, replicable architecture of the mind. Today, we're moving way past the surface-level motivational advice.
Yeah, no generic posters about eagles soaring or whatever.
I agree completely. We're going to explore the underlying cognitive frameworks, the biological habit loops, and the deeply ingrained psychological mechanisms that separate the individuals who construct their own reality from those who merely endure it.
So let's start right at the absolute baseline of human psychology, the internal monologue.
The chatter.
The constant, never-ending chatter happening inside your head every waking second of the day. There's a universal truth we need to confront here. Every single person walking this earth has two competing voices operating inside their brain at all times.
It's a constant negotiation.
Yeah. The first is the voice of fear. It whispers things like, "You're not smart enough for this," or "Stay in your lane." It tells you to stay safe, keep your head down, and above all, avoid humiliation.
We all know that voice intimately.
We really do. But then there's the voice of possibility. This one asks the dangerous, disruptive questions like, what if it actually works? You've survived hard things before. Why not this?
And the vital realization here is that success isn't about silencing the voice of fear.
Because you can't, right?
You literally cannot. It is about actively choosing which voice you are going to take orders from.
That's a fascinating perspective.
The research bears that out beautifully, too. The voice of fear is not a character flaw. It is an evolutionary survival mechanism centered in the amygdala. Our brains are biologically hardwired to prioritize safety, to conserve energy, and to avoid physical or social risk.
Right, because thousands of years ago, taking a risk meant getting eaten by a tiger.
You've hit the nail on the head. But in the modern world, avoiding risk almost always means avoiding growth. Consider a real-world example. Let's look at Marcus Johnson.
Okay, tell us about Marcus.
He is a 28-year-old warehouse associate living in Atlanta. Hardworking, incredibly reliable, but he harbors this quiet ambition to move out of manual labor and into project management.
A huge leap, but a common dream.
Yeah. So one afternoon, he spots an internal job posting for a junior project manager at his logistics firm. The salary increase would entirely change his life trajectory.
But I'm guessing that voice of fear chimes in.
Immediately, the second he reads the requirements, the voice of fear floods his nervous system. It tells him, "You don't have a 4-year college degree. You've never managed a corporate spreadsheet. You are just a warehouse worker."
Oh, wow. I think everyone listening right now recognizes that exact flavor of imposter syndrome. It is paralyzing.
It really is.
So Marcus stares at the application portal for 3 whole days. Every time he opens the browser tab, the fear spikes, and he just slams his laptop shut.
That avoidance is the amygdala doing its job.
Right. But on the 4th day, he reflects on a massive psychological framework.
Most of our listeners are probably familiar with Stanford psychologist Dr. Carol Dweck's concept of the fixed mindset versus the growth mindset.
A foundational piece of research.
Yeah, we all know the theory, right? We know we are supposed to believe our abilities can grow, and we know we are supposed to embrace failure.
In theory, it sounds very clean. But the gap between knowing that theory and actually clicking submit on an application you aren't perfectly qualified for, I mean, that is a massive psychological chasm. How do we actually cross that gap when the fear is screaming at us?
To cross that chasm, we have to understand the mechanism of what those mindsets actually do to our identity. A fixed mindset treats the brain like a physical hard drive.
Like it has a set storage limit.
Yes. Once it is manufactured with a certain capacity, that is all it will ever hold. In this state, failure is not just an event. It is a permanent indictment of who you are. If you fail, it means your hard drive is defective.
Ouch. That makes failure terrifying.
It does. A growth mindset, however, treats the brain like a muscle. When you lift a heavy weight, the muscle tissue literally sustains micro tears. It is damaged.
Right, you're literally breaking it down.
But the body repairs those tears to be thicker and stronger. In a growth mindset, the friction of failure is the literal mechanism that causes your neurological tissue to rewire and grow.
So Marcus realizes his voice of fear was functioning entirely on a fixed mindset.
Yes, it told him his current lack of a degree was a permanent, unchangeable disqualification.
Okay, let's unpack this with an analogy. He recognizes that he is looking at his life like a static snapshot photograph. It captures one moment, one set of current skills, and says, this is all you will ever be.
That's a brilliant distinction.
But he needs to view his life as a video camera that is still actively recording. The movie isn't over. He is just in the middle of a scene where he hasn't learned the specific corporate management skill yet. The key word is yet.
The power of yet is transformative.
So Marcus embraces that discomfort. Despite the fear telling him he is going to be laughed at, he clicks submit. Now here's the reality check.
Yeah.
He doesn't get the job.
He doesn't. They hire someone with more experience.
Right. But that rejection isn't the end of the story, because the biological act of overriding the amygdala It rewired something fundamental in his brain.
That is the crucial inflection point. By taking physical action despite his aerological fear response, Marcus proved to his own subconscious that his boundaries were elastic.
The rejection stung, but he didn't die.
He survived it. And he reached out to the hiring manager, asked for a brutal audit of where his skills were lacking, and then spent the next 9 months aggressively upskilling.
Wow, so he took the feedback and ran with it.
He took online courses in data analytics and project management software during his evenings. 9 months later, he applied for a similar role in a different division, and he secured it.
That is incredible.
The underlying mechanism is undeniable. Your mindset filters your reality, which dictates your actions, and those actions compound to dictate the trajectory of your life.
So Marcus pushed past his fear
Yeah.
and applied it. But wait, why is that fear there in the first place? Where did that specific internal script of "you're just a warehouse worker" come from?
Yeah.
Because that doesn't just appear out of nowhere. We aren't born with that.
No, we are not.
Someone else wrote that script for him, which brings us to this idea of the self-narrative. We are constantly, obsessively telling ourselves a story about who we are.
We are authoring our own lives, essentially.
Yeah. But the tragedy of human psychology is that so many of us are walking around reciting a biography that was actually drafted by someone else. A highly critical parent, a dismissive middle school teacher, maybe a toxic manager.
It happens far more often than we realize.
Let's look back at Maria for a second. When she first arrived in Detroit, one of her 3 jobs was working as a dishwasher in a diner. Her manager, a guy named Steve, used to viciously mock her accent.
It's terrible behavior.
Awful. He would stand over her while she was washing plates and tell her, straight to her face, "You will never be anything more than a dishwasher. People like you don't go to college." And Maria believed him.
That's the tragic part.
Steve's cruelty bypassed her defenses and became Maria's internal foundational truth. She internalized this narrative that she was fundamentally unworthy of anything better. Exactly how does another person's opinion hijack our own identity like that?
Psychologists refer to this phenomenon as narrative identity. Extensive research, notably led by Dr. Dan McAdams at Northwestern University, reveals that the stories we construct to make sense of our past are the strongest predictors of our long-term psychological resilience.
Our brains are basically meaning-making machines, right?
They are. When Steve insulted Maria, her brain sought to categorize that data, and unfortunately, it integrated it into her self-concept.
It filed it under facts about me.
Sadly, yes. Dr. McAdams identified 2 primary narrative structures that individuals utilize to process their lives. The first is the contamination story.
Contamination, what does that look like?
In this framework, a person interprets their life so that any positive experience is inevitably ruined by a negative outcome. A promotion is just setting them up to be fired. A new relationship is just a prelude to a painful breakup.
Oh, man. So the good is always contaminated by the bad.
Right. The second structure is the redemption story. In this narrative, suffering, failure, or intense hardship are not viewed as punishments, but rather as necessary, transformative catalysts that lead to ultimate growth and triumph.
Okay, so the bad leads to the good. And Maria's narrative shifted dramatically because of a completely random moment on a city bus.
A serendipitous moment.
Yeah, she was riding home from a double shift, exhausted, staring out the condensation on the window, and she overheard a woman in the seat behind her talking to a friend about taking night classes for accounting.
Just a casual conversation.
Just a casual chat.
Yeah.
And the woman casually said, "It is never too late to rewrite your story."
Wow.
That one sentence hit Maria like a physical blow.
Oh.
She realized, wait a minute, I am the one living this life. Why am I letting a bitter diner manager named Steve write my biography? What if his story is a complete lie?
That is a stunning moment of self-awareness.
To show you how powerful this narrative framing is, let's look at a controlled environment. Imagine 2 college students at the University of Texas at Austin. They both take a brutal, incredibly difficult midterm exam in organic chemistry.
A notoriously difficult class.
Very. And they both fail it miserably. They get the exact same terrible grade.
Yeah.
Same red ink, same objective reality.
The psychological fallout, however, is entirely dependent on the narrative identity they have constructed.
How so?
Student A operates on a contamination story. Their internal monologue immediately interprets the failing grade as an identity confirmation. They think, I knew it. I am not smart enough for pre-med. Everything I try falls apart. I am going to fail out of school.
So they just spiral.
They spiral into avoidance, they stop attending lectures, and they self-isolate. Student B, on the other hand, operates on a redemption story.
How does student B process that same F on the paper?
Their narrative interprets the exact same failing grade as friction required for growth. They think, that was a brutal wake-up call. My current memorization techniques are flawed. I need to fundamentally change how I study, visit the professor's office hours tomorrow, and find a study group.
Two entirely divergent futures are born from the exact same piece of paper with a red F on it.
That perfectly illustrates the point.
Student B isn't just surviving the failure. They are actively metabolizing it into fuel. So what does this mean for you listening right now? It means you have to relentlessly, ruthlessly audit the story you are telling yourself.
You have to pay attention to that internal script.
Yeah, if your inner monologue is dominated by, I always mess things up or things never work out for me, you have to recognize that this is just a rough draft. And you are the author. You literally hold the pen. You can cross out Steve's lines anytime you want.
I see what you mean. And this profound responsibility we have over our internal dialogue ties directly into another foundational psychological model.
Which one is that?
It was introduced in 1954 by psychologist Julian Rotter. It's called the locus of control.
Oh, right.
This concept measures the degree to which an individual believes they possess agency over the outcomes in their life.
Okay, so how much control you feel you have?
Yes. If you operate with an internal locus of control, you fundamentally believe your choices, your work ethic, and your strategic actions are the primary drivers of your destiny.
Meaning, I am at the wheel.
Conversely, if you operate with an external locus of control, you believe that outside forces, the macroeconomy, your specific boss, sheer luck, the government are sitting at the steering wheel of your life.
Now, I want to pause here and push back pretty hard on this, because I can hear the skepticism from our listeners.
Go ahead.
This concept can sound incredibly dismissive, because the reality is the external world can be wildly unfair. Systemic barriers are mathematically real. Global economic collapses happen and wipe out savings. People get diagnosed with terrible illnesses.
Those things are undeniably real.
Right, so it feels borderline naive or even toxic to tell someone who just lost their home to a hurricane, just control your destiny. You have an internal locus of control when the literal sky is falling on them.
You are bringing up a vital, necessary nuance, and it is a distinction we must clarify. An internal locus of control is not a delusion.
It's not toxic positivity.
Not at all. It is not a toxic positivity mindset that pretends the world is perfectly fair or that systemic inequalities do not exist. Those things are intensely real. Rather, an internal locus of control is a psychological survival tool.
A survival tool. Okay.
It is the fierce, unyielding conviction that despite the massive unfairness of the external world, you still possess agency over your response.
That's a great way to frame it.
Consider the scenario of two manufacturing workers in Ohio during the massive wave of pandemic-related layoffs in 2020. Let's call them David and Robert.
Okay, David and Robert.
Both men lose their jobs on the exact same Tuesday afternoon due to the exact same global health crisis that neither of them could control.
A totally external, uncontrollable event.
Yes. Now, David possesses an external locus of control. He directs all of his energy toward the unfairness, he blames the government policies, he curses the global economy, and he falls into a state of bitter paralysis.
Which is an understandable emotional reaction, honestly.
It is understandable, but he spends 10 hours a day watching the news, reinforcing his anger, and eventually stops updating his resume altogether because he believes the system is rigged against him.
Right. Whereas Robert has an internal locus of control. He is just as devastated. He acknowledges the situation is terrible and completely unfair.
He doesn't pretend he's happy about it.
No, but instead of paralyzing himself with righteous anger, he asks one defining question. What can I control in this exact moment?
That is the defining pivot.
He knows he can't control the pandemic. He can't control the supply chain. But he can control what time he wakes up. He can control his resume. He can control his daily routine.
He focuses on his immediate agency.
So he pivots. He notices a surge in remote logistics, takes a free, intensive online certification in supply chain management, networks relentlessly on LinkedIn, and within 4 months lands a remote job that actually pays more than the factory job he lost.
The underlying takeaway is profound. Focusing your cognitive energy on external blame, even when that blame is 100% mathematically and morally justified, rarely produces a better lived reality for you.
It just keeps you stuck in the mud.
Right on the money. Focusing intensely on your internal response and maximizing your agency within a constrained system is the only reliable engine for forward progress.
Okay, so having a growth mindset and an internal locus of control sounds amazing in a theoretical discussion like this. But here is the bridge we have to cross to make this real for the listener.
Let's cross it.
What happens on a rainy Wednesday morning when your toddler kept you up all night? Your boss sent a passive-aggressive email at 6 a.m., you are utterly exhausted, and you just do not feel like growing.
That is the reality of daily life.
Wait, how do we move from these lofty academic mental frameworks into actual physical action when our biology is screaming at us to stay in bed?
This brings us to a massive cultural myth that we need to destroy right now: the lie of motivation.
The lie of motivation. Let's get into it.
It is arguably the most pervasive myth in modern self-improvement. We are constantly saturated with social media imagery and algorithms telling us to find our motivation, to chase the feeling, or to watch a high-energy video to get fired up.
We all love a good montage video.
We do. But biologically speaking, motivation is merely an emotion. It is a spike in dopamine. And like all emotions, happiness, anger, sadness, it is chemically designed to be transient. It will always evaporate.
It's just a fleeting feeling.
Relying on motivation to achieve a long-term goal is like trying to heat your house by burning crumpled-up newspaper. It creates a bright flash, but it burns out in seconds. Discipline is the enduring structure that remains when the vapor of motivation has entirely dissipated.
I know people listening right now are thinking, but I watch those motivational videos and I feel great. And you do for about 20 minutes.
Precisely. That perfectly illustrates the point. It's temporary.
But let's look at Sarah Chen, a single mom in Portland. She works full-time as an administrative assistant, but her long-term goal is to become a certified paralegal so she can provide a fundamentally better life for her daughter.
A very noble and challenging goal.
Very. And because of her work and parenting schedule, the absolute only time she has to study is between 5:00 a.m. and 7:00 a.m.
That requires immense dedication.
For the first 2 weeks, the dopamine is flowing. She is highly motivated. She bounces out of bed, makes her coffee, watches a quick motivational video, and thinks, I am taking charge of my destiny.
The newspaper is burning bright.
But by week 3, the alarm goes off. It's pitch black outside. It is freezing cold. It's raining. And every single cell in her body is begging her to hit snooze. The motivation is completely, undeniably dead. What does she do?
This is the crucible moment that separates achievement from stagnation. The individuals who succeed in these moments do not possess some magical, endless reservoir of willpower.
Because willpower runs out, right?
Willpower is finite. Instead of relying on emotion, they leverage identity.
Identity. How does she use that?
When Sarah's alarm rings on that freezing morning, she does not engage in an internal debate about how she feels. She doesn't ask herself if she is motivated. She doesn't say, I really should study today.
So she bypasses the emotional check-in entirely.
Yes. She tells herself, I am a student. This is simply the behavior that someone with my identity executes.
Wow.
By anchoring her discipline to her core identity rather than her fluctuating emotional state, she removes the cognitive friction of choice. She studied every single morning for 18 months, passed her certification exam on the first try, and secured a massive promotion.
That is amazing.
Yeah.
And it was probably entirely unglamorous, often miserable in the moment, but remarkably effective.
It's the daily grind that builds the foundation.
And when you apply that unglamorous, emotionless discipline over a long enough timeline, you trigger a universal law called the compound effect.
Ah, yes, the compound effect.
This is the idea that tiny, seemingly insignificant actions, repeated consistently, yield massive, exponential results. We usually hear about this with finance and compound interest, but it applies to the neurology of every single human endeavor.
It is a fundamental law of behavior.
Imagine 2 writers living in New York City. Writer A is the romantic archetype. She waits for inspiration to strike, maybe twice a month. The stars align, the coffee shop is perfect, she feels highly motivated, and she writes in a furious, passionate frenzy for 5 hours.
The burst method.
Yeah. Over a year, she logs maybe 50 hours of actual writing. But because it's so sporadic, nothing is ever finished.
Because there's no momentum.
Right. Now, writer B takes a completely different approach. She sits down and writes for 30 unglamorous minutes every single day, no matter what, no excuses.
Just a consistent block of time.
Some days the writing is absolute garbage. Some days it is brilliant. But she shows up. Over a year, that is 180 hours of writing. After 3 years, writer A is still complaining about writer's block on Twitter, while writer B has published 2 full-length novels.
The contrast there exposes a fundamental flaw in human perception. We drastically overestimate what we can accomplish in a single day of intense effort, and we tragically underestimate what we can accomplish in a year of consistent effort.
Here's where it gets really interesting. We have been conditioned by cinema to expect the 30-second training montage.
The Rocky montage.
Yeah, where a character transforms their life through sheer intensity in a few minutes of screen time. But biological reality operates differently.
It operates neurologically. Every time writer B sits down for those 30 minutes, the neural pathways associated with creativity and focus are wrapped in a substance called myelin.
Myelin.
Yes. The more consistently the pathway is fired, the thicker the myelin sheath becomes, allowing signals to travel faster and more efficiently. Consistency, not intensity, is the literal physical architecture of mastery.
The ultimate takeaway here isn't just to try harder. It's that willpower is a biological finite resource, like water in a canteen. If you are using willpower to achieve your goals, you are guaranteed to fail eventually.
Because of decision fatigue.
Exactly. I mean, yes, decision fatigue. Why is it that you can easily close a healthy salad at noon, but by 9:00 p.m., you are halfway through a sleeve of chocolate chip cookies while mindlessly scrolling social media?
A very relatable scenario.
You didn't suddenly become a weaker person at 9:00 p.m. Your brain has a battery life for making choices, and the battery is dead.
The physiological reality of this is fascinating. Every single decision you make throughout the day, what outfit to wear, what route to drive to avoid traffic, how to carefully word a sensitive email to a client consumes glucose in your prefrontal cortex.
And the prefrontal cortex is the rational part of the brain.
It is the region of the brain responsible for executive function and impulse control. By the evening, that glucose is depleted, your prefrontal cortex is running on fumes.
So what does the brain do?
Attempting to conserve its remaining energy, it shifts into autopilot. It seeks the path of least resistance, which is usually the couch and highly caloric food.
Look at James Mitchell, a software developer in Austin. He desperately wanted to learn Spanish for an upcoming extended trip to South America.
A great goal, but requires consistent effort.
But he always scheduled his study time for 8:00 p.m. after a long day of complex coding, debugging, and stressful management meetings. His decision tank was completely empty.
He was setting himself up for failure.
He was. So despite his best intentions, he constantly defaulted to watching Netflix instead of opening his Spanish textbook.
It wasn't a lack of desire, it was a lack of cognitive glucose.
So how does James fix this without magically acquiring more willpower or generating more brain glucose? He uses a strategy called choice architecture.
A very powerful concept.
He realizes he is setting himself up to fail. So he shifts his study time to 6:30 a.m. right after waking up when his mental battery is fully charged at 100%.
Smart move.
But he takes it a vital step further. The night before, while he still has a tiny bit of energy, he pre-programs his coffee maker. He opens his Spanish textbook to the exact right page on the kitchen island and sets his favorite pen perfectly on top of it.
He is removing the friction.
He removes every single micro-decision from his morning. He doesn't have to decide to make coffee. He doesn't have to decide where his book is. All he has to do is sit down. And guess what? He reached conversational fluency in 6 months.
Choice architecture is a strategy heavily utilized by individuals operating at the highest levels of performance.
Cool.
Well, there is a profound neurological reason why Steve Jobs famously wore the exact same black turtleneck and jeans every day, and why Barack Obama restricted his presidential wardrobe to only gray or blue suits.
Oh, to save decisions.
You've got it. They were not making fashion statements. They were actively defending their cognitive reserves. They refused to waste a single drop of decision-making glucose on trivial matters like clothing, ensuring all of their executive function was allocated to high-stakes, complex problem-solving.
Success is about redesigning your environment so that achieving your goal requires zero willpower at all.
It's about engineering inevitability.
Okay, so if we want to save our brain's energy, we use choice architecture. But if we want to eliminate the need for decisions entirely, we have to transition a behavior into an automatic habit.
Habits are the invisible engine of our daily lives.
They really are. Researchers at Duke University discovered a statistic that honestly stops you in your tracks. Roughly 40% of the actions you take every single day are not conscious decisions.
Almost half your day.
You aren't choosing to do them. They are habits playing out on absolute neurological autopilot. Now pause. I have to push back here on behalf of the listener.
Please do.
If 40% of my day is entirely unconscious, if I am literally sleepwalking through almost half of my waking hours, how am I supposed to audit or fix my habits?
Yeah.
You can't fix a problem you can't even see.
That is the exact paradox of habit formation. Autopilot is a beautiful evolutionary feature when it saves brain energy for tying your shoes or driving your commute. But it is terrifying when bad habits ruin your health or career without you consciously registering the behavior.
So how do we see the invisible?
To audit what you cannot easily see, you must actively dissect the habit loop. This is a psychological and neurological model popularized by behavioral researchers like Charles Duhigg and Dr. Wendy Wood.
Right, the habit loop. How does that break down?
They found that every single habit, no matter how complex, consists of 3 rigid components. First, the cue, which is the environmental or emotional trigger. Second, the routine, which is the behavior itself. And third, the reward, which is the specific neurological payoff, usually a hit of dopamine or relief from stress.
So to fix an invisible habit, you don't start with the behavior.
No, you start by becoming a forensic investigator of your cues. You have to document the exact time of day, your emotional state, and your location right before the bad habit occurs.
Let's see how this forensic investigation plays out in real life with Priya Patel, a pediatric nurse in Houston.
A high-stress occupation.
Very. Priya works brutal, emotionally draining 12-hour shifts. Her old destructive habit loop went exactly like this. The cue, she walks through her front door at 7:30 p.m., physically aching and utterly exhausted.
Okay, that's the trigger.
The routine, she drops her bag, collapses onto the couch, and immediately orders heavy, greasy fast food on a delivery app. And the reward, temporary physical comfort and an escape from the immense stress of the hospital.
A very natural self-soothing mechanism.
Over 3 years, this autopilot loop caused her to gain 40 pounds. She felt lethargic and even more exhausted during her shifts. And she is a highly trained medical professional. She knows the biology of why fast food is bad for her.
But intellectual knowledge is powerless against an entrenched habit loop. That is a critical insight. Knowledge rarely alters behavior. To change her reality, Priya had to hack her neurological system. When she analyzed her loop, she realized she couldn't eliminate the cue. She's always going to come home exhausted from nursing. That is immutable.
So she can't change the trigger.
Right. So she targeted the routine by utilizing a concept from physics applied to psychology.
Reducing activation energy.
Activation energy.
It is the minimum amount of energy required to start a chemical reaction. In behavior, it is the friction required to start a task.
Okay, I'm tracking.
Instead of demanding that her depleted prefrontal cortex find the willpower to exercise after a 12-hour shift, which is impossible, she simply placed her gym bag on the floor, directly blocking her front door.
Oh, she put it right in her path.
She literally had to step over it to get inside her house. Her only commitment to herself was to put the workout clothes on, not to run 3 miles, not to lift heavy weights, just to change her clothes. She dropped the barrier to entry to near zero. And what happens mechanically? Once she is wearing the running shoes and the activewear, the psychological friction is gone. The activation energy has been spent. She thinks, well, I'm already dressed for it. I might as well take a 5-minute walk. That 5-minute walk turns into a 20-minute jog around her neighborhood.
And crucially, she replaces the reward.
Right. Instead of using fast food to decompress, she comes home from the jog, takes a warm shower, and watches her favorite reality TV show while eating a prepped, healthy meal.
She still gets her ultimate reward, stress relief, and comfort, but the routine changed entirely.
She lost 15 pounds, her energy skyrocketed, and she didn't use a single ounce of willpower to do it.
What Priya executed was masterful environmental design overriding sheer willpower. And within the vast realm of habits, there is a specific, rare category that yields wildly disproportionate results. We call these keystone habits. A keystone habit is a singular behavioral change that inadvertently triggers a cascade of positive changes in entirely unrelated areas of your life. It reorganizes your identity.
Exercise is the absolute classic keystone habit. Take Miguel Ramirez, a long-haul truck driver based in Bakersfield.
Another tough environment for healthy habits.
Yeah, his lifestyle was destroying him. He smoked a pack a day, he drank heavy on his days off, and his diet consisted mostly of gas station snacks. His doctor sat him down and warned him he was accelerating toward a massive cardiac event.
A dire warning.
But instead of telling Miguel to change his entire life overnight, which would trigger a panic response and cause him to quit his doctor, gave him one ridiculously tiny task: walk outside for 15 minutes a day. That's it.
And observe the psychological and biological domino effect that occurs there. Miguel begins walking. It requires very little activation energy. It is painless.
Right.
But after a few weeks, he notices that after breathing fresh evening air, the taste of a cigarette is incredibly unappealing. So, without conscious effort, he naturally delays smoking his next cigarette.
He didn't even try to quit smoking. It just happened.
It was a byproduct. Because he is walking in the dry California heat, he subconsciously reaches for a bottle of water instead of his usual sugary soda when he gets back to his cab.
Another natural shift.
Without ever attempting to exert willpower over his diet or his severe nicotine addiction, his internal narrative shifts. He begins viewing himself as someone who protects his health.
Over 6 months, he eats better, smokes drastically less, and loses weight, all cascading automatically from one 15-minute walk.
It's an incredible chain reaction.
So let me ask you, the listener, directly, what is your one domino? Look at the complex mess of your life right now. What is the one tiny, almost ridiculously small habit you could start today that would naturally start knocking down the bad habits without requiring you to fight them directly?
It is a vital question for self-reflection. However, we must address the next phase of this psychological journey.
Okay, what comes after the habits are set?
Let's assume you identify your keystone habit. You optimize your routines. You implement choice architecture. A new, insidious psychological danger emerges. Comfort.
No comfort.
The human brain loves efficiency. Once a routine is established, we settle into a plateau. The friction disappears, but so does the growth. To achieve profound, lasting success, one must deliberately and continually engineer breakouts from that comfort zone.
Yes, the comfort zone is a beautiful place, but it is where dreams go to quietly die. We all know the physical sensation of it. It's cozy, it's safe, there is zero anxiety, your heart rate is resting, but there's also zero progression.
That's a perfect description. Psychologists map our experiences into 3 distinct zones.
Break those down for us.
First, the comfort zone, where you are safe and unchallenged. Second, the stretch zone, also known as the learning zone. This is where things are deeply awkward, you feel clumsy, and you are uncomfortable, but you have the baseline capacity to handle the challenge.
And the third zone.
Finally, the panic zone, where the challenge is so overwhelmingly massive that your amygdala hijacks your brain, you freeze, and zero learning occurs.
The absolute mastery of personal development lies in calibrating your life to spend as much time as possible in the stretch zone without crossing the border into the panic zone.
Exactly. Well, that is a brilliant way to phrase it. Consider Angela Williams, a brilliant, highly analytical marketing strategist in Chicago.
Tell us about Angela.
Her data models are stellar, but she possesses a terrifying, visceral fear of public speaking. When she is asked to speak in corporate meetings, her throat tightens, she stutters, and she shrinks into her chair.
Which is so common, but really limits career growth.
It does, because she cannot articulate her brilliant ideas. Her less competent but far more vocal peers are securing all the promotions and leadership roles. Oh, that is so frustrating.
Angela decides she must conquer this to save her career. But she applies the neurological principle of progressive exposure, ensuring she stays strictly in the stretch zone.
I love how methodical her approach is. She doesn't volunteer to give a keynote speech on day 1 that would put her in the panic zone. She would bomb, and her fixed mindset would be permanently validated.
It would be a disaster.
Instead, month 1, she commits to speaking just once in a small team meeting. Just one brief comment about a data point. Her heart is pounding out of her chest, but she does it. And crucially, she doesn't die. The world doesn't end.
That survival is key.
Month 2, she volunteers to give a 2-minute update on her project. Month 3, she joins a local Toastmasters club and speaks to 15 encouraging strangers. By month 12, Angela is standing on a corporate stage delivering a highly complex 20-minute presentation to 200 people.
An astounding progression.
Her hands are a little sweaty, but she is actually enjoying the energy of the room. What Angela demonstrated is the profound elasticity of the comfort zone. It is not a fixed boundary drawn in the sand. When you deliberately step into the stretch zone and survive the neurological discomfort, your baseline recalibrates.
It stretches permanently.
Yes. What used to induce a mild panic response eventually becomes a mere stretch, and what was once a stretch permanently solidifies into your new comfort zone. But navigating the stretch zone inevitably brings us face to face with society's most misunderstood and stigmatized concept: failure.
Oh, man. We have such a weird, hypocritical relationship with failure.
We really do.
If you go on LinkedIn, we love posting inspirational quotes about Thomas Edison failing 1,000 times to invent the light bulb. We glorify failure in retrospect. But in our own real, messy lives, we are terrified of it. We hide it. We feel deeply, fundamentally ashamed of it.
But failure isn't the opposite of success. It is the actual biological mechanism of success.
Oh, how does the science look at that?
The scientific literature on this is incredibly compelling. Dr. Manu Kapoor, a researcher focusing on cognitive science, developed a framework called productive failure.
Productive failure.
Yeah.
That sounds almost like an oxymoron.
It does, but his studies reveal something counterintuitive. When individuals struggle, experience fiction, and repeatedly fail to solve a complex problem before being shown the correct method, they develop significantly deeper, more resilient neural pathways than those who are simply handed the correct answer from the beginning.
So the struggle actually builds the brain.
The struggle itself, the intense cognitive friction of getting it wrong, evaluating why it went wrong, and trying again, makes the eventual acquisition of knowledge much stickier. The brain retains what it fought to understand.
So how does productive failure play out when real money and real pride are on the line? Let's look at Kevin Washington down in Memphis.
A great case study.
Kevin takes his entire life savings, $42,000 he saved over a decade, and finally opens his dream BBQ restaurant.
A huge risk.
And he proceeds to make absolutely every rookie mistake a human being can make. He picks a terrible location with no foot traffic to save on rent. He prices his menu too low, destroying his margins. He does zero marketing.
Oh, no.
He tries to manage the kitchen, the books, and the staff entirely by himself. He sleeps 3 hours a night. In exactly 8 months, the restaurant is completely dead. He loses every single penny and has to move into the spare bedroom of his sister's apartment.
The psychological toll of an event of that magnitude is monumental. For 6 months, the voice of fear completely dominated Kevin's narrative. His internal script branded him a complete failure, a cautionary tale.
The contamination story took over.
It did, but eventually, as the immediate trauma subsided, his underlying growth mindset reemerged. He began to objectively audit his failure. He stopped viewing the $42,000 loss as a punishment and started viewing it as tuition.
Tuition. I love that.
He realized he had gained firsthand, visceral knowledge about commercial real estate, brutal supply chain pricing, the absolute necessity of delegation, and local marketing dynamics.
So what does this all mean? He essentially bought a $42,000 blood, sweat, and tears, real-world MBA in restaurant management.
That perfectly illustrates the point.
That failed business wasn't a gravestone for his culinary career. It was a brutal, incredibly effective stepping stone. He spends 2 years working as a manager for another restaurant, saving money and rebuilding his credit.
Applying the lessons?
He opens a second BBQ joint a couple of years later. This time, he applies all those painful, extensive lessons. He secures a corner spot, he raises prices to reflect the quality, he hires a dedicated pitmaster. The second restaurant becomes a massive, lines out the door hit. Within 5 years, he owns 4 locations across Tennessee.
Kevin's trajectory underscores a vital psychological truth. The objective event of failure is neutral. You alone dictate the meaning of your failures through your narrative identity.
It's all in the story you tell.
However, as we analyze these incredible transformations, we must introduce the final, perhaps most powerful variable. No one undertakes this psychological journey in a vacuum.
Right, we don't live in isolation.
The internal frameworks we've discussed today, mindset, discipline, habit loops, and resilience, are intensely and constantly modulated by a force much larger than our individual willpower, our physical and social environment.
Yes. The speaker Jim Rohn famously coined the phrase, "You are the average of the 5 people you spend the most time with."
A very famous quote.
And while that sounds like a catchy bumper sticker you'd see on a motivational poster, the hard sociological and neurological science backs it up in terrifying ways. We are talking about the power of social norms, where we unconsciously, biologically mimic the ambition or the laziness of our immediate peer group to ensure we fit into the tribe.
The mechanism driving this is profound. We are subject to a phenomenon called emotional contagion. Harvard researcher Dr. Nicholas Christakis demonstrated through extensive network analysis that emotions literally ripple through social networks like a virus.
Like a virus. That's intense.
It is. If you are embedded in a network of chronic complainers and cynics, your own neurochemistry will eventually mirror that cynicism. Furthermore, through behavioral modeling, a foundational concept established by Stanford's Dr. Albert Bandura, being surrounded by individuals who exhibit high discipline, healthy habits, and growth-oriented behaviors naturally calibrates your own baseline to match theirs. You absorb their standards through proximity.
Let's look at the harsh reality of this with two kids, Anthony and Devin, growing up in different parts of Los Angeles.
Yeah.
Anthony's neighborhood is highly resourced. He has community centers with robotics clubs, neighbors who volunteer to tutor kids for free, and an entire social ecosystem that implicitly expects every child to attend a university. The baseline is growth.
A very supportive architecture.
Devin is just as smart as Anthony, maybe even naturally smarter. But Devin's neighborhood has been historically underfunded. Unemployment is rampant, the community center is closed, and the most visible, financially successful models in his immediate environment are not academic or corporate. The baseline is survival.
This brings us to a critical juncture in our psychological analysis. Recognizing the overwhelming power of environment does not negate the reality of systemic injustice. Devin is absolutely not responsible for the socioeconomic architecture he was born into. It is a structural failure.
It is entirely unfair.
However, from the standpoint of individual psychology and long-term outcomes, the imperative remains brutal but true. To whatever extent you possess agency, you must ruthlessly curate your environment.
You have to seek it out.
If your current environment is toxic to your growth, you must seek new models, even if those models are initially just found in books, online communities, or distant mentors. This introduces what I term the growth paradox.
The growth paradox.
Yeah.
What is that?
Your primitive evolutionary brain is designed to keep you in the safety of the cave with the tribe you know. Venturing into the dark forest is a biological risk. It triggers the amygdala. But in our modern reality, everything you deeply desire, the fulfilling career, the healthy relationship, the evolved sense of self, the financial security resides exclusively in the dark forest. It resides in the discomfort.
The caveman who stayed safely in the cave lived a longer, less stressful life. But he didn't build a global business, he didn't write a novel, and he didn't change his family's lineage.
Fascinating perspective.
The growth paradox says that to thrive today, you have to actively, daily seek out the exact friction your biology is screaming at you to avoid. Let's bring this entire deep dive full circle. Let's go back to Maria Gonzalez, sitting in that freezing, dark Detroit apartment in 2009 with her overdue rent and a bottle of ketchup.
The woman with the blue notebook.
Right. She writes, "I will build something that nobody can take away from me," and then she steps out of the cave and into the dark forest. Her success wasn't a quick movie montage. It was a decade of grueling, relentless compounding.
It always is.
In 2009, she is tutoring 3 neighborhood kids in a church basement for $5 an hour. By 2012, she is sleeping on a military cot in the back storage room of her first tiny, drafty storefront in Dearborn.
Building from the ground up.
In 2013, her commercial landlord suddenly jacks up her rent by 30%, almost bankrupting her completely. And in 2020, the pandemic forces her to physically lock the doors on all 7 of her locations, wiping out 90% of her revenue, literally overnight.
Yet, at every single one of those catastrophic inflection points, events that would have absolutely crushed a fixed mindset and validated a contamination narrative, Maria adapted.
She found a way through.
During the 2020 pandemic, instead of blaming the universe, she leveraged her internal locus of control. She pivoted her entire curriculum to online tutoring within 3 weeks, which paradoxically allowed her to scale her business nationally, far beyond the Midwest.
Wow.
By 2023, she is featured in a massive spread in Forbes magazine. But when we analyze the underlying variables of her ascent, we find the true lesson. Her triumph was not predicated on superior intellect, abundant financial resources, or sheer luck. She possessed absolutely none of those advantages in 2009.
So what was her ultimate asset?
Her ultimate asset was the invisible, meticulously constructed architecture of her mind. She forged a psychological fortress that external volatility, be it a global economic collapse, a predatory landlord, or a once-in-a-century pandemic, simply could not penetrate.
And that is the core truth of this entire deep dive.
Yeah.
Maria's ultimate success was pure psychology. It was the mastery of her internal state.
It all starts from within.
So I am speaking directly to you, the listener, right now. Listening to us unpack these concepts is the easy part. It gives you a nice little hit of dopamine. It feels productive.
The motivation trap.
Yeah. But tomorrow morning, your alarm's going to go off. It might be cold. The laundry still isn't going to fold itself. Your boss is still going to be demanding. And the world is still going to be unfair. Life is going to happen.
Life always happens.
You cannot wait until Monday to start.
You cannot wait until things finally settle down, because spoiler alert, things never, ever settle down. You have to make a decision right now. Not Monday, now.
The agency is yours.
Pick just one single principle we talked about today. Add the word yet to a sentence where you normally say, I can't. Physically move your gym shoes so they block your front door and reduce your activation energy. Write out a redemption story about a past failure you've been secretly ashamed of. Do one tiny thing today.
We have spent this entire hour analyzing how your mind shapes your destiny. But I want you to consider a final, deeply profound thought before you go.
What's up?
Your mind is also actively shaping the destinies of everyone watching you. If your environment is truly contagious, as the science proves, then your daily discipline, your commitment to stepping into the stretch zone, and your resilience in the face of failure are silently giving the people you love permission to grow too. You weren't just building your own future, you are becoming the environment for someone else.
What an incredible thought to end on. Please remember to like, share, and subscribe to this YouTube channel.
Hello. Welcome to the Learn English Lab. Today's podcast is Story-Based English Learning, Master English Through the Magic of Short Stories. And I want to start by asking you, the listener, a pretty frustrating question. Why is it that you can remember every minor plot twist, every bitter betrayal, every emotionally charged look from a 2-hour Netflix movie you watched, like 3 years ago, but you absolutely forget a vocabulary word you stared at for 30 minutes yesterday?
Oh man, it is the ultimate frustration for language learners. I mean, you feel like your brain is just a complete sieve.
Yeah, completely. And we are addressing you directly today, the listener who is just, you're stuck. You've hit that dreaded intermediate plateau.
Right, the plateau. You know how to ask for directions. You can order food at a restaurant without panicking.
Sure, the basics. But the language just doesn't feel like it's yours. You're still translating in your head constantly. And usually the advice you get for this is so mechanical. It's like engineering. People say, oh, here's your grammar rule. Here's your massive flashcard deck. Just go memorize.
Yeah, which is terrible advice, honestly. And we are taking a sledgehammer to that entire concept today in this deep dive. We are completely ditching the rote drills.
Throwing them out the window.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
Because that mechanical approach, it fundamentally ignores the architecture of human cognition. We are, at our absolute core, storytelling creatures. I mean, look at the span of human history.
Keep going way back.
Yeah, if you trace us back to ancient campfires, tens of thousands of years before we even had written language, how did we survive? How did we pass down critical data about, which berries were poisonous or how to navigate by the stars?
We definitely didn't recite sterile lists of facts.
Spot on. We spun narratives.
Yeah.
From those ancient campfires to modern streaming media, stories are the most highly optimized vehicle for transmitting information, emotion, and crucially, language.
Okay, let's unpack this. We're going to look under the hood of your brain today. We're going to explore the fascinating neuroscience of why stories actually bypass that mental sieve.
And then we're going to get our hands dirty. We are taking an immersive journey into 3 distinct American tales. And to be clear, we aren't talking about fables or simple children's books.
No, not at all. These are complex narratives packed with, cultural nuances, idioms, and advanced vocabulary designed to stick in your brain permanently. We're talking New York coffee shops, Chicago boardrooms, and broken down cars in California.
But before we pack our bags for the East Coast, we really have to understand the biological machinery here. Why are we throwing your flashcards in the trash? Let's look at what happens neurologically when you study a standard vocabulary list.
Okay, so I sit down, I've got 20 new adjectives in front of me.
Right, and you read them in complete isolation. Neurological scans show that when you do this, only the language processing centers of your brain activate. Specifically, Broca's area and Wernicke's area.
Broca's and Wernicke's, so just a tiny fraction of the brain's real estate, right? It's doing the bare minimum.
Without a doubt, it's highly localized. Broca's area handles the actual speech production, the physical articulation, while Wernicke's area is tackling the comprehension part.
Decoding the text.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, undeniably, it acts as a biological dictionary. You see the word, you translate the word, you store it in this temporary holding cell. But there is no context. There is no flavor.
It makes me think of baking, honestly. Staring at a vocabulary list is It's like grabbing a spoon and eating plain flour and then chasing it with a raw egg.
Oh, that sounds awful.
Right. I mean, fundamentally, sure, you are consuming the ingredients of a cake, but eating them raw is just a miserable experience. Your body rejects it. You need to mix them, put them in a pan, and bake them. The story is the oven.
I love that analogy. The narrative heat is what transforms that raw data into something your brain actually wants to consume. And neuroscience completely validates your baking metaphor through a mechanism called neural coupling.
Neural coupling. Okay, what does that mean in practice?
Well, when you stop reading isolated words and start reading a narrative, the brain activity completely changes. It does not stay confined to Broca's and Wernicke's areas. It basically erupts. It lights up like a 4th of July fireworks display.
Wait, really? So if I'm reading a scene about a character running desperately to catch a subway train, what is actually firing in my head?
Your motor cortex fires.
No way.
Yes. The literal part of your brain that coordinates your physical movement lights up as if you were actually running. If you read a passage about a character walking into a bakery and smelling warm, fresh sourdough bread, your sensory cortex activates. The brain processes the narrative not as abstract text, but as a simulated lived reality.
So my brain doesn't actually know the difference between reading about an experience and living it. That actually explains why my heart rate spikes when I read a thriller. I'm physically experiencing the vocabulary.
Spot on. And the most critical part of this whole brain activation is the involvement of the amygdala and the prefrontal cortex. Those are your emotional and decision-making centers.
So when a character faces a difficult dilemma, I'm actually feeling their stress.
Yes, and this creates multi-layered memory traces. You are tying the new vocabulary word to a physical sensation and a deeply felt emotion.
And that emotion is the superglue. I think you called it the emotional anchor.
Yes, the emotional anchor.
Yeah.
Emotion is the ultimate mnemonic device. Let's take the word devastated. You could study a flashcard that says, devastated, adjective, meaning deeply shocked and upset.
And I might remember it for a quiz on Friday, maybe.
Maybe. But imagine reading a story about a young musician. She has practiced the cello for 10 years, sacrificed her social life, spent all her savings to travel to a single life-changing audition.
Oh, I see where this is going.
Right, and as she starts to play, her string snaps. She panics, and she completely fails. You feel the heavy, crushing weight of her shattered dreams. So when you encounter the word devastated in that paragraph, the empathy you feel acts as permanent superglue for that vocabulary word.
Hold on, let me push back on this or stop you right there, because I know what everyone listening is thinking right now. Why spend 30 minutes reading a 5-page story just to learn the word devastated when I can drill 50 flashcards in that exact same time frame? It just feels incredibly inefficient.
I hear that all the time. It feels inefficient because we constantly confuse short-term recognition with long-term retention.
Oh, that's a huge distinction.
It is. Rote memorization gives you this dangerous illusion of rapid progress. You learn 50 words on Monday, and you feel incredibly productive. But the brain is ruthlessly efficient. Through a process called synaptic pruning, it essentially eliminates neural pathways that lack emotional weight or contextual connection.
So it just trims the fat, and by Friday, you remember perhaps 5 of those 50 words?
Absolutely. And even if you do remember the dictionary definition, when you try to actually speak to a native speaker, you can't retrieve the word fast enough.
Right, because it's just floating in a void, completely disconnected from the rest of your vocabulary.
Without a doubt. Contextual learning is a long-term investment. Yes, reading the story takes longer up front, but the compound interest is massive. You do not just learn the word devastated, you learn its collocations.
The words that naturally sit next to it.
Absolutely, like absolutely devastated or devastating news. And you learn the cultural weight of the word.
Which is the perfect bridge, because language doesn't exist in a vacuum. It lives and breathes inside a culture. You cannot separate American English from the unspoken rules of American society.
For sure. Stories are the ultimate vehicle for holistic cultural competence. You are immersing yourself in the culture without paying for a plane ticket.
You're absorbing regional norms natively. You learn the specific cadence of small talk, in different parts of the country, the unwritten rules of personal space, and the natural habitat of slang like gonna or no biggie.
Right, so you know when it is appropriate to use them, and crucially, when it is a terrible idea to use slang. Today, we're going to use 3 types of stories. Narrative fiction for descriptive language, situational vignettes for problem solving, and twist endings for critical thinking.
Well, let's jump right into the narrative fiction. Maya's situation is the perfect test case for this. She's dealing with incredibly low stakes just buying a cup of coffee, but the cultural pressure makes it feel like life or death.
I think we've all been there.
Let's move to the Upper West Side of Manhattan and see how this vocabulary lives in the wild. Paint the picture for us.
Okay, so Maya is 23. She moved from a very small town in Ohio to pursue graphic design in New York. And the story tells us she has been in New York City for 47 days.
47 days. That specific number really matters. It means the honeymoon phase is dead. The novelty of the skyscrapers has worn off. She's not a tourist anymore, but she is nowhere near being a local.
Yes, and the contrast between her hometown and her current reality introduces two powerful vocabulary words: suffocating and ritual. The text notes that the opportunity in New York was exhilarating, but the loneliness was suffocating.
Let's talk about the physical weight of that word. Suffocating literally means you are being deprived of air, like someone is holding a pillow over your face. But using it metaphorically to describe loneliness is brilliant.
It really is. In Ohio, her neighbors brought her casseroles. They knew her grandmother's maiden name. In Manhattan, she is surrounded by 8 million people, and they all pretend she is completely invisible.
The isolation is so heavy, it literally sits on her chest.
It is a phenomenal paradox. You feel like you cannot breathe, not because the room is empty, but because the crowd is completely indifferent to your existence. And to survive that suffocating weight, she relies on a ritual. Her morning ritual was walking 6 blocks to a specific coffee shop.
Now, why use ritual instead of routine? Because, we all have routines. I brush my teeth, I check my emails. I don't call that a ritual.
Right, because a routine is merely a sequence of utilitarian actions. It's just stuff you do. A ritual elevates the action. It carries a sense of ceremony, of psychological grounding.
Oh, I see.
Yeah, for Maya, walking these 6 blocks is the one part of her day that anchors her to reality. It is the one predictable, safe sequence in a chaotic, overwhelming metropolis.
And this safe haven is a shop called the Daily Grind, which, by the way, is a fantastic idiom. It's a play on words.
A play on words occurs when a phrase utilizes 2 meanings simultaneously for clever effect. The daily grind is an incredibly common English idiom representing the exhausting, repetitive reality of daily work.
Right, you wake up, commute, work, commute, sleep. That is the daily grind.
But because she's walking into a coffee shop, it also literally references the physical grinding of roasted coffee beans. It's a great double meaning.
It is. The author describes the shop itself as unpretentious. I want to dig into this because I see advanced learners misuse this concept a lot.
Let us break it down. If something is pretentious, it is attempting to appear more important, valuable, or cultured than it actually is. It is showing off.
Like a hipster cafe with $50 artisanal pour-overs and aggressively minimalist furniture that's impossible to sit on.
Spot on. Therefore, an unpretentious coffee shop is modest. It is honest. It's not trying to intimidate you. It just serves good coffee.
But don't let the unpretentious decor fool you, because the atmosphere inside is ruthless. The shop is crowded, and while crowded is a pretty basic word, the cultural context attached to it here is intense. The story explicitly notes that in New York City, slow people are treated with disdain.
Disdain is a heavy, cutting noun. It is the feeling that someone is completely unworthy of your consideration or respect. It is deep contempt.
Like if you are standing in a crowded line in New York and you can't find your wallet to pay.
Oh, the 10 people behind you will not just be annoyed. They will look at you with disdain, as if your slowness is a profound moral failing. They'll sigh loudly, they'll glare.
I can feel the anxiety just talking about it. And here's where it gets really interesting. This is the core of Maya's problem. Her native language is English. She doesn't need to translate the words for her coffee order, but she is paralyzed by the cultural anxiety of the environment.
Right, she is standing in line, whispering her order to herself under her breath like a protective chant. Large oat milk latte, no sugar, extra shot.
This is the essence of why we learn through stories. Fluency is not just knowing the vocabulary word oat milk. Fluency is knowing the precise cadence, speed, and volume at which you must deliver that phrase to a heavily tattooed barista during the morning rush hour to avoid social friction.
Absolutely. The social context is everything. So she gets to the front. We have this great sensory action beat. The barista is a machine of efficiency.
Hissing steam, milk frothing, ceramic cups sliding across the aluminum counter like hockey pucks.
And Maya delivers her line flawlessly. Large oat milk lattes, no sugar, extra shot. The barista barks. Name, she says, Maya. He scribbles it down. 5 minutes later, she grabs a cup off the counter.
She takes a sip while walking out the door, and her physical reaction introduces a cluster of incredible descriptive words. The author writes that upon tasting the coffee, Maya grimaced.
To grimace is to contort your face into an ugly, twisted expression, typically conveying disgust or sharp pain. It is an involuntary spasm of the facial muscles, like when you bite into a lemon.
And she grimaced because the drink is cloyingly sweet. I love the texture of this adverb, cloyingly.
It is deeply evocative. Sweetness is generally a positive attribute, right, Wollongrind? But if something is cloyingly sweet, it has crossed the line into excess.
It is so sugary that it becomes sickening. It coats your tongue and leaves a sticky, unpleasant residue. It just sounds gross. Cloyingly.
Yeah, so she's disgusted. She looks at the side of the paper cup, and written in black marker is the name Maya, but spelled M-A-I-I-A. Close phonetically, but definitely not her drink.
He spins around, scanning the crowded room, and the text says she is completely bewildered.
Bewildered goes far beyond simple confusion. If you misplace your sunglasses, you are confused. If you take a sip of what you expect to be bitter espresso and it tastes like liquid birthday cake,
Your reality fractures for a second.
right, you are bewildered. It implies being hopelessly puzzled, almost disoriented.
So our bewildered Maya searches the room for another confused face, and she spots her doppelganger in name. There is a woman sitting alone at a tiny corner table, staring at a cup of coffee with undisguised displeasure. This woman is scrutinizing her cup.
Think about the sharp, almost clinical sound of that word. Scrutinize? It feels like you are putting something under a microscope.
If I just look at your coffee cup, that is a neutral action.
But if I scrutinize it, I am actively interrogating it, searching for a flaw.
Maya walks over to the scrutinizing woman. She nervously holds out her cloyingly sweet cup and says, "Excuse me, I think we might have grabbed each other's drinks, are you? Maya." And the woman's reaction completely shatters the suffocating, cold New York atmosphere. The story notes she's startled, but then lets out a massive, uninhibited laugh.
Let us examine the psychological distance between those two words. Startled means suddenly alarmed by something unexpected, a very natural reaction when a stranger approaches you in Manhattan.
But uninhibited is a rich, advanced adjective describing her laugh.
Yes, to have inhibitions means to feel self-conscious, to restrict your true emotions to fit social norms. So an uninhibited laugh is loud, genuine, and completely unconcerned with the disdainful looks from the crowded room. She is unapologetically taking up space.
I love people like that. This uninhibited woman laughs and says, "Oh my God, yes. I was trying to figure out why my vanilla latte tasted like sadness and regret." She trades cups with Maya and says, "You must be the oat milk, no sugar, extra shot type. Am I right?"
And Maya smiles, relaxing for the first time in 47 days, and responds with a classic idiom, "Guilty is charged."
This is a beautiful piece of conversational English, originating strictly from the legal system, right? Like, guilty as charged is what a judge declares when a defendant is convicted of a crime.
Absolutely. However, in casual dialogue, it is used playfully to admit to a minor personality flaw or a quirky trait. Maya is warmly confessing that yes, she is undeniably the boring, intensely caffeinated, no sugar type.
And Maya, the woman at the table, admits that she has an incorrigible sweet tooth. You hear this idiom constantly in the United States.
All the time. A sweet tooth simply indicates a strong, almost undeniable craving for sugary foods, desserts, and candies.
Yeah.
You do not literally have a tooth made of sugar. It is a conceptual mapping of your palate.
They end up sitting together, and the author uses two fantastic adjectives to contrast their personalities: gregarious and effervescent. The text states Maya was gregarious, where Maya was reserved.
Gregarious derives from the Latin word for a flock of sheep. It describes a person who thrives in a group, someone who is highly sociable and draws their energy from being around others.
And the other word, effervescent. What a vivid choice.
Strictly speaking, an effervescent liquid is one that gives off bubbles. Think of champagne or sparkling water fizzing in a glass.
Like it's literally bubbling over.
Yes, and when you apply that physical property to a human personality, it describes someone who is vivacious, bubbly, lively, and sparking with enthusiastic energy. They physically lighten the heavy air in a room.
Maya is completely caught off guard by this warmth.
Caught off guard implies being surprised by something because you were entirely unprepared for it.
Because Maya had built up this defensive armor for a hostile, disdainful New York morning, she was caught off guard because she was met with effervescent kindness.
They talk for 2 hours about graphic design, the Midwest, and the absurdity of the city. When Maya finally has to leave for work, she grabs a pen, scribbles her phone number on a napkin, and slides it across the table.
And the vignette concludes by saying Maya walked back to her apartment, tucking the napkin into her coat pocket like a precious artifact.
So we must linger on that simile. An artifact is an object created by a human being, typically one holding immense cultural, archaeological, or historical significance.
Like a Roman coin or a piece of ancient pottery resting behind bulletproof glass in a museum.
Spot on. By comparing a stained, greasy coffee shop napkin to a precious artifact, the author perfectly encapsulates the emotional weight of the story. To a girl drowning in the suffocating loneliness of a city of 8 million people, this tiny scrap of paper representing human connection is the most valuable object in the world.
That is the power of the emotional anchor. Listeners, think about your own life. Have you ever experienced a serendipitous mistake? Taking the wrong coat, getting onto the wrong train, mispronouncing a word in English that led to a funny conversation.
Describe that memory to yourself using words like bewildered, startled, and caught off guard. When you apply these new English words to your personal emotional history, you are essentially forging a new neural pathway. You are permanently baking the vocabulary into your memory.
Now, Maya's situation was low stakes. She made a mistake, she laughed, she made a friend. But what happens when the stakes are your livelihood? What happens when you are thrown into a high-pressure, hyper-professional environment where every single syllable you utter is being scrutinized by executives?
That is a whole different ballgame.
We are leaving the cozy, unpretentious coffee shop behind and traveling to a cutthroat corporate boardroom in Chicago. We are moving from narrative fiction to a situational vignette.
Right. We are transitioning from narrative, descriptive language to the vocabulary of pressure, strategy, and the delicate art of articulating your professional worth.
Let's set the scene. Enter Daniel Okafor. He is sitting in the glass-walled lobby of Momentum Marketing Group in downtown Chicago. And the author gives us this wonderful hyperbole right away. Daniel is trying very hard not to look like a man on the verge of a nervous breakdown.
Clinically, a nervous breakdown refers to a period of severe, debilitating mental illness. But in everyday, colloquial English, it is deployed as humorous exaggeration to describe extreme, visible anxiety.
Like Daniel's heart is palpitating, his palms are sweating, he feels like he might simply vibrate right out of his chair.
And he has a legitimate reason to be terrified. Momentum is a highly prestigious firm, and Daniel has been completely meticulous in his preparation.
Prestigious signifies high status, right? It inspires immense respect and admiration. Working at a prestigious firm opens doors for the rest of your career.
Absolutely. And to prepare for this massive opportunity, Daniel was meticulous. This is an essential advanced adjective. It means showing extreme, almost obsessive attention to detail.
The story proves his meticulous nature by mentioning he practiced his interview answers in his apartment until his roommate literally begged him to stop so he could sleep.
That is meticulous. But despite that preparation, the architecture of the building is actively attacking his nervous system. The lobby is described as sterile.
That is a fascinating dual-purpose word. In a hospital, sterile means medically clean, completely free from bacteria.
But when used architecturally or emotionally, describing a room as sterile means it is utterly devoid of warmth, personality, or human vitality. It is intimidatingly pristine.
White walls, chrome accents, glass tables, no comfortable edges anywhere.
The only thing grounding him in this sterile room is his outfit, specifically a navy blue tie sent by his mother back in Houston.
The note attached to the tie read, "Blue is the color of trust." And Daniel wears it because his mother's advice had never steered him wrong.
Steered him wrong relies on a navigation metaphor. To steer is to physically guide a vehicle. If someone's advice never steers you wrong, it means their guidance has never driven you into a ditch.
It has never led you to a poor decision. He trusts his mother's intuition more than his own, but then he looks around the lobby at his competition and his confidence starts wavering.
Picture a candle flame in a drafty room, flickering back and forth, unsteady and fragile. If your confidence is wavering, it is shaking. You're losing your resolve.
And you can see exactly why he is wavering. He's sizing up the other candidates. There is a woman reviewing digital notes on her iPad with the terrifying intensity of a brain surgeon, and a guy aggressively typing on a sleek laptop.
Everyone looks like a glowing cyborg of corporate productivity. And Daniel's hands are empty. He memorized his portfolio. He has no screens.
Which perfectly establishes the psychological tension. The receptionist calls his name. He is escorted into the interview room by Rebecca Thornton, the VP of Creative Strategy. The room features massive floor-to-ceiling windows overlooking the icy waters of the Chicago River.
He sits down, executes a flawless 3-second firm handshake, and then Rebecca leans back and hits him with the absolute worst prompt in interview history.
Tell us about yourself, not the resume version. The story explicitly warns us that this is a deceptively simple question and notes that Rebecca possesses the quintessential poker face.
We must unpack deceptively first. If something is deceptively simple, its straightforward appearance is a trap. It gives a misleading impression of being easy, when in reality, it is highly complex.
Tell me about yourself masquerades as friendly small talk, but it's not.
No, it is a rigorous evaluation of your self-awareness, your narrative structure, and your ability to curate information on the fly. And Daniel can't read her reaction at all because her face is the quintessential poker face.
Quintessential represents the absolute peak, the most perfect or typical example of a specific quality.
And a poker face, derived from the card game, is a completely blank, unreadable expression designed to hide your true hand. Rebecca is the ultimate embodiment of an unreadable, intimidating executive.
Now here's where Daniel proves his worth. He could have panicked. He could have just regurgitated his LinkedIn summary. Instead, he takes a risk and gives a deeply authentic answer.
He tells a story about growing up in Houston as the child of Nigerian immigrants, a taxi driver, and a night shift nurse.
He explains how they taught him the value of hard work, but more importantly, the power of a compelling narrative to survive in a new country. He connects his family heritage to his core philosophy on marketing. He says advertising isn't about selling plastic products, it's about telling stories that resonate.
Resonate is a non-negotiable vocabulary word if you work in any business, leadership, or creative field in English.
In physics, resonance occurs when a sound produces a sympathetic vibration in another object.
Right, and in human communication, if a concept or a story resonates with an audience, it strikes an emotional chord. It evokes a feeling of shared belief. It vibrates on their frequency.
And that answer, the author describes it as chef's kiss.
Oh, chef's kiss is a brilliant inclusion of modern, informal English. It literally stems from the physical gesture, bringing your fingers and thumb together, kissing them, and tossing your hand open, used by European chefs to signify a dish, is perfect.
In contemporary corporate or internet slang, calling a presentation or an answer chef's kiss means it was executed flawlessly. It was a masterpiece.
But the interview wasn't a cakewalk from there. It was a grueling 45-minute gauntlet. Rebecca drills him with rapid-fire questions about SEO algorithms and market analytics. And at one specific point, Daniel stumbled.
Physically, to stumble means to trip over an obstacle and momentarily lose your balance. Metaphorically, in a professional setting, to stumble means to make a verbal mistake, to falter, or to suddenly lose your train of thought under pressure.
And here is the crucial moment. When he stumbled, he didn't have a nervous breakdown. He didn't apologize profusely. Instead, the text says he took a beat and pivoted.
These are two incredibly useful idioms for navigating professional English. To take a beat originates from the realms of acting and musical composition.
Yes. It means to pause deliberately, allowing a brief moment of silence to gather your thoughts, rather than rushing into a panicked, messy response. He reclaims the silence.
And then he pivoted. To pivot borrows from the footwork of basketball, keeping one foot firmly planted on the ground while rotating your body to face an entirely different direction.
In a boardroom, to pivot means to smoothly and intentionally change the direction of the conversation. Daniel did not know the specific analytics metric Rebecca asked for, so he took a beat, acknowledged the question, and pivoted the conversation toward a broader strategic framework that he was an expert in.
This proves he is highly articulate. He expresses his ideas clearly and effectively, maintaining his composure even when the ground shifts beneath him.
And the story delivers its core thesis right here. Perfection is an illusion. Connection is the goal. Being authentic, articulate, and adaptable will always defeat sterile, robotic perfection.
This is a profound paradigm-shifting lesson for language learners. So many of you listening right now are terrified of making a grammatical mistake. You strive for a sterile, flawless delivery, and as a result, your English sounds robotic.
But native speakers stumble all the time. We lose our train of thought. What we actually value is human connection. When you stumble in English, take a beat, pivot to vocabulary you do know, and keep communicating.
After the grueling interview concludes, Rebecca walks Daniel to the elevator. She waits until the doors are about to open, and she says something off the record. She tells him that his honest, vulnerable answer about his parents was refreshing.
Off the record is a phrase borrowed from journalism. It dictates that a statement is strictly unofficial, informal, and not to be documented or quoted.
By speaking off the record, Rebecca is temporarily shedding her intimidating VP persona to speak to him simply as a human being.
And calling his approach refreshing means it was pleasantly different, reviving her energy like a splash of cold water after suffering through a marathon of identical, boring candidates.
Daniel gets the job, and that simple navy blue tie his mother sent him. The story ends by saying it became his talisman.
A talisman is an ancient concept, an object, typically an inscribed stone or ring, believed to possess magical properties that provide protection or good luck.
By elevating a piece of silk neckwear to a talisman, the author demonstrates that the mother's unwavering belief acted as a magical emotional shield, protecting Daniel from the crushing pressure of the sterile corporate world.
So listener, let's put you in the hot seat. If I sat across from you right now staring at you with a quintessential poker face, and I demanded, tell me about yourself, not the resume version.
What is your authentic narrative? How do you connect your personal history to your current professional goals? Try answering that aloud, deliberately using words like resonate, pivot, and meticulous.
And remember Daniel's triumph. Your ability to pivot gracefully when you stumble is far more impressive than a rehearsed, flawless monologue.
Okay, we've seen how Maya succeeded because she was vulnerable enough to laugh at a mistake. We've seen how Daniel succeeded because his meticulous preparation gave him the foundation to pivot. But what happens when your meticulous preparation completely falls apart?
What happens when your carefully crafted plans are rendered utterly useless by forces outside your control?
We're moving to our final story, a twist-ending tale about letting go set against the backdrop of the California coast.
In this final immersion, we are analyzing the vocabulary of expectations versus reality, the language of the unpredictable, and the cognitive flexibility required to embrace inference.
We meet our final characters, Samir and Layla, sitting in their apartment in Portland, Oregon. The author paints a vivid, depressing picture of a dreary February evening.
Dreary is an exceptionally evocative adjective. It means dull, bleak, lifeless, and deeply depressing. It is the perfect word to describe endless, gray winter rain that seems to suck the color out of the world.
And this dreary weather is heavily impacting Layla's psyche. She is staring out the living room window with a completely forlorn expression.
Forlorn carries immense emotional weight. It means pitifully sad, abandoned, or lonely. The author injects a bit of dark humor here, noting she possesses the forlorn expression of someone watching their very will to live dissolve into a muddy puddle on the sidewalk.
Seeing this, Samir makes an executive decision. He says, "Pack a bag. We are going to chase the sunshine." They decide to execute the ultimate California road trip. But this setup exposes their fundamental flaw.
The illusion of control.
Yes. They plan a highly structured 2-week odyssey driving down the picturesque Pacific Coast Highway. Let us dissect those descriptors. Picturesque means visually stunning, literally resembling a flawless picture or painting. It is the idealized vision of a coastal drive.
But the noun odyssey is doing significant narrative heavy lifting. The word derives directly from Homer's ancient Greek epic poem chronicling the hero Odysseus' perilous, decade-long journey home from the Trojan War.
So, by labeling a simple vacation an odyssey, the author implies it is destined to be a long, unpredictable, and ultimately transformative journey, whether they want it to be or not.
And they definitely don't want it to be unpredictable. They map out every single waking minute on a shared Google Doc. Their itinerary is so meticulously detailed, it crosses the line into absurdity.
They literally have a profound moment of spiritual awakening penciled in for 4:15 p.m. at a specific cliff in Big Sur.
The idiom penciled in is a wonderful piece of administrative vocabulary. If you write an appointment in ink, it implies permanence and commitment. If you pencil it in, it means the plan is tentative and subject to change or erasure.
The deep irony here is the arrogance of assuming you can schedule a transcendent spiritual awakening, let alone pencil one in for a specific minute on a Tuesday afternoon.
They also plan to visit Santa Barbara wine country explicitly so they can swirl glasses and use words like tannins with unwarranted confidence. The text astutely notes that applying these complex wine terms feels completely superfluous.
Superfluous means highly unnecessary, specifically through being more than enough. When you are confronted with the breathtaking, visceral beauty of the California coast, trying to sound intellectually superior by aggressively analyzing the tannins in your glass is superfluous. The words add absolutely nothing of value to the raw experience.
For the first 5 days, their iron grip control works flawlessly. They experience the San Francisco fog, they eat the mandatory sourdough bread, they walk among the giant redwood trees on schedule. But on day 6, the author writes that the universe decided to intervene.
The universe decided to intervene as a prime example of personification. It treats abstract concepts like the universe or fate as an active, conscious character with its own desires, stepping onto the stage to actively disrupt human plans.
It is a very common, slightly fatalistic storytelling device in English literature. And intervene it does. Their supposedly reliable, rented 2019 Honda Civic suffers a catastrophic breakdown.
The engine starts making a noise that sounds like a cat attempting to sing opera. The dashboard lights up like a chaotic Christmas tree, and dark smoke billows from the hood. They are forced to pull over onto the dusty shoulder in the absolute middle of nowhere.
The contrast drawn here is razor sharp. They went from possessing complete digital control over their destiny via a Google Doc to absolute humiliating powerlessness. The imagery is striking.
Layla is standing on the side of the highway, holding her iPhone up to the sky like a supplicant praying to the cellular towers for a single bar of service. A supplicant. That is a heavy, ancient word to apply to someone holding a smartphone.
It is entirely intentional. A supplicant is someone making a deeply humble, earnest plea to a powerful authority figure or a deity, often begging on their knees. Comparing a frustrated millennial searching for 5G to an ancient religious beggar perfectly highlights their sudden impotence.
And to make the tension even worse, Smear casually admits he ate one of their only emergency granola bars while she was sleeping in the passenger seat. In response, Layla turns and gives him a look that could wither a cactus. I absolutely love the violent hyperbole of this phrase.
It is incredibly evocative if you consider the underlying biology. A cactus is a desert plant evolutionarily designed to survive the harshest, hottest, most unforgiving and brutal conditions on planet Earth. It does not wither easily.
Therefore, a look of anger that possesses the power to wither a cactus must be radiating an unimaginable, apocalyptic level of intense, burning fury.
With the car dead and no cell service, they have no choice but to start walking down a dirt road. Eventually, they come across a ramshackle wooden sign leaning sideways in the dirt. It reads, "Welcome to Harmony, California. Population 18.
Ramshackle means in a state of severe, almost comical disrepair. It is rickety. It looks as though it might collapse entirely if a strong gust of wind hits it. This adjective instantly sets the atmospheric scene.
This is not a polished, prestigious tourist destination like Santa Barbara. It is forgotten, rugged, and authentic.
Samir jokes that 18 people isn't a municipality, it's a moderately sized dinner party, but they walk into town and they stumble into the Harmony Cafe. Over the next few hours, they meet a cast of locals who completely dismantle their rigid worldview.
First, they meet Dolores, the cafe owner, who serves them homemade tomato soup and a slice of lemon cake that Layla describes as a religious experience.
Homemade is a relatively simple, compound word, but its cultural significance in this story is profound. It serves as the direct antidote to the sterile corporate environment of our previous story and the rigid digital itinerary Samir created.
It implies care, warmth, human touch, and unpretentious authenticity. Then they meet Frank, the mechanic, who is Dolores' brother. They meet a young couple who abandoned their lucrative corporate 5-year plans in San Francisco to throw clay in a pottery studio.
They meet Glenn, a glassblower who creates miniature swirling oceans out of molten glass. And they meet Pete, the wine guy, who sits at the counter and tells meandering stories that are clearly embellished with creative liberties.
Let us dissect Pete's storytelling style. Meandering is an adjective that originally describes a river winding slowly back and forth across a landscape, taking a deeply indirect, inefficient route to the sea.
When applied to a narrative, it means the speaker constantly goes off on random tangents. They refuse to get straight to the point.
Furthermore, his stories are embellished. To embellish literally means to add decorative ornaments. In the context of storytelling, embellishing means adding fictitious, exaggerated, or highly dramatic details to make the narrative far more entertaining than the boring truth.
He is basically engaging in the classic American tradition of tall tales.
Yes, the tall tale is a fundamental pillar of American folklore. It is a story featuring unbelievable, superhuman elements, delivered deadpan as if it were entirely factual and true. Think of legendary figures like Paul Bunyan or Pecos Bill. Pete is joyfully participating in this grand tradition of exaggeration.
Samir and Layla spend 5 unplanned hours in this tiny town. Frank the mechanic manages to fix the Honda's engine for exactly $40, just the cost of the replacement belt.
He flatly refuses to charge them for his labor, joking that his sister Dolores would murder him if he exploited stranded travelers.
Dolores wraps up 2 extra slices of lemon cake for the road, and as she hands them the bag, she drops the absolute thesis of the entire story. She looks at their meticulously highlighted itinerary and says, "Throw that away. The detours are where the magic is."
A detour is a long, roundabout, or indirect route taken to avoid an obstacle or to visit a secondary location along the way. It is the literal definition of a deviation from the established plan.
Samir and Layla get back in the fixed car and drive away. The story concludes by telling us they never made it to Malibu. They never spotted a single celebrity in Los Angeles. The meticulous Google Doc was cheerfully abandoned.
But years later, sitting in their apartment in Portland, they don't talk about the Golden Gate Bridge. They don't talk about the cliffs of Big Sur. They only talk about harmony.
They talk about Dolores' soup, Frank's generosity, and Pete's embellished lies. The author concludes that Dolores was right. She was absolutely, unequivocally right.
Unequivocally. A phenomenal, authoritative, advanced adverb to close out our vocabulary deep dive. If you state something unequivocally, you are leaving absolutely zero room for doubt. It is not open to interpretation, debate, or nuance. It is an expression of absolute, unshakable certainty.
If we connect this to the bigger picture, the story of Harmony, California is the most perfect, beautiful metaphor for the process of learning English.
Indeed it is. So many language learners treat the journey to fluency exactly how Samir and Layla treated their road trip. They draft a rigid, meticulous syllabus. By month 3, I will have mastered the present perfect continuous tense. By month 6, I will seamlessly deploy 50 complex phrasal verbs.
And when their linguistic engine inevitably breaks down, when you find yourself in a real conversation where you completely blank on a crucial word, or you accidentally use a wildly inappropriate idiom, you panic. You feel like the entire trip is ruined.
You feel like Layla, stranded on the dusty shoulder of the highway with a dying engine, glaring at yourself with a look that could wither a cactus.
But the reality of language acquisition is that those conversational breakdowns are the detours. And Dolores was right. The magic is in the detour.
When you stumble in a dialogue and you are forced to creatively explain your way out of it using simpler alternative vocabulary, you are actively building cognitive flexibility.
When you accidentally order the wrong coffee like Maya, you might end up having a transformative 2-hour conversation with a native speaker. The unplanned, messy, unscripted moments of survival are the exact fires where true fluency is forged.
The roadmap was the flour. The detour was the oven. Language isn't a sterile math equation waiting to be solved with a rigid formula. It is a chaotic human experience meant to be felt.
It is messy, it is deeply unpredictable, it relies heavily on cultural context, and it is profoundly rewarding when you finally achieve that connection. Today, we have explored how narratives fire up the entire biological machinery of the brain, linking the motor cortex to the emotional centers.
We have experienced the suffocating yet exhilarating streets of New York City, navigated the sterile but triumphant pressure of a Chicago boardroom, and embraced the ramshackle, unequivocal beauty of an unplanned Californian detour.
We have successfully transitioned from the isolated, functional decoding of Broca's area to the full-body, whole-brain experience of narrative immersion. You have not just memorized the dictionary definitions of words like effervescent, talisman, and embellished thunder. You have lived alongside Maya, Daniel, and Layla as they experienced them.
Which leaves us with a final provocative thought for you, the listener, as you step away from this deep dive and back into your own English journey. Think deeply about your native language. You did not learn your mother tongue by sitting in a sterile room memorizing arbitrary grammar rules in a vacuum.
You learned it by listening to your parents, your friends, and the chaotic world around you as they told you stories.
You learned it through constant detours, embarrassing mistakes, and profound emotional connections. Why on earth should your journey to English fluency be treated any differently? Ask yourself, what is the specific story you are currently living in your English journey right now? And who are the characters helping you navigate along the way?
Are you the meticulously prepared Daniel, finally learning how to take a beat and pivot? Are you Maya, terrified of the daily grind, but ready to turn a linguistic grimace into a gregarious friendship?
Embrace the narrative. Stop fighting the detours. Remember that knowing a vocabulary word is just staring at raw flour. The story is what bakes the cake. It is the fundamental difference between glaring at a flashcard app and remembering the emotional plot twists of your favorite movie.
Thank you for joining us on this deep dive. Don't forget to like, share, and subscribe to this YouTube channel. Keep learning, keep exploring, and we'll see you next time.
Hello. Welcome to the Learn English Lab. Today's podcast is problem solving and critical thinking discussions. So, Imagine you were sitting in a boardroom. The air is just incredibly stale.
Oh yeah, the classic stuffy corporate meeting room.
Right. And the CEO just pitched a new strategic direction. And, I mean, to be completely blunt, it is a terrible idea.
A total disaster waiting to happen.
Yeah. But everyone around the table is just nodding in agreement, murmuring their support, and your heart is pounding against your ribs.
Because you know the plan is going to cost the company millions.
Absolutely millions.
Ah.
But, if you speak up, if you interrupt that momentum, you're risking your reputation or maybe even your job. So what do you say?
And more importantly, how do you say it?
Yeah, that is the core of it. So today, we are giving you the blueprint to survive and actually lead that specific moment.
Right. We are doing a deep dive into transforming how you communicate when the stakes are just incredibly high.
Yeah, when your words truly matter. We are moving way beyond the mechanics of just having good grammar and vocabulary. Today is about cognitive fluency.
Which is basically the ability to think, reason, and persuade out loud in real time.
Spot on. But to achieve that level of cognitive fluency, we have to kind of dismantle this really stubborn myth about what critical thinking actually is.
Oh man, this is so important. When the average person hears the word critical, their brain immediately goes to negativity.
Yeah, like you are just being mean or something.
Right. They picture someone who is argumentative, cynical, or constantly just looking for flaws in other people's work.
Like the office complainer.
Yeah, but that is a profound misconception. True critical thinking is not an attack at all. It is the art of thinking carefully, logically, and independently.
I mean, it is the willingness to question underlying assumptions, right?
Absolutely. Rather than just swallowing information whole just because someone with a fancy title handed it to you.
Yeah, it involves analyzing evidence, weighing competing arguments, and basically drawing conclusions driven by logic rather than just being swept away by some fleeting emotional wave.
And I have always found it helpful to view this through the lens of a classic detective story.
Oh, I love this analogy. Break it down for the listener.
So think about a seasoned investigator walking into a really chaotic crime scene. A terrible detective bursts through the door, glances around for maybe 3 seconds, spots a guy holding a candlestick and shouts, "Arrest the butler."
Right. They just rush to judgment based on surface level visual data.
Oh, absolutely. A master detective operates entirely differently. They do not touch anything.
They observe the negative space.
Yeah. They listen to the witnesses without interrupting them. They ask these really probing, open-ended questions.
And they let multiple completely contradictory theories just coexist in their mind before they even start to solidify a conclusion.
That is the magic right there. So for you listening right now, the goal of this deep dive is to train you to be the master detective of your own daily conversations.
I love that. But that detective analogy brings up a really fundamental psychological hurdle we all face.
Yeah.
Which is this crazy impulse to just act immediately.
Oh, the bias for action. Human beings are totally hardwired for it.
Yeah. The moment we feel the discomfort of an unsolved problem, our instinct is to just jump straight into the fray and start throwing solutions at the wall.
Just to relieve that tension, right? We hate the uncomfortable pause.
Yeah, but the true critical thinker embraces that discomfort. They pause. They investigate the premise of the conversation itself before they ever try to solve the problem.
So let's look at what that pause actually looks like when the pressure is really on. Let's travel to a corporate boardroom in downtown Chicago.
Okay, set the scene.
We are following a guy named Marcus Williams. He moved to the U.S. from Lagos, Nigeria. He is sitting in this marketing agency strategy meeting, and the atmosphere is just suffocating.
Tense, right? Like, cut the tension with a knife.
Oh, yeah. Their biggest client, this massive national coffee chain, is hemorrhaging customers. Sales are plummeting.
Okay, so panic mode.
Total panic. The team leader, Diana, is pacing the room, demanding bold new advertisement ideas. She wants disruptive campaigns, viral marketing, and she wants them before lunch.
Of course she does. Typical boss move.
Right, and the room is paralyzed. Everyone is staring intensely at their laptops, praying they do not get called on.
Just trying to blend into the wallpaper.
Yeah. But then Marcus speaks up. And he doesn't offer a flashy new billboard concept. Instead, he looks at Diana and says, "I think we are solving the wrong problem."
Oh, wow. Just stops the whole train.
Yes. He suggests that before they spend millions on new ads, they should ask why customers are abandoning the brand in the first place.
Right, because maybe the ads are fine.
That is his exact theory. He posits that maybe the advertisements are working perfectly, but the in-store experience, the long lines, the complex menus, the seating is what is actually driving people away.
That intervention is basically a masterclass in professional courage. Look at the mechanics of what Marcus did there.
He did not offer a perfectly packaged, magical solution to save the company. He just questioned the foundational premise of the whole meeting.
Right, going back to that bias for action we talked about, when the boss says we need new ads, the tribal instinct of the team is to just immediately start brainstorming new ads.
Yeah, we just want to please the leader. So we rush to solutions without ever pausing to define the actual disease. We treat the symptom.
But Marcus acted as the intellectual speed bump. He stopped the rush to judgment and asked if they were even investigating the right crime scene.
And the ripple effect of that kind of intervention is massive. I mean, it saves months of wasted labor.
Definitely. But for the listener tuning in, maybe you are sitting at your desk right now or commuting to work. How do you actually execute a move like that?
Without sounding insubordinate, you mean?
Yeah, how do you become the Marcus of your own office without sounding like you are just being difficult?
It requires having a really specific set of linguistic tools ready to go. Actionable phrases that reframe a problem collaboratively rather than combatively.
Okay, give us some examples. What can the listener steal?
If you want to stop a runaway train of bad brainstorming, you might use a phrase like, before we commit to these solutions, can we take a step back and make sure we completely agree on what the actual problem is?
Oh, that is good. It is very inclusive. We agree.
Right. The we is important. Or you could ask, are we certain this is the root cause, or are we just treating a symptom?
I really like that one. It sounds so professional.
Another highly effective approach is to borrow authority from an imaginary third party. You can say, let me play devil's advocate for a moment. What if the problem isn't what we think it is?
Yeah, because then you aren't the bad guy. The devil's advocate is the bad guy.
Exactly. I mean, indeed. These questions do not attack the leader's intelligence. They just invite the entire room into a deeper level of analysis.
Okay, I understand the theory, but let me push back a little on the reality of implementing this.
Sure, go for it.
Let's imagine a hypothetical for our listener. You work at a fast-paced tech startup in Austin, Texas.
Okay, very different vibe from the Chicago agency.
Very different. User retention on your new app is tanking. The culture is very move fast and break things, super energetic, and everyone in the room is excitedly whiteboarding wild new features to win users back.
Oh, the momentum is huge in those rooms.
Huge. So if you are sitting there, it is incredibly intimidating to halt all that enthusiastic brainstorming just to ask, hey, are our existing features just confusing and terrible?
You risk being labeled as the pessimist.
Yeah, the person killing the creative vibe. So how do you handle that?
Well, the fear you are describing is entirely valid. Interrupting the natural flow of group momentum triggers our social anxiety. We want to belong, and questioning the group feels like a major social risk.
It really does. It feels physically uncomfortable.
It does. But we have to reframe what leadership actually is. Redirecting a conversation toward a root cause is the most productive, protective form of leadership you can possibly display.
Protective. I like that word.
Yeah, because yes, your team might experience a flash of frustration when the fun brainstorming session is halted. But compare that minor annoyance to the catastrophic frustration of spending 8 months and $1 million building new features, only to discover that users were leaving because the basic login page was broken.
Oh man, that happens so often in tech.
All the time.
Yeah.
When you ask those clarifying questions, you are not killing the vibe. You are protecting the team's time, their energy, and ultimately their jobs.
That is such a powerful paradigm shift. You are not the roadblock. You are the guardrail, preventing the car from flying off the cliff.
Spot on. But identifying the right problem is really only the first step of this journey. Here is where the landscape gets much more complex.
Oh yeah, because what happens when you have successfully identified the core issue? You formed a perspective, and now you are required to actually defend your viewpoint out loud.
Which is terrifying for a lot of people. It exposes a massive vulnerability, the inability to distinguish between an opinion and an argument.
Yes. This distinction is just the absolute bedrock of persuasive communication, specifically for anyone navigating high-stakes environments where ideas are constantly competing for oxygen.
Let's illustrate this with a story. We are heading to a college dorm room in Boston.
Okay, take us there.
We have 2 roommates. Priya is an international student from Hyderabad, India. Her English is technically flawless. She has an expansive vocabulary, perfect grammar. She crushes every standardized test placed in front of her.
Okay, so language barrier is not the issue here.
Not at all. Her roommate, Jennifer, grew up in Vermont. She is a political science major and a fierce competitor on the university debate team.
Uh-oh. I see where this is going.
Yeah. So one evening, Jennifer bursts into the dorm, drops her backpack, and asks Priya this really heavy, unprompted question. She says, "Do you think social media companies should be held legally responsible for the misinformation spread on their platforms?"
That is an intense question to just drop on someone hanging out in their dorm.
Very intense. And Priya Plank's totally caught off guard and replies, yes, because misinformation is bad and causes harm.
Oh no, the classic yes response.
Right. And that interaction right there is the epiphany moment for Priya. Because Jennifer, with her debate-wired brain, gives a friendly but incredibly sharp response.
What does she say?
She looks at Priya and says, "That is a position, but it is not an argument. Why do you believe that? What is the mechanism? What evidence supports your stance?"
Wow. Friendly but brutal.
Yeah. And in that moment, Priya realizes a glaring hole in her education. Despite her perfect language scores, no teacher ever trained her how to actually think out loud.
Yeah, no one taught her how to build the structural scaffolding required to defend a belief against a live, questioning human being.
Exactly. We test people on their ability to conjugate verbs, but not on their ability to construct a logical sequence of thoughts.
So specifically, the difference between an opinion and an argument is architectural, right?
Absolutely architectural. An opinion is merely a statement of personal preference or belief. It just says, "I believe X." It is completely flat.
Right, like saying strawberry ice cream is the best.
Yeah. An argument, however, is three-dimensional. It says, "I believe X, and I hold this belief because of evidence A, logical reasoning B, and real-world example C."
And furthermore, here is why the opposing view is structurally weaker.
Yes. An argument carries weight because it shows its work. And the beautiful realization that Priya comes to is that she doesn't need to join the debate team to learn this.
Right. Everyday conversation, just sitting on a dorm room bed or chatting in the break room is the absolute best laboratory for building this intellectual architecture.
Definitely. But if a listener is sitting there thinking, "Oh no, I am definitely a Priya. I have a lot of opinions, but the moment someone asks me why, my brain freezes and I just repeat my opinion louder."
I think we have all been there.
So how do they bridge that gap between internal panic and outward persuasion? Is there a reliable framework they can use when put on the spot?
There is a highly reliable framework. It acts as a total mental safety net when the pressure is on. It is called the PRP method. PREP.
Oh, I love the PRT method. It is a cognitive scaffold designed to organize your thoughts instantly so you can speak with authority. Break down the sequence.
Okay, so the sequence is super simple. First, you state your point, your core thesis. Second, you provide the reason that supports that point.
Okay, point, then reason.
Third, you introduce a specific example or piece of hard evidence to anchor your reason in reality. And finally, you restate your point to close the loop and leave a lasting impression.
Point, reason, example, point. It is brilliant. Let's put this into practice for the listener.
Let's do it. Let's role-play a highly relevant, often controversial work case topic. Should companies allow permanent remote work?
Oh boy, people have strong opinions on that one. Walk me through how a listener could use the PREP method to defend a stance on this in a sudden meeting.
Okay, let's break it down sequentially. First, you deliver the point. You say, companies should offer permanent remote work for roles that allow it. It is crisp, direct, and unambiguous.
Okay, clear point. What is the reason?
Second, you pivot to the reason. You say, it significantly increases employee productivity and overall job satisfaction, while simultaneously reducing massive overhead costs for the business.
Nice. Now you have provided the logical why, but you need to back it up.
Right. Third, you deploy the example.
Right.
A recent Stanford University study demonstrated a 13% productivity boost for remote workers. Furthermore, companies like Shopify and X saw improved employee retention after transitioning to flexible models.
You are moving from abstract logic to concrete data there. That is strong.
Yeah. And finally, you restate the point to synthesize the argument. You say, therefore, permanent remote work is not merely a lifestyle perk for employees. It is a fundamentally sound strategic business decision.
That is incredibly clean. It takes what could be a rambling 5-minute disorganized rant and condenses it into a powerful 30-second presentation.
And for the listener, you can make this even easier by stealing specific transitional phrases to guide your audience through your PRP structure.
Oh yes, phrases are so helpful. Give us some.
When stating your point, start with, in my view.
or my perspective is. As you move to your reason, say, the core reason I hold this view is.
And for the example.
When you drop your example, use a clear illustration of this is. And as you bring it home to restate your point, say, so ultimately what I'm arguing is.
Those transitional phrases are invaluable because they function as auditory signposts.
Auditory signposts, I like that.
Yeah, because when you are speaking, your audience is managing a heavy cognitive load trying to follow your logic. By using those phrases, you're essentially holding their hand and guiding them through the architecture of your argument so they never get lost.
But I have to voice a concern that I know our listeners are feeling right now.
What is that?
If I am sitting in a casual Tuesday morning stand-up meeting with my close-knit team, and I suddenly deploy this rigid point, reason, example, point formula, won't I sound kind of bizarre?
Like a corporate robot malfunctioning in the middle of a casual chat.
Exactly. I mean, absolutely. I don't want to sound like a machine.
That is a very legitimate fear, but it really misunderstands the life cycle of learning a framework. Think of the PRP method, like learning to play scales on a piano.
Okay, I am with you.
When you first sit down at the keyboard as a beginner, you play the scales rigidly. Up the keys, down the keys, methodically and mechanically. It doesn't sound like music, it sounds like an exercise.
Because you are just trying to hit the right notes.
Right, but you do it to train your muscle memory. Once your fingers know exactly where the keys are, you stop thinking about the scales. You internalize the structure, and suddenly you can begin to improvise. You can play jazz.
Oh, that is a great analogy. So the PRP method functions the exact same way.
Perfectly the same. In the beginning, you might use it rigidly to prevent your brain from freezing. But as you practice it in low-stakes conversations with friends or family, the structure sinks into your subconscious.
And eventually, you will weave your reasons and examples together effortlessly, sounding entirely conversational, yet your underlying logic will remain rack solid.
Yes. You have to master the rules before you can break them beautifully.
That makes perfect sense. But you know, that brings us to the most intimidating threshold of this entire process.
Which is?
The PRP method is a fantastic tool when you are presenting your ideas into a neutral, receptive vacuum.
Oh.
But the real world is rarely a vacuum.
Almost never.
So what happens when your beautifully constructed PRP argument collides head-on with someone else's deeply held, aggressively delivered opposing view?
The collision. We really need to talk about the art of respectful disagreement.
Yes, because disagreement is the crucible where true critical thinking is forged. However, because of our biology, it is also the exact point where conversations most frequently devolve into toxic conflict.
So true. Let's set the scene for how high the stakes can get. We're at a town hall meeting in Albuquerque, New Mexico.
Oh, local politics. Always spicy.
Always. The room is packed to maximum capacity. The air conditioning is struggling, people are sweating, and the mood is openly hostile.
A recipe for disaster. What is the issue?
The city council has just proposed a controversial budget measure. They want to cut all funding for public after-school programs to pay for desperately needed massive road and infrastructure improvements.
Wow, pitting kids against roads. No wonder people are furious.
The citizens are livid. People are shouting over each other. Then Carlos Gutierrez, a local high school history teacher, approaches the microphone.
Does he yell?
Carlos does not yell. He stands tall, takes a breath, and projects an aura of incredible calm. He begins by acknowledging the undeniable reality. The roads are crumbling and absolutely need repair. He validates the council's headache.
Okay, so he starts with agreement. That is smart.
Very smart. However, he respectfully disagrees with the specific mechanism of using after-school funds to solve it. He doesn't just call them foolish. He cites a comprehensive RAND Corporation study demonstrating that students enrolled in these specific after-school programs gained 12 percentile points in mathematics.
Hard data. I love it.
And then he builds a systemic argument. He points out that cutting these programs will save the city a marginal amount of money in the short term, but it will cost the city astronomically in the long term through spiked dropout rates, increased juvenile delinquency, and higher policing costs.
The psychological mastery Carlos displayed in that volatile room is just profound.
It really is. To understand his brilliance, look at what he actively chose not to do. He did not mirror the anger of the crowd. He did not attack the moral character of the council members.
And he completely avoided absolute black and white language.
Yes, because when we are attacked or when our ideas are threatened, our brains trigger the amygdala, the fight or flight center.
Right, the lizard brain takes over.
Exactly. If Carlos had attacked the council, their amygdalas would have flared up. shutting down their prefrontal cortex, which is the logical part of the brain. They would have stopped listening entirely and just planned their counterattack.
But instead, Carlos started by validating their problem. He agreed the roads were bad.
And that validation acted as a neurological pressure release valve. It bypassed their defensiveness, allowing his subsequent empirical evidence to actually reach their rational brains.
So in high-stakes environments, how you deliver your disagreement dictates whether what is ever even heard.
100%. Since the delivery is so critical, let's give the listener some concrete boundaries. What are the toxic phrases we need to permanently delete from our vocabulary? And what are the productive bridge-building phrases we should embrace?
Okay, so the toxic phrases are basically any statements that trigger the ego or imply intellectual superiority.
Oh yeah, phrases like "you're wrong" or "that makes absolutely no sense" or "this is the most destructive of all, obviously, you just don't understand the issue."
Ouch. Yeah, the moment those words leave your mouth, the collaborative conversation is dead, and you have entered a verbal combat arena.
Because you aren't attacking their idea anymore, you are attacking their identity.
Absolutely. So to maintain a collaborative ecosystem, even while dismantling someone's argument, you must employ phrases that signal intellectual respect.
Try opening your rebuttal with, "I see your point, however," or "I respectfully disagree with that conclusion because..."
Another incredibly disarming phrase is, "While I completely understand the logic that leads you there, I think we might be overlooking a critical variable."
Oh, that is a great one. These phrases serve a dual purpose. They soften the blow to the recipient's ego while keeping the focus strictly on the mechanics of the idea rather than the character of the person.
So managing a disagreement gracefully when it is thrust upon you is a vital survival skill, but intentionally seeking out disagreement to test your own ideas.
Now that is next-level cognitive endurance.
Yeah. If a listener wants to build this muscle in a structured way, they need to look at the ultimate testing ground for human communication: debates.
Debates are a fascinating intellectual exercise because they gamify disagreement. They strip away the personal animosity and the chaotic emotions, replacing them with a strict, rigorous structure that forces you to examine the structural integrity of your thoughts.
Let's look at how this plays out in real life. We are visiting a high school in Atlanta, Georgia.
All right, what is the topic?
Ms. Kathleen Torres runs a specialized debate program designed specifically for English language learners. Her classroom is this beautiful mosaic of global perspectives, with students from Guatemala, Somalia, Vietnam, and Syria.
Incredible mix of viewpoints.
Yeah, and she assigns the class a highly relevant topic. Should high schools mandate a later start time in the morning?
Every teenager's favorite topic.
Right. So on the affirmative side, we have Amara, whose family immigrated from Somalia. Amara builds a formidable case for yes. She doesn't just complain about being tired, she anchors her argument in biology.
Smart move. Hard science.
Very. She cites peer-reviewed sleep science, explains the delayed circadian rhythms of the developing teenage brain, and brings in a massive appeal to authority by quoting the American Academy of Pediatrics, which officially recommends that middle and high schools start no earlier than 8:30 a.m.
That is a tough argument to beat.
It is. But on the negative side, arguing NO, is Diego from Guatemala. Diego wisely bypasses the biological argument entirely. He knows he cannot beat the sleep science.
So what does he do?
He shifts the paradigm to socioeconomic logistics. He points out the absolute nightmare a later start time creates for working-class parents who rely on early bus routes to get to their own factory or retail shifts.
Oh, wow. That is a totally different angle.
And he highlights the hidden cost. Students who rely on being released early so they can work afternoon part-time jobs to help support their families financially.
What is most striking about that classroom scenario is that both Amara and Diego are making flawlessly logical arguments.
Yeah, the biology dictates one reality. The socioeconomic reality dictates another.
Neither student is factually incorrect. And this perfectly encapsulates Ms. Torres' golden rule for her students, which is a vital paradigm shift for our listeners. The ultimate goal of a debate is not to vanquish your opponent and declare victory.
What is the goal then?
The goal is to force yourself to think much more deeply and systemically about an issue than you ever would in isolation. Debates reveal the hidden complexities of a problem.
I love that. So if a listener is inspired by Amara and Diego and wants to structure their own thoughts using this format, walk us through the actual anatomy of a formal debate. What are the stages?
A formal debate typically follows 4 distinct chronological stages. The first is the opening statement.
Okay, setting the stage.
Right. This is not the time for deep evidence. This is where you lay out your core thesis and provide a roadmap of the main points you will cover. Second is the main arguments phase.
Which is where you deploy the PRP method we discussed earlier.
Exactly. You dive deep into your reasoning, introduce your data, and build the architecture of your case. The third stage is the rebuttal.
This requires intense active listening, doesn't it?
Intense. You cannot script a rebuttal in advance. You must absorb the points your opponent just made, identify the logical gaps or weak evidence in their specific claims, and dismantle them systematically.
And the final stage.
Finally, the closing statement. You do not introduce new information here. You synthesize your strongest points, contrast them favorably against your opponent's weaknesses, and leave the audience with a resonant, memorable final thought.
It is a really beautiful structure. But we need to address a harsh reality. Sometimes debates are not academic exercises about school schedules.
No, sometimes they are incredibly messy, real-world crises.
Right. Sometimes they are not corporate brainstorms about software either. Sometimes the stakes are literally life and death. And this brings us to a profound pivot in our deep dive, the crucial role of empathy within logical reasoning.
This is such an important pivot.
Let's travel to a hospital in Houston, Texas. Dr. Rashid Ahmed is sitting on a hospital ethics committee.
Oh, those committees have to make impossible decisions.
The atmosphere is sterile, cold, and heavy. The committee is debating whether an elderly patient with multiple comorbidities should be approved to receive a highly coveted kidney transplant.
A literal life and death debate.
Yeah. And the entire room is operating purely on clinical data. They're analyzing post-operative survival rates, organ rejection statistics, and strict hospital protocols. It is a ruthlessly utilitarian, analytical debate.
Just numbers on a page.
Right. But suddenly, Dr. Ahmed leans forward and pauses the entire room. He looks at his colleagues and reminds them, we're talking about a human being, not a data point. Before we make a ruling based solely on statistics, we need to ask, is this family prioritizing the maximum length of life, or are they prioritizing the quality of the time they have left?
Wow.
In one sentence, he shatters the purely clinical paradigm by injecting the family's emotional and human reality directly into the center of the logical discussion.
That is a staggering moment of clarity. Dr. Ahmed is exposing a very dangerous false dichotomy that plagues high-level decision-making.
What dichotomy is that?
We are often taught that logic and empathy are natural enemies. We assume that to be truly logical, you must be cold, calculating, and detached. Conversely, we assume that if you are highly empathetic, you must be irrational and easily swayed by tears.
Yeah, like you cannot be both.
Right. But Dr. Ahmed proves that in the real world, logic and empathy must be partners. Empathy allows you to perceive the complete data set. If you formulate a solution based purely on raw quantitative data, but you entirely ignore the qualitative human impact, your solution will inevitably fail upon implementation.
Why?
Because the real world is not populated by frictionless spreadsheets. It is populated by complex, emotional human beings.
So the actionable takeaway for the listener here is to actively recognize and validate emotions within your professional and personal conversations. Empathy doesn't mean you abandon the rules of logic. It means you gather more comprehensive data.
Yes, empathy is data.
You can say to a colleague, I can see this project timeline is causing you a lot of stress. And that is a critical factor we need to consider before you rush to a purely mathematical conclusion about deadlines. Empathy is just a different category of data.
That is a brilliant synthesis. Empathy is qualitative data, and it is just as vital as quantitative data.
Now, human beings process all these different types of data, the clinical, the emotional, the logistical, using various types of reasoning every single day, and we usually do it subconsciously.
We juggle so many frameworks without even realizing it.
Let's step away from the life and death gravity of hospital ethics committees and the high-pressure corporate boardrooms. Let's go somewhere much more familiar, but arguably just as complex. A family dinner table.
Oh, the family dinner table is often the most intricate, chaotic, and fascinating debate stage in human existence.
Without a doubt. Let's visit the Nguyen family in Minneapolis. They're gathered for Sunday dinner. The oldest daughter, Lean, is staring at her plate, wrestling with a massive life crossroads.
What is the dilemma?
She has two competing job offers on the table. Offer A is a high-paying, fiercely competitive, highly prestigious position in New York City. Offer B is a significantly lower-paying job right there in Minneapolis, but it allows her to stay close to her aging parents and offers a famously fantastic work-life balance.
That is a tough choice. So many competing priorities.
And as she explains her dilemma over the roast chicken, the entire family eagerly chimes in with advice. What unfolds is an absolute masterclass in the distinct types of human reasoning.
I love dissecting scenarios like this because they reveal the beautiful, sometimes frustrating diversity of human cognitive frameworks. Let's analyze the responses Lynn receives, because each family member is operating from a completely different epistemological foundation.
Okay, who goes first?
First, the grandmother speaks up. She gently tells Lynn, family is forever. Money comes and goes, but you only get one family.
So what kind of reasoning is that?
This is a textbook example of emotional reasoning. It is driven by deep affective bonds, attachment theory, and the lived human experience of loss and love. In a purely corporate setting, people often dismiss emotional reasoning as irrational. But from an evolutionary standpoint, it is a highly sophisticated heuristic designed to ensure long-term tribal cohesion and survival. It is not about spreadsheets, it is about the heart's data.
Beautiful. So immediately after the grandmother speaks, the father interjects. He pushes his plate aside, grabs a napkin, and pulls a pen from his shirt pocket. He starts doing math.
Of course he does.
He says, Lynn, you have to look at the numbers objectively. The cost of living in New York, the rent, the state taxes is astronomically higher. By the time you pay for basic survival in Manhattan, your actual disposable income will be lower than what you would have right here in Minneapolis.
The father is employing classic deductive or practical reasoning.
Deductive reasoning, okay?
Yeah, deductive reasoning starts with a broad, universally accepted premise in this case, that high cost of living diminishes wealth and applies it to a highly specific situation to reach a logical, inescapable conclusion. He is trying to mitigate immediate material risk through pragmatic analysis.
Very dad-like. Then, the mother enters the conversation. She looks at Lynn not as an earner, but as a person. She asks, which of these two organizations aligns with your deep inner values? Which job will make you proud of who you are and the specific impact you're contributing to the world?
Wow. The mother has introduced ethical or moral reasoning.
The morality of the job.
Yes. For her, the decision matrix cannot be solved by geography, tribal proximity, or financial spreadsheets. It must be solved by integrity. She's asking Lynn to project her identity into the future and evaluate which path causes the least moral injury and the most profound sense of purpose.
So we have emotional, deductive, and ethical. Just as the table gets quiet, Lynn's younger brother jumps in with intense energy.
What is his take?
He says, are you crazy? You have to take New York. That is where the epicenter of the industry is. The sheer experience of struggling in the city, the random connections you will make at coffee shops, the network effects, the future potential is completely worth this short-term salary cut.
The brother is utilizing analogical or opportunity-based reasoning.
Okay, so he is looking at the upside risk.
Yes, he is comfortable with ambiguity. He is weighing the intangible, chaotic potential of the future against the safe, predictable comfort of the present. He is using the analogy of New York as an engine of opportunity to justify embracing a higher risk profile.
And finally, we have Lynn herself. She sits there, absorbing the emotional pull of her grandmother, the harsh math of her father, the moral compass of her mother, and the ambitious risk-taking of her brother. She takes a breath and says, there is no universally perfect choice here. It completely depends on what specific metric matters most to me right now at this exact stage of my personal development.
Lynn is demonstrating elite-level analytical reasoning.
Because she isn't picking just one.
Exactly. She does not reject any of the data sets. She synthesizes them. She understands that the correct answer is entirely contextual and fluid.
Are there any other major types of reasoning we should know about?
Just briefly, to ensure our listener has a complete toolkit, we should define two other common types. Inductive reasoning is the opposite of deductive. It takes specific, isolated observations to build a general rule.
Like what?
For example, noticing that 3 separate marketing campaigns using humor failed and concluding that the target demographic doesn't respond to humor.
Got it. And the other one?
And finally, causal reasoning, which is the vital ability to trace the direct cause and effect relationship between variables rather than confusing correlation with causation.
Okay, let me pause this beautiful symphony of family reasoning and inject some corporate reality into it.
Bring us back to the office.
Let's take these reasoning styles back to the workplace. If I am in a tense project meeting and I am utilizing the father's deductive reasoning, I am projecting spreadsheets on the wall, showing the cold, hard numbers of why we need to accelerate the timeline.
Okay, very logical.
But my coworker is operating entirely on the grandmother's emotional reasoning, saying, the team is completely burned out, morale is in the gutter, we cannot push them harder. How do we avoid a catastrophic collision? Because right now, it feels like we are speaking two mutually unintelligible languages. I am speaking math, and they are speaking feeling.
You have just identified the single greatest communication challenge in modern organizations. When differing reasoning styles collide without translation, resentment breeds instantly.
Oh, absolutely. People feel so unheard.
Because if you attempt to combat their emotional reasoning by pointing harder at your deductive spreadsheets, they will feel entirely invalidated, unheard, and dehumanized. Conversely, if they combat your logistical spreadsheet with pure emotional appeals, you will perceive them as unprofessional and irrational.
So how do you fix it?
The secret weapon of highly skilled communicators is the ability to match or acknowledge the reasoning style of their counterpart before bridging back to their own framework.
So how does that sound in practice? Like, give me the actual words.
You have to build the bridge. You look at your coworker and you say, I hear you completely, and the team's burnout is a very real, critical concern that we cannot ignore.
Okay, so you validate the emotion first.
You have just validated their emotional reality. You have spoken their language. Once their defense mechanisms lower, you construct the bridge. If we look at these numbers, adjusting the delivery timeline for phase 1 might actually give the team the breathing room they desperately need to alleviate that stress.
Oh, wow. You seamlessly connected their emotional priority, reducing stress, to your deductive mechanism, adjusting the timeline. You translate the feeling into the spreadsheet.
It is about being a cognitive linguist.
I love that, a cognitive linguist. But, as fascinating as human reasoning can be when it is functioning properly, sometimes people deploy logic that is fundamentally structurally diseased.
Ah, yes.
The dark side of logic.
Sometimes the architecture is just rotten. And that means it is time to turn our attention to the villains of critical thinking. Logical fallacies. Learning to identify logical fallacies is akin to installing a premium antivirus software in your brain. Logical fallacies are cognitive malware.
Cognitive malware.
Yeah, they look like legitimate software. They sound like real persuasive arguments, but they are designed to bypass your intellectual security systems and corrupt your final decision-making process. Once you learn their signatures, you see them everywhere.
Let's start with a scenario from a sleek tech office in San Francisco to see this malware in action. Aisha and Brian are debating European expansion strategy.
Okay, Aisha and Brian.
Brian is aggressively pushing his plan, but instead of offering market research, he leans back and says, look, we should definitely expand to Berlin. The CEO went to Oxford, he's a genius, and he thinks it's a great idea. Are you really sitting here saying you know better than the CEO?
Classic move.
Aisha doesn't flinch. She stays calm, respectfully deflects, and replies, I have immense respect for the CEO's vision, but for this specific initiative, I think we need to ground our decision in the quarterly financial data rather than just executive intuition.
Brian attempted to infect the conversation with a classic piece of cognitive malware, the appeal to authority fallacy.
Break that one down for us.
He tried to win a debate about geography and economics, not by using facts, but by dropping a heavy, intimidating name to crush Aisha's dissent. He weaponized the hierarchy.
And Aisha's response.
Aisha's deflection was a masterstroke of critical thinking. She didn't take the bait and attack the CEO's intelligence. She simply firewalled the fallacy and firmly redirected the conversation back to the empirical data.
That is smooth. Let's run through the heavy hitters of the fallacy world. We need to unpack the most common structural errors so the listener can spot them from a mile away.
Okay, rapid fire.
Let's start with the one that ruins almost every political discussion. The ad hominem.
Ad hominem translates from Latin to the person. This fallacy occurs when someone abandons the intellectual argument entirely and instead attacks the character, motive, or personal traits of the individual making the argument.
Right, so instead of attacking the idea, you attack the person.
It is a tribal defense mechanism. If a colleague presents a brilliant, mathematically sound plan to restructure the department's budget, and your response is, why should we listen to your budget advice when your own desk is a disorganized disaster? That is an ad hominem.
Because the messy desk has nothing to do with the math.
Zero correlation. It is a distraction designed to discredit the speaker rather than disprove the idea.
Next up is the straw man. I see this one on the internet constantly. It feels like the default currency of social media.
The internet practically runs on the straw man fallacy. This happens when a person intentionally misrepresents, exaggerates, or completely fabricates a distorted version of your argument to make it incredibly easy to attack.
They build a fake version of your point.
They build a ridiculous straw man out of your nuanced point, burn it down, and claim victory. For example, if you stand up in a city council meeting and say, I think we should allocate a slightly larger percentage of the budget to public parks.
Very reasonable.
Right. But an opponent dramatically replies, oh, so you want to completely defund the police department and leave our city defenseless to criminals? They have committed the fallacy. You never mentioned the police. They invented an extreme position you do not hold because it is easier to defeat than arguing about park funding.
That is so infuriating when it happens. Okay,
Blanket.
what about the false dilemma? This one always feels so manipulative.
It is highly manipulative, also known as the black and white fallacy. This occurs when someone falsely presents a complex situation as having only two possible mutually exclusive options, deliberately hiding the vast spectrum of alternative choices.
Like an ultimatum.
Exactly like an ultimatum. A manager might say either you fully support this risky new software migration or you actively want the company to fail.
Wow, those are two extreme choices.
It is a hostage situation. It completely ignores the highly probable reality that there is a third, safer software option or a phased rollout plan. It forces a false binary to coerce agreement.
And then there is the slippery slope. This one always escalates so quickly into absolute catastrophe.
The slippery slope bypasses logic and plugs directly into the amygdala's fear center. It operates on the paranoid assumption that taking one small, relatively benign step will inevitably trigger an unstoppable chain reaction culminating in an extreme apocalyptic disaster.
Do you have a workplace example?
Oh, sure.
Yeah.
If we allow employees the flexibility to wear jeans on Fridays, next month they will be wearing pajamas, and within a year, absolute anarchy will reign, no work will get done, and the company will spiral into bankruptcy.
That escalated so fast.
Right. It relies on hysterical hypotheticals rather than probable outcomes.
I love how dramatic the human brain can be. Okay, let's talk about the appeal to popularity, also known as the bandwagon fallacy.
This fallacy preys on our evolutionary desire to belong to the herd. It argues that because a large number of people believe something is true or are participating in a trend, it must inherently be valid, smart, or correct.
Like everyone else is doing it, so it must be right.
Yeah. Literally everyone in my feed is buying this obscure cryptocurrency, so it must be a guaranteed path to wealth.
Spoiler alert, it usually isn't.
Right. Human history is littered with massive crowds of people being spectacularly, catastrophically wrong. The sheer volume of believers does not miraculously alter the factual validity of a claim.
Okay, we also need to cover the hasty generalization.
This is a symptom of cognitive laziness. A hasty generalization is drawing a massive, sweeping, universal conclusion based on a tiny, statistically insignificant sample size.
So jumping to conclusions, basically.
Pretty much. You travel to a new city for the first time, the very first taxi driver you encounter is incredibly rude, and you immediately declare to your friends, every single person in the city is hostile and terrible. You took one data point and projected it onto millions of people.
Now, I have to ask about the red herring. The name itself is so bizarre. What is the mechanism here?
The name originates from the practice of dragging a smelly fish across a trail to distract hunting dogs from the scent they were tracking.
Oh, interesting history.
In conversation, a red herring is a deliberate, highly distracting pivot. It is introducing an emotionally volatile but entirely irrelevant topic into the discussion to drag the focus away from the original uncomfortable issue.
Can you give me an example of that?
Remember the Portland traffic meeting we briefly mentioned in passing earlier? Imagine a town hall where citizens are debating the funding of new school buses. An angry resident stands up and yells, "How can we possibly sit here talking about buses when the property taxes in this town are bleeding us dry?"
Property taxes.
Yeah.
Always a sore subject.
Yes, property taxes are a very real, very emotional issue. But in that specific moment, they are a red herring. They have absolutely nothing to do with the bus logistics, but they successfully derail the entire meeting.
That is a perfect example. The brain just wants to chase the loudest threat. Let's look at circular reasoning.
Circular reasoning is hilariously frustrating once you spot it. It is an argument where the conclusion is essentially just the initial premise wearing a different hat.
Wait, what does that mean?
The speaker provides no actual external evidence. They just walk you in a tight logical circle. For instance, this specific management book is the greatest business book ever written because it is vastly superior to all the other business books.
You haven't proven anything.
Exactly. You haven't proven anything. You have just restated your opinion using different adjectives.
And finally, the appeal to emotion. Now, wait a minute. We just spent a long time praising the use of empathy in the Houston hospital story. How does emotion become a fallacy?
That is a very critical distinction. Empathy is qualitative data used alongside logic to inform a holistic decision. An appeal to emotion becomes cognitive malware when a person manipulates feelings, pity, fear, pride, or outrage entirely in place of logic or evidence.
So it replaces the logic completely.
Yes. If a politician cannot provide a single economic, logical reason for a proposed law and instead stands at the podium and cries, "Think of how deeply sad the children will be if you vote no on this bill," they are weaponizing emotion to mask the total absence of a coherent argument.
Here is a challenge for you, the listener. Over the next few days, as you scroll through your social media feeds, watch a political debate, or even listen to your coworkers argue in the break room, play a mental game.
Oh, this is a fun game.
Try to actively spot these fallacies in real time. Once you learn the specific signatures, the exaggerated straw man, the distracting red herring, the tribal ad hominem, you will be genuinely shocked by how often they are deployed as substitutes for real thinking.
It is truly a matrix decoding experience. Once you see the structural flaws, you can never unsee them. You become immune to bad arguments.
So we have built an incredible foundation today. The listener can now identify root problems instead of symptoms. They can build structured, architectural arguments using the PRT method.
They know how to validate and disagree respectfully without triggering the amygdala.
Yes, and they have the antivirus software to dodge logical fallacies. But how do they take the final leap? How do they transition from being a skilled participant in a conversation to actually leading a room full of people who are chaotic, emotional, and trying to solve a crisis?
That transition requires a profound shift in identity. You are no longer just an advocate for your own brilliant ideas. You become the architect of the room's collective intelligence. You move from playing an instrument to conducting the orchestra.
Let's travel to a community center in Portland, Oregon, to watch a conductor at work.
Okay, what is the situation in Portland?
The neighborhood is facing a severe crisis. Cars are speeding recklessly down residential streets, actively endangering children playing outside. The community is terrified and furious. Tomoko Hayashi steps up to facilitate the emergency neighborhood meeting.
Is she a city planner?
Now, Tomoko is not a civil engineer. She has no background in urban planning, and she doesn't work for the city government. But she is an elite facilitator.
And that detail is paramount for the listener to absorb. You do not need to be the foremost subject matter expert in the room to lead a problem-solving discussion. You simply need to be an expert in the process of thinking. Let's break down Tomoko's masterclass blueprint for facilitation.
What did she do first?
Her very first move was to establish psychological safety. Before anyone debated, she set ironclad ground rules. No interrupting, strict focus on forward-looking solutions, and absolutely no personal blaming of city officials. By doing this, she lowered the temperature of the room.
Setting the rules of engagement. That makes sense.
Second, she defined the problem with stark, empirical clarity. She didn't let the room wallow in vague complaints like the cars go too fast. She anchored them to a metric. We have had exactly 14 documented near-miss incidents in the past 6 months.
Data points to keep everyone grounded. Then she managed the ecosystem of the room. In tense meetings, the loudest, angriest voice usually dominates the airspace. Tomoko didn't allow that.
How did she handle it?
She actively sought out diverse, competing perspectives. She made sure the terrified parents spoke, but she also explicitly called on the local business owners who worried about traffic flow, the teenagers who actually drive those streets, and the elderly residents who struggled to cross the road. She mapped the complete 360-degree reality of the problem.
Once the ecosystem was mapped, she laid all the proposed solutions on the table, installing aggressive speed bumps, deploying flashing radar signs, requesting increased police patrols. And here is where she demonstrated true leadership. She engineered consensus.
Consensus is so hard to build.
It is, but she realized that forcing a hostile vote on the most expensive, disruptive option, the speed bumps, would fracture the neighborhood. Instead, she found the lowest common denominator that everyone could stomach.
The compromise.
Yes. She built momentum by securing universal agreement to immediately request the flashing radar signs as a phase 1 trial. And finally, she sealed the meeting with accountability. A meeting that ends without assigned action items is just a collective hallucination. Tomoko assigned specific neighbors to specific tasks with specific deadlines.
Tomoko's blueprint is the gold standard for managing the energy of a room. But let's equip our listener with some elite-level, advanced cognitive tools they can use within that framework to elevate the actual thinking of the group.
Ooh, advanced tools. Let's do it.
You mentioned a concept earlier that sounds like a superhero ability. We discussed the straw man fallacy, but what is steel manning?
Steel manning is arguably the ultimate intellectual flex. It requires profound humility and confidence. Instead of searching for the weakest, most vulnerable part of your opponent's argument to attack, you do the exact opposite.
So you help them.
You actively help them build the absolute strongest, most bulletproof version of their argument before you even attempt to respond to it. You look at your opponent and say, let me make sure I fully grasp your position. If I understand you correctly, your strongest points are X, Y, and Z, and the underlying logic is this. Have I captured your argument fairly?
Wait, why on earth would you intentionally make your opponent's argument stronger? Doesn't that just make your job of defeating them significantly harder?
It makes it incredibly harder, which is exactly why it is so effective. If you can only defeat a weak, flimsy version of their idea, you haven't really proven anything. But if you can dismantle their argument when it is at its absolute strongest, your counter-argument becomes intellectually unassailable.
Wow, that is intense.
Furthermore, the psychological impact on your opponent is massive. By articulating their thoughts better than they did, you completely disarm their defensiveness. They cannot retreat to the excuse of, you just didn't understand what I meant. You force them into a state of deep mutual respect.
That is a staggering technique. Another highly advanced tool is Socratic questioning.
Yes, named after the Greek philosopher. This is the art of leading someone to the truth without ever telling them they are wrong.
Because telling people they are wrong usually backfires.
Almost always. When someone presents a flawed idea, human nature makes us want to shout, that's incorrect. But Socratic questioning suppresses that urge. Instead, you ask a series of gentle, probing questions that force the person to examine the foundation of their own assumptions.
Like what kind of questions?
You ask, could you expand on what you mean by that specific term? Or if we assume your premise is true, what would be the logical consequence for the engineering department next quarter? You are guiding them to discover the flaw in their own logic, which prompts self-correction.
And people are far more willing to change their minds when they feel they discovered the error themselves.
Absolutely.
I also love the yes and technique. I know this originates from the world of improvisational comedy. The cardinal rule of improv is that you never shut down your scene partner's reality. If they walk on stage and say, look at that giant alien, you do not say, there is no alien, we are in a grocery store. You destroy the scene.
Right, you kill the momentum.
Instead, you accept their reality and build on it.
Yeah.
You say yes, and the alien is wearing a tuxedo. In a tense corporate boardroom, yes and is a superpower. Instead of constantly hitting your colleagues with no but, which stops momentum cold, you validate a piece of their idea before injecting your own.
Give us an example of that in the office.
You say, yes, I agree, we need to focus on marketing, and we should probably ensure the servers can handle the increased traffic. Keeps the collaborative energy alive.
Another elite framework is thinking in systems, specifically utilizing a root cause analysis tool called the 5 whys.
Oh, this is the famous method developed by the Toyota production system, right?
Spot on. It was designed to prevent engineers from applying superficial band-aids to deep systemic failures. When a problem occurs, the human brain wants to blame the most immediate visible cause. The 5 whys forces you to drill down through the geological layers of the problem by asking why sequentially until you hit the bedrock.
Let's run a practical example of this so the listener can hear the mechanism. Let's say the superficial problem is, we disastrously missed the final project deadline for a major client.
Okay, so you asked the first why. Why did we miss it?
Because the coding tasks took significantly longer than estimated.
Why did they take longer?
Because unexpected complex software bugs kept appearing during testing.
Why did the bugs appear?
Because we had poor initial planning and didn't anticipate the server integrations.
Why was the planning poor?
Because our planning meetings are incredibly chaotic and rushed.
And the final why?
Why are they rushed?
Yeah.
Because management only schedules them for 30 minutes late on Friday afternoons when everyone is exhausted.
Boom. You have hit the bedrock. The root cause isn't that you have lazy, incompetent engineers. The root cause is a fundamentally flawed executive scheduling policy.
It is breathtaking in its simplicity, yet it is psychologically painful to execute because finding the true root cause often exposes deeper organizational dysfunctions that people prefer to ignore.
Right. People don't want to uncover the real mess.
And that leads us to the final, most advanced strategy of all, metacognition.
Metacognition is basically thinking about thinking.
Exactly that. It is the ability to mentally step outside of your own body and audit your own cognitive processes in real time.
It is sitting back during a heated debate and internally asking yourself, am I reacting with this much hostility right now based on empirical evidence, or am I just sleep-deprived and cranky?
A very valid question to ask yourself.
Or asking, do I genuinely deeply believe this argument I am making, or am I just blindly echoing the political echo chamber of my social media feed? Metacognition is the ultimate safeguard against your own internal biases.
Auditing your own brain. I absolutely love that framing. And as we bring this massive, expansive deep dive full circle, I want to tie all these elite skills, the architectural PRP method, the neuroscience of respectful disagreement, the antivirus software for logical fallacies, the Socratic questioning. I want to tie all of it directly back to you, the listener.
Okay.
Let's return to Marcus, our hero from the very first story in the Chicago boardroom.
Marcus realized something profoundly vital over the trajectory of his career. He eventually understood that his greatest strategic advantage in that tense Chicago boardroom wasn't merely his knowledge of marketing metrics.
It was what he brought with him, right?
Yes. It was the fact that he brought a completely different lived background to the table. And to the listener tuning in right now, I want to speak directly to your reality. If you are an English language learner, if you are navigating between different cultures, or if you bring an unconventional background to your profession, you already possess a massive cognitive advantage over your peers.
That is such an important message.
You view the world through multiple linguistic and cultural lenses. That is not a hurdle to overcome. That is an extraordinary superpower. Because of your diverse background, you naturally detect nuances, subtext, cultural blind spots, and alternative perspectives that monolingual, monocultural speakers often remain entirely oblivious to.
The rooms you're walking into tomorrow, whether they are high-stakes corporate boardrooms, intimidating university seminar halls, or heated community meetings, those rooms desperately, urgently need your specific voice and your unique perspective. The worst thing you could do is hold back your insights just because you feel insecure that English isn't your first language.
Your critical thinking, your ability to observe the negative space like a master detective is what makes you utterly invaluable.
Unquestionably. The mechanical grammar of the language is merely the vehicle. Your ability to reason, to question, and to synthesize complex ideas is the actual cargo, and the cargo is what changes the world.
I could not have said it better.
We want to leave you with one final, highly provocative thought. A mental challenge for you to experiment with over the next 24 hours. It is an exercise called Argue the Other Side.
This is a tough one.
I want you to take an opinion that you hold deeply, firmly, and passionately. Maybe it is your stance on social media regulation, your view on remote work, or a deeply entrenched political ideology. I want you to sit down in a quiet room with a piece of paper and force yourself to write out the absolute best, most compelling, heavily researched argument for the exact opposing side.
Do not mock it. Do the steel man. Build the strongest possible case against your own beliefs.
I promise you, it will feel deeply uncomfortable. Your brain will resist it. It will feel unnatural. But engaging that intimately with the exact opposite of what you believe just might fundamentally, permanently change how you see the complexities of the world.
It is the ultimate crucible for a truly open, resilient, and critical mind.
Thank you so much for taking this deep dive with us today. Please like, share, and subscribe to this YouTube channel.